Chen Luo traversed into a world where everyone is a lord, and during the initial summoning ritual for his clan, he summoned a rare platinum-tier celestial angel. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. The haughty, celestial angel looked down upon him, a mere pauper, and turned to embrace a wealthy heir instead. "Master, your light power is far too weak. We celestial angels only follow those with strong light power." The betrayal of the angelic kin turned Chen Luo, who should have been the envy of many, into an object of ridicule. Despite losing the rare platinum-tier angelic kin, Chen Luo did not succumb to despair. Unbeknownst to anyone, he awakened a golden finger that allowed him to perceive the requirements for nurturing his kin, enabling them to evolve infinitely. Even the most inferior ant kin could be transformed by him into a mythical pinnacle kin. Both bugs and waste are easily crushed beneath a foot. What a perfect match. An orphan wishing to contract a celestial angel? Does he not know that light only protects those of noble birth? As humanity faced continuous defeats on the outer battlefield, an endless tide of insects obscured the entire arena. It was then that people realized, unbeknownst to them, Chen Luo had become an existence they could only look up to. The insect kin, once easily crushed, had morphed into the most terrifying of kin. Chen Luo declared, "I am both the swarm and the calamity." Chapter 1. Unable to command the arrogant angel? Then auction her off. At the Linjiang Bay City, on the playground of First High School, the senior students gathered anxiously, awaiting the summoning of their initial kin. Teachers and the principal observed quietly from a high platform. After 18 years, the time for awakening has finally arrived. Chen Luo stood amidst the crowd, his hands clenched in excitement. Having spent 18 years in this world of universal lords, the initial 6 years of his life were smooth sailing, with loving parents and a harmonious family. However, everything changed when his parents unexpectedly went missing on the outer battlefield. From that moment on, he could only survive on meager subsidies. Had it not been for the kindness of a neighbor, he might have perished from starvation, but he had longed for the awakening of his kin for days unnumbered. Only by becoming a powerful lord could he seize control of his fate and have a chance to find his parents lost in the outer battlefield. When will this damn system finish loading? Before Chen Luo, a shimmering light curtain appeared, displaying a progress bar, 99.9. Ever since the upheaval at the age of 6, this light curtain had been present. 6 months prior, the progress reached 99.9 and had not moved since. Each glance at it inflicted a pang of frustration. While he had heard of golden fingers being late, he had never encountered one that stalled completely. Now, not only had he traversed and been reborn, but he also faced a stuck golden finger. Truly an eye-opener. Wow, a bronze-tier catgirl. This is going to be exhilarating. No, I mean, this guarantees my success in the Lord's trial. A jubilant shout from the high platform drew admiration and envy from the crowd below. Who could resist a cat-tiered girl performing backflips? Especially one with bronze-tier aptitude. Once they entered the Lord's source realm and received the core, becoming a lord was assured, provided they did not encounter formidable monsters. With such aptitude, they were bound to succeed in the trials and avoid a life of mediocrity. Class 32, Chen Luo. The awakening teacher's call snapped Chen Luo back to reality. He pushed through the crowd towards the high platform. As he stepped onto the platform, a crisp voice rang in his ears. "The Supreme Evolution System has completed loading for you. Newbie Gift Pack, Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth allows you to view the panel information of your kin, including aptitude, strength, skills, evolution requirements, and current status." The Supreme Evolution System? Chen Luo paused, a flood of information rushing into his mind as a faint blue glow flickered in his eyes. Under the teacher's urging, he made his way toward the awakening crystal, processing the information. Even then, a sense of unreality washed over him. After years of the golden finger being stuck, it had finally come online. As his hand touched the crystal ball, a dazzling platinum light erupted, and an aura of sanctity enveloped him, as if a chorus of praise resonated through the void, calming the hearts of those present. Platinum Tier 2, Celestial Angel. The awakening teacher's excited voice echoed throughout the venue, igniting a wave of commotion. Principal Li and several teachers stood up, their eyes wide with astonishment that a platinum tier kin had not emerged in the Tianshui Bay City for centuries. The aptitude of kin is intrinsically linked to the growth ceiling of a lord. A lord with only silver tier kin would remain a silver lord for life. Possessing a platinum tier kin equated to receiving a ticket to become a platinum lord. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, platinum lords were among the elite, highly regarded as formidable figures. Celestial Angel Elena, descend. Amidst the platinum glow, a graceful figure materialized. With sanctified wings and armor etched with golden patterns, she wielded a fiery red longsword. As her wings fluttered, the platinum light dispersed. "Weaker humans, is it you who summoned me?" Elena gazed down at Chen Luo with indifference, as if assessing an ant beneath her foot. Chen Luo scrutinized her in return, his eyes flickering with a faint blue light. Kin, Elena. Race, Celestial Angel. Aptitude, Platinum Tier 2. Strength, Bronze Tier 1. Skills, Sacred Judgment, Radiant Holy Sword, / Sanctuary Song. Evolution requirements, Sacred Light Stones. Fiery Light Source can evolve into a King Tier 4-winged Archangel. Status, uncontracted summoned by one harboring unknown. Power, feeling irritable. Upon seeing the evolution requirements, Chen Luo felt a fleeting rush of excitement. This was the first tangible feeling of authenticity. From the knowledge gleaned in high school textbooks, the quality of kin is predetermined at the moment of summoning, with no means to alter it. The number of skills varies according to kin quality. Bronze kin possess 1 skill, silver 2, and so forth, culminating in 6 skills at the mythical tier. This differentiation is the essence of disparity among kin. Simultaneously, the combat capabilities of kin differ according to their quality. A kin of golden quality can overpower several kin of silver quality. However, upon reading the latter part of the status, Chen Luo's spirits plummeted. Summoned by one harboring unknown power? Was that referring to him? Did he possess unknown power? Detected that the host's initial kin holds great disdain for the host. A newbie task has been issued. Newbie task. Shatter the Celestial Angel's arrogance. Task reward. Random initial kin. At this point, Chen Luo was certain this birdwoman looked down upon him. Even the system could not bear to watch, directly issuing a task. With a cold expression, Chen Luo retorted, "You don't wish to form a contract with me, do you?" Once a contract was formed, it could never be undone. Whether it was the current Elena or any celestial angel summoned in the future, they would be bound to him for life and death. Young man, do not be too hasty. The celestial angel is a platinum kin, and you are still too young to handle her. The head of teaching approached with a smile full of wrinkles. If he could coax the celestial angel into his grasp, he could sell her later and live the rest of his life without worry. He could indulge in lavish pleasures every day. He would have more wealth than he could ever spend. Platinum kin were invaluable, essentially incalculable. Neither Chen Luo nor Elena paid him any mind. The latter studied Chen Luo for a long moment, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, as if caught in a conflict of curiosity and indecision. After a prolonged silence, she finally nodded. "I apologize, frail human, that I sense within your being a singular force, steeped in darkness, devoid of any light." Elena's expression was tinged with compassion, as if mourning. "Although I yearn to forge a pact with you, we divine angels only ally with those whose hearts are illuminated, not with those shrouded in darkness." 3 centuries ago, a divine angel formed a contract with one imbued with dark energy, resulting in the tainting of our entire celestial kin, transforming them into fallen angels. For the sake of our lineage, I cannot repeat that grave mistake. She could perceive a potent and peculiar energy coursing through Chen Luo's body. If it did not belong to the realm of light, it could only signify evil and darkness. Though summoned familiars typically entered into contracts with their summoners, the lofty pride of the divine angelic race could not tolerate even the slightest encroachment of darkness. Elena's words nearly provoked a laugh from Chen Luo. What dark power? He was but an ordinary individual. How could he possibly possess dark powers? Was he unaware of his own extraordinary capabilities? The rationale she presented was indeed quite tenuous. Yet, rather than feeling anger, he found himself elated. If she chose not to ally, then so be it. Clarity at the outset would prevent any treachery in the future. What was a platinum tier divine angel in the grand scheme of things? With the rewards from the supreme evolution system and the eye of truth, he could transform even the most insignificant of familiars into legendary beings. Recalling the system's tasks, Chen Luo chuckled softly and turned toward the edge of the platform. Unruly familiars? Such behavior was likely a result of indulgence. There was no need to rectify their disobedience. He could simply eliminate them altogether, pack them up and sell them off. Let others deal with the headache. Divine angels refusing to form contracts? There were plenty of other familiars to forge pacts with. Unruly familiars. Did they even deserve to see another year? In any case, with the rewards from new familiars promised by the system, even the most lackluster could be evolved into mythic entities by virtue of his golden finger. Chapter 2. The Initial Kin, the Insectoid Catastrophe? Chen Luo's gaze swept over the crowd below, distinctly capturing the expressions of schadenfreude etched upon their faces. Among them were several of his former friends, their smiles so exaggerated they seemed almost grotesque. Clearly, they were the type to be fearful of their companion's hardship while simultaneously envious of their successes. Ungrateful foster sons, all of them. Chen Luo curled his lip, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "Step right up. Witness the grand sale of the Initial Kin, the Platinum Tier Holy Angel, available for a mere 100 million dragon coins. Don't let this opportunity slip by. You won't regret it, for it is truly a bargain beyond compare. Miss it here, and you may never find such a deal again." In a matter of moments, the entire playground fell silent. Elena was momentarily taken aback, upon regaining her composure. Her fair countenance fluctuated between shades of green and white. How could this esteemed holy angel be treated as mere merchandise, auctioned off in public? Shouldn't this impoverished human be beseeching her for a contract? How could he so brazenly seek to sell her without a second thought? This human was verging on the inhumane. Elena found herself questioning her existence, her grip on the flame, sword trembling. Were it not for the fact that Qin could not harm their summoner, she would have drawn her blade and struck Chen Luo with a piercing chill. Soaring away in fury, Principal Li was the first to react, stepping forth with a young boy and ascending the platform. Gliding through the air, a golden lord. The youth possessed vision. The future was bright. This card holds 100 million dragon coins, with a password of 6 sixes. He hastily thrust the black card into Chen Luo's hands, as if fearing a change of heart. His actions were fluid, devoid of any sign of frailty. Mission accomplished. Initial Qin. Insectoid, system exclusive version, acquired. Exclusive ability, devour and evolve. During evolution, merely the most commonplace materials are required, with an 80 reduction in consumption. Note, the exclusive version of the insectoid possesses limitless potential for growth. Chen Luo paused, his hand clutching the black card. The system-exclusive insectoid? Was it the type of insectoid he envisioned? With a mere wave of his hand, a sea of insects could be summoned, under the tide of countless creatures. All beings would be equal, one of the pinnacle races. And if memory served him correctly, the insectoid queen was a stunning beauty, voluptuous and capable of acrobatics. A delightful transaction. She is now yours. What a fool, selling a platinum Qin for a mere 100 million dragon coins. This was undoubtedly my opportunity. Li Hao sneered as he observed Chen Luo's retreating figure. In this world, one's worth is judged by wealth, by lineage. It is all about money. What does summoning a platinum tier holy angel matter if one lacks the wealth and connections? A mere chance, wasted on others. This was a platinum tier holy angel. Few are aware that such humanoid Qin can bear offspring with humans. Li Hao's gaze ignited with fervor. If he could sire descendants with the holy angel, the Li family's genetic lineage would experience monumental enhancement. While they may not become holy angels themselves, from that point onward, any summoned initial Qin would likely be holy angels. This is the very reason why those illustrious families endure through the ages. Elena regarded that departing figure, a strange feeling stirring within her heart. It felt as though something of great significance had been overlooked, yet this sensation faded after a brief moment. The initial summoning ceremony of the familiars continued unabated, and the tale of Chen Luo became a topic of gossip among the crowd. Everyone deemed him foolish. After all, who but a fool would so readily relinquish a platinum familiar? Fortunately, it was not a minotaur or a similar creature, or I would have had to resort to drastic measures. Such creatures deserve obliteration. As Chen Luo walked, he glanced at the silver familiar token in his hand. When a familiar is not summoned, it exists in the form of a token. The first familiar summoning requires no resources. However, each subsequent summoning necessitates specific materials. Thus, even a golden lord possesses only a limited number of familiars, at most a few hundred, typically in circumstances of substantial wealth and financial capability. Otherwise, possessing a mere dozen familiars, with one or two embodying golden strength, would already mark one as a chosen individual. While there are tales of impoverished souls rising against the odds, the likelihood is far slimmer than winning the lottery. The odds of striking 100 billion jackpot are greater than achieving such a reversal of fortune. Familiar, insectoid. Qualification, Silver Tier 3. Strength, Bronze Tier 1. Skills, Mighty Mandibles, Divine Strength. Status, not summoned, since it has yet to be summoned. Is the evolution requirement not visible? This esteemed insectoid is merely a Silver Tier 3? Is this truly the insectoid calamity from my memories? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the token. The ranks of familiars, from lowest to highest, are classified as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, monarch, and mythic. Each tier is further divided from 1 to 10, corresponding precisely to the Lord's level. If this is indeed the insectoid from my recollections, it should at least be of mythic tier 10. How could it possibly be just silver? System, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Chen Luo muttered in frustration, but received no response in return. Throughout this entire ordeal, the system had only spoken 3 times, resembling a machine devoid of emotion, functioning solely on programming. Never mind. Regardless of whether it mirrors my memories, I possess the means to elevate her to unprecedented strength sufficient to command the attention of all. Returning to his dilapidated rented room, Chen Luo followed the instructions from his reading, biting his finger to let his blood drip onto the insectoid token. In the next moment, a flash of silver light enveloped the room, and a half-meter-long, jet-black ant-like creature with wings materialized. Its sharply glinting mandibles constituted a quarter of its body. Familiar, giant mandible ant. Contracted Lord, Chen Luo. Race, insectoid. Talent, Silver Tier 3. Strength, Bronze Tier 1. Skills, Mighty Mandibles, Divine Strength. Evolution requirement, 3 tons of silver flesh, capable of evolving into a Gold Tier 2 insectoid queen. Closing his eyes, a torrent of information flooded his mind, including the details of the 2 skills. Mighty Mandibles. The power of its 4 mandibles is doubled, enabling it to effortlessly sever steel. Divine Strength. capable of lifting objects 10 times its own size. Indeed, the industriousness of the worker ant is unmistakable. Her skills are a clear testament to her capabilities. The evolution materials appear remarkably straightforward, likely the so-called devouring evolution exclusive to the special supply of the insect race. Chen Luo did not dwell on this matter for long. Gently patting the head of the giant-jawed worker ant, he observed her docile demeanor, which finally put his mind at ease. One of the reasons he chose the insect race as his kin was their straightforwardness. Unlike other creatures, they lacked fickleness. One moment they could be loyal, and in the next, they might turn treacherous, wielding daggers with a swift, double-edged betrayal. From this day forth, you shall be named Eliza. Upon hearing her new name, Eliza opened and closed her mandibles, seemingly quite pleased. Chen Luo retrieved his phone and swiftly located silver-grade flesh online. Without hesitation, he ordered 3 tons, spending 30 million dragon coins. Indeed, maintaining one's kin is an expensive endeavor. He pondered the difficulty of acquiring the materials necessary for summoning the insect race. To formally summon his kin, he would have to wait until he entered the Lord's source realm. Only by activating the Lord's core and becoming a true Lord could he perform the summoning. For now, he could only summon one through a contract, without any cost. Before long, 3 tons of silver-grade flesh arrived at his doorstep. His rented accommodation was situated in a dimly lit alley surrounded by dilapidated buildings, with very few residents. Thus, he took Eliza outside and gestured toward the mountain of flesh, saying, "Go ahead and feast." Following his command, Eliza dashed into the pile of flesh, indulging herself with unrestrained delight. Chapter 3. The Nest Form of the Insect Queen. The bitter tea child becomes the most enchanting school bell, though only half a meter long. She was less than 1/10 the size of the mountain of flesh. Yet, her consumption was rapid, her belly seemingly a bottomless pit. In merely a few minutes, the mound of flesh had vanished without a trace. Looking at Eliza again, she remained the same size, with no indication of change. However, as the last piece of meat was swallowed, she suddenly emanated a golden glow, accompanied by a faint sound of cracking. Indeed, she had evolved. The golden finger was not deceiving me, Chen Luo exclaimed in excitement, clenching his fist. When he opened his eyes once more, the giant-jawed worker ant Eliza had vanished, replaced by a worm-like creature. Measuring over 2 meters in length, it resembled a hairless caterpillar, grotesque and fearsome. Is this the insect queen? It is not at all what I had envisioned. Chen Luo blinked in confusion. Shouldn't the insect queen be a stunning beauty clad in leather, capable of performing backflips? Why is she transformed into a maggot? Unwilling to accept this fate, he examined Eliza's status once again. Kinnied, Eliza. Special form, insect nest, no power. Contract lord, Chen Luo. Race, insect queen. Talent, golden 2nd tier. Strength, bronze 3rd tier. Skills, giant jaw worker ant hatching, usable in nest form. Blade mantis hatching, usable in nest form. Stinger serpent hatching, usable in nest form. Evolution requirements, 1 golden core, 10 tons of golden flesh. Can evolve into a golden 8th tier insect queen. Chen Luo closed his eyes to absorb the information, unable to restrain his excitement as he tightened his fists. The insect race remains true to their nature. The Zerg, capable of sustaining their own warfare and endlessly spawning soldiers. In this moment, he gazed at Iris, finding her undeniably exquisite. Indeed, as the Zerg queen, she possessed a beauty that surpassed that of other creatures. Acquiring a golden core necessitated the slaying of golden-tier beasts or lords, neither of which could be procured from the market, while obtaining 10 tons of golden flesh was feasible. Without the core, evolution was unattainable. He resolved to await the Moro's venture into the Lord's source realm to activate the Lord's core. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo made his decision. Lacking sufficient evolutionary materials rendered any further attempts futile. There would be ample opportunities to acquire them in the future. With a flourish, he dismissed Iris and turned towards his rented abode. As he approached the door, a faint sound of a door creaking open caught his attention. A timid little head peeked out, and upon recognizing Chen Luo, the door swung wide to reveal a girl clad in a school uniform. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, her features delicately refined. "So, what is your initial familiar?" she inquired eagerly. Brother Luo's initial familiar must be extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, Chen Luo recalled her identity from his memory. Lin Luoxue, the belle of Linjiang High School, had lost her parents at a tender age and lived with her grandfather. A year younger than him, they had known each other since she moved here 8 years ago, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. She was a bright and endearing girl. When you meet my familiar, you will undoubtedly be astonished. Chen Luo refrained from summoning Iris, wary of startling Lin Luoxue. Regardless of her remarkable development, she remained merely a 16-year-old girl, and he wished to avoid causing her any psychological distress. "Humph, Brother Luo is such a scoundrel for not letting me see." She playfully pouted, offering him a boiled egg and feigning pride as she said, "Do not fret. Even if you fail to summon a formidable familiar, Luoxue can take care of you. When I summon my familiar next year and officially become a lord, I will take you on grand adventures. I, Lin Luoxue, will surely summon an exceptionally strong familiar, at the very least a silver tier." The little girl thumped her chest with a look of determination, radiating confidence. As Chen Luo held the still warm boiled egg, warmth surged within him. He was well aware of Lin Luoshua's circumstances. Her grandfather was gravely ill, and they relied solely on her scholarship for sustenance. A single boiled egg might seem trivial. Yet it was evident that both she and her grandfather could hardly afford such luxuries. This egg was evidently her meal from the school cafeteria, a gesture to celebrate his recent summoning of an initial familiar. The gift may have been light, but the sentiment was profound. Chen Luo cracked the egg, consuming the egg white and leaving the yolk for Lin Luoshua, who was swallowing hard. I only eat the egg white. Lin Luoshua snatched the yolk and popped it into her mouth, rolling her eyes in playful annoyance. You are so picky. Though she chided him, she understood his intention. Unbeknownst to them, her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Chen Luo affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, Call me brother, and I shall take care of you from now on. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket, producing several 100 yuan bills. With Lin Luoshua's astonished gaze upon him, he pressed the money into her hand. He understood her prideful nature. If he were to offer her a substantial sum, she would undoubtedly refuse, feeling insulted. A few 100 yuan, however, he could justify giving her. However, it is highly unlikely that she would spend it. Instead, she would silently save it for an opportunity to return it to him. Once my brother completes his trial, I shall treat you to exquisite delicacies and delightful experiences, ensuring that you have no chance to refuse, followed by a gentle pat on the head to seal the deal. Left alone, Lin Luoshua clutched the several 100 yuan bills. Feeling utterly bewildered, she could only put away the money, preparing to return it to Chen Luo the next time they met. Chen Luo's situation was far worse than hers. Those few 100 yuan might comprise his entire savings, and she absolutely could not accept it. The following day, on the grounds of the first high school, the playground was adorned with intricate patterns, covering the entire area. Li Xiao, whose initial contracted kin was a golden tier griffin, had also bonded with a platinum-level holy angel. Thus, in the upcoming trial of the Lord Source Realm, Li Xiao was bound to make a name for himself. Not merely a name, but I am certain Li Xiao will accumulate 50,000 points, placing him among the top 10, destined for national elite training. The flattery from those around him elevated Li Hao's spirits. Standing behind him, Elena tilted her head back, thoroughly reveling in the adulation. What is that, Chen Luo? I wonder what initial kin he has contracted. What kind of initial kin could possibly rival a platinum-level holy angel? Indeed, Chen Luo is foolish, blindly forsaking a promising future. The crowd began to stir, murmurs reaching Li Hao and Elena's ears. Both turned to see Chen Luo, leisurely holding a pancake in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding mockery. Li Hao broke into a disdainful grin and approached Chen Luo with Elena. I heard you contracted a silver-tier insect kin as your initial bond? Quite fitting for your status, as they are mere insects easily crushed. His voice dripped with unabashed derision. The crowd erupted in laughter, their jealousy towards Chen Luo palpable. Chapter 4. The Core of the Lord, the Mother Nest unfolds. Why should Chen Luo be so fortunate as to summon a platinum-level holy angel? Thus, when he lost the holy angel kin, they all felt a secret thrill. You were so resolute back then, I thought you had a better option. Who would have imagined you'd end up contracting those lowly, filthy insects? Elena feigned disappointment as she glanced at Chen Luo. Two sentences left Chen Luo utterly perplexed. Wasn't she the one who had been unwilling to form a contract? Why did she now appear as a scorned woman? Chen Luo calmly swallowed a piece of pancake and sipped his soy milk. A harlot and a dog, a match made in heaven. In my past life, I was a key figure in Zhuan, having fought over 1,000 battles, with my lineage intact. When it comes to retorts, I fear no one. His words silenced the crowd, who gazed at Chen Luo in disbelief. How dared he insult Li Hao and Elena as a harlot and a dog? The Li family held immense power in Linjiang City. Did he not fear retaliation for crossing them? You seek death. Li Hao's teeth ground together in fury. For the first time in his life, someone had dared to insult him. Elena's face turned ashen, her hand gripping the holy sword trembling slightly. The illustrious celestial angel was unexpectedly reproached as a harlot. Enraged, she commanded silence. A voice of authority resonated through the air, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that enveloped the playground. Instantly, the once cacophonous arena fell into a profound hush. Elena raised her sword, only to have her hand forcibly restrained. With fiery eyes that seemed ready to unleash flames, she glared at Chen Luo, wishing nothing less than to flay him alive. As a means to avenge the indignity she had suffered, do not revel in your triumph. Once we emerge from the trials of the Lord's Source Realm and enter the outer battlefield, I possess myriad ways to ensure your demise. Li Hao's voice dripped with malice. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression turned cold. Let us see who will meet their end unceremoniously. He abhorred threats above all else. Li Hao, you have already paved your path to destruction. Within the Lord's Source Realm, each of you may acquire a Lord's Core, which, upon activation, will allow the establishment of your territory. You must endure within for a month, during which you will face assaults from monstrous beasts. You are to collaborate with your kin to fend off these attacks and upgrade your domain. Each successful defense against the monstrous incursions will yield substantial rewards. Should the Lord's core shatter, you will be expelled from the Lord's source realm, never to become a lord again. Go forth, establish your dominion, and ascend as the mightiest of lords. As the authoritative pronouncement concluded, the array on the playground suddenly blazed to life. The intricate patterns, resembling interlocking gears, began to rotate, with the smaller ones setting the larger into motion. Gradually, the entire array of the playground commenced its operation. On the highest floor of the teaching building, Lin Luoxue observed the unfolding events with her hands clasped in silent prayer. She did not wish for Chen Luo to achieve sudden fame or recognition. Her sole desire was for his safety. Chen Luo, await my arrival. You had best pray not to find yourself beside me. Prior to the teleportation, Chen Luo heard Li Hao's wrathful voice, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Who truly ought to pray remained uncertain. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself not in the playground, but amidst a vast forest. The trees towered dozens of meters high, the slenderest requiring 3 grown individuals to encircle. Is this the Lord's source realm? The air is invigorating. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, but had no inclination to wander. Countless monsters lurked within the source realm. Upon entering, he must immediately activate the Lord's core to establish his territory. Only then would he secure a day's worth of novice protection. During this protective period, remaining within the territory would shield him from monster attacks. Lord's core, blood binds the master, territory unfold. Following the procedure outlined in the tome, Chen Luo bit into his still healing fingertip. Blood dripped onto the circular stone in his hand. This was none other than the Lord's core. Every individual entering the Lord's source realm would receive this artifact. As the blood fell, the Lord's core levitated, emanating a resplendent bronze glow. A protective barrier materialized, centering around Chen Luo and enveloping a 10-meter radius. A dilapidated wooden cabin materialized out of thin air, and the Lord's core floated into the dwelling, hovering motionless in its center. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, Bronze Tier 1. Architecture, ramshackle wooden house. Faction, Zerg Queen. Upgrade requirements, 100 wood, 100 iron, 100 stone. Introduction, your territory is as dilapidated as this rickety wooden house, utterly broken and unworthy. In response to the malicious description, Chen Luo chose to turn a blind eye. Thinking to himself, it's fine, at least there's a place to shelter from the wind and rain. He then summoned Elise using the Zerg token. Upon her appearance, Elise, towering over 2.5 meters, occupied 1/5 of the territory. With several large trees within the area, it felt rather cramped. It seemed imperative to upgrade the territory swiftly, otherwise, it would hinder the Zerg's ability to produce troops. Elise assumed the form of the Zerg nest. At the command, Elise rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a circular structure measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. Tumorous, pulsating growths covered the edifice, quivering as if they were breathing, exuding a grotesque and repulsive aura. From the nest, a skin-like mycelium spread swiftly, enveloping an area extending over 2 meters in no time. 3 small larvae crawled out from the nest, sluggishly wriggling across the fungal mass. Chen Luo closed his eyes, absorbing the information that materialized in his mind. Soon, he had organized all the data. The nest could hatch 10 larvae daily without any energy expenditure. These larvae could consume energy points to evolve into various Zerg forms. To acquire more larvae, energy points must be expended, with each costing 100 points. The strength of the hatched Zerg corresponded to the energy points consumed, 100 points for a Bronze Tier 1, 200 for Tier 2, and so forth, culminating in 1,100 points for Silver Tier 1. Energy points were gathered from various resources: wood, iron, ore, stone, and most crucially, the conversion of flesh and blood. This was the reason the Zerg could multiply exponentially, sustaining themselves through warfare. Initially, I possessed 100 energy points, just enough to hatch a Bronze Tier 1 giant mandible ant for resource collection, sparing me the tedious task of gathering stones and wood. I wonder what the conversion ratio for these resources into energy points is. Elise, hatch a giant mandible ant. Dragon Nation, Kyoto. The Council of Elders. 6 venerable men sat in a row, gazing at the luminous screen before them. Displayed was the ranking of the Lord's trial in the Source Realm. Though the trial had just commenced, 2 individuals had already made their mark. The eldest elder's granddaughter, Wang Chuxue, whose initial faction was the Tier 3 Dragon Clan, had slain a beast upon entering the trial, earning 100 points. Truly exceptional talent, promising a bright future. Chapter 5, The Crisis in the Dragon Nation. Hatching the Stinger Snake and Shadow Mantis, annihilating goblins. Lu family's Yanran is commendable as well. Her territory has already reached Bronze Tier 2. The Tier 1 King Dwarves indeed excel in construction. Who is this Li Hao? He too has slain a beast and entered the rankings. The elders stroked their beards, casting dubious glances at the newcomer on the list. They recognized the first 2, but this Li Hao was an enigma. In the next moment, Li Hao's profile was extracted. The elders nodded in satisfaction, clearly impressed. The Golden Tier Griffin and the Platinum Tier Holy Angel signify that this year, our Dragon Kingdom is indeed rich in talent. The words of the second elder elicited nods of agreement from several elders, yet the Grand Elder remained expressionless, not uttering a single word throughout. Once silence enveloped the room, the Grand Elder spoke gravely. Do not forget, The Foot Basin Rooster has concluded its trials this year, with dozens of prodigies surpassing 50,000 points. Notably, Emilia boasts more than 20, and it is rumored that this year they have an individual who has contracted a mythical tier demon, achieving a staggering 300,000 points in just 1 month, thereby topping the leaderboards of the Lord Source Realm trials. In contrast, our Dragon Kingdom has reached a critical juncture in recent years. The assaults from the outer battlefield have intensified against us, and if this continues, we may face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew tense as the 5 elders contemplated the looming crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom. Let us observe further until the trials conclude. It remains uncertain how many prodigies will emerge. We must await the beast siege in 7 days and see who can rise to prominence. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, choosing to say no more. The other 5 elders, too, lost their enthusiasm, silently watching the trial rankings as they updated. Should no exceptionally gifted lords arise this year, it is likely that neighboring nations will start to pressure the Dragon Kingdom, seeking to carve off a piece for themselves. Indeed, I am better suited to be a mere asset. Chen Luo sat beneath a tree, leisurely watching the giant mandibles ants transport resources to their nest. In just an hour, the energy points reached 100. Elise, hatch another bronze tier giant mandibles ant. Upon issuing the command, a wriggling larva metamorphosed into a chrysalis. Moments later, the chrysalis broke open, revealing a half-meter-long giant mandibles ant. The evolved ant, without need for further orders, began gathering resources around the nest. With 2 ants collecting simultaneously, the rate of energy point accumulation doubled. Within half an hour, they amassed another 100 points, and the area 3 meters around the nest was devoid of resources, with the fungal colony expanding to encompass that range. Let us hatch another giant mandibles ant. Chen Luo commanded without hesitation. The final larva transformed into a chrysalis, and seconds later, it too emerged as a giant mandibles ant. With 3 ants now gathering, the accumulation of energy points accelerated once more. In no time, 3 additional larvae crawled out from the nest, and without exception, they were all evolved into giant mandibles ants. The pressing task was to acquire resources as swiftly as possible before the novice protection period ended. With such protection in place, no monster could breach the territory, ensuring absolute safety. By the end of the morning, Chen Luo had successfully hatched all 10 larvae into giant mandibles ants, thoroughly depleting all vegetation and stones within the territory. Only the dilapidated wooden house remained standing atop the fungal colony. The energy points of the nest still stood at 650. Now, bring forth 3 more larvae. Hatch 2 bronze tier shadow mantises and 1 venomous snake. With Chen Luo's command, 3 larvae emerged from the nest. Emerging from their cocoons, 2 larval forms soon ruptured, revealing 2 half-meter-tall shadow mantises, adorned with translucent wings and wielding gleaming dual blades. Faction, Shadow Mantis. Race, Insectoid. Talent, Golden Tier 2. Strength, Bronze Tier 1. Skills, Rapid Slash, Shadow Strike, Razor Sharp Blades. Rapid Slash, a swift series of scythe swings, delivering rapid strikes at a single point. Shadow Strike, concealing their form. They swiftly ambush enemies from the shadows. Razor Sharp Blades. The dual blades become extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. What a remarkable Shadow Mantis. Indeed, a born assassin. Chen Luo marveled at the creature's abilities. The evolved forms of the insect race had undergone meticulous selection. While the Shadow Mantis appeared unassuming, it would mature into one of the most elite assassins. As Chen Luo observed the Shadow Mantis, the final cocoon burst open. Out crawled a spiny creature, erect and resembling a cobra. Faction, Thorn Serpent. Race, Insectoid. Talent, Golden Tier 2. Strength, Bronze Tier 1. Skills, Thorn Spit, Venomous Spike, Thorn Regeneration. Thorn Spit, a series of thorny projectiles launched at enemies, inflicting damage. Venomous Spike, the thorns expelled by the serpent are laced with deadly poison. Thorn Regeneration, the serpent can continuously produce thorns. Chen Luo nodded repeatedly, thoroughly pleased. The massive-jawed worker ants divided into 2 teams, each accompanied by a shadow mantis for protection, while the thorn serpent provided cover from behind. All gathered wood, iron, and stone were to be brought directly to him rather than the mother nest. With no resources in their territory, he had hatched 3 combat insects with the intention of foraging for materials. Now, he required an upgrade for his territory. Only by elevating his domain could the novice protection shield expand sufficiently to ensure a safer development. Upon receiving the command, the insectoids sprang into action. The massive-jawed worker ants split evenly, while the 2 shadow mantises stealthily trailed behind the 2 teams. The thorn serpent slithered cautiously in the middle of the 2 groups. In no time, 13 insectoids ventured beyond the boundaries of their territory to commence their gathering of wood and stone. Before long, they amassed 150 units of wood and stone, surpassing the requirements for upgrading the territory. However, they had only collected 50 units of iron, falling short by over 100. It seemed there were no iron deposits nearby. Expansion of the territory was imperative. With the novice protection period concluding tomorrow, the potential for monster attacks loomed uncertainly. As Chen Luo contemplated this, a sudden pulse resonated within him, connecting him to the insect race's neural network, revealing the perspective of the shadow mantis. He observed two robust green-skinned goblins, brandishing stone axes, stealthily approaching the massive-jawed worker ants, clearly perceiving them as prey. Goblin Strength, Bronze Tier 2. Qualification, Silver Tier 8. Skills, Cleave, Battle Roar. Evolution requirements, unable to evolve. Indeed, these goblins were unworthy of evolution. They must be eliminated. Chen Luo commanded through the insect race's neural network. Upon receiving the command, two glimmers of cold light flashed in an instant. The shadow mantis swung its scythe, and blood splattered onto the ground. Along with the blood, the severed heads of two goblins fell to the earth. A single stroke, and the adversaries were vanquished. Chen Luo felt immense satisfaction at slaying two second-tier bronze goblins with his first-tier bronze warrior. The insect race, meticulously selected, proved to be utterly reliable. Truly, the shadow mantis was a creature of lethal precision. He contemplated sending these two corpses to the transformation pool. He wondered how much energy could be harvested from the remains of two second-tier bronze beings. A few giant mandible worker ants received the command and deftly dragged the goblin corpses, wiggling their rumps as they scurried back to the nest. Chapter 6. Rapid Ascension to Tier 5 Territory. Can the shadow mantis battle 5? The goblin corpses submerged in the transformation pool were digested within mere seconds. Energy points, 280. After reviewing the remaining energy points in the nest, a grin spread across Chen Luo's face, reaching his ears. The insect race was indeed one that thrived through warfare. To rapidly spawn new warriors, one must engage in battle, using the blood and flesh of enemies to hatch fresh insect warriors. The corpses of second-tier bronze beings yielded 100 energy points, while hatching a second-tier bronze insect warrior required 200 energy points, effectively having the cost. Without hesitation, Chen Luo expended 200 energy points to hatch yet another giant mandible worker ant. The priority was to expedite the upgrading of his territory in preparation for the beast siege in 7 days. With two shadow mantises and a spiked serpent at his disposal, he was already well equipped. An hour later, the iron ore exceeded 100 units. Upgrade the territory. As he issued the command, 100 units of wood, iron, and stone vanished from the ground. The Lord's core within the wooden hut spun rapidly. The novice protection shield expanded swiftly, soon reaching a radius of 20 meters. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, second-tier bronze. Buildings, ramshackle wooden hut, walls, buildable. Summoning platform, buildable. Affiliation, insect queen. Upgrade requirements, 200 wood, 200 iron, 100 stone. Description, your territory remains as dilapidated as the ramshackle wooden hut, walls and a summoning platform. Chen Luo clicked on the two newly added buildings to review their construction requirements. Walls, 50 wood, 50 iron, 50 stone. Summoning platform, 10 wood, 10 iron, 10 stone. The cost to construct the summoning platform was surprisingly minimal. He decided to construct the summoning platform without delay. Selecting an appropriate location, Chen Luo confirmed the build. With a flash of white light, a summoning platform made of wood, iron, and stone materialized before him. Summoning platform. Level, beginner. Summonable affiliation, insect queen. Insect queen, one lord's core or monster's original core, 10 tons of flesh. Upgrade requirements for summoning platform, 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron, 1,000 stone. After upgrading, summoning costs decrease by 10%. Description, I can summon your beloved little darling, but it certainly isn't for free. Chen Luo, expressionless, averted his gaze, spitting in disdain as he departed. Beloved little darling, he scoffed. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Who told me that summoning the insect race would be inexpensive? This requires the core of a lord or the original nucleus of a monster. A monster only generates an original nucleus upon reaching the golden level. Each nucleus can summon but a single Zerg queen. Is this considered minimal consumption? Nonetheless, Chen Luo felt little disappointment at not being able to summon another Zerg queen. One Zerg queen can produce an endless swarm of Zerg. As their numbers increase, it merely accelerates the rate of spawning. Currently, he lacks the resources to produce a multitude of troops. He continued to gather wood, iron, and stone, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Any creature encountered would be met with demise. After issuing his orders, Chen Luo retired to the dilapidated wooden hut for rest. 11 giant mandible worker ants tirelessly collected resources, while the stinging snake stood at the territory's forefront, ever alert to the surroundings. Two shadow mantises lurked invisibly, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any intruder. The morning swiftly passed. At noon, Chen Luo was roused by disturbances in the Zerg's heart network. Had they been attacked by monsters? He sensed that two giant mandible worker ants and one shadow mantis had perished. Hastily emerging from the small wooden hut, he was greeted by mountains of wood, iron, and stone. Within a radius of 20 meters, 2/3 of the territory was occupied, nearly encroaching upon his hut. Behind him trailed the battered stinging snake and shadow mantis. Had they assaulted the goblin tribe? 5 goblins, to be precise. Chen Luo's anxieties dissipated in an instant. He had feared encountering formidable monsters, only to discover that the shadow mantis had achieved a 5-fold kill. He harbored no sorrow for the fallen shadow mantis and giant mandible worker ants. Such is the nature of the Zerg. War begets war, and dying in battle is their fate. This is precisely what renders the Zerg so terrifying. All the corpses were directed into the conversion pool. After issuing this command, Chen Luo inspected the gathered resources. Wood, 1, 479. Iron ore, 1, 101. Stone, 1, 635. Despite knowing the Zerg's efficiency, Chen Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. In just half a day, they had amassed such an abundance of resources. The Zerg were far more capable than he had anticipated. He reserved 100 wood and iron while upgrading the territory with the remaining resources. Upon issuing the command, the towering piles of wood and iron swiftly diminished by more than half. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, Bronze Tier 5. Buildings, dilapidated wooden hut, city walls. Summoning platform. Familial race, Zerg Queen. Upgrade requirements, 500 wood, 500 iron ore, 500 stone. Description, although it has reached level 5. Your territory remains as dilapidated as a rotting wooden hut, utterly decrepit. With the core of the Lord upgraded, the range of the novice protection shield expanded once more. In the blink of an eye, its diameter reached 50 meters. Chen Luo did not pause, issuing his next command, construct the city walls. Another 50 wood and iron vanished. In the next moment, a half-meter-high fence erupted from the luminous barrier. Chen Luo gazed at the bamboo fence, enveloped in silence. Was this truly a city wall? Was it not merely a barrier to keep chickens and ducks at bay in a garden? Skeptical, Chen Luo examined the information of the fence. City wall, level, Bronze Tier 1. Durability, 1010. Required for upgrade, 100 wood, 100 iron ore, 100 stone. Introduction, do not underestimate my capabilities. I might withstand 10 strikes from a Bronze Tier 1 monster, with pride in my stance. Silence envelopes today as Kanxiao. Behold, this makeshift garden fence is, in fact, a formidable wall. It can endure 10 assaults from a Bronze Tier 1 foe. Chen Luo paid no heed to the wall's appearance. Its utility rendered it a worthy fortification. Approaching the mother nest, he inspected the energy points. Energy points, 780. The 5 goblin corpses yielded 550 energy points, indicating the presence of a Bronze Tier 3 goblin among them. A Bronze Tier 1 Shadow Mantis trades 5 for a single kill. Having vanquished 4 Bronze Tier 2 adversaries and 1 Bronze Tier 3 goblin, such accomplishments left Chen Luo in astonishment. Truly, the Shadow Mantis inherited the Golden Tier 2 talent from Elena. Indeed, there are stone particles. Chen Luo deposited some stone and wood into the conversion pool. Raising the energy to 800, he proceeded to hatch 2 Shadow Mantises and 2 giant mandibles ants. Orders were given, and the 4 larvae wriggled out of the mother nest. Cocooning, hatching, and metamorphosing into insects occurred seamlessly. Moments later, the 2 Shadow Mantises and 2 giant mandibles ants materialized before Chen Luo. The previously injured Shadow Mantis and Spiked Serpent had fully recovered after consuming the mother nest's nutrient solution. In a mere half-day, he had amassed 11 giant mandibles ants, 3 Shadow Mantises, and 1 Spiked Serpent. Prioritizing the collection of resources beyond his territory, the Shadow Mantises cloaked themselves for protection while the Spiked Serpent stood ready for support. Off you go. The insect swarm, upon receiving their command, scurried forth with fervor beyond the territory. Chen Luo relaxed within his wooden abode, leisurely observing the accumulation of resources. Life as an insect lord is splendid. They require no sustenance, and any injuries or fatigue are alleviated with a sip of nutrient solution, making energy point replenishment a trivial matter. As the lord, I too benefit. A sip from the mother nest's nutrient solution quenches my thirst and hunger for an entire day, despite its lack of flavor. At other times, I utilize the insect network to see the outside world through the eyes of the Shadow Mantises. This lordly existence is quite delightful. Chapter 7. A 10th tier territory, forging the Insect Legion. Within the chamber of the Grand Elders Council, an atmosphere of peculiar silence prevailed as they gazed at the leaderboard, bewildered. Has it only been 4 hours since the Lord's Source Realm commenced? How has this individual reached a level 5 territory? The Lu family's young lady, a dwarf adept at construction, has only attained a level 3 territory by now. How has this person achieved level 5? A golden tier 2 insect queen? What kind of lineage is this? I have never heard of it before. Linjiang City. The one with the sacred angel lineage also belongs to Linjiang City, does it not? The elders murmured amongst themselves, yet their eyes remained fixed on the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, Bronze Tier 5 Lord, 1, 300 points. Second place, Wang Shuxue, Bronze Tier 2 Lord, 900 points. Third place, Lu Qingqing, Bronze Tier 3 Lord, 700 points. Fourth place, Li Hao, Bronze Tier 2 Lord, 500 points. Killing a Bronze Tier 1 monster grants 100 points, while a Bronze Tier 2 yields 200, and so forth. Each level increase in territory awards an additional 100 points. With a level 5 territory, Chen Luo possesses a total of 1,300 points, indicating he has dispatched at least 8 Bronze Tier 1 creatures. This is merely the beginning of the trial, and most lords possess only one initial vassal, lacking the resources to summon new ones. To have slain 8 monsters while simultaneously elevating his territory to level 5 is nothing short of fantastical. Even the seasoned elders, well-versed in the ways of the world, find it hard to believe. A gold tier 2 insectoid queen? Such a vassal has not been heard of before. Regrettably, her talent appears lacking, suggesting limited future accomplishments. Let us observe further. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck, having fortuitously encountered 2 wounded monsters and seized the opportunity. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, choosing not to utter another word. The other elders nodded in agreement. Aside from this possibility, no other explanation suffices for such a scenario. With only one vassal, how could one possibly slay 8 monsters while also acquiring sufficient resources to upgrade the territory to level 5? Unless this vassal possesses the ability to replicate infinitely. Yet, such a divine capability is beyond even mythical tier vassals, let alone a gold tier 2. Apart from sheer luck, they could conceive no other rationale. In the realm of the Lord, within a barren desert, a sword aura cleaved through the air, decapitating a sandworm that had dared to breach the surface. Li Hao, perched upon his griffin, clapped enthusiastically, his grin widening. Truly worthy of the platinum tier vassal, the Holy Angel. A bronze tier 1 can be dispatched with a single strike against a bronze tier 2 sandworm. Slay another bronze tier 2, and your prowess should ascend. Instead of anger, Li Hao's laughter grew more unrestrained. Chen Luo, blind to the truth, likely now cowers within his territory, clutching that revolting insect. And Su Yan, that ungrateful woman, must be regretting her refusal of me. This thought elicited a smirk from Elena. Continue hunting sandworms, seek out bronze tier 3s, and strive for an immediate upgrade. On an island, a colossal black dragon soared over the forest, unleashing its fiery breath. Below, 2 bronze tier 3 monkey monsters were instantaneously obliterated. At last, they have caught up. These monkeys truly possess remarkable speed. Previously, they pilfered my food. Though I could not contend with them then, I harbored no grievances. But the past is past, and the present is now. The current me, alongside Reina, is fearsomely powerful. Wang Shushua sat atop the dragon's back, proudly displaying her underdeveloped figure. Standing at 1.50 meters, her knee-length blue dress rendered her both exquisite and adorable, a stark contrast to the fearsome dragon, which spread its wings over 8 meters wide. Across the vast prairie, they dig and dig, unearthing abundant iron ore to construct their humble abode. Come on, brothers. Let us strive together. Building the territory is everyone's responsibility. Lu Qingqing cheered, her snow-white arms waving in encouragement to the 2 dwarves. The dwarves, inspired by her rallying cry, swung their pickaxes to excavate the iron ore beneath. Before long, a fist-sized chunk of iron ore was unearthed. Well done, brothers. Tonight, we feast on chicken legs. Upon hearing chicken legs, the dwarves intensified their efforts with renewed vigor. With every swing, he exerted his utmost strength, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against the very land itself. In just an afternoon, resources overflowed once more. Such is the bittersweet joy of abundance. Observing the heaps of wood, iron, and stone that filled his territory, Chen Luo could not suppress his elation. Wood, 4, 200. Stone, 5, 300. Iron ore, 3, 500. The bounty from 5 hours of labor rendered even his level 5 territory somewhat congested. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Luo opted to upgrade his domain. Consuming all resources, he elevated his territory. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, bronze tier 10. Buildings, ramshackle wooden hut, city walls, summoning platform, arrow tower. Faction, insectoid queen. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 stone, and 1 silver crystal core. Description, young one, you are about to escape the bronze abyss. Yet countless souls have perished at this juncture. The bronze abyss is not easily transcended. From a bronze tier 5 territory, he ascended instantly to bronze tier 10. A leap of 5 tiers. To advance to silver tier 1. Does one truly require a silver crystal core? It seems he must bolster his forces, relying on the strategy of battling to sustain further battles, hunting silver tier monsters. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Monsters at the silver level condense crystal cores, while those reaching the golden level undergo a transformation into origin cores. To acquire a silver crystal core, one must vanquish silver tier monsters. Given his current combat prowess, achieving this would be akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, he felt no urgency. With his territory's upgrade reaching a plateau, he could allocate all resources towards converting energy points. The more energy points he consumed, the stronger the insectoid hatchlings would become. With a maximum limit of golden tier 2, akin to the insectoid queen herself. Accumulating 200 energy points would allow him to directly spawn a golden tier 2 insectoid. A force to be reckoned with. This would give rise to a calamity of insectoids. With sufficient energy points, assembling a legion of golden tier 2 strength would pose no challenge. On the very first day, the entire faction boasting golden tier 2 strength would render others obsolete. They might as well queue on the rooftop. He commanded that all resources be invested into the conversion pool, continuing to gather resources and slay any creatures encountered. As his orders were issued, the insectoids sprang into action. The remaining wood, iron, and stone were promptly deposited into the conversion pool, causing the energy points to surge to 271. Chen Luo proceeded to hatch another giant mandible worker ant, assigning it to the gathering task. The more giant mandible worker ants he had, the quicker he could amass resources, thereby accelerating energy point acquisition. This was the essence of a virtuous cycle. 12 giant mandible worker ants, under the protection of the shadow mantis and stinger serpent, diligently completed their gathering duties. Wherever they traversed, it was as if locusts had passed through, leaving not a blade of grass behind, not even a stone to be found. Upon reaching 200 energy points, Chen Luo hatched yet another giant mandible worker ant. In just 1 hour, he had produced 3 giant mandible worker ants, further strengthening his gathering force. By 8 o'clock in the evening, he had amassed 25 giant mandible worker ants. Now, in a single hour, he could harvest resources yielding 100 energy points. This signified that every hour, he could hatch a silver tier 1 insectoid warrior. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In just 2 hours, there is enough energy to hatch a warrior of the second tier of gold rank among the Zerg. First, I shall hatch 2 Zerg warriors for a solid foundation. Then continue to hatch the gigantic mandible worker ants to swiftly gather resources from the surroundings. My objective in this trial of the Lord's realm is crystal clear, to assemble a legion of Zerg numbering over 100. All must possess the strength of the second tier of gold rank, emphasizing both strength and numbers. With such a formidable legion, I shall gain the security I need when venturing into the outer battlefield for training. All my unease stems from insufficient strength and inadequate Zerg numbers. Only by unleashing an endless tide of insects can I find the assurance I seek. Chapter 8. The Shock of the Elder Council. 2 Zerg of the second tier of gold rank? How can I possibly lose? The atmosphere within the Council of Elders was beyond peculiar. The usually unflappable Grand Elder was wide-eyed, his aged face etched with disbelief. The luminous screen displaying the real-time rankings revealed. First place, Chen Luo, Bronze Tier 10 Lord, 800 points. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier 3 Lord, 300 points. A Bronze Tier 10 Lord. This trial in the Lord's realm had only just commenced on the first day. If one could previously attribute Chen Luo's success to mere luck, how could one explain this now? Lu Qingqing, who boasted a king-level dwarven vassal, was still merely at Bronze Tier 4 territory. Chen Luo had already ascended to Bronze Tier 10, merely a silver crystal core away from attaining the status of Silver Lord and unlocking his first innate ability. Grand Elder, could there be an error in the testing array? How could anyone achieve Bronze Tier 10 territory on the very first day? Even Amelia, that prodigy with a mythical contracted lineage, had only reached Bronze Tier 5 territory on her first day. How could Chen Luo, with a Zerg lineage of only second tier gold rank, advance so swiftly? Rapid advancement is indeed a good thing. Perhaps this Zerg Queen's vassal is particularly adept at resource gathering. The elders engaged in fervent discussion, each offering various speculations. Yet, the Grand Elder remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. After a long pause, he seemed to grasp a revelation. Perhaps we have all misjudged. I have not heard of this Zerg Queen, but the materials required for Zerg summoning are readily available. Chen Luo's location coincidentally had the resources necessary for summoning Zerg. He must have already summoned a dozen or so Zerg, which is why he leads the rankings on this first day. However, such an advantage will likely be easily neutralized in the days to come. We shall wait and see. I sincerely hope he possesses exceptional qualities. The Grand Elder calmly closed his eyes. The other elders fell into silence as well. Currently, nations awaited the results of Longwa's trial. Should the trial conclude with no outstanding talents surpassing 10,000 points, Longwa would face not merely ridicule from other nations, but also the loss of territories painstakingly acquired in the outer realms to those with malicious intent. The situation was dire. A night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, with the first light of day barely illuminating the sky, Chen Luo emerged from the dilapidated wooden cabin, feeling invigorated, and approached the maternal nest to savor a sip of nutrient liquid. Nutritional and healthful, yet devoid of flavor. A longing for a refreshing Coke arises, illustrating humanity's insatiable appetite. It is no wonder that even celestial beings in television dramas require sustenance. Although nutrient solutions may stave off hunger and thirst, they cannot quench one's cravings. A life without a chilled beverage is undeniably incomplete. Chen Luo shook his head, suppressing his desires, and turned to assess the energy points of his nest. Energy points, 9,300. An entire night yielded over 9,000 energy points, sufficient to hatch 4 second-tier golden insectoids. Indeed, insectoids. 1 second-tier golden stinger serpent and 1 shadow mantis would emerge. Furthermore, he could hatch 25 first-tier bronze juggernaut ants. The nest produced 10 larvae daily without consumption, saving 1,000 energy points. At this moment, upon receiving Chen Luo's command, 2 larvae swiftly began to cocoon, and the remaining 8 followed suit. Simultaneously, 17 more larvae crawled from the nest, curling up on the ground to form cocoons. As the sounds of hatching echoed, 25 juggernaut ants materialized before Chen Luo. Without needing orders, they promptly joined the main force to gather resources. The other 2 cocoons began to crack open. A flash of white blades heralded the emergence of a robust shadow mantis. Meanwhile, the stinger serpent also revealed itself. The 2 insectoids stood before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. Sensing their fierce aura, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile broadly. Second-tier golden insectoids are indeed formidable. On the second day of the trial, he had directly acquired 2 insectoids of golden second-tier strength. How could he possibly lose? How could others compete? Let us venture forth. Perhaps we shall discover a goblin tribe. If we can locate a tribe of 1,000, we shall truly be prosperous. Ideally, we would encounter silver-tier monsters, facilitating my upgrade of the territory to silver and granting me my first innate secret method. With each major tier elevation, a lord gains an innate secret method, along with enhanced territory benefits. Ascending to the rank of Golden Lord allows one to traverse the skies. At the king level, one rivals the divine, wielding the power to seize stars and pluck the sun and moon. Accompanied by his 2 insectoid bodyguards, Chen Luo strode beyond his territory. The radius of his bronze 10th tier domain had already reached 100 meters. Upon stepping outside, he found the surrounding 300 to 400 meters utterly barren. Were he to tread upon yellow sands, he might suspect he had wandered into a desert. Truly, the juggernaut ants were industrious. Chen Luo rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. Would transforming the forest into a desert incur any losses? His unease was short-lived, as he sensed a danger warning through the insectoid neural network. In the next moment, he felt the connection to a shadow mantis sever, followed closely by 3 juggernaut ants. Through the neural network, he discerned the assailants, the green-skinned goblins. Vile creatures wielding stone clubs, eternally seeking the saintess. Ah, how fortuitous. I had yet to seek you out, and yet you have come to my doorstep. Chen Luo mounted the shadow mantis with determination. Let us ascertain the situation. The shadow mantis's wings vibrated as it took flight, racing toward the target with astonishing speed. The stinger serpent writhed its body, equally swift on the ground. The swiftness of the golden tier creatures allowed them to traverse several hundred meters in a mere span of a few dozen meters. During this brief interval, Chen Luo sensed the disconnection of 2 more giant-jawed worker ants. A considerable number of goblins were present, indicating the existence of a nearby tribe. Excellent. You have provoked me, and you shall face dire consequences. With a stern expression, Chen Luo surveyed the scene from his elevated position. In the dense jungle below, over 100 green-skinned goblins, pot-bellied and wielding stone axes, launched assaults on the giant-jawed worker ants. The bronze-tier shadow mantises and spiked serpents attempted to defend, but were unable to overcome the onslaught. A colossal goblin emerged, brandishing a spiked club and effortlessly dispatching a shadow mantis with a mere flick of his wrist. Goblin. Strength, Silver Tier 3. Qualification, Silver Tier 8. Skills, Cleave, War Cry. Evolution requirement, cannot evolve. A Silver Tier 3 goblin? Just what I needed. Spiked serpent, eliminated. Chen Luo commanded coldly, obeying the order. The spiked serpent raised its head, gathering its sharp bone spines. In the next instant, the spines shot forth, hurtling towards the robust goblin's head. The bone spines moved with incredible speed, emitting a piercing hum as they sliced through the air. The stout goblin swung his spiked club, attempting to fend off the incoming spines. However, at the moment of collision, the razor-sharp spines penetrated the club effortlessly, continuing on to pierce the goblin's skull. The entire event transpired so swiftly that by the time the other goblins reacted, the formidable goblin lay lifeless upon the ground. In an instant, the goblins shrieked in panic and fled. You too, pursue them. Leave a few alive. I must locate their tribe. Those who slay my insect warriors must be prepared to repay their blood debts. Chen Luo leaped to the ground, and the shadow mantises darted toward the retreating goblins. Their twin blades shimmered with lethal light, cleaving through both goblins and stout trees alike. The spiked serpent was no less relentless, arching its body and continuously spewing its bone spines. Each spine found its mark, claiming the lives of the goblins with precision. Chapter 9. Annihilation of the Goblin Tribe. The despairing school beauty, who truly prevails in this trial. The Silver Tier 3 crystal core was just what was needed for upgrading the territory. Chen Luo discovered a silvery crystal core nestled within the heart of the robust goblin. Although it was his first time engaging in such a gruesome act, he felt no revulsion. Perhaps influenced by the insect kin, he experienced an inexplicable thrill. Among the nearly 100 goblin corpses, 2 were Bronze Tier 8, while the rest were Bronze Tier 2, alongside the commanding Silver Tier 3 goblin. This battle had catapulted his energy points to a staggering 10,600. Truly, the insect race thrives on warfare to sustain itself. Hatching 4 giant-jawed worker ants, alongside 2 golden tier spiked serpents and shadow mantises, Chen Luo issued his command. 8 larvae crawled out of the mother nest, curling into cocoons. As the cocoons shattered, 4 giant-jawed worker ants emerged, instinctively beginning to gather resources without further orders. At present, 50 giant mandibles workers are sufficient. The surrounding resources are limited, making it impossible to have more workers gather simultaneously. The territory is confined to this extent, and any additional workers would only lead to wastage. Although energy points are now available, they remain insufficient. Resources must be allocated judiciously. As he pondered, 4 cocoons hatched in succession, revealing 2 stinging serpents and 2 shadow mantises. Chen Luo surveyed them with satisfaction. Excellent. They exhibit remarkable vitality. With 6 second-tier golden insectoids at his command, he could effortlessly vanquish any goblin tribe, regardless of their level. Goblins lack the ability to evolve, capped at Silver Tier 8. This implies that the most formidable goblin would only reach Silver Tier 8. The outcome against 6 second-tier golden insectoids is predictable. In 2 hours, the novice protection period will conclude. It is imperative to locate and annihilate the goblin tribe beforehand. Otherwise, he would need to leave 2 golden-tier insectoids to guard the territory. As Chen Luo furrowed his brow, a stir resonated through the insectoid mind network. The goblin tribe had been located. Without hesitation, Chen Luo mounted a shadow mantis. This would mark the inaugural battle of our insectoid race. Onward. With a flap of wings, the 2 shadow mantises became mere phantoms as they surged out of the territory. The 2 stinging serpents followed closely, akin to arrows released from a bow, slicing through the air. Before departing, he commanded the giant mandibles workers not to convert any more wood or iron stone. The goblin tribe was not far from the territory. Thanks to the speed of the shadow mantises, they reached their destination in under a minute. Standing atop a hill, Chen Luo gazed down at the village below. The houses bore rounded roofs resembling beast horns, and around the village were arrow towers standing over 3 meters high. Goblins armed with stone axes patrolled the territory. Within the village, clusters of goblins congregated. A rough estimate suggested their numbers exceeded 3,000. Chen Luo stroked his chin. Historically, the insectoid race enjoyed numerical superiority, making this a rare occasion where they did not. Yet, the insectoids are equally formidable when operating independently. Let us proceed to slaughter, leaving no survivors. The 6 second-tier golden insectoids roared in unison. The shadow mantises transformed into shadows as they charged toward the village below. The stinging serpents darted forward, unleashing bone spikes that massacred every goblin within their vicinity. At this moment, the goblins finally detected their adversaries. The alarm bell tolled, summoning the entire goblin tribe to arms. Each goblin brandished weapons and rushed toward the invaders. With each swing of the shadow mantis's blade, several goblins were cleaved in 2. The bone spikes ejected from the stinging serpents' mouths fired incessantly, like a machine gun. In contrast, the goblins struggled to even graze their foes. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Though the insectoids lacked numerical superiority, the chasm of power ensured an overwhelming massacre. Chen Luo perched atop the hill, observing the slaughter with a serene heart. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and only the fittest survive. Had he been the weaker party, these goblins would not have shown an ounce of mercy. Witnessing the battle's conclusion, Chen Luo summoned 40 giant mandibles workers through the insectoid mind network, preparing to cleanse the battlefield. Although they are merely bronze rank, their sheer number is sufficient. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. This time, I should be able to gather a considerable number of energy points, and my insectoid legion will expand once more. On the adjacent hillside, Su Yin covered her crimson lips, gazing in horror at the carnage below. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, and her eyes beheld a gruesome sight of severed limbs and scattered flesh. The brutality of the scene nearly made her retch. Just as she prepared to retreat, she suddenly spotted a goblin adorned with a crown bursting forth from the goblin tribe below. Su Yin gasped in astonishment. The Goblin King of Silver Rank 8? No wonder this place boasts a large goblin tribe. Only those goblins who reach Silver Rank 8 are permitted to wear a crown. It symbolizes not only status, but also formidable strength. If the Goblin King of Silver Rank 8 were to set his sights on her, it would spell great trouble. Goblins possess an unspeakable interest in females of any race, and all women abducted by them meet a tragically grim fate. Being taken by a goblin is akin to a death sentence. Just as she contemplated her escape, a flash of white light cut through the air. The imposing Goblin King was cleaved in twain. Su Yin. She stared in disbelief. A single strike to slay the Goblin King? This must be the work of a golden rank entity. Landing next to a golden rank monster, she realized she was truly doomed. Who was actually winning this trial? It was only upon entering the novice protection shield that she collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress her dry heaving. In such a predicament, even Li Hao would find no solution, would he? Though Li Hao possessed a griffin of golden quality and a platinum quality celestial angel, talent merely denotes potential. Even the most gifted require time to mature. Who else encounters such formidable foes right from the start, as I have? Su Yin felt a wave of grievance wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. The Lord's Source Realm should not resemble a novice village. Shouldn't golden rank monsters be scarce? Why, during this period of novice protection, had she already encountered what could be golden rank monsters? And not just one, but a full 6 of them. This stroke of misfortune could surely make it into the textbooks. She curled up, leaning against the unicorn kin for warmth. I wonder how Chen Luo is faring. His new familiar seems to be a silver rank insectoid. I hope he isn't as unfortunate as I, ending up in such a dreadful place. Achoo. Chen Luo rubbed his nose. Who is speaking of me? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and rose to observe the battlefield below. At that moment, the battle was drawing to a close. Over 3,000 goblins had not withstood even half an hour. The disparity in strength was like a chasm, insurmountable. The giant mandible worker ants, having awaited this moment, began descending the hillside in droves, ready to execute their orders. Chapter 10. The Formative Insectoid Legion, Talent, Infinite Evolution. One by one, The giant mandible worker ants carried goblin corpses back to the realm. Chen Luo steeled himself against the stench and entered the goblin tribe. First extracting the goblin king's crystal core, followed by over 200 silver crystal cores. He then began to search the dilapidated village, recalling the knowledge he had acquired. This goblin tribe should hold a wealth of valuable treasures. After an extensive search, he finally discovered a rusted longsword within the dwelling of the goblin king. Item: Holy Sword, Decayed. Grade: King 9th tier. Skills: Holy Light Judgment, cannot be used in its decayed state. Fiery Slash, cannot be used in its decayed state. Repair requirement: 1 sacred core. Description: a holy sword left by an unknown powerful being. Though it has decayed, possessing it grants you immense power. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to restore it. A special item of the King 9th tier? A splendid find, indeed. Chen Luo casually tossed the sword aside to a nearby giant jaw ant, displaying a nonchalant demeanor that belied the sword's rarity and value. The King 9th tier, a near mythical artifact, was undoubtedly precious. Yet, no matter how exquisite, it was of no use to him. What constituted the essence of the insect race? It was the swarm, an endless army of insects. It was never about solitary combat. As the ruler of the insect race, his role was not to engage in battle, fighting tooth and nail against foes. Rather, it was to ensure his own survival. Only with his continued existence could the insect race have a brain to command its armies. He was the swarm, and the swarm was him. While the King 9th tier's holy sword was undeniably alluring to him, it was tasteless, too valuable to discard yet unworthy to consume. Shortly after his departure, tendrils of black mist began to rise from the ground. Deep within the goblin tribe's underground lair, a pair of crimson eyes opened. Sensing the diminishing pressure above, the crimson eyes reflected uncertainty, yet more prominently, surprise and madness. In less than an hour since his exit, a significant amount of wood, iron, and stone had accumulated within his territory. Chen Luo took stock: 631 pieces of wood, 300 iron ore, and 781 stones. He was nearing the required resources to upgrade his territory to silver tier. Sitting atop the fungal mound, he quietly observed the giant jaw ants as they transported corpses and resources. Let me see how many energy points I can accrue this time. With anticipation, Chen Luo checked the energy points of the mother nest. Energy points: 117,500. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Chen Luo still gasped in astonishment. A single wave had generated a staggering 117,000 energy points. Of the 3,000 goblins, most were merely bronze tier, providing only 50 points of energy each. Yet, their sheer numbers were sufficiently abundant. Coupled with some powerful goblins, the energy points of the mother nest had surged dramatically. This time, the profits were extraordinary. Indeed, as the saying goes, killing and plundering bring wealth, and the insect race must rely on warfare to sustain itself. He proceeded to hatch 30 golden second-tier venomous serpents and 30 golden second-tier shadow mantises. 60 larvae crawled out of the mother nest, a dense mass that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. However, Chen Luo found it far from unsettling. Instead, he smiled broadly. The 60 larvae spun cocoons, and 1 minute later, they emerged. 30 venomous serpents and 30 shadow mantises formed a tidy formation before Chen Luo. A multitude of insects threatened to overflow even a bronze tier territory. Energy points: 33,500. After reviewing the remaining energy points, Chen Luo refrained from continuing the hatching process. If he hatched a few more, his territory would soon be at capacity. At this moment, the accumulation of wood, iron, and stone was nearing 3,000. With the addition of the Tier 3 silver crystal core and the Tier 8 silver crystal core in his possession, Chen Luo had fulfilled the prerequisites for upgrading his silver territory. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, utilize the Tier 8 silver crystal core to upgrade the silver territory. The Tier 3 silver crystal core could be retained for later sale upon leaving the Lord's source realm, potentially fetching him a price between 10 and 18 million. 1,000 units of wood, iron, and stone, along with the Tier 8 silver crystal core, transformed into a shimmering stream of light and merged into the Lord's core. In the next instant, the ground trembled as the territory began to expand. The Azure Novice Protection Shield and the city walls surged outward at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the territory had extended to 1,000 meters, encroaching upon the goblin tribe. Lord, Chen Luo, level, Silver Tier 1. Territory structures: ramshackle wooden house, summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers, constructible. Affiliated clan, Queen of the Insectoid. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of iron ore, 10,000 units of stone, and 2 silver crystal cores. Description: congratulations on climbing out of the bronze pit. You are now a barely competent lord. Youngster, keep striving. Remember to exert yourself when nature calls. Chen Luo paid no heed to the absurd remarks displayed on the panel, instead closing his eyes to immerse himself in sensation. All the affiliated clans within the territory would bestow back 1% of their strength to the lord. At this moment, he felt waves of returning power surging into his body. The 1% strength from a Tier 2 gold unit was already substantial, especially considering he commanded 66 Tier 2 gold insectoid warriors. The 66% return from these warriors equated to acquiring 66% of a Tier 2 gold's power. While this could not be calculated precisely, the energy returned was undeniably tangible. The overwhelming energy prompted Chen Luo to feel as if his body was being continuously torn apart and reformed. Surprisingly, it was not painful. Rather, it was warm and exceedingly pleasant. This was due to his silver-level awakened talent, infinite evolution. The effect of infinite evolution was, as the name suggested, the capacity to absorb energy for evolution, allowing for limitless enhancement as long as sufficient energy was available. The strength returned from the affiliated clans was, indeed, a form of energy. Thus, what Chen Luo experienced was not pain, but the comforting warmth of his body being reinforced. All the energy received from the return was completely utilized by infinite evolution. Half an hour later, Chen Luo opened his eyes. He gently clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound from his bones. His once malnourished and frail physique now boasted solid, well-defined muscles. These were not the grotesque muscles of a brute, but rather a harmonious and balanced physique. Though not outwardly imposing, every inch of him was composed of high-density muscle. Surely, a single punch from me could fell a cow. If not 10 minotaurs would struggle to withstand my blow. The sudden surge of power filled Chen Luo with elation, and he was thoroughly pleased with his talent. Infinite evolution, in itself, was not inherently powerful. After all, few lords could amass such vast quantities of energy. However, in Chen Luo's hands, the situation was markedly different. His insectoid clan could spawn infinite troops, and each wave of reinforcements would yield returns. This meant a continuous influx of energy would flow to him, fueling his infinite evolution. Simultaneously, it signified that his body would perpetually grow stronger. One day, one shall be able to shatter myriad laws with a single blow, rendering even mythic beings unable to discern directions. Only upon entering the silver tier does one truly become a lord. The materials required for upgrading territories multiply tenfold with each minor tier, and simultaneously, the silver crystals needed for each upgrade also double. However, upon reaching the silver level, each upgrade of the territory will expand its range tenfold. Without ascending to silver, one remains but an ant, and this sentiment rings profoundly true. Previously, with a territory of limited expanse, Chen Luo was concerned that it would hinder the emergence of the insect race. Now, that worry has dissipated. At least for the time being, he need not fear an overwhelming number of insects overwhelming his territory. He shall hatch 7 second-tier golden spike snakes and 7 shadow mantises. With the original 66, he now commands a formidable force of 80 second-tier golden insect warriors. On the second day of the trial, while the novice protection period has yet to expire, the insect legion is beginning to take shape. Is this the taste of having an advantage? Chapter 11, 333,000 points, Invasion by Monarch-level alien races? In the Elders' Council office, the atmosphere transcended mere peculiarity, including the Grand Elder. All the elders gaped in astonishment at the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier 1 Lord, 333,501 points. On the second day of the Lord trial, a Silver Tier 1 Lord, with an astonishing score of 333,501 points. This must be a malfunction in our assessment, surely? How could anyone accumulate such points in merely 2 days? To advance to a Silver Lord requires silver crystals. Has this individual already slain silver tier monsters? Just how many creatures has he vanquished to amass over 330,000 points? Has he obliterated a large goblin tribe? Even the elders, having lived for centuries and witnessed countless storms, found themselves at a loss for words to express their emotions. They had considered the possibility of Chen Luo being a prodigy, but they never anticipated his genius to reach such extraordinary heights. Amelia, a paragon blessed with a mythic lineage, only surpassed 30,000 points after the trial concluded on the 30th day. Yet here stands Chen Luo, achieving 33,000 points on merely the second day. The chasm between their accomplishments defies description. We must examine the Lord's source realm for any anomalous energies. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. His words compelled the other elders to adopt a serious demeanor. Was the Grand Elder suggesting an invasion by extraterrestrial races into the Lord's source realm? Such events were not unprecedented. 300 years prior, a monarch-level demon had infiltrated the Lord's source realm through arcane means, inflicting significant losses upon humanity. Are you referring to the soul sealed by the former Grand Elder? Yet the Grand Elder had left behind a 9th-tier holy sword, which thoroughly suppressed that entity and severed the passage for the soul to enter the Lord's source realm. It could not possibly escape. We must remain vigilant. For thousands of years, the trial within the Lord's source realm has seen our most elite prodigies only amass 30,000 points over a fortnight. Yet here, Chen Luo has achieved 333,000 points on the second day. Either his talent far surpasses that of any previously known prodigy, or there exists some interference within the Lord's source realm. In either scenario, we must proceed with utmost caution. This sentiment prompted nods of agreement from the other elders. The Lord's source realm is a trial that every human must undergo to become a lord. It is the very foundation of humanity. Should Chen Luo truly be an unparalleled prodigy, he would undoubtedly become a thorn in the sides of various foreign races and even other nations. They would be compelled to devise means to ensure Chen Luo's safety. If an outside race has indeed interfered with the Lord's source realm, causing disruptions in the assessment and inaccuracies on the leaderboard, it is imperative to swiftly identify the infiltrating foreign entities and safeguard the new generation of trial lords. As the seconds ticked away, an oppressive silence enveloped the office. Half an hour later, a technician rushed in, breathless. We have detected energy fluctuations from the demon race within the Lord's source realm. This energy corresponds with the data from 3 centuries ago. This report cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the office. The Grand Elder tightened his grip on the dragon-headed staff, his murky eyes sharpening with clarity. The other elders wore expressions of icy resolve, their eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. Terminate the trial and open the portal to the Lord's source realm, now. The Grand Elder commanded, his tone laced with urgency. 3 centuries prior, the ethereal entity of the illusory spirit race had invaded the Lord's source realm. A terrifying presence of kingly rank. Even though it had been gravely wounded by the former Grand Elder and sealed for many years, its power had not diminished significantly. It still possessed strength equivalent to that of gold or even platinum rank, far beyond what the newly initiated lords could contend with. At this early stage of the trial, with only the second day underway, even the most gifted lords had their kin at most reaching the 3rd to 4th stage of bronze rank, incapable of standing against silver rank foes, let alone those of gold or platinum caliber. To forcibly terminate the trial and open the portal would require 3 days. We could only hope that the beast was sufficiently weakened and had not wrought too much havoc. Our dragon nation is already in a precarious state. If the new generation were to face annihilation, the second elder's voice trailed off, yet the implication was clear to all. Should the new generation be slaughtered, a severe gap would arise among the lords of the dragon nation. The front line of the foreign battlefield would be breached by other races, and the territories we had painstakingly secured would be divided among rival nations. The dragon nation would face the threat of annihilation. As the urgency mounted outside to open the portal to the Lord's source realm, within, the novice protection period had just concluded. A blue luminescent barrier dissipated into the air. Chen Luo sat leisurely upon a large stone, observing the insectoid creatures at work, blissfully unaware that 100 meters away, the large goblin tribe had been engulfed in ominous black fog. This dark mist coalesced in the air, forming a spectral figure, 2 horns atop its head, grotesque wings sprouting from its back, sharp fangs and claws, and blood-red eyes, reminiscent of the demons of myth. The black fog spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, flora withered, and dilapidated structures turned to ash. The blood pooling on the ground shimmered vividly, as if animated, swirling into the air. Gradually, the blood coalesced, transforming into flesh, merging into the black mist. Moments later, the fog dissipated, revealing a robust figure standing 2 meters tall. Snek inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood, which exhilarated him. He relished this aroma. It was utterly intoxicating. Regrettably, I am currently devoid of power. Reduced to merely the 8th tier of gold, all thanks to that accursed old wretch and the damned sacred sword. I have been suppressed for 300 years, and I am determined to use it to pick my toes. His voice resonated with overwhelming hatred. A dignified 1st-tier monarch, confined for 3 centuries, has suffered a staggering decline, transforming his rage into something almost tangible. His formidable mental energy radiated outward, seeking the whereabouts of the sacred sword. Chen Luo, lying lifeless, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill coursing through his body, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights on him. How unfortunate to be targeted by a monster right after the novice protection period. What kind of luck is this? Chen Luo grumbled, lightly clapping his hands. The scattered insect race swiftly congregated, forming a neat array to guard him in the center. Found it. Snek opened his eyes, revealing a sinister grin. So many 2nd-tier gold ants. Consuming them will significantly restore my strength, and then I shall hunt down other human lords. That old fool suppressed me for 300 years. I will repay this grievance tenfold upon you. Blame that old wretch. With a flap of his leathery wings, his form blurred and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Chen Luo, towering over him with a condescending gaze. A human prodigy? You look quite delectable. Snek licked his lips, grinning malevolently. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Laugh. I should be the one laughing. Did you just crawl out from a goblin's latrine? The stench is making me nauseous. Snek? Is this human insulting his parents? To hurl insults upon first meeting, is that polite? Human, do you know who you are addressing? Snek's expression darkened with fury. Who knows who your parents are, you wildling? Being ugly isn't your fault, but you stink. If I were your father, I would have certainly painted you on the wall. Chen Luo unleashed a torrent of venomous words, resembling someone who had smeared themselves with laxatives. His words incensed Snek, causing his eyes to redden with barely contained rage. While cursing Snek, a luminous screen reappeared before Chen Luo. Chapter 12, The Hell Baron Snekida, brought to his knees in supplication. Demon race, Snekida, soul form. Strength, 1st-tier monarch, severely injured state. Skills, blood claw, flesh manipulation, soul separation, already used. Space traversal, unable to use. Demon domain, unable to use. Power of destruction, a trace. Status, sealed for 300 years after severe injury. Strength reduced to a fraction, constructing flesh with blood, astonishingly exhibiting 8th-tier gold prowess. A first-tier monarch? A demon race? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. This hideous creature is actually one of the pinnacle races, the demon race? What of the equally supreme races like the divine, mechanical, and ghost races? Are they equally hideous? I am a noble demon baron. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Snek roared, raising his hand as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and scarlet lightning danced like dragons within the darkened heavens. The air, seemingly capable of annihilating all, instilled a profound tremor in the monsters and lords within 100 kilometers. Yet, Chen Luo, confronted by this aura, remained unperturbed, his countenance unchanged, utterly unaffected. I know you're foolish, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. How could you even pose such a ridiculous question? Am I conversing with you, or with a beast? Ah, indeed, I am speaking to a beast. Initially at ease, he was abruptly disturbed, igniting his ire. What did it matter to him whether the demon baron was a true lord or not? Did he truly believe that those basking in the sun were mere fish? Did he think he could flip them as he pleased? You seek your own demise. Snek roared, his claws enveloped in crimson lightning. With a powerful beat of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light, diving towards Chen Luo. Having lived for over a millennium, he had never endured such an affront. Even that ancient wretch dared not insult him in such a manner. Chen Luo remained expressionless, not even flinching. Yet, the insectoid creatures beside him sprang into action. The shadow mantises swung their blades, weaving a net of slashing waves. The venomous serpents reared up, launching glistening black bone spikes. A closer inspection revealed that these spikes expertly evaded the slashing waves, their coordination astonishingly seamless. Snek scoffed derisively, merely a golden rank 2. His belittling words transformed into a force as they clashed with the incoming attacks, resulting in a devastating blow that sent him reeling. His body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing like thick syrup from his hands. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, utterly astounded by the relentless assault of the insectoids. He had engaged in battle with human lords countless times, yet never had he encountered a brood with such impeccable synergy. Though numerous, they moved as one. So, you are the pride of humanity? Then I shall not spare you. Blood Claw. Snek bellowed, raising his blood-soaked claws high. With a thunderous crash, crimson lightning struck his hands, forming 2 enormous talons. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing near the forefront of the insect horde. His talons, imbued with destructive force, cleaved through the air, unleashing a barrage of scarlet slashes. The terrifying assault obliterated the 2 leading shadow mantises. Insects, I can crush you with ease. After mocking his foes, Snek erupted into raucous laughter, charging towards his next target. His gaze pierced through the insect defenses, locking onto Chen Luo behind them. Instead of the anticipated fear and trepidation, he encountered disdain and loathing. This reaction momentarily stunned him. Rip him apart, Chen Luo commanded in a low voice. In the next instant, all the insectoids roared in unison. The shadow mantises fearlessly charged at Snek, while the serpents spewed forth their toxic spikes, writhing forward with a palpable intent to engage in close combat. They exhibited no trace of fear, only an unwavering resolve to shred their adversary. Though I am but a golden rank 8 now, I can still crush you wretched insects. With a steely resolve, Snek confronted the oncoming shadow mantises. In a mere moment, he dispatched 2 of them. Yet, before he could catch his breath, more shadow mantises surged forward relentlessly. In just a few breaths, his body bore numerous scars. Sharp bone spines pierced his form, and the insidious poison coursing through them turned his blood into a pitch-black ichor. Despite the constant shredding of the shadow mantises, which fell from the sky, their numbers showed no sign of waning. Instead, they grew increasingly frenzied. Snek's anxiety mounted with each passing moment. What manner of creature were these? Did they truly feel no fear? His form, composed of coagulated blood, was inherently frail, and the toxic spines coupled with his escalating injuries gradually sapped his strength, rendering his strikes weaker with each passing moment. Stop. We must have some misunderstanding. You may not believe me, but I am here to befriend you. Trust me, please. Chen Luo observed him with a jester's gaze, arms crossed. Meanwhile, the giant mandible ants busily gathered the corpses of the shadow mantises, tossing them into the conversion furnace. Soon enough, more second-tier golden shadow mantises hatched and joined the fray. The terrifying nature of the insectoid race lies not solely in their fearlessness, but in their unwavering loyalty to execute commands. More significantly, they possess the ability to cultivate strength through conflict, be it foes or allies. Any corpse can be transformed into energy points, nurturing new insectoid warriors. This ensures a ceaseless supply of troops. Often, after a battle concludes, the insectoid warriors do not merely suffer losses, they emerge with even greater numbers. The most alarming aspect is that the strength of these warriors hinges solely on the expenditure of energy points, eliminating the need for time-consuming training. With sufficient energy points, countless mythic-level insectoid warriors can be hatched in a short span. This is the essence of the insectoid race. Do you truly believe you can slay me? I am but a soul. I can manifest as many of these corporeal forms as I desire. Rather than both of us facing annihilation, why not strike a bargain? I can grant you a wish. I swear upon my title as a demon baron that I speak nothing but the truth. Snake's tone was urgent as he desperately attempted to persuade Chen Luo. At that moment, his right arm had been severed, and his left leg was reduced to mere fragments. His wings were riddled with holes, rendering him nearly incapable of flight. Panic gripped Snake. If this continued, he would surely be torn apart. His soul was already frail. Without the support of this body, he would undoubtedly dissipate entirely. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago, abandoning his corporeal form. Please, make them cease their assault. Instead of mutual destruction, let us negotiate. It would be beneficial for both of us. Enter into a bargain with me, and you shall not suffer loss. In the midst of his desperate entreaties, the battered remnants of his wings were severed by the shadow mantises. Deprived of his wings and drained of strength, his body plummeted helplessly to the ground. The shadow mantises and thorn snakes continued their relentless advance, intent on tearing him apart. Snake felt tears prickling at his eyes. After finally breaking free from his seal, why did he have to encounter these monstrosities so soon? As the swarm of Zerg drew ever closer, Snake gritted his teeth and extracted a stone from the flesh of his chest, gracefully kneeling upon the ground with the stone raised high. Halt! I possess a treasure. Consider it my apology to you. The stone, no larger than a palm, was blood red and resembled amber. It was entwined with tendrils of scarlet lightning. Chapter 13. The Law of Destruction, The Struggles of Poverty. Acquire wealth, acquire vast wealth. Item, Stone of Destruction. Grade, Mythic Tier 1. Skill, Law of Destruction, a thread. Description, a stone containing a fragment of the Law of Destruction, immensely precious. Wearing it may grant insight into the Law of Destruction. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the charging Zerg immediately ceased their assault. His gaze pierced through the horde, fixated intently on the Stone of Destruction. The Law of Destruction. Merely hearing the name suggested its formidable nature. This was the Stone of Destruction, infused with the power of the Destruction Demon King, enabling its bearer to wield destructive force. The destructive power was exceedingly devastating, an utterly terrifying force. Seeing Chen Luo halt, Snake, unable to relax, hurriedly began his introduction. His heart bleeding as he spoke. This was the treasure bestowed upon him by the Destruction Demon King when he ascended to kingship. He had guarded it with utmost care, fearful of it being taken away. Little did he expect that one day he would have to relinquish it willingly, and to a mere human lord no less. This was more painful than having it stolen by a stronger adversary. Chen Luo remained silent, gesturing for a shadow mantis to step forward and accept the Stone of Destruction. It transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing beside Chen Luo. Upon grasping the Stone of Destruction, Chen Luo felt the power it contained, wildly frenzied, utterly brutal, as if it sought to annihilate everything. A smirk broke across Chen Luo's face, an unexpected delight. I shall take it. His smile prompted a corresponding grin from Snake, who thought the ordeal had come to a close. In his mind, he plotted how he might craft a scheme against Chen Luo once he regained his strength. He envisioned slicing the flesh of this human lord piece by piece, consuming it directly without any accompaniments, relishing in the lamentations and pleas for mercy as he feasted. Once the lord perished, he would enslave his soul, casting it into the soul fire to endure the torment of countless epochs. Just as Snake reveled in his revengeful musings, a flurry of blade-like lights suddenly surged forth. Caught completely off guard, Snake was struck directly. The piercing light severed him into fragments in an instant. Yet, the demon's formidable vitality prevented him from perishing outright. With wide, incredulous eyes, Snake glared at Chen Luo in fury. You are untrustworthy, despicable human. You explicitly promised to spare me upon receiving the Stone of Destruction. At that moment, only his head remained intact. His scattered body had been diligently transported by the industrious worker ants to the transformation pool of the mother nest. With a weakened soul and a ruined body, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Chen Luo, perceiving this state, advanced through the swarm, brandishing a twig. Crack! The twig struck Snake's grotesque visage. Trust? When did I ever say I would spare you upon acquiring the Stone of Destruction? Are you living in a fantasy? Snake appeared utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Chen Luo. Upon reflection, he despairingly realized that Chen Luo had never promised to spare him. Everything had been a tragic figment of his imagination. Crack! Another branch lashed down, leaving intersecting bloodstains across Snake's visage. The already fearsome countenance now became even more difficult to behold. Not so loquacious now, are we? Chen Luo taunted. Crack! A demon baron? Quite noble, are we? Remarkably impressive? Crack! Seeking trouble? Craving attention? Crack! With each strike, Chen Luo posed a humiliating question, nearly driving Snake to the brink of madness. To be precise, he would rather be obliterated than endure such indignity. His face was rendered unrecognizable, grotesque enough to induce revulsion. His blood-red, bulging eyes glared at Chen Luo, as if wanting to rend him to pieces. Silent yet defiant. Take him to the transformation pool. Let me witness the extent of our hellish baron's power. Chen Luo discarded the broken branch without casting Snake another glance and turned away. In the midst of Snake's furious and desperate gaze, a massive worker ant approached, its formidable mandibles clasping his head and dragging him towards the queen's transformation pool. Observing the blood and flesh vanishing within the pool, Snake finally panicked. No, you cannot kill me. I am the demon baron appointed by the Lord of Destruction. If you slay me, You will become tainted with demonic essence, and all demonkind will pursue you relentlessly. Please, I was wrong. Spare me. Snack pleaded, disregarding his dignity in desperation. Yet, Chen Luo paid him no heed. With the sound of splashing water, Snack's desperate cries ceased entirely. Energy points, 5,100. Originally, there were only 3,000 energy points left. After transforming Snack, the demon lord, it had risen to 5,100, indicating he had contributed 2,050. Calculating by half, was it based on his king-level strength? I had thought it would be according to physical prowess. Having quelled his curiosity, Chen Luo prepared to hatch 2 shadow mantises to replenish his losses. The battle had been devastating, resulting in the deaths of 21 shadow mantises and 5 stingers. After collecting their remains, coupled with the energy points obtained from Snack's transformation, he would summon approximately 14 more Zerg warriors. In the end, the losses amounted to 12 golden second-tier Zergs. The losses were considerable, but the gains were even more substantial. 12 Zerg warriors exchanged for a mythic first-tier treasure. What a bargain. Is this a golden level core? Just as he hatched 2 shadow mantises, Chen Luo caught sight of something floating above the transformation pool. A palm-sized orb radiating golden light, covered in intricate patterns. It resembled the monster cores he had seen in textbooks. Item, core, tier, golden 8. Description, a powerful core gathered from the flesh of goblins by a formidable demon. It remains intact even after the physical body has perished. Upon confirmation, Chen Luo joyfully retrieved the core. What a delightful surprise. If one were to inquire about what he desires most, undoubtedly it is the primordial core. Summoning a new Zerg Queen requires the consumption of the primordial core. To enable the Zerg Queen to evolve once more, the same core is necessary. Previously, he had been troubled by the prospect of encountering golden-tier monsters in the Lord's Source realm, yet he never anticipated that the acquisition would come so effortlessly. At present, having Eliza suffices. There is no need to summon another Zerg Queen. Evolving requires 1 primordial core and 3 tons of golden-tier flesh. The primordial core is secured, yet the shortfall lies in the golden-tier flesh. Although it can be procured externally, he suspects his funds may fall short. 3 tons of silver-tier flesh had already cost him 30 million dragon coins. 3 tons of golden-tier flesh would likely approach 300 million. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Lamenting his poverty, he was far too impoverished. Were he affluent, he would procure monster flesh in unlimited quantities and unleash a frenzy of Zerg troops, achieving invincibility with ease. Alas, his financial constraints hinder his development. He must devise a means to accumulate wealth while also seeking golden-tier monsters. With a stroke of luck, a single large monster could yield several tons of flesh. Chapter 14. The beautiful and kind-hearted Su Schoolflower. A grateful return for the protection of her virtue. The atmosphere in the elder's office grew increasingly grave upon hearing the words. The demonic soul's fluctuations have vanished. The demon clan is notoriously cunning and cruel. This particular demon, sealed for many years, surely harbors deep resentment. It is inconceivable that it would remain inactive and simply hide away. The pathways for souls to traverse the Lord's Source realm have all been sealed. It cannot escape. The only plausible explanation is that the demon has eliminated the trial's lords, reveling in the slaughter, and is now recuperating in seclusion. Perhaps one of the lords has vanquished this demon? This cohort boasts numerous prodigies, and the demon's strength is but a shadow of its former self. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. The third elder's words faltered, as he found himself unable to continue. If this were the later stages of the trial, nearly a month in, such a claim might hold weight. Yet, this is merely the second day of the trial. No matter how gifted one might be, it is implausible to reach full capacity in just 2 days. Look at the current leader, Chen Luo. Hasn't his score increased by 4,800? Did it not surge instantaneously by that amount? The second elder spoke solemnly, his tone tinged with excitement. The other elders turned their gazes toward the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, silver tier level 1, 339,900. The data refreshes in real time. An instantaneous surge in points cannot merely be the result of multiple monsters being defeated. Even if several monsters were slain in quick succession, there would inevitably be slight time discrepancies. The increase in points would exhibit a sequential order. Indeed, it appears to be an instantaneous gain. Did this lad slay a golden tier monster? Which demon did he vanquish? No wonder the demonic soul's presence suddenly became undetectable. Upon death, it naturally cannot be sensed. Now, they felt as though they were living in a dream. On the second day of the trial, he had slain a golden tier monster, not just any mindless creature, but a cunning and treacherous demon, once a formidable first-tier ruler. Could this truly be possible? In their youth, they would not have dared to even fantasize so boldly. As the portal opened, all mysteries were laid bare. The words of the Grand Elder elicited nods of agreement from the other elders. At present, there was no way to eliminate the possibility of tampering with the rankings. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for Chen Luo's astonishing achievements. Once the portal was opened, all enigmas would be unraveled. Simultaneously, they prepared themselves for the worst, that the demons had slaughtered all the trial participants. Achoo! Chen Luo rubbed his nose, glancing around in confusion. Why did it feel as though someone was maligning him from behind? Having endured the backlash from over 100 insectoid warriors, coupled with the enhancements of infinite evolution, his physical form was now terrifyingly robust. The common ailments of colds and fevers were completely foreign to him, and sneezing was an even more improbable occurrence. There must be something amiss. Someone was undoubtedly disparaging him from the shadows. It had to be that brat named Li. Once we reach the outer battlefield, I shall ensure he is unrecognizable. Identifying the culprit, Chen Luo muttered a few curses under his breath. He then turned his attention to the two newly hatched shadow mantises. The insectoid legion was taking shape. Observing the neatly arranged ranks of shadow mantises and stinging serpents, Chen Luo felt immense satisfaction. Over the span of half a day, he had devoted all his resources to hatching. At this moment, he boasted a full 100 golden second-tier insectoid warriors, 50 stinging serpents, and 50 shadow mantises. Relying solely on the conversion of wood, iron, and stone energy points was somewhat wasteful and lacked cost-effectiveness. It was imperative to rely on flesh and blood energy for optimal gains. To sustain the insectoid race, the principle of nurturing through combat was paramount. With a wave of his hand, the giant-jawed worker ants ceased their actions of delivering resources to the conversion pool and instead began to pile the resources together. The resources derived from wood, iron, and stone conversion were roughly at a 10-to-1 ratio. Although these materials were not rare, they were essential for upgrading territories. Transitioning from Silver Tier 1 to Silver Tier 2 required 10,000 units of each material. From Tier 2 to Tier 3, it escalated to 20,000. And from Tier 3 to Tier 4, it soared to 40,000. When ascending from Tier 9 to Tier 10, a staggering 265,000 units of each material would be needed. At present, his only solace lay in the abundance of resources surrounding him. Otherwise, given the mining pace of the insectoid race, it would not be long before resources ran dry. The supply of silver cores was also insufficient. It would be best to locate a large goblin tribe. Contemplating for a moment while stroking his chin, Chen Luo waved his hand again, hatching the remaining 1,000 energy points into giant-jawed worker ants. Venture outside and report immediately upon encountering any creatures. The 5 newly hatched giant-jawed worker ants nodded vigorously as they exited the territory. Chen Luo settled into a cross-legged position, establishing a connection with them. Although it felt somewhat wasteful to send the giant-jawed worker ants to scout, one must risk something to gain something. Towering trees, lush and leafy, obscured much of the sunlight. It was now afternoon, and despite the sun being high in the sky, the forest remained dim. Utilizing the perspective of the giant-jawed worker ants, Chen Luo swiftly surveyed his surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, having traveled nearly 1,000 meters from the territory, he finally detected signs of life, and not just one. A group of a dozen grotesque goblins was besieging a solitary white unicorn. The unicorn, though battered and bruised, continued to resist valiantly. However, it was evident to all that her defeat was merely a matter of time. Chen Luo guided the colossal jawed ant to climb the towering tree nearby. From this elevated vantage point, he could clearly survey the entire battlefield. At the same time, he spotted a familiar figure. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and she was clad in a school uniform, anxiously peering out from behind the tree at the unicorn. Su Yan? What a coincidence! Was this unicorn her cherished companion? Given her character, it was not surprising that a unicorn would choose to follow her. Chen Luo felt a twinge of astonishment. Su Yan, the study monitor of their class, hailed from an illustrious lineage yet possessed a kind-hearted disposition, often described as naive and sweet. She was the type who would feel guilty even when collecting assignments. Her striking beauty and grace placed her alongside Lin Luoxue as the school's flowers. Coupled with her distinguished family background, suitors for her hand could be found from the southern to the northern parts of the city. The realm of the Lord was vast, seemingly boundless. He never anticipated encountering Su Yan in such a place. The odds of meeting someone familiar in this vast expanse were slimmer than finding a lottery ticket that won an astronomical prize. Such a fateful encounter was truly remarkable. With a sigh of admiration, Chen Luo mounted the shadow mantis. Pika mantis, let us embark. He left 5 shadow mantises and 5 thorn snakes to guard the area, as there was no novice protection shield in place to prevent his home from being raided. Chen Luo, accompanied by the remaining 90 insect warriors, marched resolutely towards Su Yan. Coming from an orphan background, he had endured considerable bullying at school. In his memories, the kind-hearted Su Yan had aided him on several occasions. The most severe instance had nearly seen him fall prey to a domineering bully, who had both power and influence, with a family background that even teachers dared not offend. Fortunately, Su Yan had intervened, or he would have faced a dire fate. Such immense kindness deserved repayment. Today he vowed to rescue Su Yan. Then, he would trace the source of this goblin menace and eradicate those fiends once and for all. Chapter 15, Abominable Creatures. Release that young girl, I shall intervene. At this moment, in the woods, several goblins had already brought the unicorn to the ground. Its white mane was stained crimson with blood, and the sacred horn had been shattered by the goblins wielding stone axes. A group of goblins surrounded the ailing unicorn, delivering blows with fists and feet while chattering amongst themselves. Upon witnessing this, Su Yan could no longer contain herself. She seized a small stick and rushed out, crying and waving it frantically, successfully driving a few goblins back. Her petite figure stood resolutely before the unicorn, tears streaming down her cheeks, her trembling hand clutching the stick. Little Bai, I am so sorry, it's all my fault. If I had been a bit stronger, you wouldn't have been hurt. As she spoke, her tears began to flow freely. After witnessing the massacre of the goblin tribe by a golden tear monster, she had been too frightened to venture out again. Staying within the safety of her territory until the novice protection period ended, unable to withstand her hunger. It was only then that she had summoned her courage to seek food with the unicorn. Yet, just as they ventured forth, they encountered the goblin squad. The unicorn had valiantly faced off against a dozen goblins to protect her. Although the unicorn belongs to the esteemed golden tier of kin, her timidity has prevented her from ever truly engaging in combat. To this day, she remains at the mere bronze rank, utterly incapable of contending against a mere handful of goblins. Struggling to rise, the injured unicorn attempts to move, but with one feeble effort, she collapses again. Tears streaming as she gazes forlornly at the slender figure of Su Yan. Chattering among themselves, several goblins exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they regarded Su Yan, akin to wolves eyeing a tender lamb. In a tacit agreement, they discarded their weapons and encircled her, ensuring she had no avenue for escape. The fetid stench wafted towards Su Yan, nearly causing her to retch. As the goblins drew nearer, she fought against her terror, vigorously brandishing a small stick in a desperate attempt to intimidate them. Alas, the feeble branch, no thicker than her finger, proved ineffective against the goblins. Despite her fervent effort, the stick merely broke upon impact, leaving her utterly defenseless. In despair, Su Yan crumpled to the ground yet stubbornly spread her arms wide, endeavoring to shield the unicorn behind her. Don't be afraid, little one, I will protect you. I am sorry for leading you into danger as such an ineffectual lord. Had I known when Li Hao invited me to become a vassal lord that I should have accepted, though it would mean sacrificing my freedom, it would have granted you protection. Thus, you need not face death alongside me. To become a vassal lord entails entering into an irrevocable ancient pact. Upon signing, the relationship between the lords transforms into that of master and servant, with the vassal's territory merging into that of the master, and the core essence of the vassal integrated into that of the master. More bluntly, it means relinquishing one's status as a lord and subsuming everything into the master's domain, thereby becoming a subordinate in exchange for sanctuary. Once this contract is forged, it binds the parties in life and death, sharing both glory and misfortune, with no means of dissolution. The original intent behind this pact is not to enslave, but rather to assist weaker lords, preventing them from becoming mere cannon fodder amidst the chaos of war, while simultaneously allowing gifted lords to elevate the strength of their domains. Sensing Su Yan's profound despair, the unicorn emitted a mournful cry. Meanwhile, the surrounding goblins reveled in their malevolent glee, delighted by the sight of their prey's hopelessness. Damn it! You wretched beasts, release that maiden and face me. A thunderous voice echoed from the horizon. Before the goblins, or Su Yan, could comprehend the situation, brilliant flashes of light streaked through the air, and in the blink of an eye, half of the goblins were cleaved in two. The noxious blood and entrails splattered across the ground, overwhelming Su Yan with nausea. However, having not eaten for 2 days, she could only retch in vain, producing nothing. Realizing the peril, the remaining goblins instinctively fled, abandoning their weapons and scurrying away while chattering in a frenzied manner, as if uttering foul curses. Oh, is our esteemed Su University scholar with child? Why else would she be retching? A familiar voice startled Su Yan, prompting her to turn in disbelief. Anticipating the sight of a well-known figure, the result revealed a pair of crimson eyes and a grotesque, monstrous visage. A cockroach! Su Yan screamed, rolling her eyes before fainting. The shadow mantis retorted, You are the cockroach. Your entire family is a cockroach. Is this how you display manners? Chen Luo gently patted the head of the shadow mantis, soothing its agitation. Follow those goblins and locate their lair. Leave not a single one alive. Upon receiving the command, the insectoid creatures immediately pursued the goblins. Hearing the commotion behind them, the goblins fled even faster, unwittingly leading the insectoids toward their tribe. Faced with dozens of goblins, they had not fled, believing themselves to be courageous. Little did they know, they were but a paper tiger, easily shattered with a mere poke. Chen Luo, at a loss for words, extended his hand to poke Su Yan's petite face, hoping to rouse her from her slumber. However, as he reached out, the unicorn neighed sharply, baring its teeth to bite his hand. Just as its mouth opened, it was abruptly halted. 2 shadow mantises held their blades to her throat, their blood-red insect eyes staring intently at her, as if to ask, Do you dare to move? The unicorn silently wept, paralyzed with fear. Rest assured, I am acquainted with your master and harbor no ill intentions toward her. Speaking of which, shouldn't unicorns possess the ability to discern good from evil? Do you truly sense malice in me? Do I resemble a villain? Chen Luo stroked his handsome face. He had previously considered himself as attractive as Panin, even garnering the interest of admirers. Yet now, a flicker of insecurity crept in. Did he truly possess the appearance of a rogue? Otherwise, why would the usually amiable unicorn regard him with such suspicion? With a final neigh, the unicorn, having confirmed his benign nature, rolled its eyes and fainted. The master and servant both succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh, why faint now when you could have done so earlier? The moment I pose a question, you choose to swoon. This fainting spell is not my fault. Do not blame me for scaring you into it. I am not one to indulge in such antics. Chen Luo muttered in jest, pinching Su Yan's small face, confirming that she would not awaken. He then reached beneath Su Yan's legs, cradling her in a princess carry. A delightful pairing of a lawful lowly and white stockings, quite a charming combination. It was unassuming, yet this little lady possessed surprising allure. The viper and shadow mantises exchanged glances, uncertain how to handle the unconscious unicorn. Ultimately, it fell to the massive mandible worker ants to bear the burden. Chapter 16. Su Yan, the campus belle, sells herself. You truly dare to sign anything. In her dazed state, Su Yan felt a liquid trickling into her mouth. It was sticky, lacking any distinct flavor, but certainly not water. Still asleep? Was it necessary to kiss, as in the tales, to awaken? That seemed inappropriate, considering it was my first kiss. Oh well, saving a life is worth more than a grand edifice. I shall make this sacrifice. Such theatrics caused veins to throb on Su Yan's forehead. Who hasn't had their first kiss? In a fit of anger, she sat up, glaring at the speaker. It was then she beheld Chen Luo, arms crossed, standing a step away, gazing at her with a bemused expression, like a bucket of cold water. His presence extinguished her fury in an instant. Su Yan's large eyes brimmed with tears as she stared blankly at Chen Luo. Am I dead? How come I see you? Luo classmate, have you also perished? I knew it. We are undoubtedly the two most unfortunate souls in our class, sobbing away. The more I ponder, the more sorrowful I become, and thus, Su Yan begins to wail, her voice akin to a boiling kettle. Chen Luo, rendered speechless, approaches her, raising his hand to flick her forehead. The motion is fluid and masterful. Why are you hitting me? Su Yan protests, her forehead cradled in her hands, looking utterly aggrieved. Chen Luo, his countenance devoid of expression, inquires, does it hurt? You flicked quite hard. It must be red. How could it not hurt? Su Yan's expression becomes even more pitiful, her small mouth pouting as tears cascade down her cheeks, painting a picture of someone woefully wronged. Aware that this girl is somewhat absent-minded, Chen Luo could not have anticipated her reaction would be so sluggish. Wasn't she usually among the top in her studies? Why is she now appearing so adorably dim-witted? Did ghosts even feel pain? With a resigned sigh, Chen Luo observes Su Yan frowning, as if poised to argue. Before she can utter a word, he swiftly gestures, you are not dead. I saved you, along with your horse. Those goblins have been vanquished. You are safe now. Indeed. Just as you imagined, we have ended up together. Are you not delighted? Is it not a surprise? A barrage of words leaves Su Yan utterly flabbergasted. Her crimson lips part repeatedly, yet she finds herself at a loss for words. The young girl's expression is dazed, exuding a peculiar charm reminiscent of a brain freeze. Chen Luo, seizing the moment, flicks her forehead once more. No more flicking next time. It hurts. The sight of her pitiful demeanor makes Chen Luo wish to pinch her cheek. However, judging by her current reaction, he fears that teasing her further might send her into another faint. Where's Xiaobai? She suffered grave injuries, and her horn is broken. The horn is vital for a unicorn, serving as a means to perceive good and evil. Without it, Xiaobai would be heartbroken. Had I initially agreed to Li Hao's proposal and signed the master-servant contract, with his protection, Xiaobai would not have been harmed. Chen Luo nodded in understanding. So that horse relies on her horn to discern good and evil. I thought I merely had a villainous appearance. What exactly is this master-servant contract you mentioned? He is curious, particularly as it pertains to that little miser, Li Hao, and wonders if it could serve as a means to thwart him in the future. Thank goodness everything is all right. Thank you for saving me and Xiaobai. Su Yan exhales deeply, wiping her tears and bowing in gratitude to Chen Luo. The master-servant contract is an ancient agreement, once referred to as a subordinate contract. It has nearly faded into obscurity. To sign such a contract now requires the consumption of contract scrolls obtained from trials in various secret realms. Once the contract is established, the subordinate's territory and kin will merge with that of the master, significantly augmenting the master's power. Contract scrolls are exceedingly precious, and the number of contracts one can forge is limited. A bronze-level lord can only sign one, with the quantity increasing gradually with strength. I have heard the elders of my family mention that subordinate lords seem to be related to ascending to king level, but the specifics elude me. My grandfather once said that the top-tier powers must possess subordinate lords. Those without them certainly do not belong to that echelon. Su Yan earnestly elucidates this to Chen Luo. He ponders thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He trusts that this little girl would not deceive him. It is not a matter of character, but rather that she is simply incapable of lying. The foremost powers undoubtedly possess vassal lords. Those without such lords cannot be deemed supreme. The existence of vassal lords is pivotal to ascending to the rank of a monarch-level lord. Chen Luo pondered these two statements for an extended period but gleaned nothing from them. Neither did his memory contain any relevant knowledge, nor was it taught in textbooks, indicating that this matter lies beyond the ken of ordinary individuals. You saved both me and Xiaobai, and I wish to repay you, Su Yan stated cautiously. Yet, before she could inquire what Chen Luo desired as a reward, he interrupted her with a wave of his hand. But how can you repay me? Must it be with your own person? Or perhaps in the next life, you would serve me like a beast of burden? Given my appearance, It seems you would indeed choose the former, wouldn't you? So, will it be the first option or the latter? Chen Luo leaned forward, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Su Yan, noticing her cheeks flush crimson and her head nearly steaming with embarrassment. He suddenly grasped the sensation of caring for a pet. It was rather delightful. You rogue? After stammering for a while, Su Yan could only manage that one retort. When Chen Luo fell silent, she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was their savior, and she had scolded him. What a way to repay kindness with ingratitude. A wave of remorse washed over her. Hesitantly, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and lowered her head. Actually, I possess a contract scroll. My family provided it for me, hoping I would make a pact with someone talented to protect me during the trials, but I have yet to find a suitable candidate. As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized parchment scroll from her sleeve, followed by a ballpoint pen from her other sleeve. With her delicate hand raised, her head hung even lower, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Chen Luo chuckled at her. This girl was even more amusing than he had anticipated. So, after I just saved you, you don't expect me to be your servant, do you? That simply won't do. He took the scroll and examined it briefly, deliberately misinterpreting Su Yan's intentions. Alarmed, Su Yan quickly raised her head and waved her hands in a flustered manner. No, that's not it. I am your master, and you are my servant. Though Xiao Bai and the others were not skilled in combat, the unicorn belonged to a golden tier 3rd level lineage with formidable healing abilities. While it may seem rather presumptuous, I wish to sign a contract that merges my territory with yours, hoping to receive your protection. Su Yan bowed at a 90-degree angle, pleading, I implore you. Chen Luo thought to himself, what a curious case of self-bargaining, and then expressing gratitude. Yet he could somewhat fathom the reason behind Su Yan's actions. Her family had given her the contract scroll, likely aware of her character, intending for her to contract someone to protect her. However, she hesitated to enslave another, which had led to her delay in utilizing it. The recent peril had illuminated the dangers of the trials and the malevolence of goblins. Coupled with the familiarity and the life-saving grace she had received, she had successfully sold herself and her territory's lineage. Such an agreement, which others in the Qing dynasty would hesitate to sign, and yet Su Yan dares to do so. Chapter 17. The contract is sealed, and Su Yan faints again. This is no trivial matter. Have you truly considered it thoroughly? Even without signing the contract, I would protect you until the trials conclude. Given the gravity of a servitude contract, Chen Luo needed to confirm her decision repeatedly, ensuring she was not acting on a whim only to regret it later. Even in the absence of a formal contract, he would protect Su Yan until the end of the trials purely out of gratitude. The kindness bestowed by the Bai family was a debt he could never forget, though his family compelled him to enslave others through contracts. He found himself incapable of such actions. Yet, his desire to survive was strong, and he could not bear the thought of Xiao Bai perishing. They had chosen to follow him, and he felt a responsibility towards them. A bittersweet smile graced Su Yan's lips as her expression gradually hardened with resolve. Before Chen Luo could utter another word, she seized the contract and swiftly inscribed her name upon it. She bowed once more, extending her hands to cradle the parchment and pen. I implore you. I can wash clothes, prepare meals, and Xiao Bai and the others can tend to wounds. We are quite capable. Her fervent self-promotion bore an amusing resemblance to a vendor boasting about their wares. Chen Luo tilted his head, scrutinizing her for a moment, then silently nodded. With attributes fully realized, she indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Having made her decision, Chen Luo wavered no longer. A young maid had presented herself before him. He was neither a eunuch nor a paragon of virtue, and certainly not a homosexual. To refuse her would be an affront to reason. He took the contract, signed it with a flourish, and in the next instant, the parchment levitated, transforming into shimmering golden motes that merged with their beings. At the same time, a voice of immense authority resonated in their minds, akin to the voice of the heavens. The contract is sealed. Those who betray it shall endure endless suffering. A torrent of information surged into their consciousness. For Chen Luo, the knowledge pertained to the benefits of the contract, while Su Yan's insights encompassed both advantages and the dire consequences of betrayal. After a moment of absorbing this newfound information, Chen Luo experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder ascending to the rank of a kingly lord was intertwined with the notion of subordinate lords. The term king was not merely symbolic, it denoted a true sovereign. Only those with subjects could ascend to kingship. Acting upon this revelation, Chen Luo focused his thoughts. A stream of azure light darted from afar, swiftly entering the dilapidated wooden abode and merging into the core of his domain. This azure light was none other than Su Yan's domain core. The instant their cores fused, he felt the expanse of their territory swell dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled in size. Originally, his silver tier domain had a radius of merely 1,000 meters. Now, with Su Yan's core integrated, it had expanded to 2,000 meters. This confirmed Su Yan's assertion. While possessing a subordinate lord did not guarantee strength, lacking one assured weakness. As the cores melded, Su Yan's aura began to amplify, enveloping her in a radiant white glow. Moments later, the luminescence dissipated, revealing her dazed and bewildered expression. Have I become a silver lord? After a moment of confusion, Su Yan suddenly grasped the situation her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Luo. Wait, sharing a domain core, I was a bronze tier before. And now suddenly a silver tier. Does that mean you are the Silver Lord? The trials in the Lord Source realm have only just begun. How have you attained silver status already? Are you cheating? The contract binds us in shared fortune and shared misfortune. The level of the Master S Lord core determines the rank to which the servant may ascend. This is one of the advantages of being a contract holder. There is no cheating involved. It is simply the strength of the kin. Cheating is utterly impossible. What Chen Luo despises the most are those who rely on such deceit. He merely possesses the ability to discern the information of his kin, which hardly constitutes cheating. Rather, it could be described as having a unique insight. The kin are indeed formidable. I have heard that you have contracted the Zerg as your kin. Upon hearing this, Su Yin realized her mistake and hurriedly waved her hands. I apologize. I did not mean to bring up this matter. I was merely curious. The initial kin summon betrayed him, forcing him to contract with other lower-tier kin. Although Chen Luo remained silent, one could imagine the heartache he must feel. How could she bring up such a topic? Su Yin felt a wave of guilt wash over her, lowering her head. You need not apologize. I did indeed contract the Zerg as my kin, and it is not an embarrassing matter to conceal. More accurately, I have contracted with the Zerg Queen. Chen Luo smiled helplessly. This girl was truly sensitive, charmingly naive. Contracting the Zerg was hardly a disgrace to be hidden. Come, let me show you. Prepare yourself mentally. Do not faint from fright again. Noticing Su Yin's lingering guilt, Chen Luo led her outside. It seemed the time had come to provide her with a shocking revelation about the Zerg. Hearing alone is not enough. Seeing is believing. There is no stereotype that the Zerg Legion cannot overturn. If there are, then let there be more Zerg Legions. To accommodate Su Yin, Chen Luo refrained from taking her near the nest and dismissed all Zerg. As they approached the vicinity of the nest, a single glance left Su Yin utterly astounded. At that moment, 30 Zerg warriors were arrayed in formation. Shadow mantises soared through the air, their wings buzzing ominously. The spiked serpents coiled upon the ground, occasionally flicking their tongues. The terrifying aura of the Zerg spread like a tide around them. Su Yin trembled in fear, her face pale. Those golden tier monsters. Master, we are doomed. These creatures have slaughtered an entire large goblin tribe. They are terrifyingly strong. Your kin must have been wiped out by them. Woe is us. We are in dire straits. Su Yin sobbed, her breaths coming in gasps. Monsters that had massacred a goblin tribe, and there were so many of them. It was over. Everything was over. Just as she had managed to cling to a sense of security, she encountered such formidable foes. She felt utterly unfortunate. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, her cries resembling the boiling of water. Chen Luo, with an expressionless demeanor, raised his hand and executed a swift motion. Flick, gather, and retract. The actions flowed seamlessly. Did I not ask you to prepare yourself mentally? These are my kin, the Zerg, which you perceive as weak and easily crushed. The shadow mantises in the sky are masters of assassination, wielding dual blades that can sever anything. The spiked serpents on the ground, with every bone spike they unleash, can claim the lives of their enemies. And there are over 70 more Zerg warriors ready to avenge you, each possessing the strength of a second-tier golden rank. Chen Luo extended his arms, beckoning, warriors, come greet our new companion. In the next instant, the shadow mantises and thorn serpents erupted into a cacophony of hisses. The intangible sound waves distorted the air around them. Su Yin stood in a daze, glancing between Chen Luo and the swarm of insects. What was she hearing? Was this truly her understanding of the Zerg? Each one was a golden second tier? And this was not even the entirety. There were over 70 more outside seeking vengeance on her behalf. Had she lost her mind? Or had the world finally turned upside down? Overwhelmed by the deluge of information, she rolled her eyes back and collapsed into Chen Luo's embrace. How had she fainted again? Wasn't her talent upon ascending to Silver Lord healing? Couldn't she have used it on herself before losing consciousness? Chen Luo held Su Yin silently. As her master, he was privy to her information, which included the talent she had acquired upon her promotion to Silver. Healing, a straightforward ability, consumed energy to mend injuries and ailments. With this talent, Su Yin had essentially become a capable healer. Chen Luo was not surprised she had awakened such an ability. Her character was a perfect match for this role. Oh, had they already located the goblin's lair? A smile crept upon Chen Luo's lips as he received the information transmitted through the Zerg's neural network. He wondered how many energy points he could acquire this time. Chapter 18. The Mutant Goblin King? The female goblin is truly detestable. Chen Luo carefully laid the unconscious Su Yin in a dilapidated hut. He left 10 insect warriors to guard their territory and took the remaining 20 to the battlefield. With the aid of the Zerg's neural network and the speed of the shadow mantises, he reached his destination in under a minute. Unlike the previous goblin, this one was not predominantly established in the woods. The structures were tree houses or hollows carved into great trees. At this moment, the tribe was awash in a river of blood, the stench of death and gore saturating the air. Goblins wailed in despair, some dropping to their knees in supplication. Yet, what awaited them were still the blades of shadow mantises and the spines of thorn serpents. They had marred the environment, and their sins would be compounded. I shall be the harbinger of nature's judgment upon you. Leave not a single one alive. Annihilate them all. With fervor, Chen Luo swung his arm, and the shadow mantises and thorn serpents surged forth to partake in the massacre, leaving only one of each to guard him. Safety was paramount while venturing out. He had no desire for his nascent endeavor to be thwarted prematurely. This goblin tribe was evidently smaller than the last, its overall strength lacking in comparison as well. Under the onslaught of nearly 100 golden second-tier Zerg, within mere minutes, not a single living soul remained. A thunderous roar erupted as a robust figure leaped down from the highest treehouse. With green skin, an unsightly belly, tattered trousers, a silver crown upon its head, and a staff in hand, it was the Goblin King. The moment it appeared, the Goblin King became the target of the Zerg's assault. Blades flashed and spines hurled towards it with relentless ferocity. Just as Chen Luo believed the ordeal had come to an end, he witnessed the Goblin King emanating a resplendent array of colors, which then shifted to a muted earthy hue, its form resembling that of hardened rock. The glint of blades and the sharpness of bone spikes struck against its body, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Deep, penetrating wounds marked its exterior. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Has it withstood the assault? What manner of ability is this? A mutated being, perhaps? He regarded the Goblin King intently, a faint blue luminescence flickering in his gaze. Goblin King. Strength, Silver Tier 8. Potential, Silver Tier 8. Skills, Cleave, Battle Roar, Elemental Shield. Evolution requirement, unable to evolve. Elemental Shield? Indeed, this one is distinct from the previous. Yet, no matter how it may have mutated, a goblin remains a goblin. I do not place my faith in mutations, but I do trust in the prowess of the insectoid warriors. Just as Chen Luo completed his assessment, the Goblin King could no longer withstand the onslaught, swiftly being torn asunder by several shadow mantises. The source of its elemental shield is undoubtedly significant. Something within this tribe must have influenced its transformation. Curiosity piqued, Chen Luo rubbed his hands together and mounted a shadow mantis, embarking on a search throughout the goblin settlement. In the previous tribe, he had discovered a holy sword of the 9th tier, which, despite its lack of immediate utility, was of high caliber. Most importantly, it had been acquired without cost, which sufficed. After scouring the territory for a considerable time, Chen Luo found nothing of note. Nor did he uncover the item responsible for the Goblin King's mutation, only collecting 251 silver crystal cores. Eventually, he arrived at the treetop abode, the dwelling of the Goblin King. It was there, upon a throne constructed of shattered stones and the remains of unknown creatures, that he discovered several small stones of varying hues. Item, Shattered Star Stone. Tier, Gold Tier 8. Function, different colors contain the power of distinct elements. Prolonged contact grants elemental affinity and the ability to harness elemental forces. Description, an exceedingly precious material, though it appears you have no use for it, which is unfortunate. Chen Luo pocketed a few Shattered Star Stones, counting a total of 18. Among them were 8 green, 2 red, 4 blue, and 4 white. Who says I have no use for this? I could use it to adorn my toilet, couldn't I? If that doesn't suffice. I could always play stone-throwing games with Su Yan, could I not? With a soft snort, Chen Luo tucked the Shattered Star Stones into his pocket. At times, this golden finger feels rather vexing, often imparting upon him a sense of absurdity. Not lingering in that foul place, Chen Luo mounted the Shadow Mantis and departed. Before leaving, he stationed 10 insectoid warriors to guard against any other creatures that might attempt to snatch their spoils. Simultaneously, he summoned all the giant jaw ants through the insectoid mine network to commence the transport of corpses. He had roughly assessed that this goblin tribe, while smaller than the last, still boasted over 2,000 goblins, which could provide him with a significant amount of energy points. Now that he had integrated Su Yan's territory, his domain had expanded sufficiently. No longer would he worry about an excess of troops exceeding his territory's capacity. By his calculations, the resources should be ample enough to elevate his territory to Silver Tier 2, wouldn't it? As the territory expanded and the resources became more abundant, it allowed for the hatching of additional giant-jawed worker ants to gather resources. On the return journey, Chen Luo quietly contemplated the future developments ahead. This was only the afternoon of the second day of the trial, with 28 days remaining. If fortune smiled upon him, he might discover several monster tribes, enabling him to hatch numerous insectoid warriors. Conversely, if luck were to elude him and he failed to locate any monster tribes, relying solely on the gathering capabilities of the giant-jawed worker ants could still elevate his territory to the 10th tier of silver. Coupled with the primal core obtained from defeating Snake, he stood a solid chance of upgrading his territory to gold, thus becoming a gold-tier lord. When the trial concluded and he faced Li Hao, he would no longer need to fear Principal Li, a gold-tier lord. The existence of the insectoid race rendered him an invincible presence among lords of the same rank. After all, not all gold-tier lords had vassals with gold-tier strength. Their vassals required continuous battles to accumulate experience and level up. For a typical gold-tier lord, having 2 vassals of gold-tier prowess was already considered exceptional. Where am I? Who am I? What am I to do? Su Yan clutched her head, still not fully awake. The goblin attack had led Chen Luo to rescue her and Xiao Bai, and they had formed a subordinate contract, revealing Chen Luo's insectoid vassals to her. The memory of those menacing insectoids jolted Su Yin into clarity. Stepping out of the dilapidated wooden house, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a shadow mantis. The two, a girl and a mantis, held their gaze for what felt like an eternity. The silence was deafening. Su Yin forced a smile that was more pitiable than a frown, timidly waving her hand. Hello. Have you eaten? The shadow mantis tilted its head slightly, clearly perplexed by her behavior. Recalling Chen Luo's instructions before his departure, it silently turned away. Su Yin felt a mix of embarrassment and relief at this response. Is this for me? Are you offering me something to eat? With a dazed expression, Su Yin gingerly accepted the leaf, hesitatingly tilting her head back to drink the nutritional liquid. It wasn't unpleasant, but it lacked flavor. After a few smacks of her lips, she marvelously realized her previously hungry stomach was now satiated. Her limbs felt invigorated, as if she had just enjoyed a grand feast. Thank you. Su Yin politely bowed in gratitude. Now, as she regarded the shadow mantis, her earlier fear had dissipated, replaced by a sense of warmth. Truly, it was a vassal of the Silver Lord, just as amiable as its master. Ah, has Su Xiaohua awakened? I hope you won't faint again, Chen Luo's teasing voice approached. Scattered across the ground were several swiftly moving spike snakes. Although she still felt a twinge of fear, it was overshadowed by embarrassment. Remembering how she had fainted twice in quick succession, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Luo's eyes. At 18 years of age, to still be fainting from fright, if her sister found out, she could only imagine the mockery that would ensue. Chapter 19. The Future of Humanity? A major upgrade of the territory. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier Lord, 510,000 points. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier 5 Lord, 500 points. The elders exchanged glances, at a loss for words. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this leaderboard. It is not that they wish for the Dragon Kingdom to produce prodigies, but rather that this situation seems implausible. On the afternoon of the second day of the trial, an astonishing score of 510,000 points was achieved. What does this signify? A score of 50,000 points already marks one as a genius. With a lineage of at least platinum-level aptitude, 100,000 points denotes an exceptional talent, requiring a royal-level lineage. Achieving 300,000 points is an extraordinary feat, with very few throughout the annals of human history having accomplished it, all invariably possessing mythic lineages capable of becoming the pillars of humanity. To reach 500,000 points is an unprecedented achievement in human history, with each individual representing an ancestral existence. It is even more astonishing that this was accomplished on merely the second day of the trial. Such a claim verges on the absurd. Surely, there must be an error in the detection array. A simple adjustment should suffice. The third elder chuckled awkwardly, but his feeble explanation failed to garner any agreement. They had already tested the detection array multiple times, finding no signs of damage or intrusion. No matter how formidable the demon that broke free from its seal may have been, it was only king level at its zenith. After being suppressed for so many years, its strength would be but a shadow of its former self. Even if there were a secret method capable of influencing the detection, it would undoubtedly escape the scrutiny of the 6 king-level lords. Perhaps he truly possesses such an ability, or rather, we ought to hope that he does. A prodigy of this caliber would not only be a blessing to the Dragon Kingdom, but to humanity as a whole. The Grand Elder spoke in a subdued tone, pausing before adding, "Let us wait 2 more days. I shall personally enter the Lord's source realm to investigate the matter thoroughly." The other elders nodded in silence, refraining from further discussion. As the Grand Elder indicated, they should hope that Chen Luo's data is accurate. Although humanity stands alongside the 6 pinnacle races, divine beings from the divine realm, demons from the abyss, machines from the sea of machinery, beasts from the endless star domain, and spirits from the shadowy abyss, it is the weakest among them, barely able to maintain its existence. It is only through the presence of several powerful entities that they have not been obliterated by the combined forces of the other races. Should Chen Luo's talent prove genuine, his future achievements would be boundless, potentially leading humanity to flourish under his guidance. The elders, each lost in their thoughts, failed to notice a technician responsible for monitoring the data, who wore an impassive expression, coldly scrutinizing the names on the leaderboard before silently exiting the office. Shortly thereafter, a message vanished into the cosmos, its origins unknown. Wood at 11,000, stone at 15,000, iron ore at 90,000. The giant-jawed worker ants had gone to transport the goblin corpses, seizing the opportunity to upgrade their territory. After tallying the wood, iron, and stone, Chen Luo disregarded the astonished Su Yin and opted directly for an upgrade. Upgrading from Silver Tier 1 to Silver Tier 2 required a consumption of 10,000 wood and stone each, along with 2 silver crystals. Progressing from Tier 2 to Tier 3 demanded 20,000 wood and stone each, alongside 4 silver crystals. Ascending from Tier 3 to Tier 4 necessitated 40,000 wood and stone each, and 8 silver crystals. Having advanced 3 tiers, the wood and stone were insufficient for further upgrades. Nevertheless, Chen Luo felt quite satisfied, recognizing this as merely the fruit of an afternoon's labor. Once he hatches another 100 or so giant mandible worker ants, the speed of resource collection will double. The insect race has never feared the pace of gathering. Their greatest dread lies in the absence of resources to collect. Lord, Chen Luo. Subordinate Lord, Su Yan. Level, Silver Tier 4. Territory buildings, ramshackle wooden house. Summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers, constructible. Affiliated creatures, insect queen, unicorn, Su Yan's familiar. Upgrade requirements, 80,000 wood, 80,000 stone, 80,000 iron ore. 16 silver crystals. Description, with beauty at hand, fertile lands, and a formidable army. Alas, the structures within your territory are as dilapidated as the ramshackle wooden house, utterly desolate. Territory buildings? Ignoring the insistent voice of his golden finger, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings. All he could see were brown fungal carpets, devoid of any trees or stones. Not even a blade of grass. Only the dilapidated wooden house stood there, forlorn. Previously, the limited territory did not feel significant, but now, having reached Silver Tier 4, the radius extended to a staggering 16 kilometers. It was indeed expansive and desolate at first glance. He contemplated upgrading both the wooden house and the city walls to Bronze Tier 10. Assessing his resources, he resolved to enhance the wooden house and the city walls. With Su Yan's presence, the ramshackle wooden house had become inadequate. As for the city walls, they resembled a mere garden fence, which felt rather absurd given the vastness of the territory. Furthermore, the city walls were quite effective, capable of withstanding 10 attacks from monsters of the same tier at bronze level. Upgrading them might yield unexpected benefits. After all, the territory serves as a stronghold, and fortifying defenses is never a losing endeavor. Upgrading the dilapidated wooden house and the city walls was akin to enhancing the territory itself. Upgrading from Bronze Tier 1 to Tier 2 required 100 wood, iron, and stone. Subsequent upgrades would incur increasing resource costs with each tier. To elevate the wooden house from Bronze Tier 1 to Tier 10 would demand a total of 4,500 wood, iron, and stone. Upgrading both structures simultaneously would deplete 9,000 wood, iron, and stone. Upon issuing the command, the 9,000 wood, iron, and stone vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the ramshackle wooden house was enveloped in a cerulean glow, rapidly expanding. As the luminescence dissipated, the once fragile wooden structure transformed into a two-story wooden building. Two-story wooden building. Level, Bronze Tier 10. Durability, 100-100. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, 1 silver crystal. Description, a two-story wooden building, featuring 1 hall and 9 rooms, with water but no electricity, close to nature. An ideal haven for cherished companionship. Wow, will we reside here from now on? That's wonderful. The ramshackle wooden house I previously lived in had nothing. Even rats would weep. Tonight, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep without fearing that the house might collapse and crush me. Su Yan exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Relieved to no longer be anxious. Indeed, forging a subordinate contract with Chen Luo was the wisest decision. No, we shall not dwell here, Chen Luo replied, shaking his head. Under Su Yan's puzzled gaze, he waved his hand, and once more, 1,000 wood, iron, and stone, along with 1 silver crystal, vanished. The small wooden lodge was once again enveloped in radiant light, but this time the luminescence transformed into a silvery hue. As the silvery brilliance spread, a modern-style villa emerged. Architecture, villa. Level, Silver Tier 1. Durability, 1,000-1,000. Effect, resting within allows for gradual recovery of mental and physical health. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 1 silver crystal core. Description, you have chosen a modern villa, which is utterly incongruous with the swarming insects. What aesthetics? Utterly mismatched. Disregarding the incessant barking of the female imp, Chen Luo turned to the starry-eyed Su Yan and declared, this is the place we shall reside. Select a room for yourself, and please help tidy up a bit. Chen Luo reached out, expertly employing a playful pat on the head. The effect was remarkable, causing the legal lowly to blush with shyness. Bashfully nodding like a dutiful little wife, she dashed towards the wooden lodge to arrange the room. Once she departed, Chen Luo mounted the shadow mantis and soared towards the outermost edges of his territory. From the sky, he could discern everything within his domain clearly. Centered around the Lord Core, the area within approximately 2,000 meters was barren, devoid of any flora or fauna. Chapter 20, An Explosion of Forces, 2 Divine Angels. Beyond this point lay a dense forest. However, he saw no creatures nor other lords. Only the diligent worker ants were tirelessly transporting goblin corpses. Had the territorial upgrade expelled all surrounding life? It was not unusual for a lord to inhabit a realm without encountering others within millions of meters. Yet, within a radius of over 16,000 meters, the absence of any life forms posed a significant concern. It could only imply that the territorial upgrade had driven all creatures away. Chen Luo pondered little on this matter and instead surveyed the lush jungle below. Within the confines of his territory lay abundant resources, providing an opportunity to hatch more worker ants to gather them. he decided to clear out the resources within his domain before considering those beyond it. As he contemplated, the shadow mantis had already brought him to the edge of his territory. Before landing, Chen Luo spotted a wall made of yellow clay, towering over a meter high. A yellow clay wall. Skeptical, he inspected the wall's panel. Wall. Level, Bronze Tier 10. Durability, 1000. Upgrade requirements, 1000 wood, 1000 stone, 1000 iron, or 1 silver crystal core. Description: do not underestimate me as merely a yellow clay wall. My strength is beyond your imagination. Even a Bronze Tier 10 creature would struggle to breach me 100 times. After reviewing the wall's panel, Chen Luo felt utterly despondent. His fence had ascended to Bronze Tier 10, transforming into a yellow clay wall. Who uses yellow clay walls as fortifications? While it may serve its purpose well, capable of withstanding 100 strikes from Bronze Tier 10 monsters, it was far too unsightly. It was less aesthetically pleasing than the previous fence. Determined to upgrade the wall to Silver Tier 1, it became evident that resources could not be spared. Upon issuing the command, a significant portion of the stored wood, iron, and stone within the territory vanished. The yellow clay wall was soon enveloped in a silvery glow. As the silver radiance dissipated, the original yellow mud wall has been transformed into a wall of stone. Its surface is uneven and lacks symmetry, yet it appears far sturdier than its predecessor. Chen Luo reassures himself, dismissing any further thoughts about the wall. While it may lack aesthetic appeal, its practicality is undeniable. After upgrading to Silver Tier 1, the wall's durability has increased tenfold, now boasting an impressive durability of 10,000 points, capable of withstanding 1,000 attacks from Silver Tier 1 creatures. The utility is maximized. Calculating the time, he surmises that the corpses should have been largely transported by now. Let me see how many energy points I can gather this time. As he gazes down upon his territory, a surge of ambition wells up within him. Sooner or later, my domain shall surpass even that of the Lord's source realm. I will ensure that the name of the insectoid race echoes throughout the cosmos. I will instill fear in all races across the universe at the mere mention of the insectoids. His lofty ambitions are interrupted as Chen Luo touches his nose and dismounts from the mantis. At this moment, the juggernaut ants are diligently transporting the goblin corpses. The distance is considerable, consuming a significant amount of time. Energy points, 87,000. Chen Luo glances at the energy points and estimates that there are approximately 2,000 goblins in this tribe, each capable of providing at least 50 energy points. With less than 90,000 energy points gathered, it indicates that about a quarter remains untransported. Elise, hatch 150 Bronze Tier 1 juggernaut ants. With plenty of energy points at his disposal, Chen Luo feels no remorse in utilizing them. There are no wasteful beings among the insectoid race. Although juggernaut ants lack combat abilities, their gathering prowess is unmatched across the universe. Upon issuing the command, 150 larvae emerge from the mother nest, writhing together, covered in a slimy substance that could make anyone's skin crawl. Yet, Chen Luo finds it delightful, even somewhat endearing. The swarm is indeed the insectoid race's most formidable mode of combat. The 150 larvae cocoon themselves. In mere moments, the cocoons burst open, and juggernaut ants emerge, ready for action. Without needing orders, they line up neatly and begin transporting the goblin corpses. The insectoid race truly alleviates concerns. Content. Chen Luo nods in approval and checks the remaining energy points. The total expenditure for 150 Bronze Tier 1 juggernaut ants is 3,000 energy points. Hardly a dent in his reserves. It becomes evident that sustaining 1's battles through conquest is indeed the way forward. Elise, hatch 15 stingers and 15 shadow mantises. All at Gold Tier 2. Chen Luo commands once more. The order is given, and 30 larvae crawl from the mother nest. In about a minute, the larvae have already cocooned and hatched into imposing Gold Tier 2 insectoid warriors. The insectoid legion now comprises 130 Gold Tier 2 warriors. Once the transformation of all the goblin corpses is complete, the count is expected to reach around 160, having exceeded the initial goal. Chen Luo is in high spirits. It is only the evening of the second day, and the trial still stretches on. Divine Judgment. The holy sword cleaves through the yellow sands, severing the sandworms below. Ailina flaps her wings, closing her eyes to feel the surging power within her. A breakthrough, Bronze Tier 4. Now, I possess the strength to vanquish Bronze Tier monsters. The breakthrough in my abilities has put Ailina in high spirits. Li Hao, the Lord, is grinning ear to ear. That fool, Chen Luo, remains oblivious to what he has missed. With Ailina by my side, I shall undoubtedly excel in the beast siege that is to unfold in 5 days. The trials of the Lord's source realm last for a month. Every 7 days, a siege by beasts occurs. These beasts are not mere monsters, but illusions conjured by magical arrays, capable of manifesting different levels of strength based on the Lord's prowess. Successfully repelling these beasts grants substantial points and rewards. Conversely, should the beasts ravage the territory, the Lord will be expelled from the source realm, never to reclaim their title. This serves to filter out the truly fragile lords. If one cannot withstand the beasts, they would merely be marching to their doom in the trials of the outer battlefield. That feeble mortal, who has contracted a swarm of insects, has likely been torn to shreds by monsters by now. Elena wipes the blood from the holy sword. Her voice cold and ruthless. I sense the presence of a bright stone nearby, just within reach. Li Hao's eyes gleam. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. With just one bright stone, I can summon another holy angel. With 2 holy angels at my command, who could possibly rival me? On the island, Wang Chuxue and the dragon Reina lean in, gazing at the dragon egg towering over a meter in height. Both are filled with anticipation. Crack. The crisp sound of the shell breaking resonates, and the egg instantly becomes riddled with cracks. Under the watchful eyes of both the girl and the dragon, a fiery red claw emerges from the egg. With a slight exertion, the egg shatters completely, revealing the hatchling within. It is a vibrant red, adorned with wing patterns. And tiny sparks flicker as it breathes. A piece of eggshell remains nestled between its 2 horns. Its large, watery eyes curiously survey Wang Chuxue. Wow, a fire dragon. Splendid. We can have barbecues in the future. Chapter 21. This is called a sense of ceremony. Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom? Your sister is named Reina. So let her burn. Indeed, naming is an art, and that insufferable Su Yin always claims I am inept at it, showing no respect for her elder sister. Just as these proud words left her lips, Wang Chushue's smile faltered. In an instant, her brows knitted together, and her bright eyes were clouded with worry. I wonder how Yin'er is faring. She must have used the contract scroll by now. Su Yin is her biological sister, and they are twins. She takes their father's surname, while Su Yin takes their mother's. Though they have not spent much time together, their bond is incredibly strong. Reina senses her distress and gently nuzzles her with its massive head to offer comfort. The hatchling, mimicking its elder, picks up a piece of the chewed eggshell and presents it to Wang Chuxue. Its adorable antics bring a smile to her face, warming her heart. You must grow quickly. In 5 days, the beast's siege will commence. I will rely on you for protection then. Roar. The hatchling pounds its chest and lets out a fierce growl. Tiny sparks erupting from its mouth. The sparks dance, nearly singeing Wang Chushue's skirt. She shifts from her previous warmth to a fierce glare. Little one. Do not play with fire. Be careful not to wet your bed tonight. The hatchling responds with confusion. She, a fire dragon. What else could she play with if not fire? Urine and mud, perhaps? The Grand Elder, the portal has been opened. Within the Lord's source realm, there exists a formation limit, permitting only lords below gold rank to enter. Yet, we possess a formation capable of constructing a projection of your essence. Devoid of a physical form, wielding 1/10 of your power. To manipulate this projection, you must impart a fragment of your soul into it. The technician, with a grave expression, meticulously explained the situation. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his countenance serene as he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the command, the intricate formations within the chamber began to activate. Like a finely tuned machine, the smaller gears set the larger ones in motion. Amidst the dazzling light, a phantom separated from the Grand Elder's body. Without delay, it plunged directly into the swirling portal at the center of the room. The other 5 elders stood by, occasionally glancing at the leaderboard behind them. Despite having lived for centuries, they considered themselves as steadfast as old dogs. Yet, at this moment, they could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. This time, they would witness history, potentially the darkest hour for the Dragon Kingdom, or perhaps the rise of humanity. Today, Chen Luo was in high spirits. After stockpiling resources for an entire day, he relished the sensation of overflowing supplies. 200 giant-jawed worker ants swept through like a locust swarm, leaving nothing in their wake. Have you been out robbing? Where did all this wood, iron, and stone come from? Su Yin, dazed, emerged from her quarters, her mind reeling at the sight of towering mountains of resources. Where did all this come from? I thought you would need another day of rest. Now that you're awake, go cook something. I'm famished. Su Yin, still in a daze, nodded and turned towards the kitchen. But as she took a step, she realized something was amiss. Cooking requires food, doesn't it? What am I supposed to make with nothing? Chen Luo, with an enigmatic expression, replied, Isn't there a goblet in the kitchen? I recall there are a few candles as well. Use the goblet to fetch some nutrient solution from the mother nest and light a candle. The act of dining is not the essence. It is the sense of ritual that matters. Do you understand? Su Yin nodded blankly, turning toward the kitchen. What kind of ritual is needed for drinking nutrient solution? Candles aren't meant to be lit during the day, are they? Despite her bewilderment, she obediently retrieved the candles and carried 2 goblets outside. As she walked, she caught sight of patrols of shadow mantises and thorn snakes. Instinctively, she felt a surge of fear, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of unreality. It was hard to believe that these fearsome creatures were all part of Chen Luo's kin, each possessing the strength of gold rank 2. Why does it seem like there are more of them? Didn't he say there were only 100? How did their numbers multiply? Feeling perplexed, Su Yin wondered. Could I have miscounted? On the other side, having sent Su Yin on her way, Chen Luo turned to his pressing matters. 350,000 wood, 370,000 stone, and 300,000 iron ore. These resources would allow him to elevate his territory by 2 levels. Without hesitation, he commanded, utilize all resources to upgrade the territory. The moment the order was issued, the towering piles of wood, iron, and stone vanished in an instant. The silver rank 4 territory ascended to rank 5, consuming 80,000 wood and iron, along with 16 silver cores. Upon advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank, the expenditure entails 160,000 units each of wood, iron, and stone, alongside 32 silver crystal cores. Lord, Chen Luo. Rank, silver 6th tier. Territorial structures, small villa, summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers, constructible. Affiliated beasts, queen of insects, unicorn, Su Yan's companion. Requirements for advancement: 320,000 units of wood, 320,000 units of stone, 320,000 units of iron ore, 64 silver crystal cores. Description: with robust troops and splendid treasures, you have certainly ascended to the status of a lord, yet do not rejoice too soon. There remains much for you to achieve. The silver 6th tier signifies that the radius of the territory has now reached 160,000 meters. A true pinnacle warrior must possess subordinate lords. Those without subordinates cannot be deemed top-tier warriors. Chen Luo suddenly grasped the meaning of this statement. Upon the establishment of a contract, the territories of subordinate lords are assimilated. When the lord's territory advances, the swallowed subordinate territories will also expand, resulting in a scenario where one individual's ascension benefits two. If one were to contract with 10 or even 100 subordinate lords, just how vast would the territory become? Regarding the ascension to the king level for subordinate lords, does it imply that the conditions for elevating to a king-level lord are connected to the territorial extent? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, contemplating this possibility. Based on current conjectures, this likelihood appears substantial. Indeed, a perceptive young lad. Yet regrettably, you have only scratched the surface. A king-level lord is an exceedingly unique existence. The title of king is far more than mere nomenclature. An ancient voice resonated from the void. Upon reflection, the discourse seemed to address the inquiry, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed nothing of substance. Listening to your words is merely a waste of time. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings, with a mere thought. 162nd-tier golden insect warriors converged from all directions, encircling him in mere moments. After transforming all the goblin corpses the previous day, he had expended all his energy points to expand the insect army. Such a multitude of second-tier golden subordinates? No wonder your ranking is so far ahead. The ancient voice held a tinge of surprise, yet predominantly conveyed delight. Little one, there is no need for apprehension. I harbor no ill will towards you. Under Chen Luo's gaze, an ethereal figure gradually materialized from the void. The form was nearly transparent, but distinctly portrayed a long-bearded elder. Noting Chen Luo's continued vigilance, the figure solidified and spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Shiji, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom Elder Council. Chapter 22. The true identity of Su Schoolbell? Is the Grand Elder a cult leader? Chen Luo and the Grand Elder locked eyes, neither uttering a word. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lacking the anticipated shock and excitement, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and then spoke with a serious demeanor. Since the inception of lords over 1,300 years ago, there have been countless prodigious talents. Each of them has been crucial to the current stature of humanity. And you, my child, are the most gifted individual since the era of lords. I believe you possess the ability to lead humanity towards a glorious future. The Grand Elder spoke with increasing fervor, causing Chen Luo to fear he might suddenly faint. Initially, he had entered with the worst possible expectations, yet after a thorough exploration, he found no trace of the demon's lair, nor did he encounter a single lord who had suffered at the hands of the fiend. Everything seemed almost too normal. Upon meeting Chen Luo, the Grand Elder nearly burst into tears. Truly, they were not dreaming. Humanity had indeed birthed a figure capable of leading them into the future. In these times, had pyramid schemes infiltrated even the realm of lords? Your business connections are remarkably extensive. Chen Luo's lips twitched. Suddenly, someone appeared, claiming to be the savior, the future leader of mankind. Who could possibly believe such a proclamation? He was utterly speechless. How could the realm of lords be filled with such oddities? First, there was the grotesque Sneck, and now this purveyor of pyramid schemes. It was only the 4th day of the trial. He could hardly fathom what other bizarre entities might emerge in the days to come. Pyramid scheme? I am not a part of any pyramid scheme, the Grand Elder insisted. You may find it hard to believe, but I truly am the Grand Elder. Seeing Chen Luo's skepticism, the Grand Elder hastily sought to validate his identity, only to realize, to his dismay, that he had no means of proving it at all. His complexion turned slightly ashen. After living for centuries, he could not even substantiate his own identity. Very well, you are the Grand Elder. Chen Luo replied dismissively, his expression growing cold. Moments ago, he had attempted to examine this person's information, only to find nothing displayed. This could only indicate one thing. The individual was neither a kin nor a monster, but a pure-blooded human. Regardless of who you are, you have trespassed into my territory. What is your purpose? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you shall not leave empty-handed. One must always take something away when they arrive. He was no pushover. In this world, virtuous individuals seldom thrive for long. Sensing Chen Luo's emotions, the insectoids began to roar in unison. The invisible sound waves rippled through the air, the ferocity emanating from the insectoid race startling even the Grand Elder. Indeed, despite their hundreds, they moved as one. This kinship of yours is quite impressive. the Grand Elder remarked with approval. Though merely at the second tier of gold, Chen Luo had only just become a lord, and it was only the 4th day of the trial. To possess such loyal kin, he would have found it unbelievable had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. As Chen Luo furrowed his brow, about to speak, a sudden exclamation broke the air. Ah, indeed, they have multiplied. It seems I have not been dreaming. Turning, Chen Luo saw Su Yan, holding a goblet and grinning foolishly from a short distance away. The familiar voice momentarily stunned the Grand Elder. Upon recognizing Su Yan, he was left utterly bewildered. Yanu? Huh, grandfather? What are you doing here? Su Yan blinked her large eyes, confusion evident on her face. Instinctively, she pinched her cheek, and feeling the pain confirmed for her that this was no dream. How did you end up here? What about your territory? Where is the core of the Lord? The Grand Elder, sensing the absence of the Lord's core from Su Yan, felt his expression darken. There were only 2 scenarios in which one could lose their Lord's core. Firstly, the Lord's core has shattered, or the Lord has perished. Secondly, the master-servant contract. Su Yan is living well, and the answer is self-evident. His granddaughter has become a subordinate lord to another. I have signed a contract with Master Een, and I am no longer considered a lord. Grandfather, how did you end up here? Isn't the Elder Council busy? Su Yan, oblivious to any discomfort, instead wore a silly, joyful smile. Her words caused the Grand Elder's face to pale further, his heart bleeding. She still calls him Master Een. Is your grandfather involved in a pyramid scheme? His business is so extensive that it has reached this point. Seeing that Su Yan was acquainted with the newcomer, Chen Luo's wariness eased considerably. He took the goblet from Su Yan's hand, swirling the nutrient solution, his gaze filled with melancholy. He longed for a cold cola. Huh, what pyramid scheme? Grandfather, is the Elder Council expanding into new ventures lately? Su Yan blinked innocently, her expression devoid of any understanding of what a pyramid scheme entailed. The Grand Elder's veins bulged. This is a misunderstanding. With whom did you sign a contract? I would like to see who dares to make my granddaughter a subordinate lord. His anger made him puff up his cheeks. He understood Su Yan's nature all too well. Compared to Wang Chushua's fiery impulsiveness, Su Yan was the complete opposite, kind-hearted and introverted. Someone must have deceived her, taking advantage of her beauty and innocence. Once he finds that person, they will surely face dire consequences. Su Yan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Unsure of how to explain. This charade must end here. Speak of your purpose for coming. Surely it cannot be merely for a stroll? It was evident to any discerning eye in his territory with whom she had signed a contract. The old man's inquiry was plainly a test. Seeing the Grand Elder frozen in place, Chen Luo hesitated, recalling that he was, after all, Su Yan's grandfather and deserved some respect. He then raised the goblet and asked, "Would you like a drink? It lacks flavor, but it is nutritious and healthy." Startled by her own guilt, Su Yan trembled, losing her grip on the goblet, which tumbled towards the ground. Before it could hit the floor, the Grand Elder swiftly summoned it into his hands with an unseen force. He took a sip. The viscous texture resembled jelly, yet it bore no taste. However, the Grand Elder was not deterred. In fact, he smiled even more broadly. Ah, this contract is splendidly executed. This concoction is nutritious and healthy, and it suits my granddaughter's partner as well. The Grand Elder's face beamed with delight, his smile stretching wide. The more he observed Chen Luo, the more he felt satisfied. Is this the future of the human race? This is his granddaughter's partner. Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Yet, she couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Luo's reaction. Seeing him gazing at a 45-degree angle, swirling the goblet with a melancholic expression, her secret hope transformed into disappointment. Chen Luo paid no mind to her title. You've had your drink. Now, speak of your purpose. If I am not mistaken, you are here regarding the demon Sneak Yida. You are too late. It left no trace of its body. The urgency of the matter was evident, as it had stirred the Elder Council, prompting the Grand Elder's personal appearance. Aside from being intended for that malevolent entity, he could conceive of no other reason. The Grand Elder, stroking his beard, grew increasingly pleased with Chen Luo. As expected of the one chosen by Su Yan, his talent and intellect were commendable. His appearance was only slightly inferior to that of the Elder in his youth. Quite admirable, indeed, yet the Elder was not solely motivated by this. He had come here with another purpose. Chen Luo of Linjiang City. Chapter 23. The demonic clan conspiracy, Su School Bell shocked. In the universe's utter darkness, within the shadowy domain, there existed an expanse of interstellar void devoid of any light. The entire star region was encrusted with frost, saturated with an ominous chill. Here, there was no light, only a profound darkness. Shadows darker than the abyss flitted through the starry expanse, masters of this shadowy domain, the demonic clan. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the pitch-black star region, drawing the demonic clan closer, eager to engulf this glimmer. Retreat, rasped a harsh voice, its indescribable pressure silencing the restless fiends. The light was ensnared by an unseen force, landing in the bony, elongated grasp of a figure, who then absorbed it into their being. Upon receiving the information conveyed by the light, the Supreme Shade King clenched his fist. Human race, Chen Luo, a prodigy. Excellent. You have arrived just in time. Our preparations from 1,000 years ago are finally at hand. The Supreme Shade King revealed a sinister grin. As the surrounding black mist roiled, the oppressive aura of a monarch radiated freely, affecting a significant portion of the shadowy domain and even alarming several other demon kings. Before long, a shadow burst forth from the shadowy domain, heading straight for Earth. Is it coming for me? All because I eliminated that wretched snack? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, perplexed. He saw nothing exceptional about himself. He merely possessed the ability to perceive the information of his kin and assist in their evolution. With a swarm of infinitely spawning insectoid kin, by the second day of trials, he commanded 100 second-tier golden insect warriors. By the fourth day, he had ascended to a 6th-tier silver lord, having eradicated 2 large goblin tribes and slain an 8th-tier demon. What was so extraordinary about him? Were these not feats achievable by anyone with hands? Since the inception of the Lord era, the source realm for lords had existed. Within this realm, precise recording arrays documented the performance of challengers, awarding points based on the number of foes slain and the level of territory acquired. Historically, there have been instances of challengers amassing over 1 million points upon completion of their trials. We once believed that even prodigies had their limits. But your emergence has shattered that notion. Do you know how many points you currently possess? The Grand Elder wore an enigmatic expression, refraining from disclosing the answer directly. With the crisis averted and the realization that Chen Luo was indeed a true prodigy, his granddaughter had found a worthy companion, and his spirits soared, allowing him to indulge in riddles. About 500,000? That shouldn't be too much, right? Aren't there those with 1 million? Chen Luo remarked, taking another sip of the nutrient solution, savoring the taste, yearning for a chilled soda. Why does the world contain such healthful yet unpalatable substances? 50,000. Grandfather, does the Lord truly possess 500,000 points? Yet, this is merely the 4th day of the trial, and we have yet to encounter the first beast siege. How could one possibly accumulate such a vast number of points? Suyan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She eagerly gazed at the Grand Elder, yearning for a definitive answer. 500,000 points. What does that even signify? The most exceptional talents among humanity barely reach 1 million points by the conclusion of the trial. How can Chen Luo have amassed 500,000 points by the morning of just the 4th day? His speculation was nearly accurate. With over 501,000 points, he held a staggering lead at the top of the leaderboard. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, somewhat contemplative. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this, he would never have believed such a phenomenon could exist. Yet, upon seeing Chen Luo and his swarm of insectoid followers, nearing 200 second-tier golden followers by the 4th day of the trial, he would not be astonished even if it were 1 million or even 10 million points. The reason points in the Lord's source realm are so precious is that the number of participants is limited, and their strength is typically weak. Even a mythically gifted follower at the bronze tier would struggle against 100 goblins of the same rank. After all, talent merely signifies potential and does not equate to strength. There are countless instances of gifted individuals who falter along the way. 501,000. How could that be possible? Suyan exclaimed. Just as she was about to express more, she fell silent. She glanced at Chen Luo and then at the fearsome insectoid warriors. Suddenly, she comprehended. Just because others may not achieve such feats does not imply that Chen Luo cannot. After all, who else could possess second-tier golden followers at the very onset of the trial? With this realization, she found the situation more palatable. You've said so much yet still haven't disclosed your intentions. What do you seek from me? Gaining entry into the Lord's source realm must not be a simple task, correct? I refuse to believe you came merely to observe me, the top scorer. Chen Luo exhibited no surprise, maintaining his calm demeanor. What use is being the top scorer? Is there to be an award? His sole concern was where to acquire more energy points to summon additional insectoids. Strength is the essence. Everything else is but an illusion. How can you remain so composed? To be first in the Lord's source realm trial is a great honor. The Grand Elder stared at Chen Luo in bewilderment. Others hearing such news would leap for joy, perhaps even become overly exuberant, barely able to articulate their excitement. Why was Chen Luo reacting this way? Boredom. With that word, Chen Luo turned and walked away. Engaging in idle chatter with the old man was a waste of time. Counting energy points was far more intriguing. Wait. The Grand Elder called out hastily. I require you to accompany me to leave the Lord's source realm and conclude this trial prematurely. The external battlefield is fraught with complexities, and there are numerous traitors within our ranks. Other nations are also coveting our dragon nation. Your information may have already been leaked. Those foreign races will stop at nothing to eradicate a potential extraordinary powerhouse among humanity before it can even blossom. Even within the confines of the Lord's source realm, safety remains an elusive notion. Thus, we implore you to conclude the trial prematurely and seek refuge in a secure location. After much circumlocution, the Grand Elder finally revealed his true intentions. Initially, he had hoped to dazzle Chen Luo with notions of glory, subsequently devising a strategy to persuade him to leave. However, Chen Luo was impervious to such tactics, displaying a maturity beyond his years. The concept of glory held no allure for him. He turned away without a moment's hesitation. Was he truly on the verge of madness? Were the youth of today so formidable? Isn't it perilous for Masterine? Suyan urged, her small hands anxiously clutching her skirt. Let us accompany grandfather. He is strong and can protect us. The repeated address of Master Yin caused Chen Luo's lips to twitch in irritation. Could you refrain from such a tongue-tied manner? If it's too difficult, just call me classmate Luo or by my name. It sounds much more endearing. He began to suspect that Su Yin was feigning innocence. But he had no evidence to support this suspicion, for she was too naive, entirely unlike someone who would indulge in such antics. Yet, the internet suggested that addressing him as Master Yin would bring joy. Chapter 24. The insect clan fears no battle, summoning materials for unicorns. Su Yin, feeling aggrieved, lowered her head, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Chen Luo fell silent. Indeed, the internet can lead one astray. Look at what it has done to innocent children. Henceforth, such titles shall be forbidden. After issuing this admonition, Chen Luo turned his gaze back to the Grand Elder, his expression darker than ever before. A true man is born of this world. He must dare to dream and act. Evading challenges resolves nothing. If the Lord's source realm is unsafe, is your domain truly secure? Every powerful figure has endured trials and tribulations before reaching the pinnacle. To flee in the face of danger serves no purpose. What use is talent if one merely runs away? If I hide today, will I cower again tomorrow? I am a lord, not a mere target. Let any who wish to strike at me come forth. I, Chen Luo, shall await them right here. With that declaration, Chen Luo turned on his heel and departed. The insect clan warriors sensed his fervor and began to roar in unison, their voices resonating to the heavens. The insect clan does not shy from battle. They yearn for conflict, for formidable adversaries. My apologies, grandfather. Master Yin Luo is indeed like this. Please do not take offense. Yet, I believe he speaks the truth. Mere evasion will not resolve our plight. Su Yan's countenance bore an unprecedented seriousness. After bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder, she hurriedly followed after Chen Luo, leaving the Grand Elder alone, his expression a complex tapestry as he watched them depart. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation. This child's future surpasses my expectations. Even shy and timid Yenner has been inspired by him. Very well, perhaps this is for the best. His figure gradually faded into transparency until he vanished entirely. At the gate of the realm, as the technicians finished speaking, the Grand Elder, seated in meditation, opened his eyes. Upon witnessing this, the 5 elders rushed forward. Without needing to inquire, the implication was clear. That demon had been vanquished by the child. Our concerns were indeed unwarranted. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. The 5 elders who received the answer were visibly relieved, yet soon their expressions turned to excitement and even exhilaration. Are you truly saying that the child possesses such extraordinary talent? The second elder's voice trembled. The other elders mirrored his sentiment, equally astonished. It was no wonder they reacted so dramatically. The implications were simply unfathomable. This pertained to the future of the entire human race. The child's potential was beyond measure. In terms of talent, opportunity, and temperament, it was a rare sight in the elder's life. The Grand Elder nodded, stroking his beard. The other elders gasped in astonishment. They understood the Grand Elder's disposition. To receive such praise indicated that Chen Luo's abilities surpassed their wildest imaginations. The elders refrained from further inquiries or discussions on the matter. With many eyes around, safety was paramount. They departed in pairs, as the interface of the Lord's source realm slowly began to close. Unbeknownst to anyone, a seemingly ordinary technician, while inspecting the gate, cast a dark light within. This shadowy essence, imbued with a peculiar sentience, surged into the Lord's source realm. Making its way directly towards a specific location. Crossing mountains and rivers, it journeyed to the frigid lands. It then submerged into the mirror-like ice surface. Beneath the ice, a multitude of emaciated creatures lay encased, or rather, in slumber. The dark light penetrated the head of the foremost grotesque monster. In an instant, the creature's eyes snapped open, revealing blood-red orbs brimming with bloodlust and excitement. Its mouth slightly ajar, it displayed a terrifying array of fangs. The countless monsters behind it also opened their eyes in unison. After a millennium, they finally had a target. The human race, Chen Luo, the hunt for delectable prey. My grandfather is meticulous in his actions and never speaks without cause. If he says it is perilous, it undoubtedly is. We should prepare adequately for confrontation, Su Yin remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Although she had spoken resolutely moments before, the weight of worry lingered. Rather than dwell on these fears, it would be wise to contemplate other matters. To soothe her, and to divert her before she launched into a philosophical discourse, Chen Luo decisively shifted the conversation. Has your horse recovered? He scoffed at the Grand Elder's warning and Su Yan's apprehensions. What good was worry? It was akin to being anxious or angry in the face of adversity, fruitless. Solutions were paramount. With his current strength, rapid enhancement was elusive unless he discovered a new goblin tribe. Otherwise, it was futile. He had dispatched 10 giant mandible worker ants as scouts to seek out traces of monsters. Unfortunately, after a day and night of searching, he had yet to encounter a single living creature. Thus far, he had only seen goblins. He had not come across any other monsters, leading him to question whether there truly were other creatures in the Lord's source realm. Xiaobai is not a horse, she is a unicorn. Su Yin corrected him earnestly, her face lighting up with joy. She has recovered splendidly. Her horn has regrown. However, her happiness was short-lived as her expression fell, shadowed by worry. Low classmate, I'm sorry. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, gazing at her in confusion. Why are you apologizing for no reason? Suddenly, he jolted with a thought. You haven tea poisoned my nutritional solution. Have you? Chen Luo regarded Su Yen with a wary expression, as if seeing her for the very first time. This remark left Su Yen flustered, her hands moving in a blur. No, I'm sorry for my ineptitude. With great danger at hand, as your subordinate lord, I am of no assistance to you. If only I had the shattered star stones, I could summon a unicorn to aid you in battle. After explaining, Su Yen lowered her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The inability to assist Chen Luo filled her with guilt, evoking a deep sense of helplessness and shame that nearly brought her to tears. Shattered star stones? Are you saying that summoning a unicorn requires shattered star stones? Chen Luo's expression turned peculiar. Were the shattered star stones she spoke of the same as the ones he had in mind? Su Yen wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and nodded, somewhat dazed. Unicorns possess various attributes. The white one is of the healing type, while there are also red unicorns that control flames, blue unicorns that wield ice, and green unicorns that command the winds. Is there something wrong? Chen Luo, with a strange expression, remained silent as he quietly retrieved several colorful stones from his pocket. It was none other than the shattered star stones he had taken from the Goblin King's throne. The shattered star stones you speak of, could it be these? He had nearly forgotten about them, considering them useless. After all, he couldn't possibly use them to adorn a toilet. That would be rather extravagant. To his surprise, Su Yen mentioned that they were materials for summoning unicorns. Truly, a chance encounter had borne unexpected fruit. The red flames, azure gales, white healing, and these few green ones must be the rarest with attributes. Where did you find these shattered star stones? There are so many. Su Yen gazed at the stones, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with desire. With these shattered star stones, she could summon several unicorns to assist Chen Luo in battle. Chapter 25. The School Bell and Her 18 Treasures, the Ghoul of the Ghost Clan. Filled with excitement, Su Yen cradled the shattered star stones, her lips hardly able to contain her joy. Observing her, Chen Luo paused for a moment, ultimately deciding not to disclose that these stones had previously been handled by goblins. Despite having been washed several times, Su Yen harbored a fear of goblins, which might trigger an adverse reaction. I found them by the roadside. You can use them. It was a perfect opportunity for him to witness the attributes of unicorns firsthand. With Chen Luo's affirmation, Su Yen beamed with delight and eagerly pulled him toward the summoning platform. Unicorns are incredibly powerful. You will not be disappointed. Soon, they arrived at the modest summoning platform. Su Yen released Chen Luo and began to arrange the shattered star stones. Chen Luo stood by, watching with curiosity. This was the first time the summoning platform had been used since its construction. Holy unicorns, heed my call and manifest before me. Su Yen whispered the incantation. As she spoke, radiant light erupted from the platform, and 18 shattered star stones levitated into the air, emitting a spectrum of unique colors. A faint sound of a unicorn's neigh resonated in the void. Sensing the commotion, the little white creature hurried over. Gazing at the 18 ethereal unicorns gradually materializing in the sky, she leapt with excitement, her equine features contorting in delight as if she were about to wag her tail. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Luo and Su Yen, the 18 fragments of star stones vanished, replaced by 18 unicorns, 8 green, 2 red, for azure, and 4 white, perfectly corresponding to the colors and attributes of the star stones. As soon as the unicorns appeared, they surrounded Su Yen and Chen Luo, extending their tongues to lick them affectionately. Are you certain these are unicorns and not dogs? Chen Luo evaded a few eager tongues, bemused. While he had heard of licking dogs, he had never encountered licking horses. Luo, you mustn't speak of them that way. They are still children and will instinctively regard the first creature they encounter as their mother, Su Yen remarked, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment. They lick us to show their affection because they see us as parental figures. Chen Luo quipped, well, that's quite something. Without even realizing it, I've become an accidental father of 18. Who would believe such a tale? In a few days, there would be a beast siege. Perhaps there might be an opportunity to have them participate in battle to gain some experience. Hearing Chen Luo's counsel, Su Yen nodded earnestly. Rest assured, they will surely be of help to you. Unicorns are formidable kin. Chen Luo remained silent, his gaze shimmering with intrigue as he observed the unicorns. In the next moment, a pale blue light enveloped his vision. Kin unicorn. Contract lord. Su Yen, primary lord. Chen Luo. Talent, golden tier 2. Strength, bronze tier 1. Skills, fire element control, red unicorn. Holy light healing, white unicorn. Wind element control, azure unicorn. Wood element control, green unicorn. Evolution requirement, 1 elemental star stone. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Typically, a kin of golden quality would possess 3 skills. Yet the unicorns had only 1 elemental control based on their respective elements. They were indeed a peculiar kin. After a brief curiosity, Chen Luo lost interest. Having acquired the insectoid kin, he found little allure in other kin unless they were exceptionally alluring in form and function, possessing captivating charm, and, most importantly, the ability to perform a backflip. The succubus fit this criterion perfectly. Chen Luo smacked his lips, contemplating an opportunity to obtain a succubus kin token. even without combat prowess. Having one in his territory to showcase a backflip during idle moments would be quite delightful. Life was monotonous, and being a lord was even more so. One must learn to seek amusement. He recalled that he could possibly enhance the Blade Queen, but he wondered if his insect kin would suffice for such a task. If successful, it would certainly lead to intriguing developments. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The Blade Queen would be transformed into an insect warrior through the mother nest, becoming an elite unit of the insect kin, possessing formidable individual strength. In the frigid lands, the snow, which blankets the earth throughout the year, has now transformed into a blinding crimson hue. The air is rife with screams and wails of despair. Inside a somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin, a human lord gazes in terror at the creature before him. Under his horrified stare, the gaunt and menacing being clutches his core. With a swift motion, the core shatters into oblivion. No, the human lord cries out in sheer panic, the sound echoing as he experiences the excruciating agony emanating from his very soul. The core is bound to his essence, intertwined with it. Thus, its destruction signifies the fracturing of a part of his soul. This torment is beyond description. The human lord remains as fragile as he was a millennium ago, relying solely on the subjugation of other races to barely maintain his strength. Such wretches like you dare to stand alongside us, the ghostly race, as apex beings? It is nothing short of a disgrace. The creature snarls, remember this. It is I, Hawk of the Ghoul race, who has slain you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hawk's razor-sharp claws pierced through, extracting the human lord's still-beating heart. As he gazes upon the pulsating organ, excitement gleams in Hawk's elongated eyes. As his jagged teeth gnash, flesh and blood scatter. After millennia without a meal, this delicacy remains as delectable as he recalls. Hawk licks his fingers clean and turns away from the crumbling cabin. Outside, the waiting ghouls surge into the dwelling, ravenously feasting. The ground outside is awash with blood, while the 4 snow leopards, once proud, lie dismantled and devoured. Hawk, reveling in the cacophony, squints his eyes in delight. What delightful sounds. Patience, my little ones. First, we must eliminate our target. Once we have dispatched that little human named Chen Luo, we shall indulge in unfettered hunting. I assure you, you will feast to your heart's content. The ghouls, upon hearing this, throw their heads back in wild roars, their enthusiasm and fervor sending shivers down the spine. With a wave of his hand, the exuberant ghouls return to their repast. Hawk closes his eyes, using the information imparted by the dark light to locate Chen Luo. The ancient forest? Not far, it can be reached in 2 days. He flicks his long tongue to taste the remnants of blood at the corner of his mouth, pleased at the prospect of encountering more prey along the way. In the elder's office, after hearing the Grand Elder's account, the other 5 elders wear expressions of exhilaration. On the 4th day of the trial, possessing 160 Tier 2 golden familiars, what does this signify? It transcends mere strength. This matter must be kept under strict secrecy. It cannot be disclosed to other races. No matter how gifted, one requires time to mature. Our duty as old guardians is to ensure his safety, to shield him from potential threats. At the very least, we shall fend off formidable foes until he is ready to face them himself. The Grand Elder's words resonate, prompting nods of agreement from the others, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Luo's prodigious talent will undoubtedly attract the attention of rival races, who will seek every means to eliminate him. Thus, we must remain vigilant regarding the movements within the Lord's source realm. The portal shall remain open for now. Within the domain of the Lord, absolute security is not a matter of concern. Should any anomaly arise, the Elder shall make another journey. The Grand Elder issued the command, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Were it not for the constraints of their circumstances, they would have preferred to monitor Chen Luo around the clock, ensuring his safety. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to falter. Chapter 26, Silver 9th Tier, Beasts Assaulting the City, Terrifying Beast Tide. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Chen Luo dispatched 20 giant mandible worker ants to scour the area within 3,000 to 4,000 meters of his territory. At long last, he discovered a medium-sized goblin tribe. This time, he refrained from sending the shadow mantis and stinging serpent to massacre them directly. Instead, he entrusted the goblins to Su Yan's unicorns. Unlike the insectoid race, the unicorns do not possess extraordinary strength upon birth. They must earn their experience through combat to elevate their power levels. After a fierce battle, all 19 unicorns attained the bronze 6th tier. Such rapid advancement was unexpected, yet Chen Luo reasoned that since they merely required experience, he might as well allow them to engage in battle and reap the rewards of their victories. After all, the shadow mantis and stinging serpent had reached their peak strength and could no longer improve. Rather than allowing their potential to languish, it was prudent to maximize their benefits. Even now, Su Yan wore an expression of disbelief. Is this what it feels like to have luck on one's side? Indeed, it is exhilarating. Her gaze towards Chen Luo brimmed with admiration, so profound it felt almost palpable. If left to her own devices, it would have taken her several days to reach the bronze 6th tier, for her temperament was ill-suited for combat. The medium-sized goblin tribe yielded 117 silver crystal cores, an impressive accumulation of nearly 90,000 energy points. With these energy points, Chen Luo summoned 40 additional second-tier golden insectoids, successfully expanding the insectoid army to 200. Resource collection within the territory saw remarkable progress: 2,380,000 wood, 2,270,000 stone, and 2,150,000 iron ore. In just 3 days, he had gathered the majority of the resources within his domain, surpassing his expectations. He estimated that with another 2 days, he could completely deplete the resources therein. Without hesitation, Chen Luo allocated the resources towards upgrading his territory. The assault of the beasts was imminent, and during such an assault, monsters would be generated based on the comprehensive strength of the territory. Therefore, he needed to bolster his combat capabilities to confront the impending beast siege, along with other known and unknown dangers. Upon advancing to the Golden Tier Lord, he and Su Yin would acquire a new talent, significantly enhancing their strength. The costs for upgrading were as follows: Silver 6th tier to 7th tier, 32,000 wood, iron, stone, and 64 silver crystal cores. Silver 7th tier to 8th tier, 64,000 wood, iron, stone, and 128 silver crystal cores. 8th tier to 9th tier, 128,000 wood, iron, stone, and 256 silver crystal cores. At this juncture, wood and iron resources were nearly depleted, and only a few silver crystal cores remained. Lord, Chen Luo. Subordinate Lord, Su Yin. Level, Silver 9th tier. Territorial structures, small villa, summoning platform, city walls. Arrow towers, available for construction. Affiliated clan, Insectoid Queen. Required for upgrade. 2, 560,000 wood. 2, 560,000 iron ore. 2, 560,000 stones. And 512 silver crystals. Introduction. You are nearing the status of a golden lord, but do not become complacent. Proximity does not equate to achievement. Without attaining gold, one remains but an ant. Habitually disregarding the impish introduction, Chen Luo lightly tapped on the remaining resources. Wood, iron, and stone were manageable. Yet the deficiency in silver crystals was rather substantial. This quantity would likely necessitate the annihilation of 3 large goblin tribes. However, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. Indeed, the demand for silver crystals was significant, yet acquiring them was merely a matter of time. The impending beast siege would undoubtedly present numerous silver-tier monsters, and it was possible to obtain sufficient silver crystals in a single sweep. Although the beasts involved in the siege were summoned from the Lord's Source Realm, they were not mere phantoms, they were indeed tangible entities. The purpose of the Lord's Source Realm was to provide a growth opportunity for the Lords. The corpses left behind by these beasts could assist the Lords in addressing their urgent needs. After all, not every Lord had access to nutrient solutions, especially considering some Lords had colossal kin that consumed vast amounts. I have already dispatched Xiao Bai and her companions. Calculating the time, it should be commencing soon. Su Yin approached, her calm tone laced with a hint of concern. She was not worried about the defense's viability, but rather about her ability to assist Chen Luo. 19 6th-tier bronze unicorns sounded impressive and could even rank among the finest in this cohort of lords. Yet, in Chen Luo's context, they seemed somewhat insufficient. You've worked hard, Chen Luo said, reaching out to affectionately pat her head. The warmth of his hand rendered Su Yin's cheeks rosy, and the tension within her inexplicably dissipated. A resounding roar echoed from the distance, a cacophony of voices that was evidently vast in number. They have arrived, Chen Luo exclaimed, pulling Su Yin onto the shadow mantis, disregarding her bashfulness, and leading the insect army toward the source of the sound. If there was anything he eagerly anticipated, it was undoubtedly the beast siege. Whether Elise could evolve once more, and whether he could ascend to the rank of Golden Lord, hinged entirely on these beasts. Upon reaching the 9th tier of silver, the territorial radius had expanded to 12,800,000 meters. Even for the shadow mantis, flying at full speed would require several minutes. Meanwhile, in the elder's office, 6 elders fixated on the leaderboard, their eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. The first beast siege had finally arrived. One could only wonder what magnitude of points that child would achieve post-siege. Perhaps approaching 1 million? 7 days of trials, 1 million points. We were witnessing history. The elders engaged in lively discussions, their words laden with barely concealed excitement. Only the Grand Elder smiled faintly, remaining silent. 1 million points? Was that a slight against Chen Luo? He was well aware that Chen Luo's points had not exceeded 1 million, not due to a lack of strength, but entirely because there were no monsters to confront. If the monsters were numerous enough, it is likely that by the 3rd or 4th day of the trial, they would have already amassed 1 million points. Currently, with the aberrant beasts besieging the city and continually generating more, he firmly believed that Chen Luo would deliver a remarkable surprise to everyone, including himself. Outside the city walls, an overwhelming multitude of aberrant beasts roared towards the sky, their numbers stretching endlessly. Waves of attacks crashed against the stone walls, causing them to tremble violently. By the time Chen Luo arrived, the durability of the walls was nearly depleted. Su Yin gazed at the aberrant beasts, her face paling in terror. So many, far too many. The count must exceed 10,000. How could there be so many? Wasn't it said that there were only a dozen aberrant beasts attacking the city? In stark contrast to Su Yan's panic, Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement. At a mere glance, he spotted several golden-tier aberrant beasts. The rest were all silver tier. There wasn't a single bronze tier among them. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: wealth beyond imagination. This was bound to propel him to new heights. The more, the better. He relished the abundance. He instructed the unicorns to remain within their territory and provide support from there. The strength of these aberrant beasts was at least silver tier. They were no match for the unicorns. With a wave of his hand, the insectoids that had been waiting eagerly behind him surged forth with a deafening roar. One after another, they charged out, undeterred by the overwhelming enemy numbers, driven solely by their thirst for carnage. Chapter 27. The Silver Beast Tide? Over 1,000 golden aberrant beasts, with the insectoid numbers destined to be even greater. All silver tier aberrant beasts? Suyin covered her mouth in shock, left utterly speechless. There were nearly 10,000 aberrant beasts here. All silver tier. It was utterly terrifying. Did you not say that the unicorns possessed formidable healing abilities? Let them assist with the healing. Chen Luo suppressed his excitement and shifted the topic, assigning her a task. As anticipated, upon hearing his command, Suyin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Rest assured, we will give it our all. With words akin to a solemn military oath, she dashed towards the unicorns. Before long, 19 unicorns began to perform their respective duties. The wind-type unicorns controlled the air to enhance the speed of the shadow mantises. The fire-type unicorns unleashed fireballs, attempting to strike the enemies. The wood-type unicorns manipulated the trees outside the territory to aid the insectoids in fending off foes. Suyin rode on Little White, accompanied by several healing-type unicorns. The white holy light flickered incessantly, restoring any injured insectoid below almost instantaneously. This girl truly stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback, but felt a greater sense of joy. He had not anticipated that Suyin possessed such capabilities. The unicorns, too, turned out to be able to provide support. At this moment, the battlefield was awash with blood. 100 shadow mantises were enveloped by the power of wind, their dual blades slicing through the air, decimating the aberrant beasts that obstructed their path. The spine serpents formed an orderly line, raising their heads to unleash a barrage of bone spines. Each spine connected in a chain, resembling a machine gun. Every single spine struck true, targeting the vital points of the enemies, extinguishing their lives. The silver tier aberrant beasts simply could not withstand their relentless assault. Despite the multitude of exotic beasts, the disparity in power rendered the battlefield overwhelmingly one-sided. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the golden tier beasts stationed at the rear sprang into action. A dozen ferocious tigers leaped forth, launching themselves at the shadow mantis, their presence unmistakably radiating a golden second-tier aura. Following closely were wolves, trants, and mountain trolls. A cacophony of diverse exotic beasts numbering around 1,000, each one of golden caliber. The savage aura that surged towards Suyin and the unicorns sent shivers down their spines. Even Chen Luo, rarely perturbed, furrowed his brow in a moment of somber contemplation. Over 1,000 golden tier beasts vastly outnumbered the insectoid horde, making for a daunting confrontation. Indeed, with the arrival of the golden beasts, the previously overwhelming situation was halted. The numerical superiority compelled each shadow mantis to confront 4 or 5 adversaries. Fortunately, with the assistance of the spiked snakes working in tight coordination, they managed to barely withstand the onslaught. Without hesitation, Chen Luo made a decisive choice to hatch 100 giant mandibles worker ants, all of whom were dispatched to collect the fallen. In contrast to other races who would likely succumb to despair in the face of such a grotesquely uneven battle, the insectoid race thrived on war. Both the fallen insects and their enemies could be converted into energy points, allowing for the rapid production of new insect warriors. The initial disparity in numbers merely outlined the beginning of the conflict. The outcome remained uncertain until the war's end. Upon issuing his commands, the giant mandibles worker ants, gathered and awaiting orders, promptly assembled and marched towards the outskirts of their territory. More than 350 giant mandibles worker ants swayed their abdomens in unison, progressing with synchronized steps. Within minutes, they reached the territory's edge, emerging in a grand procession under Su Yin's inquisitive gaze. Their actions were executed with remarkable precision. And after just a few glances, Su Yin diverted her attention, feeling the toll of exhaustion manifesting in her pale complexion. Yet, she persisted, unwilling to cease her healing efforts. For it was the sole means by which she could assist Chen Luo. Please, take a moment to rest, Chen Luo urged, recognizing her precarious state. As the Lord, you must first ensure your own safety to effectively lead the battle. Su Yin and the unicorns had already provided him with considerable surprises. The remainder would rest upon the insectoids. Simultaneously, he gained new insight into the necessity of strong allies possessing subordinate lords. Why was there a correlation between subordinate lords and the ascension to the king tier? If the title of a king tier lord was not merely a superficial designation, then a king requires an army, and a commander to lead that army, does it not? Subordinate lords essentially function as commanders, their kin representing formidable combat prowess. I'm fine. Su Yin insisted stubbornly, her neck craned defiantly. Chen Luo refrained from further debate, simply gesturing for Xiao Bai to descend uncontrollably. Having established a subordinate contract, Su Yan's kin became his own. The priority of his commands even superseded Su Yan's. Ignoring Su Yan's discontent, Chen Luo reached out and embraced her slender waist, directly pulling her down. Disobedience would lead to punishment. Upon finishing his words, Chen Luo raised his hand, curled his fingers, and flicked them 3 times, nearly bringing Su Yin to tears. You have performed admirably, now go rest. The remaining tasks shall be entrusted to the insect warriors. After the flicks, Chen Luo gently ruffled her hair, offering words of encouragement. A reprimand followed by a reward, a timeless strategy for managing subordinates. Simple and pure as a white flower. Su Yin obediently nodded, the head pat momentarily dispelling her grievances. Having soothed Su Yin, Chen Luo turned his gaze back to the battlefield, which was now in a dire state. Previously, their strength had compensated for their numerical disadvantage. However, the gap in strength had since vanished, leaving only the disparity in numbers. In just a short span, several shadow mantises and venomous serpents had perished. Over 30 giant mandibles had also fallen. Their frailty made them prone to death when caught in the fray. Yet, there was a silver lining. Within this brief moment, the corpses of over 200 silver-grade beasts had been cast into the transformation pool, instantly granting him over 120,000 energy points. From this, he was able to hatch 52 second-tier golden shadow mantises. As the newly hatched shadow mantises emerged, they did not linger. They flapped their wings and soared towards the battlefield, bringing the giant mandibles along with them. A dense swarm of shadow mantises swept overhead, startling Su Yin. Upon recognizing their nature, she was momentarily bewildered. Where did all these shadow mantises come from? I thought we only had 100. Chen Luo offered no explanation, merely chuckling softly. Little Yin, do you know what is the most terrifying aspect of the insect race? His rhetorical question left Su Yin in a state of confusion, yet she obediently pondered. Appearance. They do look somewhat fierce. Chen Luo sighed in exasperation. Indeed, engaging Su Yin in riddles was futile. The girl simply could not grasp it. Despite her intelligence, her thoughts seemed stuck in a loop. The true terror of the insect race lay not in their fearsome appearance or overwhelming power, but in their capacity to sustain warfare through warfare, coupled with their sheer numbers. The enemy may be numerous, but the insect race would always be more. The tide of insects was the eternal hallmark of their kind. Su Yin nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague. Chapter 28, A One-Sided Massacre, The Shock of the School Beauty. Chen Luo refrained from further explanation, leaping suddenly to the top of a 5-meter-high wall. This spectacle left Su Yin in a state of astonishment. He can fly? What kind of master have I followed? The might of his kin was beyond comprehension, their numbers overwhelming. Now, he had leaped 5 or 6 meters high. Was he still human? Iris, allocate all subsequent energy points towards hatching second-tier golden insect warriors. Maintain a hatching ratio of 5 shadow mantises to 1 venomous serpent. In his mind, Chen Luo commanded the mother nest, Elith, to commence the automated hatching of the Zerg warriors. At this moment, the Zerg lacked formidable warriors endowed with physical strength, relying instead on the shadow mantises, those agile assassins, to lead the charge. This strategy, however, resulted in significant casualties among them. Hence, he opted to hatch a greater number of shadow mantises while reducing the production of spore serpents. With his orders issued, the mother nest incessantly birthed larvae. Upon reaching 300 energy points, a golden tier Zerg warrior emerged. The colossal-jawed worker ants bravely ventured forth to collect the fallen bodies. Thus, the Zerg warriors poured into the battlefield like an endless tide, with a new wave of at least 20 warriors joining the fray every 10 minutes. Su Yin watched in astonishment, questioning whether her mental fatigue had led to this hallucination. In terms of numbers, do you even stand a chance against a Zerg? Bring forth more, this is hardly sufficient. Bring in another 20,000. Chen Luo gazed down upon the battlefield, his smile stretching wide. As the relentless influx of Zerg continued, the tide of battle shifted once more. Although the Zerg's numbers still paled in comparison to the alien beasts, their overall strength was far superior. Coupled with the seamless coordination between the shadow mantises and spore serpents, this conflict had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, the colossal-jawed worker ants diligently transported the corpses. Soon, an unending stream of golden-tier Zerg warriors joined the conflict. In merely half an hour, the Zerg warriors approached 500 in number. It would not be long before their ranks surpassed those of the golden-tier alien beasts. The scales of victory had tilted irrevocably. He ordered the hatching of 300 colossal-jawed worker ants, while the remaining energy points continued to hatch golden-tier Zerg warriors at a 5-to-1 ratio. With arms crossed, Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene below, simultaneously relaying commands to the mother nest, Elith. As the battle raged on, both sides suffered grievous losses. Over 100 shadow mantises had perished, while spore serpents fared slightly better, losing around 20. The weakest of the colossal-jawed worker ants had suffered nearly 200 casualties. Yet, Chen Luo remained unfazed. The Zerg's greatest advantage lay in their rapid maturation. They required no prolonged growth phase and could ascend to the battlefield immediately after hatching. Furthermore, despite the Zerg's losses, the alien beasts had suffered even greater. The silver-tier alien beasts on this battlefield were scarcely more than fodder, falling prey to waves of attacks. Over 1,000 golden-tier alien beasts had already been reduced by half and continued to dwindle. Blood pooled into lakes, the acrid scent of blood and decay pervading the air. The roars of the alien beasts and the shrieks of the Zerg echoed across the sky, with life being torn asunder at every moment. The scene was as gruesome as a slaughterhouse. After regaining some composure, Su Yan mounted her steed, Little White, and ascended to the city walls. Upon her arrival, she was met with a brutal spectacle below, unable to suppress her nausea. In that moment, she felt a strange sense of relief for having consumed only nutrient solution. As there was nothing to expel, it was over. In stark contrast to her discomfort, Chen Luo wore a smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Especially upon witnessing the countless corpses of bizarre creatures strewn across the ground, a grin nearly stretched from his lips to his ears. Was this a perilous siege by monstrous beasts? Clearly, it was an airdropped resource package. Aware of his deficiency in energy points, they had directly delivered over 10,000 beasts for him to convert. Once this wave of monstrous siege concluded, wouldn't he be poised to soar? At that moment, his swarm of insectoid warriors would multiply into the thousands. The crystal cores and primal nuclei produced by these silver and golden tier beasts would be invaluable to him. Particularly the golden tier flesh. He had previously fretted over where to procure 10 tons of it. Now, it had been conveniently delivered to his doorstep. The evolution of the insectoid queen seemed promising. As Chen Luo's words echoed in the air, over 50 shadow mantises flew overhead. Below at the city gates, a dozen venomous serpents dashed into the fray, leaving ghostly afterimages. Was it truly over just like that? Su Yan gazed at the lopsided battlefield, her large, contrasting eyes filled with astonishment. Over 10,000 beasts, each at least silver tier, with even 1,000 being golden tier. And yet, within merely an hour, they were on the brink of annihilation. Even with prior anticipation, she remained thoroughly astounded. The battle was nearing its conclusion, but tidying up would still demand some time. Elise, hatch an additional 500 giant mandible worker ants. Chen Luo assessed the situation and noted the dwindling number of beasts. Only then did he once again issue orders to Elise. Previously, he had refrained from mass hatching the giant mandible worker ants, fearing they might be caught in a catastrophic wipeout, a waste indeed. However, the circumstances had shifted. Within a radius of 1,800 meters from their territory, not a single beast remained alive. The giant mandible worker ants could now safely transport the corpses for conversion. No sooner had he given the command than 100 larvae emerged from the mother nest. For the first time, Chen Luo felt the mother nest was insufficient. Each nest could hatch a maximum of 100 larvae at a time. Only after these larvae evolved into various insectoid warriors could another 100 be spawned. The stronger the insectoid warriors, the longer the chrysalis period, a potentially fatal flaw on a large battlefield. It appeared he would need to summon 2 additional insectoid nests. As they entered the outer realm of war, the intensity would only escalate. Relying solely on Elise would be woefully inadequate. Chen Luo stroked his chin, contemplating his decision. Summoning the insectoid queen required either a Lord Core or a golden tier primal nucleus. Previously, he had deemed such conditions unattainable and unnecessary. But what was past was past. The present held new possibilities. The primal nuclei provided by these over 1,000 beasts were more than sufficient for his needs. As he pondered, the war was drawing to a close. In this numerical domination, the monstrous beasts were no match for the insectoid warriors. At this moment, the insectoid fighters held the advantage, leaving the beasts with little room for resistance. The fierce golden tier lion roared as it lunged forward, only to be deftly evaded by the shadow mantis. In a flash of bladed light, the lion's head was severed. After dispatching the lion, the shadow mantis continued its assault on other targets. Each strike was swift and precise, exuding an elegance that captivated the eye. The bone spines spat forth by the venomous serpents, though grotesque, were immensely powerful and accurate. The insectoid race was born to be warriors. All matters pertaining to war are inscribed within their very genes, etched into the essence of their souls. With the anguished cries of the last golden tier beast being pierced into a spiky form, the fierce invasion of the monstrous horde has finally reached its conclusion. At long last, it is over. I had feared we might not withstand the onslaught. Su Yan, feeling a profound sense of relief after surviving the ordeal, sank to the ground with a visage of gratitude. Perhaps only the heavens truly comprehend the depth of her terror upon witnessing the seemingly endless array of beasts, particularly knowing that their weakest were of silver rank. She nearly succumbed to panic, almost fainting from sheer fright. Chapter 29, A Bountiful Harvest, Unprecedented Points, and the Confessions of a Young Sweetheart. Over 700 giant-jawed worker ants methodically scoured the battlefield. Su Yan instinctively began to count, her mouth agape in astonishment as the numbers grew. It widened to the extent that it could easily accommodate an egg. 1,085. 735 shadow mantises, and 350 spiked serpents. Lo, look, there are truly so many. Su Yan exclaimed, a blend of shock and delight. One hand grasped Chen Luo's arm while the other pointed excitedly at the insectoid creatures below. Others might be oblivious, but she knew well that each of these was a formidable presence of second-tier gold rank. Over 1,000 of them. Such a sight is rare even among gold-tier lords. Moreover, Chen Luo himself was not a gold lord, merely a silver rank 9. 1,085? You've counted well, but don't bother next time. Chen Luo ruffled her hair. The insectoid population would only increase. If Su Yin developed a habit of counting after battles, it would be quite the predicament. She might find herself counting for days on end, driving her to the brink of madness. Su Yin, bewildered yet enchanted by the head pat, could not dwell on why he discouraged her counting. Instead, she obediently nodded, seeking the warmth of his palm. Your herd has exerted considerable effort. Do provide them with some nutrient solution as a reward. Why is it that some people's palms radiate such warmth? The moment she leaned against it, her strength seemed to dissipate entirely. Indeed, her master was extraordinary. She momentarily pondered whether Chen Luo possessed the blood of a succubus. Reluctantly departing from the comfort of his touch, her intellect surged back to prominence. After taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, turning back to Chen Luo with a huff, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I've told you, Xiao Bai and the others are unicorns, not horses. If you misname them again, I shall withhold their nutrient solution. Having delivered her adorably fierce threat, Su Yin mounted Xiao Bai and set off. It is indeed essential to reward the unicorns properly. Though they hadn't contributed significantly, they certainly hadn't caused any trouble either, which is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? This girl is truly remarkable, thought Chen Luo, shaking his head in amusement. He ceased his attention on Su Yin and turned his gaze toward the multitude of corpses strewn about the ground. 700 giant-jawed worker ants is no small number. Yet the sheer mass of beasts, coupled with their enormous size, often necessitated 2 or 3 worker ants to transport a single creature. Especially the golden-level aberrations, standing there. They were akin to towering mountains. Iris, hatch 300 more giant mandibles worker ants. Cease the hatching of shadow mantises and thorn snakes. Chen Luo issued commands to the mother nest from a distance. After surveying the area, he selected 2 colossal golden-level aberrations, 2 brown gigantic bears, each standing at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters. Upon receiving the order, a dozen giant mandibles worker ants promptly rushed forward to transport them. The 2 bears were hoisted and carried into the territory. Fortunately, the walls could open at will, rather than being fixed gates. Otherwise, Chen Luo would have contemplated demolishing the walls. Chen Luo mounted a shadow mantis and set forth towards the mother nest, bearing the corpses of the 2 gigantic bears. These bears undoubtedly contained at least 10 tons of meat, not to mention the golden nuclei within them. He had now fulfilled the conditions for evolving into the queen of the insect race, evolving from golden 2nd tier to golden 8th tier. Although he had not reached the platinum level, this advancement was monumental for the insect race. It signified a substantial elevation in the overall prowess of the insect warriors. Henceforth, the insect warriors he hatched would be no less than golden 8th tier. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 660,000. What? Am I losing my vision? Is this truly 660,000? What on earth has this young man done? Yet, no one dared to speak against him, for they were all as astonished as the 3rd elder. Even the grand elder wore an expression of disbelief on his aged visage as he gazed at the leaderboard ahead. First place, Chen Luo, silver 9th tier lord, score, 660,000. Second place, Wang Chuxue, bronze 7th tier lord, score, 27,000. Third place, Li Hao, bronze 6th tier lord, score, 18,000. Silver 9th tier lord, a score of 666,000. That long string of zeros nearly blinded him. He knew Chen Luo would certainly surpass 1 million points, but he never anticipated that Chen Luo would not only surpass it, but leap straight to 660,000. What transpired during this aberration siege? How many aberrations did Chen Luo vanquish? Judging by this score, he must have slain thousands of golden-level aberrations or over 10,000 silver-level ones. Truly terrifying. The 2nd elder's exclamation prompted the other elders to nod in agreement. Even the grand elder rarely concurred, affirming, indeed, it is fearsome. Who would dare believe that Chen Luo had only just become a lord a week ago? We must encrypt Chen Luo's file. It must not leak. Any who dare disclose it shall be charged with treason. The grand elder spoke solemnly. The other elders echoed his sentiment. Although the Lord's source realm would eventually lead to the trials of the outer battlefield, where Chen Luo would undoubtedly be exposed, for now, they would conceal the truth for as long as possible. Even the most brilliant of individuals require time to grow, and Chen Luo was no exception. This was the first time the elders felt a sense of helplessness, as if apart from sealing the information, there was little else they could do to assist Chen Luo. At Tianshui No. 1 High School, in the classroom of Class 7, Grade 2, Lin Luoxue rested her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the azure sky outside. Today must be the day of the beast siege, she mused. I wonder how Brother Luo is faring. She was already aware of the events that had transpired with Chen Luo, how he had summoned the platinum 2nd tier divine angel lineage, only for the angel to reject him in favor of Principal Li's grandson. Consequently, Chen Luo was left with no choice but to contract with the insect tribe as his initial lineage. Reflecting on their last encounter, Lin Luoxue recalled Chen Luo's reluctance to show her his lineage, which had made her feel he was rather stingy. Now, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Luoxue, look, Lu Xiao is here again, and he brought a huge bouquet of roses, exclaimed her desk mate, a hint of envy in her voice. How I wish Lu Xiao would notice me. Lin Luoxue frowned at her friend's shrill outburst. Turning around, she beheld a man surrounded by admirers, approaching her with an enormous bouquet of vibrant red roses. The classmates in the classroom watched in excitement, and the hallway was filled with students eager to witness the spectacle. Luoxiue, these 999 roses symbolize my heart for you. I hope you will accept them, along with my affections, Lu Chang declared, tossing his hair back with a self-satisfied grin as he extended the bouquet towards her. His unabashed declaration elicited another wave of excited cheers from the crowd. Say yes. Say yes. Congratulations to Lu Xiao for winning the heart of a beauty. Kiss her. Kiss her. The cacophony only widened Lu Chang's smile. He reached out for Lin Luoxiue's hand, but her desk mate, seeing this, hastily took Lin Luoxiue's hand and offered it to Lu Chang. Lin Luoxiue attempted to pull away, yet she was firmly restrained. Just as their fingers were about to touch, she struggled free from her friend's grasp and shot her an icy glare. Are you out of your mind? If you like him so much, why don't you go hold his hand yourself? Don't you have hands? She coldly retorted, disregarding the shocked expressions on Lu Chang and her desk mates' faces. Since you all want to kiss so badly, don't you have mouths? Go kiss him yourself. What does it have to do with me? Have you finished your homework? Besides cheering, can you do anything else? Her words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. More so due to her unexpected demeanor. Lin Luoxiue was renowned for her beauty and amiable temperament, and it was the first time they had seen her so furious and unyielding. Is your mind filled with nothing but thoughts of confession? If you can't control your hormones, I suggest you undergo surgery to remove the source of your troubles, so you won't be preoccupied with such nonsensical thoughts. With that, Lin Luoxiue strode towards the classroom exit. Pausing near Lu Chang, whose face had darkened, she added, and mind your personal hygiene. You have a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. Leaving that remark behind, she pushed through the crowd and exited the classroom, leaving her peers in a state of shock and confusion. Lu Chang clenched the roses tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. What a pretentious pauper. He seethed, recalling how he had once confessed to Lin Luoxiue only to be politely rejected. The gentle smile led him to believe that Lin Luoxiue harbored feelings for him. It was merely shyness that held her back from accepting his advances. This time, he orchestrated a grand spectacle, even procuring 99 roses. He had anticipated a triumphant outcome, yet was met with an unforeseen result. Do not be disheartened, Lu Xiao. She is merely a poor woman living on subsidies. Since she has chosen to disregard your kindness, you need not show her any mercy. Soon, she will be begging on her knees to serve you. The words of his subordinate considerably lifted Lu Chang's spirits. Indeed, there was nothing he desired that he could not attain. How could a mere impoverished student like Lin Luoxiue dare to refuse him? She had simply been granted too much respect. He recalled that she had a childhood friend, a high schooler who had summoned an angel only to be abandoned by it, and a grandfather suffering from a grave illness. Go, make the necessary arrangements. I want her to regret her decision today. Lu Chang whispered a few instructions into his subordinate's ear, who promptly nodded and hurried away. In the realm of the Lord's Source, the evolution requirements were confirmed. 1 golden core and 10 tons of golden-grade flesh were needed to evolve into a golden 8th-tier insect queen. Once again, Chen Luo found himself in a quandary. Elithis was currently in her mother nest form, rendering her unable to feed. Elithis, can you absorb this flesh? Chen Luo tentatively inquired. In response, the entrance to the mother nest expanded dramatically. An unseen force drew 2 colossal bears into the maw. Observing this, Chen Luo quickly retrieved a core he had extracted from one of the bears and tossed it into Elithis's opening. In the next moment, a brilliant light flickered around the mother nest. As the brilliance faded, it revealed that the once 3-meter-high nest now soared over 5 meters. The flesh tumors had grown considerably, appearing both bizarre and grotesque. Affiliated clan, Elithis. Special form, insect mother nest unfolded. Contracted lord, Chen Luo. Race, insect queen. Talent, golden 8th tier. Strength, no combat capability in mother nest form. Skills, giant mandible worker ant hatching, usable in mother nest form. Blade mantis hatching, usable in mother nest form. Stinging serpent hatching, usable in mother nest form. Crying cicada hatching, usable in mother nest form. Evolution requirements, 1 platinum core, 100 tons of platinum grade flesh. To evolve into a platinum 1st-tier insect queen. After reviewing the information, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Although new insect warriors could be hatched, he felt no elation. Only a weighty seriousness. A platinum core and 100 tons of flesh. The core was a rare commodity unique to platinum-grade monsters. Silver crystals, golden nuclei, platinum cores. These were extraordinarily precious, with a single core valued at around 1 billion in the market, yet virtually impossible to procure. After all, lords capable of vanquishing platinum-grade monsters would hardly find themselves in need of money, let alone willing to sell a platinum core. The flesh was equally daunting. While golden-grade flesh could still be obtained, platinum-grade was a rarity beyond price. This meant that he would have to rely solely on his own endeavors to acquire these items. The mother nest of Golden Tier 8 can only hatch insectoid warriors of the same rank. To contend against platinum-level monsters is no simple feat. Chen Luo felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, it was not as straightforward as he had hoped. He had thought that he could directly evolve to the platinum level this time. Alas, the disparity between aspiration and reality was stark. However, he was not overly disheartened. While platinum-level monsters were formidable, the insectoid race was not to be underestimated. If one insectoid could not prevail, then 100 would falter, 1,000 would fail, and thus 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 could be summoned. With sufficient numbers, tearing apart a platinum-ranked creature of the first or second tier would be a mere trifle. Chen Luo began to examine the new insectoid species. The cicada emitted sonic wave attacks, was incredibly swift, and possessed the ability to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Upon receiving the information about the cicada, Chen Luo found himself bewildered. He could understand its proficiency in sonic attacks, but why would a cicada self-destruct? Swift and capable of self-detonation, was this not akin to a biological missile? Chen Luo smacked his lips, thoroughly pleased with the capabilities of the cicada. A golden tier 8 cicada's self-destruction would wield power comparable to that of a missile, perhaps even surpassing it. If one was formidable, then what of 100, 1,000, or tens of thousands self-destructing simultaneously? The devastation would be unimaginable. For other races, orchestrating a simultaneous self-detonation would be quite challenging. However, the insectoid race was different. Their every action was dictated by command. When ordered to self-destruct, they would not hesitate for even a moment, executing the command with impeccable timing. Not to mention, 100,000 cicadas detonating at once would not yield even a millisecond of delay. He could already envision such a scene. What enemies could withstand such an explosion? If any could, it would surely be due to insufficient numbers. He pondered how many energy points he might acquire this time. Surely, it would enable him to establish a truly formidable insectoid army. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Over 10,000 exotic beasts. More than 9,000 at the silver level, and over 1,000 at the golden level. The silver level could yield at least 500 energy points upon conversion, while the golden level could generate a minimum of 1,000. Given their substantial numbers, the mother nest energy should amount to several million, right? With 2,009 of the golden tier 9 insectoids, how many could be hatched with 100 million energy points? Would that not propel him to greatness? Chapter 31. The Great Explosion. With a resounding roar from the heavens, 1,000 giant-jawed worker ants worked in perfect harmony, transporting the corpses with remarkable speed. Within just 2 hours, the remains of 10,000 exotic beasts had been cast into the conversion pool. Silver crystals and golden cores were piled high, like small mountains. Su Yan's eyes sparkled as she counted the number of crystals and cores, exclaiming to herself, "We've struck gold, classmate Luo. We're going to make a fortune." While silver crystals were not particularly rare, each could fetch around 100,000 dragon coins. The golden cores were considerably more scarce, with each capable of selling for over 1,000,000. Those of superior quality could command several million. With such an abundance of crystals and cores, they were poised to amass an extraordinary sum of dragon coins. "Don't touch the cores, just count the crystals, and we'll sell them later," Chen Luo chuckled, observing her enthusiasm while offering a gentle reminder. Once the territory ascends to the golden level, further upgrades necessitate the consumption of primordial cores. The 1,000 golden primordial cores at hand are scarcely sufficient. Su Yan nodded in understanding, then resumed her task of counting the crystal cores and primordial cores. This was far more exhilarating than counting money. Energy points, 6 million. Despite prior anticipation, Chen Luo still inhaled sharply in astonishment. This figure already accounted for some energy points converted from the corpses of exotic beasts during previous battles. Otherwise, the total would have been even greater. What does 6 million energy points signify? Hatching a single golden 8th tier insect warrior requires merely 2,900 energy points, of which 100 are allocated for the hatching of larvae. With 6 million energy points, one could hatch over 2,000 golden 8th tier insects. After a brief calculation, Chen Luo commanded, "Hatch 1,200 shadow mantises, 400 thorn serpents, and 400 chirping cicadas." Upon issuing the orders, 100 larvae crawled out from the mother nest. They were numerous and appeared quite eerie. The larvae coiled into cocoons. 2 minutes later, the cocoons ruptured, and 100 shadow mantises emerged. Compared to the golden second-tier shadow mantises, they were evidently more formidable. Their dual blades shimmered with a chilling radiance, unmistakably sharp. Following the emergence of the 100 shadow mantises, another 100 larvae crawled out from the mother nest, likewise coiling into cocoons in anticipation of hatching. Is this the process of insectoid hatching? Su Yan drew closer to Chen Luo, observing the cocoons with wide eyes filled with wonder and astonishment. Especially upon witnessing the shadow mantises break free from their cocoons, her face was a canvas of surprise. Only 2 minutes had passed. How swift. Chen Luo? He cast a peculiar glance at Su Yan, feeling as though his face had been run over by a tire. This girl must be driving the excitement, right? What is their strength? Are they all golden second tier? Unaware of his strange gaze, Su Yan inquired eagerly. This was her first encounter with insectoid hatching. Rather than fear, she felt a surge of curiosity and exhilaration. Having spent several days together, she understood that the insectoids bore her no ill will. They were allies, albeit somewhat grotesque in appearance. Knowing there was no danger, she certainly felt no fear. Golden 8th tier. As Su Yan embraced his arm, the pet bear greeted her affectionately, prompting Chen Luo to cast a few more odd glances at her. Who would have thought this girl had such depth? The two pet bears were thriving. Golden 8th tier? Suyin gasped in surprise. She had anticipated these to be golden-level insectoids, but never imagined they were golden 8th tier. Hadn't they been golden 2nd tier before? How had they suddenly transformed into golden 8th tier? Though the difference between golden 2nd tier and golden 8th tier might seem trivial, it represented a chasm of disparity. Golden 8th tier beings could effortlessly slay dozens of golden 2nd tier foes. There's no need for alarm. Every child faces hunger at times. After such a fierce battle. What is wrong with my kin leveling up? It's not illegal. Chen Luo spoke casually, yet Su Yan was left speechless. While she could comprehend the enhancement of strength following a fierce battle, this leap was simply too monumental, skyrocketing from 2nd tier directly to 8th tier. Moreover, it is not merely one. The already numb Su Yan, upon witnessing the incessant hatching of the insectoid warriors, felt herself grow even more desensitized. If her counting was not amiss, there were already over 1,000, all at the formidable golden 8th tier. Was she dreaming? Had she truly ascended to such heights? In the past, she would never have dared to entertain such dreams. Dazed, Su Yan prompted Chen Luo to raise his hand. With a deft flick of his fingers, he struck, and the action brought tears to her eyes. Could he refrain from striking her head next time? It was painful and could lead to foolishness. Su Yan pouted in grievance, casting a pitiful glance at Chen Luo. Now, she did not even wish for him to stop flicking her. She merely implored him to spare her head. After all, beyond her exquisite visage and privileged background, she was left with only her astute mind. If she were to be rendered foolish, she would indeed cry. Let us discuss that later. Come, I shall take you to the parade. Chen Luo declared with spirited enthusiasm. The previous 1,085 insectoids, coupled with the newly hatched 2,000, had culminated in an army of 3,085. Each one possessed terrifying strength at the golden tier. Su Yan stuck out her tongue at his retreating figure and hurriedly followed. At that moment, the 2,000 insectoids had fully hatched, standing in perfect formation. Coiled on the ground were over 900 spiked serpents, while above them hovered approximately 2,000 shadow mantises. Above all, there were several insectoids, each over half a meter long, possessing compound eyes reminiscent of flies. What is this? Flies? Su Yan exclaimed bluntly, her curiosity unrestrained. The question abruptly extinguished Chen Luo's exuberance. The cicadas collectively froze for a moment before resuming their incessant buzzing. Wow, these flies can chirp like cicadas, how wonderful. Su Yan joyfully waved her hands in greeting to the cicadas. Her words only heightened their cacophonous chorus. She believed the cicadas were reciprocating her greeting, which made her even more exhilarated, her small hands nearly leaving trails in the air. Lo, what are they saying? Can you help me translate? Su Yan inquired eagerly. Chen Luo fell silent, unable to withstand her expectant gaze, and his lips twitched slightly. You'd better not ask. Their language is quite vulgar. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's hand movements froze. She blinked in confusion. Why were they cursing at her? She had merely greeted them. With her eyes glistening, she felt a surge of indignation. How could they treat her this way? They were cicadas, known as the singing cicadas, not flies. After explaining, Chen Luo proceeded to inspect the insectoids, leaving Su Yan in a state of petrified shock. Cicadas? Recalling her earlier remarks, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she have mistaken them for flies? No wonder Chen Luo had mentioned their language being rather crude. Indeed, it must have been quite unrefined. Overwhelmed with shame, Su Yan fell silent, obediently trailing behind Chen Luo as they passed through the ranks of insectoids. As they walked, she gradually cast aside the earlier incident, replaced by profound admiration. Each of these insectoid warriors was not only remarkably powerful, but also fearless in battle. Even their formation is impeccably organized, akin to soldiers who have undergone rigorous training. The discipline is formidable. Boom! Just as the two were patrolling the insectoid formation, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Is the beast assault on the city not yet over? How can there be more enemies? Chen Luo, sensing the territory under siege, looked bewilderedly at Su Yan, who returned his gaze with a similarly perplexed shake of her head. Chapter 32, Elite Ghouls? The insectoids are indeed elite. The beast assault had long concluded. It was merely a single wave. Upon hearing Su Yan's explanation, Chen Luo's expression darkened. More enemies are approaching, and they are formidable. He had just sensed that the walls, still recovering from previous damage, had been breached. This meant the enemy had already infiltrated the territory. Just in time, an opportunity for the newly emerged insectoid warriors to taste blood. No sooner had Chen Luo's words left his lips than a cacophony of discordant shouts echoed in the distance, a sound resembling both roars and unintelligible chatter. Turning to investigate, they beheld a vast expanse of green shadows drawing near. Even from afar, they could detect a pungent stench permeating the air. What manner of creature is this? Could it be that the beast assault has a second wave? That is simply implausible. There are no records of such. Su Yan's expression grew grave as she regarded the green mass. She could sense a palpable aura of bloodlust approaching. Whatever comes, it is not benevolent, regardless of its nature. Let it come, let it all remain. Chen Luo waved his hand impassively. The insectoid warriors, who had long been poised for action, immediately erupted into a frenzied roar, charging towards the looming green shadows. The shadow mantises led the charge, with cicadas soaring overhead in swift pursuit. The The stingers followed closely, akin to arrows in flight. No matter what the enemy may be, once the command is given, they will charge forward without hesitation. Even if it costs them their lives, they will not waver. Such is the essence of the insectoids. The ghoul leader, Hawk, halted, raising a hand, prompting the thousands of ghouls behind him to come to an abrupt stop. Orders are absolute. How can this be? Where did so many golden tier beings come from? Run, flee quickly. As the leader of this ghoul contingent, his strength was, without a doubt, the most formidable, but only up to the 7th tier of gold. Most of the other ghouls were of silver tier, with only a scant few at the golden tier. Yet he had just sensed an overwhelming presence of golden tier entities. There must be at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Among them, some exuded an aura so terrifying that it was evidently superior to his own. Roar. As the leader fled, the ghouls panicked. When they arrived, they had been contemplating how to feast. Now, they were not just wishing for a full belly, but wishing they had 2 more legs to run faster. Each one raced for their lives, desperately fleeing. What in the world are these creatures? Did the mission target not just become a lord? How can there be so many golden tier vassals? How are we to combat this? Hawk's legs left behind after images as he ran, cursing inwardly. Truly, this is a nightmare. Where did this human lord acquire so many golden tier vassals? How could they expect him to confront such an existence? Are they overestimating these ghouls, or underestimating the mission target? Fleeing? Chen Luo sat astride the shadow mantis, gazing in bewilderment at the retreating green figures. A mixture of laughter and tears welled within him, leaving him at a loss for words to describe his tumultuous emotions. He had expected a formidable presence, yet to his astonishment, they had turned tail and fled before even engaging. It was the first time he had encountered an adversary that chose to escape without a fight. Having arrived, how could they simply depart? This territory of mine is not so easily trespassed. A smile graced Chen Luo's features, yet his tone carried a chilling intent. In the next moment, the cicadas suddenly quickened their pace, transforming into mere phantoms. In just a few breaths, they had caught up with the ghouls. The air was pierced by the deafening cacophony of cicada cries, disorienting the ghouls. The weaker among them succumbed, blood oozing from their orifices, dying on the spot. Hawk's face twisted in a grimace of unyielding frustration. It yearned to resist, yet despair washed over it as it realized that these seemingly inconspicuous cicadas were far superior. The waves of sound rendered it utterly defenseless. With cicadas blocking their path, the ghouls found themselves unable to advance an inch. Soon, the shadow mantis and the thorn snakes closed in, encircling the ghouls in layers. Chen Luo squinted, scrutinizing these grotesque beings. They were approximately 1.5 meters tall, clad in tattered garments, their flat heads and hideous visages reminiscent of diminutive goblins, though even more repulsive. Ghoul clan, Hawk. Strength, golden 8th tier. Talent, platinum 5th tier. Skills, corpse devour, soul reaping twin blades, grim ghost hands, ice cold ghost chi. Ghouls of the ghoul clan. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, his expression cooling further. As one of the peak races, the ghoul clan was far from endearing. In contrast to the cunning of demons, the ghouls were infamous for their brutal bloodlust. They formed no alliances, and in times of war, all but their own kind were deemed enemies. Textbooks described ghouls as frail in stature, adept with dual blades, sharp-toothed, and ugly in appearance. Today, seeing them in person confirmed every stereotype and description. Hiss. The insectoid beings began to hiss, their gazes fixed on the ghouls as though they were mere prey. This familiar look nearly brought tears to the ghouls' eyes. They had always directed such gazes toward their enemies. When had the tables turned? What had transpired during their millennium of entrapment? Humans, I harbor no malice. My clan has been sealed for a millennium. And now that we have finally emerged, we seek only a place to rest. We inadvertently passed through your territory and hope for your understanding. Hawk removed its hands from the twin blades at its waist, bowing in a semblance of sincerity. The ghouls behind it mimicked the gesture. If it meant survival, they would gladly prostrate themselves. Textbooks had warned of the ghouls' insidious cunning and their deep-seated instinct for self-preservation. Once again, they had proven true. Chen Luo shook his head, expressing disappointment. Alas, I am no fool. Your clumsy excuse pales in comparison to that of the demon known as Snake. How could he possibly overlook the energy points presented to him? Particularly upon realizing these beings are ghouls of the spectral race. The ghoul race stands as one of humanity's greatest adversaries, and upon encountering them, one must go to any lengths to eradicate them. Moreover, this band of ghouls harbors ulterior motives, evidently targeting him. They simply misjudged his strength and were struck with fear. Human lord, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe my spectral ghouls are easy prey? If it comes to battle, I assure you, we shall both suffer. Hawk, gritting his teeth, gripped his twin blades anew, attempting to intimidate Chen Luo. Recognizing their inevitable defeat, he only hoped to instill fear in Chen Luo. Otherwise, death awaited them. Yet, Chen Luo merely waved his hand dismissively. Soon after, the surrounding insectoids began to stir. The cacophony of cicadas filled the air, their piercing sound waves causing the ghouls to clutch their heads, rendered immobile. Bone spines flew forth, accurately claiming the lives of the ghouls. Following that, flashes of blades emerged, with each stroke bisecting several ghouls. The tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in Chen Luo's favor. Chapter 33, Annihilation of the Ghouls, the Grand Elder returns. Block them. Everyone. Hold your ground. Hawk shouted in desperation as he drew his blades, striving to fend off the shadow mantises. However, the ghouls, once united, now scattered like grains of sand. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance proved futile. No matter how he shouted, it was of no consequence. The ghouls could only flee in panic, bereft of the courage to even draw their weapons. In contrast, the insectoids operated in seamless harmony. The cicadas suppressed, the spiked serpents provided sniper support, and the shadow mantises engaged in close-quarters combat. Their coordination was so exquisite that it left Hawk gasping for breath. What manner of monstrosities are these? At last, he began to comprehend why the Demon King utilized these ambush troops. Such prodigious talents, once matured, would undoubtedly become a dire threat to the spectral race. Regrettably, understanding did little to aid him. The disparity in strength rendered him incapable of sustaining any semblance of resistance for long. Within mere dozens of strikes, his blades were shattered. Devoid of his weapons, he lost much of his ability to fight back. In an instant, he was torn apart by the encircling shadow mantises. Until his last breath, he stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. Upon witnessing Hawk's demise, the already meager resistance of the ghouls crumbled entirely. In less than 3 minutes, over 1,000 ghouls were eradicated. At that moment, Suyin arrived on her steed, Little White, arriving belatedly. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, she scratched her head in disbelief. Is it really over? That was rather too easy, wasn't it? Ghouls are considered a mid-tier race among the spectral beings, yet they perished so swiftly? Chen Luo utilized the insectoid neural network to summon the giant mandible ants for the task of removing the bodies. It seems this trial will never reach its conclusion. The Grand Elder, holding great regard for him, would certainly not allow him to remain here any longer. The current realm of the Lord is fraught with peril. While he could previously decline, the circumstances have now changed. The demon and ghost clans have emerged. Who knows what other entities might follow? The elders undoubtedly wish to prevent him from lingering in the Lord's realm any further. Although venturing outside poses its own dangers, there are formidable protectors available. The realm of the Lord, however, is entirely different. Should an insurmountable alien power truly arise, the elders would be powerless to intervene, merely spectators in a dire situation. Thus, they would surely not permit him to continue his trials. As Chen Luo had anticipated, the atmosphere in the elder's office was thick with tension. Bang! Damn those alien beings. How dare they? The demon clan is one thing, but the ghost clan as well. The third elder, infuriated, slammed the table and stood up in agitation. They had been closely monitoring Chen Luo's predicament. During his battle with the ghoul, they sensed something amiss. Upon confirming the presence of the ghoul, the elders were filled with both shock and rage, not only because ghouls are notoriously cruel and cunning, making them exceedingly difficult to handle, but also due to the relentless nature of these threats. Just moments ago, a demon baron named Snek had perished, and now a horde of ghouls had appeared. When did the Lord's realm, a bastion of humanity, become a playground for alien forces? The Grand Elder cannot allow Chen Luo to remain in the Lord's realm any longer. His trials must be terminated immediately. As the second elder's words echoed, the other elders nodded in agreement. The reasoning was simple. Should calamity befall the Lord's realm, they would be unable to intervene. Outside, however, the situation differs. Should those alien powers wish to harm Chen Luo, they would have to consider their own capabilities first. The Grand Elder remained silent for a considerable time. I shall inquire about the child's wishes. The path ahead must be chosen by him alone. We, as old fools, are not meant to guide his steps. He will make the right choice. With these words, the elders fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, they had no right to interfere with Chen Luo's decisions. If he steadfastly desired to complete his trials, they would have no choice but to acquiesce. They could not forcibly remove him. It was not merely a matter of rules. It stemmed from their belief that Chen Luo could evolve into a formidable being. The path of the strong must be forged by oneself. The office once again lapsed into silence. After a while, the Grand Elder rose and walked towards the chamber where the portal was stored. At that moment, the portal had not fully closed, remaining in a state ready to be opened at any time. This precaution was taken to address any future issues where immediate support might be required. I hope the child is not too stubborn, the Grand Elder sighed inwardly, as his consciousness entered the realm of the Lord. Why have 3 goblets been prepared? Are you planning to drink 2 by yourself? Suyin questioned, her gaze fixed on the 3 ornate chalices on the table, each filled halfway with a nutrient solution. One for you, one for Chen Luo, but what of the third? For the person behind you. Chen Luo replied with an unwavering smile, directing his gaze towards Su Yan's back. Upon hearing the words, Su Yan turned her head in confusion. As her gaze met that of the Grand Elder, she exclaimed in delight, "Grandfather." The Grand Elder fondly ruffled her hair before shifting his attention to Chen Luo. Upon noticing the 3 cups of nutrient solution on the table, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Chen Luo was even more astute than he had anticipated. He must have foreseen his arrival and deduced his intentions. With this thought, the Grand Elder stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. His regard for Chen Luo only grew, recognizing him as an exceptional talent, unparalleled in the history of humankind. Chen Luo, I have come to request that you conclude the trials of the Lord's source realm ahead of schedule. You need not worry. Your ranking is firmly established at first place. Once the trials are completely over, you shall receive your rewards. I trust you understand why I propose this early conclusion. Should you be unwilling to end the trials prematurely, we shall not insist. With clarity and directness, the Grand Elder conveyed his intentions without ambiguity, making it clear that their stance was merely advisory, leaving the ultimate decision in Chen Luo's hands. To end the trials early? Is it due to the ghouls? Su Yan's countenance grew serious. The emergence of the ghouls had sounded an alarm within her heart. The Lord's source realm was not as secure as she had imagined. Although they had repelled the attacks from demons and the undead, luck had played a significant role in their victories. Fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely. If a platinum level or even monarch level adversary were to arrive next, the outcome would be dire. Despite her apprehension, she refrained from dissuading Chen Luo, trusting that he would make the most prudent choice. Very well. In 3 days, you may come to retrieve me. Chen Luo took a sip of the nutrient solution. His tone unvaried and calm, though a tinge of sorrow lingered within him. Another day yearning for a cold drink. He was truly on the verge of being repulsed by this nutrient solution. Chapter 34, Ascending to Golden Lord, the Grand Elder's Cultural Explosion. Can you reconsider your agreement? As the Grand Elder began to speak, realization dawned on him. He stared at Chen Luo, bewildered, as the words he had prepared fell silent, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Very well, I shall return for you in 3 days. With a disgruntled expression, the Grand Elder dissipated into transparency, leaving only Chen Luo and Su Yan in the room. You agreed so readily? Su Yan blinked, tilting her head in confusion as she regarded Chen Luo. Based on her understanding of him, such a swift agreement seemed out of character. The creatures in the Lord's source realm are far too few, Chen Luo replied, shaking his goblet. He had contemplated this issue long before the Grand Elder initially mentioned it. However, at that time, they were on the brink of an invasion by exotic beasts, and with merely a couple hundred insect warriors at his disposal, their strength was insufficient for self-preservation. Venturing outside would merely render one as a mere mascot. It would be far more prudent to remain within the trial and seek out monsters to vanquish. However, the circumstances have transformed. The queen of the insectoid race has evolved to the 8th tier of gold. The energy points contributed by over 10,000 aberrant beasts have elevated his insectoid numbers to over 3,000. The additional 1,000+ ghouls have similarly contributed substantial energy points, allowing his insectoid population to surge past 4,000. Aside from the initial golden 2nd-tier creatures, the remainder of his insectoids are all of the golden 8th tier. Such formidable power, when unleashed upon the outer battlefield, poses no danger unless confronted by an extraordinary foe. Even when facing platinum 2nd or 3rd-tier adversaries, he possesses the strength to contend. In this context, remaining in the Lord's source realm offers minimal value. It is far more advantageous to engage in the ceaseless battles of the outer battlefield, a veritable paradise for the insectoids. Ah, no wonder you were so quick to agree. Su Yan mused, nodding in understanding. The duty of an affiliated lord is to assist the principal lord, offering insights and alternative choices rather than making decisions on their behalf. Chen Luo has made his resolution, and she shall obediently comply. She firmly believes that Chen Luo will not err in his judgment. Suddenly, Su Yan inquired with curiosity. Why must we wait 3 days? If we can depart immediately, why delay? Without reaching gold, one remains but an ant. 3 days will allow us to gather sufficient wood, iron, and stone to upgrade our territory. By then, we shall acquire another talent, significantly enhancing our strength. In the perilous outer battlefield, even the slightest improvement could determine our survival, Chen Luo explained, raising the nutrient solution to his lips before rising to depart. Were it not for Su Yan, he would not have elaborated so extensively. He is truly grateful for her kindness. Golden Lord? Su Yan gasped, covering her cherry lips, her face alight with astonishment. Is it possible to ascend to a golden level lord on just the 7th day? This is astonishingly swift. If word spreads, it shall surely be regarded as legend. Yet, after the initial shock, a deep sense of anticipation followed. With Chen Luo's ascension as a golden lord, she too, as an affiliated lord, would attain the same rank. Not only would she gain another talent, but she could also traverse the skies unaided by any external force. Su Yan's face gleamed with expectation. If my sister discovers that I am to become a golden lord so swiftly, her jaw would surely drop in disbelief. 3 days passed in a blur. With over 1,000 giant-jawed worker ants, the speed of resource collection soared. Chen Luo did not instruct them to continue gathering resources within the territory. Instead, he directed them to collect from the surrounding areas while deploying shadow mantises for protection. When they depart, all within the territory can be taken along, signifying that all resources belong to him, whether gathered early or late matters little. Thus, prioritizing the collection of unclaimed resources outside proved far more prudent. In just 3 days, the wood and iron stones amassed into several small mountains. After taking stock, Chen Luo noted, wood, 8, 780,000. Stone, 8, 810,000. Iron ore, 8, 170,000. With the over 10,000 silver crystal cores previously harvested, the resources were now sufficient. Chen Luo did not hesitate, Upgrade the territory. The advancement from silver 9th tier to silver 10th tier required 2,560,000 wood, iron, and stone, along with 512 silver crystals. Several small mountains of wood, iron, and stone vanished. Lord, Chen Luo. Vassal Lord, Su Yan. Level, silver 10th tier. Territory buildings, small villa, summoning platform. City wall, arrow tower, constructible. Familial clan, insect queen, golden 8th tier. Upgrade requirements, 5,120,000 wood. 5,120,000 iron ore, 5,120,000 stone, 1,024 silver crystal cores, 1 golden core. Description: approaching the realm of Golden Lord, yet alas, merely approaching. At present, you are but a large ant. Silver 10th tier, territory radius, 12,800 meters. Habitually disregarding the remarks of the female imp, Chen Luo examined the requirements for advancement. He felt a sense of relief. Indeed, a golden core was necessary. Fortunately, he possessed a considerable number of golden cores. Had he possessed only one, he would have been truly stifled in this place. Upgrading to a golden lord. The command was issued, and the endless mountains of wood, iron, and stone instantly vanished, leaving only scattered piles on the ground. Transitioning from silver 10th tier to golden 1st tier consumed 5,120,000 wood, 1,024 silver crystal cores, and 1 golden core. As the resources were consumed, the Lord's core ascended into the air, radiating a dazzling golden light. Truly promoted. Su Yan, exhilarated, leaned by the window, squinting at the blinding golden radiance. She could distinctly sense the transformation within her body. Bathed in the golden light, countless cells greedily absorbed energy, rapidly enhancing her physical prowess. Simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded her mind, most of which pertained to talents. After ascending to the golden tier, yet another talent awakened. Chen Luo's situation mirrored hers. Closing his eyes, he began to organize the newfound information in his mind. What the hell? You've actually ascended to Golden Lord? The startled exclamation, accompanied by a hint of national pride, jolted Chen Luo awake. He cast a discontented glance at the astonished Grand Elder. Wasn't this old man a figure of high esteem? Surely he had encountered numerous powerful beings. How could he be so flabbergasted? Had the Grand Elder been privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Was he truly overreacting? Anyone in his position would be utterly astounded. He had shown remarkable restraint. The Golden Lord was unlike any other lord. Silver was merely a threshold. Golden represented the true essence of lordship. Not only could one acquire another talent, but also possess the ability to soar through the skies. The Lord's core would absorb the energy from the air, continuously replenishing the territory and its vassals. This was why it was said that without becoming golden, one remained a mere ant. Once one ascended to Golden Lord, strength would augment effortlessly without the need for combat or cultivation. One could simply recline and grow stronger. Especially, this effect extended to the vassals as well. Yet, ascending to Golden was no simple feat. Not only is an abundance of resources and silver cores required, but a golden core is also essential. Furthermore, this golden core must be acquired through the hunting prowess of a lord or their kin. Chapter 35, Rebirth. The Undying Body. The Elder in Distress. Golden cores obtained through other means are not permissible for ascension. How challenging is it for a silver lord to slay a golden beast? Just the thought of securing a single golden core has deterred countless individuals. After becoming a lord, those who ascend to the rank of Golden Lord in a decade or so are indeed exceptionally gifted and fortunate. Yet, how long has Chen Luo been a lord? Merely 10 days. In just 10 days, he accomplished what others could not achieve in over a decade. How could this not astonish him? I perceive you are also a person of culture. Refrain from using such coarse language. Chen Luo frowned and offered a gentle reminder. His words roused Su Yan from her reverie and left the elder awkwardly shifting his toes. Grandfather, you have arrived. Yenner and classmate Luo have already become golden level lords. In her excitement, Su Yan eagerly began to share her news. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted toward Chen Luo, her desire for praise unmistakable. The elder nodded in delight, preparing to offer words of commendation, only to witness Chen Luo reaching out to affectionately pat her head. Su Yan, resembling a contented kitten, wore a satisfied expression, a commendable ability. Little Yenner can both heal and enhance. She will undoubtedly make a competent support in the future. Chen Luo praised her without reservation, ruffling her hair. While the enhancement may seem insignificant at present, once they reach the king level, the impact of the boost will be substantial. Often, even a slight disparity in strength can determine the victor. Ahem. The talent that Yenner has awakened is indeed remarkable and will serve as a great asset to you in the future. The elder cleared his throat, feigning encouragement, while inwardly he wept. His sweet little cabbage had transformed into a playful kitten. Of course, I must assist classmate Luo. Su Yan's proud declaration struck yet another blow to the elder's heart. The sensation of losing his little cotton-padded jacket was truly painful. By the way, classmate Luo, what is your golden level lord talent? Su Yan suddenly recalled this and eagerly inquired, her bright, expressive eyes filled with anticipation. The elder also contained his emotions, curiously looking toward Chen Luo. Regeneration. No matter how severe the injury, I can continuously regenerate. Chen Luo briefly elaborated, omitting some details about his regeneration ability. As the name implies, as long as there is sufficient energy, one can regenerate infinitely. The severity of the injury dictates the amount of energy consumed. Provided there is enough energy, even if reduced to mere pulp, he could still be reborn. With the presence of the insect race, energy is never in short supply. When energy is lacking, he can simply hatch the insect race. Even the 1% of energy they return is sufficient to sustain his regeneration. This extraordinary gift bestows upon him a semblance of immortality. However, regeneration comes with a prerequisite. The Lord's core must remain intact. Otherwise, rebirth would be impossible. Regeneration, indeed, is a highly practical talent for preserving one's life. Yet, one must bear in mind that you are a lord, not a warrior. Your survival is paramount for the realm to function, allowing your kin to combat with confidence. Should misfortune befall you, the territory would crumble without a fight, and your kin would perish alongside you. Unless absolutely necessary, you must never venture into battle. The Grand Elder's expression was gravely serious. He genuinely feared that after gaining the ability to regenerate, Chen Luo might foolishly choose to enter the fray himself. A lord may possess formidable combat prowess, but a lord must never recklessly engage in battle. I am not foolish, Chen Luo replied, his lips twitching in exasperation. Did he appear to be a simpleton? The lord is akin to an emperor of ancient times, perhaps even more significant. If an emperor falls, a new one can be chosen to take the throne. However, if a lord perishes, the lord's core shatters, and the territory vanishes into oblivion. Everything would be lost. But it is getting late. Are you all prepared? The Grand Elder cleared his throat, refraining from elaborating further on the matter. He believed in Chen Luo's wisdom. Prepared, but there is one thing. Chen Luo stated earnestly. Upon leaving the Lord's trial, I wish to proceed directly to the outer battlefield. The trial in the Lord's source realm had been prematurely concluded due to an insufficient number of monsters to slay, significantly hindering the progress of the bug race's expansion. Thus, he yearned to hasten his journey to the outer battlefield, where countless foes awaited the insect race. Though perilous, danger and opportunity have always coexisted. To the outer battlefield directly? The Grand Elder frowned, contemplating a few words of persuasion. It is through trials and tribulations that one becomes strong. Yet, he trusted that Chen Luo's decision was indeed sound. Very well, once I escort you outside, you may venture to the outer battlefield at your leisure. Withdraw your territory and follow me. The territory could be contained within the Lord's core, which would reside within the Lord's being. This unique ability allows the Lord to carry both the territory and kin with them. It is this very trait that enables humanity to ascend to the pinnacle of races. Withdraw the territory. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the earth trembled violently. The territory, a golden tier expanse, had a radius reaching 128,000 meters. Yet, this vast realm was swiftly drawn into the Lord's core. Within mere breaths, the territory was entirely absorbed, leaving behind an endless expanse of desolate land. Do not worry. Everything within the Lord's source realm can continuously regenerate. Even if you take away numerous items, they will all restore themselves by the time the trial concludes. The portal is not far from here. Follow me. The Grand Elder soared ahead to lead the way. Chen Luo and Su Yin instinctively levitated, their bodies gently rising. Su Yin exclaimed in wonder, "This sensation is marvelous. It feels as though I was born to fly. The Lord's gift is etched upon the soul. And to say it is innate would not be an exaggeration. The abilities of a Golden Lord, including the power of flight, are no exception. Much like a fledgling bird that has yet to take its first flight, yet already possesses the ability to soar. What remains is to master this ability. Let us proceed. This trial is concluded. In the next moment, both individuals transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the Grand Elder. Their speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. Is this truly your first experience of traversing the skies? How can you be so swift? Those who have practiced for over a decade cannot compare to you. The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. It was not that he was easily surprised. Rather, Chen Luo's prowess was simply extraordinary, and Su Yin too displayed remarkable ability. Mastering flight is no trivial feat. While taking to the air may be simple, skillful control is what truly challenges one. He had refrained from directly escorting the two, intending instead for them to hone their aerial skills. Who could have anticipated that these two would offer such a delightful surprise? Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances, the latter sporting a somewhat proud smile. Indeed, aerial maneuvering is challenging, and they had yet to fully master it. However, Su Yan's golden tier talent enhancement directly influenced their flight, significantly boosting both their speed and control. This transformation allowed the two novices to evolve into seasoned pros, soaring swiftly through the air. Grandfather, let us hasten. If we leave now, we can still make it for dinner. The Grand Elder replied. What a marvelous notion to catch dinner. His little cotton-padded jacket had been skewed. He didn't even offer an explanation. Chapter 36. Did the little green plum fall into the quagmire? The attitude of seeking help. In the city of Linjiang, the dilapidated streets of the old district were bustling with vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Recently, Luo Shui had been feeling downcast, her eyes red and swollen, indicative of tears shed. Dark circles adorned her eyes, a clear sign of sleepless nights. She must be given something nourishing to recuperate. Lin Yue, clad in tattered clothing and leaning on a cane, wobbled as he navigated the street, his murky gaze scanning the array of delectable foods: fried chicken, skewers, candied hawthorns. Upon catching a whiff of fried chicken's aroma, he rummaged through his pocket for a few coins. He silently averted his gaze and continued walking. One piece of fried chicken could buy several eggs. Perhaps it would be wiser to purchase 2 eggs instead, as they were nutritious and palatable. After taking a few steps with his cane, he halted and hesitated for a moment. Turning back to the fried chicken stall, he extracted the money wrapped in red cloth. How much for a serving? May I just have a chicken leg? Although a serving of fried chicken could purchase numerous eggs, eggs are eggs. And fried chicken is fried chicken. Lin Luo Shue's parents had passed away early, and she had devoted herself to caring for her grandfather over the years. He could not work, and their household's finances relied entirely on Lin Luo Shue's scholarship and odd jobs. She deserved something wonderful, not a compromise. 5 yuan. The vendor at the fried chicken stall, without lifting his head, promptly handed a chicken leg wrapped in paper. As Lin Yue fumbled for money, his hands trembled with concern. 5 yuan could buy half a kilogram of eggs. Thank you. After receiving the chicken leg, Lin Yue expressed his gratitude politely. Carrying the warm bag, his spirits lifted considerably. With this thought, Lin Yue quickened his pace. Amidst the crowd, 2 individuals with bleached hair and tattooed arms exchanged glances, casually sharing a cigarette as they strode forward. Their speed was swift, and by the time Lin Yue noticed their approach and attempted to evade them, it was already too late. Without surprise, he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. The bag slipped from his grasp, and the chicken leg rolled in the dirt, becoming soiled. You blind old fool. How do you walk? Can't you see? Not only a cripple, but also a blind man. 2 yellow-haired youths mocked him without a hint of civility. Before Lin Yue could utter a word, they seized him by the collar and hoisted him up. Open your eyes wide and behold, this attire is from Zixihua. Have you ever seen such elegance? At your age, still wearing such rags, did you not strive in your youth? Don't look so terrified as if we've wronged you. Reflect upon your own shortcomings. Lin Yue trembled, attempting to respond, yet the words failed to escape his lips. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were struck with fear and fled in all directions. They were the lowest of the low, once having held titles of nobility. Yet they had failed even the trials of lordship, crushed by the core of leadership and cast out of the realm of lords, reduced to mere commoners. Over the years, they had endured relentless oppression, and such encounters had become instinctual. Their immediate reaction was to flee, terrified of being caught in the fray. It wasn't me who bumped into you. It was you who collided with me. Smack. Lin Yue's explanation was abruptly cut short as a resounding slap landed on his face, forcing his head to tilt sideways. 2 of his teeth were knocked out. What sort of scum dares to retort? Does it matter who collided with whom? Are you blameless? Who told you, you wretched cripple, to wander the streets? You've sullied my attire with your filth. It reeks of your poverty. Can it even be worn again? 2 garments, 1,003, pay up. The 2 yellow-haired ruffians sneered maliciously, their words dripping with disdain. Lin Yue, trembling, replied, I have no money. Let this be my fault. May I apologize to you? Apologize? If apologies were worth anything, why would we need the authorities? I recall your granddaughter, Lin Luoxue, from Yizhong. Does she not possess numerous scholarships? Let her pay. If she cannot, then you shall repay in flesh. My brother and I have no qualms about that. Exchanging glances, the 2 yellow-haired youths dragged the almost fainting Lin Yue toward Yizhong. Along the way, he cried out for help, yet no one stepped forward to assist him. In this world, existence was wearisome. Meddling in others' affairs would only exacerbate one's own struggles. The journey of mere minutes felt akin to decades for Lin Yue, leaving him aged and despairing. As the afternoon school bell rang, students poured from the institution in throngs. Upon seeing the 2 yellow-haired youths dragging an elderly man, many students halted, eager to witness the spectacle. Intentionally colliding with us and then cursing at us. Do you truly believe we are without temper? Even if you are Lin Luoxue's grandfather, there must be an explanation for this matter. Justice is a universal truth. Though we may engage in brawls, drink, and sport flamboyant hairstyles, we are not devoid of righteousness. This world must uphold fairness. We refuse to believe that Lin Luoxue is as unreasonable as you. We demand an explanation. The yellow-haired youths shouted vehemently, their performance so impassioned that one might think they were on the verge of tears. Were it not for the sight of Lin Yue, his left cheek swollen and his face caked in dirt, the surrounding crowd might easily believe it. In a certain middle school, Lin Luoxue finished her duties, her mind wandering as she slung her tattered backpack over her shoulder and stepped outside. Luoxue, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. I cannot assist you. This scholarship will no longer be yours. The scholarship represented the family's most vital source of income. For this reason, she dedicated herself to her studies, striving to secure as many scholarships as possible to afford medicine for her grandfather. The thought of losing the scholarship left her feeling utterly lost. Should I truly acquiesce to Lu Chong? Lin Luoxue's gaze fell, and she recalled Chen Luo's visage. A wave of sorrow washed over her, causing her eyes to redden involuntarily. As she stumbled to the school entrance, the raucous shouts of 2 unruly boys pierced the air. Lin Luoxue's heart raced. and she looked up in horror to see her grandfather, Lin Yue, being held by the two boys, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The redness on his cheeks testified to his recent beating. In an instant, Lin Luoxue was paralyzed with shock, soon engulfed by overwhelming fear and anxiety. Grandfather, who are you? What do you want? Release my grandfather, or I will call the police. She pushed through the crowd, tears brimming in her eyes as she sought to rescue Lin Yue. Upon her arrival, the spectators' chatter grew louder, their words dripping with malice directed at Lin Luoxue and her grandfather. After all, opportunities to trample on the impoverished school beauty were scarce. Luoxue. Lin Yue's grayish eyes filled with tears upon seeing her. The two boys recoiled, evading Lin Luoxue's outstretched hand. Your grandfather soiled our clothes and insulted us. If we do not receive an explanation, this will not end well. Lin Luoxue's heart raced with shock and fury at the boy's words. She was no fool. In fact, she was quite astute. Through tearful eyes, she scanned the crowd and caught sight of Lu Chong, who, in stark contrast to the boy's disheveled appearance, was resplendently dressed, flanked by two lackeys bearing tea and snacks. Clearly relishing the spectacle. You scoundrel, Lu Chong. Make them release my grandfather. He is old and cannot withstand such torment. I beg you, let him go. Lin Luoxue cried out in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt as though her soul had been stripped away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Her pristine white stockings were soiled by dust, yet she paid it no mind. In the face of absolute power, her defiance and struggles appeared utterly laughable. You beg me? Is this how one pleads for assistance? I hear no plea in your words. Lu Chong smirked, tilting his head with a malicious grin. The exhilarating rush of revenge. Witnessing the pure white moonlight wallowing in the mire, struggling helplessly, brought him almost to ecstasy. The crowd erupted into raucous laughter. Lin Luoxue clenched her fists, her expression one of despair as she spoke. What attitude is required when one begs for help? I too wish to know. Perhaps Master Lu could demonstrate for me? Suddenly, a voice broke through the commotion, causing the crowd to pause in confusion. They turned to see Chen Luo and Su Yan approaching from within the campus. The former was merely fortunate, awakening the platinum-level divine angel lineage, yet the lineage proved reluctant to follow, rendering him a laughingstock. The latter was another campus belle from their school, possessing both beauty and kindness. Hence, they immediately recognized the identities of the two. Brother Luo? Lin Luoxue inquired, bewildered. Instinctively rubbing her eyes, she thought she must have misseen. Chen Xiaozai? Lin Yue's uncertain call confirmed her suspicions. She had not been mistaken. This was indeed Chen Luo. They cast disdainful glances toward him. The trials of the Lord Source Realm had only commenced a week ago. At such a time, the emergence of a Lord could only signify one thing: the destruction of the Lord Core, resulting in the loss of their qualification to become a Lord. They had been forcibly expelled from the Lord Source Realm. How could this be? Lin Luoxue also grasped this implication, her sorrow rendering her expression vacant. She could not fathom why, despite Chen Luo's lineage being subpar, it was still a silver-level insect lineage. How could he fail to pass even the trials of the Lord Source Realm? What did you just say to me? I shall grant you, a worthless wretch, an opportunity. Now kneel and kowtow twice, and I shall spare you. Lu Chong jeered, nonchalantly cracking seeds while mocking Chen Luo. His relaxed demeanor betrayed no regard for Chen Luo whatsoever. A discarded wretch whose Lord Core was shattered. What right did he have to catch Lu Chong's eye? You scoundrel Lu Chong. This is between you and me. Do not involve others. Release my grandfather and brother Luo, or I shall never agree to your demands. Lin Luoxue cried out in a frantic outburst, her recent tribulations having pushed her emotions to the brink. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, having exhausted her strength to support her family. Lu Chong did not spare her a glance, his gaze fixated on Chen Luo, specifically on Su Yan beside him. Su Yan's beauty rivaled that of Lin Luoxue. Her appearance alongside Chen Luo clearly marked her as another discarded individual from the Lord Source Realm. Previously, there had been rumors of Su Yan's unique status, though he had lacked the audacity to act. Yet now, regardless of her special identity, she was rendered just another useless pawn, a mere plaything for his amusement. I once thought you had some stature. It appears I was mistaken. Ignoring the crowd's gaze, Chen Luo tilted his head to jest with Su Yan. This young lady was indeed the granddaughter of the elder. How splendidly she had concealed her identity, allowing no whispers to escape. Instead of fear, the onlookers seemed to revel in her presence, as if invigorated by the atmosphere. Lu Chong, is it? Regardless of what transpired between you and Lin, you would do well to cease your actions. Should you harbor grievances, the school and authorities will address them. If it is discovered that you instigated this matter, be prepared to face the consequences. The speaker's tone remained devoid of inflection, as cold and unyielding as a machine. The school and authorities? Was Su the belle of the school truly daft? I am Lu Chong. My father is Lu Gang. Do you know Lu Gang? He is the commander of the defense forces in Linjiang Base City. I find you all to be more reckless than I. A true display of ignorance regarding your own limitations. To navigate the world, one must consider lineage, background, and strength. Do you understand? Lu Chong chuckled lightly, his words filled with spirited bravado. The onlooking students around them murmured in sympathy, casting pitying glances towards Su Yan, Lin Luoxue, and Chen Luo. Having entangled themselves with such a formidable adversary, the three were in for a tumultuous time. Engaging in rational discourse with brutes is futile. If you can make them comprehend, then you are indeed a talent. Remember, in such matters, one must rely on power or might. As Chen Luo's words faded, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before two unruly thugs. With a flick of his fingers, he aimed and struck. The fluidity of his movements was astounding, drawing tears from Su Yin and Lin Luoxue, who instinctively clutched their foreheads where a dull ache lingered. The seemingly innocuous strike had apparently not carried much force. Yet the two thugs were sent flying several meters away, rendered unconscious. Had it not been for the rise and fall of their chests, onlookers might have suspected them to be lifeless. What transpired? Did you witness that? Their voices were laden with disbelief and existential doubt. What had he just witnessed? That so-called waste had vanished in an instant, only to reappear and effortlessly incapacitate his two capable subordinates with a mere flick? Was he experiencing a hallucination? How could a useless individual possess such ability? Boss, shall we flee? This lad is rather eerie. The two underlings trembled, recognizing the anomaly before them. Even a blind person could discern that something was amiss. Wasn't Chen Luo the one cast out from the Lord's realm? How could he wield such power? The crowd murmured in astonishment, their gazes filled with wonder as they regarded Chen Luo. Disregarding the peculiar stares from the onlookers, Chen Luo assisted Lin Yue. Grandfather Lin, why are you out here instead of resting at home? And why have you lost 2 teeth? Have you been gnawing on bones? Lin Yue responded. Can't you see my face is swollen like a pig's head? How could it possibly relate to bones? Was it not you who was tricked into giving that little rascal a piece of meat bone? Must you hold on to grudges for so long? Lin Luoxue was helped up by Su Yin, who diligently brushed off the dirt from her clothes. Lin Luoxue glanced between Su Yin and Chen Luo. Her mind a tangled mess of questions. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't Chen Luo and Su Yin be participating in the trials within the Lord's realm? How had they ended up here? It appeared they had not been expelled. Were there other means to leave the Lord's realm prematurely aside from expulsion? The Lord's realm is far too dull. Your brother Luo has been dreaming of sipping iced cola, so we decided to venture out. Su Yin replied with a radiant smile, her words laced with playful jest. Though unfamiliar with Lin Luoxue, her camaraderie with Chen Luo sufficed. As Chen Luo's subordinate, she was bound to him through shared trials and tribulations, akin to family. Lin Luoxue, being Chen Luo's childhood companion, was naturally her friend. Huh, ice cola? Lin Luoxue blinked in bewilderment, confirming twice that she had not misheard, only to find herself further perplexed. Because she craved a refreshing drink, she left the trials of the Lord's domain prematurely? This was undoubtedly the most absurd thing she had ever heard in her life, without exception. Chen Luo, is it? Just you wait. Lu Chong felt a surge of anxiety and, without hesitation, contemplated retreat. To persist in such an obviously precarious situation was sheer folly. Before he could finish his thought, he spun around with his 2 lackeys and fled. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xiao, aren't you going to demonstrate the proper attitude of one who begs? Chen Luo's voice was cold, as he appeared before Lu Chong and his companions. Despite his somewhat frail physique, he effectively blocked their escape. Chapter 38. Your father is Lu Gang? A slap to shatter the dreams of a wastrel. Just ask for it. Upon seeing Chen Luo materialize before them like a specter, Lu Chong and his companions stiffened in fear, utterly at a loss for what to do. They were merely pampered youths, accustomed to bullying ordinary people. Faced with such a formidable opponent, they were completely outmatched. Do you know who my father is? He is Lu Gang. Lu Gang, the commander of the defense forces in Linjiang Bay City, a powerful lord of the 5th Golden Tier. Lu Chong strained his neck, feigning calmness as he played his trump card. With each word, a flicker of confidence returned to him. After all, his father was Lu Gang, a powerful lord of the 5th Golden Tier, wielding significant influence in Linjiang Bay City. Why should he fear a mere impoverished orphan like Chen Luo? The more he thought about it, the straighter Lu Chong stood. Soon, he reverted to his haughty demeanor, practically looking down his nose at others. His 2 lackeys, witnessing this, felt their anxieties dissipate. They were convinced that once Chen Luo learned of Lu Chong's identity, he would think twice before acting against them. Your father is Lu Gang? I thought it was Li Gang. If he is not Li Gang, what right have you to put on such airs? Slap. As Chen Luo spoke, he delivered a resounding slap to Lu Chong's face. The force was terrifying, several teeth, accompanied by blood, scattered on the ground. Lu Chong knelt, aghast, clutching his swollen face in disbelief. Brother Luo, please, don't stop him. Let your precious brother vent his emotions. He knows his limits. Lin Luoxue exclaimed. Her face etched with urgency, but was calmly interrupted by Su Yin. Yet, Lin Luoxue remained anxious, saying, I just mean, don't get blood on his clothes. It's hard to wash out. Su Yin? Sometimes, she seriously considered calling the police. She thought Lin Luoxue was worried that Chen Luo might face retaliation after injuring Lu Chong. Little did she know, Lin Luoxue was merely concerned about bloodstains on clothes. Onlookers were already alarmed. They never anticipated that Chen Luo would dare to strike, and with such ferocity. Lu Chong would likely speak with a lisp from now on. Having lost a front tooth, you dare to hit me? If you have the guts, strike me again. Lu Chong seethed with anger. The pain on his face compounded by the peculiar gazes of those around him. inflict upon him both corporeal and spiritual torment. The very act of kneeling intensified his sensation of dignity being trampled underfoot. With a resounding slap, Chen Luo did not hesitate to strike him, dislodging 2 of his teeth. However, this time Chen Luo moderated his strength, refraining from sending him sprawling. It was not out of compassion, rather, he found Lu Chang's current position rather agreeable. "I shall surpass you," he exclaimed, followed by another slap. "Chen Luo, please stop," came the plea amidst the smacks. "It hurts too much. I was wrong." With each utterance, Chen Luo met him with 2 more strikes. Once proud and defiant, Lu Chang was swiftly reduced to a state of utter despair. His dignity and pride seemed insignificant in the face of such humiliation. Tears streamed down his face, and he was on the verge of bowing to Chen Luo in supplication. At that moment, his visage resembled that of a swollen pig's head, so disfigured that even his mother would struggle to recognize him. What had once been a complete set of teeth was now reduced to mere remnants. Coupled with his kneeling posture, his whimpers resembled that of a kettle boiling over. Spectators were moved to pity, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty. How can one be so despicable? Just a single slap, and you resort to begging? You positioned yourself for this, and yet you still wish for me to refrain from striking? Chen Luo mused, bemused by the absurdity of Lu Chang's predicament. He accepted the tissue offered by Su Yin, wiping the blood from his hands with an air of nonchalance, his words casual yet cutting. To Lu Chang, they fell like thunderbolts, inducing sheer terror. Lu Chang, despite the excruciating pain, forced a simpering grin. "Have I made you laugh? Are you unaware of your own hideousness? Another laugh, and I shall break your legs." Chen Luo scowled, raising his hand once more to deliver another resounding slap. Lu Chang spat out the few remaining teeth he possessed. Now, he was completely devoid of any, far cleaner than even the most aged among the elderly. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks, and he dared not express his anger. Terrified beyond measure, he mumbled incoherently in his pleas for mercy. "Please, spare me. I have learned my lesson, truly, I have. Treat me as insignificant, and let me go. I will never dare again." Seeing Chen Luo's indifference, Lu Chang's resolve crumbled. He wished to grit his teeth, only to discover he had none left. This revelation became the final straw. What dignity! What pride! None could outweigh the value of life. As he wept profusely, he prostrated himself before Chen Luo, his cries of supplication resounding with desperation. Truly, Lu Chang had become a master in the art of begging. Enough to soften even the hardest of hearts. "Begone! Do not let me lay eyes upon you again, or your father shall be powerless to save you." Chen Luo spared him a final glance before turning towards the astonished Lin Yue, assisting him, while leading Su Yin and Lin Luoxue out. The onlookers, in unison, parted to allow their passage, utterly astonished by the day's events. They had anticipated witnessing the arrogant Lu Chang's futile pursuit of Lin Luoxue. Yet what unfolded was beyond their wildest expectations. She was subjected to insidious schemes designed to shatter her dignity and compel her into compromise and degradation. However, unexpectedly, Chen Luo emerged as a formidable presence. With a few decisive blows, he obliterated Lu Chang's pride, nearly grinding him beneath his heel. Even the influence of Lu Chang's father, the commander of the defense forces in Linjiang Bay City, proved ineffectual. In that moment, Chen Luo, once the subject of ridicule, transformed into an entity that others dared not provoke. Whispers of gossip were uttered only in hushed tones, as if fearing that a louder voice might provoke Chen Luo's wrath. Furious and despondent, Lu Chang pounded the ground in despair. In his earlier desperation, he had sought mercy, oblivious to the mocking gazes of those around him. The once revered Lu Xiao of the prestigious First High School, a notorious figure second only to Li Hao, had been reduced to such a state, publicly humiliated and compelled to kneel in submission. "Fear not, Lu Xiao. Your father will surely intervene. Once he does, Chen Luo will be the one begging for your forgiveness." Indeed, as long as Commander Lu took action, Chen Luo would amount to nothing. 2 lackeys approached, eager to assist Lu Chang, their faces twisted in malice as they offered their counsel. Upon hearing their words, a glimmer of hope flickered across Lu Chang's face. "What are we waiting for? I must seek out my father and have him avenge me. I will force that wretched Chen Luo to kneel before me, watching as I humiliate Su Yin and Lin Luoxue, those 2 harlots. He shall regret this day." The 2 lackeys hurriedly helped Lu Chang towards the exit. Although the onlookers held Lu Chang in contempt, they dared not provoke him, silently parting to allow the trio to pass. It was only after they had distanced themselves that discussions began to stir among the crowd. The events of the day would soon echo throughout the First High School, and even the entirety of Tianshui Bay City. With the reach of the internet, news could spread across the entire Dragon Country. Chapter 39, Monarch-Level Beast King? The Beast Tide approaches. Do you want a wife or not? In Linjiang Bay City, the atmosphere within the Lord's mansion was palpably tense. The upper echelons of the base city had gathered, including the principals of both the first and second high schools. "Lu Gang, are you certain this is a beast tide? This is no trivial matter." Lord Song Wenba's expression bore the weight of grave concern, underscored by a hint of secret hope. "Indeed, our personnel have visited Yinmen Gorge multiple times for confirmation." Lu Gang, a man of muscular build exuding an aura of ferocity, rose to present the evidence, activating the large screen. The projection displayed the scene from Yinmen Gorge, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees, their expressions steeped in dread. The first image was captured 7 days prior, revealing a rough estimate of at least 3,000 monsters congregated there. The photograph, taken from a height, depicted swathes of beasts lying in the gorge. Even from the large screen, one could sense the overwhelming air of menace emanating from the creatures. These monsters were formidable, likely possessing the strength of silver or even gold rank. The second image, taken 5 days earlier, indicated a staggering number, at least 10,000 beasts. As Lu Gang spoke, he brought forth the second image. In contrast to the first, while the first image showcased a multitude of creatures, it was still possible to capture the entirety of the scene. However, the second image tells a different tale, as it captures a scene filled with a multitude of monsters, yet fails to encompass the entirety. This photograph was taken from an altitude of 100 meters. The gravity of the situation deepened in the expressions of the onlookers, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The third image, taken 3 days prior, reveals a rough estimate of nearly 20,000 monsters converging in the Yinmen Gorge. The final image, captured this morning, shows the number of monsters has escalated to 30,000, and they continue to amass. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in grave peril, Lu Gang declared solemnly, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. While the monstrous tide is indeed terrifying, what is even more daunting is the force capable of summoning such a tide. Low-tier monsters lack cognition. They act solely on instinct to kill and hunt. Only upon reaching the king level can a monster possess a level of intellect comparable to that of a human. The king-level beast, known as the Beast King, is evidently behind this monstrous tide. Only a Beast King could gather such a vast multitude of monsters in a short span, inciting this surge. This signifies that the Linjiang base city must contend not only with the ferocious tide, but also with at least one king-level creature. Yet, the strongest in Linjiang, the city lord Song Wenhua, is merely a platinum tier 3 lord. Engaging head-on would render him incapable of confronting a king-level monster. Following Lu Gang's report, the atmosphere in the room sank to an absolute chill. If this monstrous tide cannot be mitigated, the 3 million inhabitants of Linjiang Bay City are in grave danger. Song Wenhua clenched his fist. I will report this matter and request the higher authorities to dispatch a king-level lord for assistance. This information must remain confidential. We must contain it to prevent public panic. The defense team is to exit the city and establish a perimeter 10 miles outside. Henceforth, entry and exit from Linjiang Bay City are strictly prohibited. No one shall defy this order. With decisive authority, the command was issued, instilling a sense of resolve among the gathered individuals, who collectively exhaled in relief. Present were only golden tier lords and above. Essentially, all the golden lords within Linjiang Bay City. Naturally, they held no dissent towards Song Wenhua's decision. It was the most prudent course of action. All that remained was to hope that the king-level lord would arrive swiftly, ideally before the Beast King led the monstrous tide to assault the city. Otherwise, the defenses within the city would not withstand for long. As the meeting concluded, everyone hurriedly departed, preparing for the worst. Linjiang Bay City was perilously vulnerable, and they needed to ensure the safety of their families by secretly sending them away. Chen Xiaozai, did you not go to participate in the Lord Source Realm trials? How is it that you find yourself here? Were you expelled? Yet you do not appear to be in a state of disqualification. Upon returning to his dilapidated rental, Lin Yue voiced his confusion. Lin Luoxue also cast a curious glance at Chen Luo. Indeed, something was amiss. The trials had only commenced 7 days prior. If Chen Luo wished to leave the Lord Source Realm, it could only mean he had been expelled. Yet, his demeanor did not suggest he had lost his lordship. Surely, he could not have completed the trials ahead of schedule? Is it even feasible to surpass the Lord Source Realm trials before their conclusion? I might say that I am too formidable, so much so that it compromises fairness, and thus I was asked to leave. Would you believe that? Chen Luo replied, sipping his ice-cold soda. The delightful sensation coursed through his toes, a tremor of exhilaration. Indeed, unhealthy indulgences come with the sole drawback of being detrimental to one's well-being. Lin Luoxue cast a disparaging glance at him before turning her attention to Su Yan. The delicate pale of her ears stood erect, her anxious fingertips clutching at the soft pink of her attire. Her heart raced at her throat, fearing the reception of unwelcome answers. This matter was rather intricate, and if one were to elaborate, Chen Luo's words held a semblance of truth. You need not address me as senior. I am not significantly older than you. Moreover, I currently serve as Chen Luo's subordinate lord, thus we are akin to family. Su Yan exhibited a warmth towards Lin Luoxue. Faced with beauty, it was difficult for her to harbor disdain. Subordinate lord? What does that entail? What transpired in the lord's realm? Lin Luoxue's curiosity deepened, her apprehension still hanging in the air. However, Su Yan's demeanor alleviated much of the tension and worry within her. She almost suspected that Su Yan and Chen Luo had entered into a romantic liaison, just a breath away, and she could have been caught in a familial snare. Noticing her intrigue, Su Yan began to recount the tale in detail. The spacious room echoed with Lin Luoxue's intermittent gasps of astonishment. Chen, come here for a moment. Lin Yue, leaning on his cane, rose unsteadily from his seat. Following closely behind was Chen Luo, cradling a large tub of soda, which which he intermittently sipped from, exhaling a sigh of satisfaction. Those who have never tasted nutritional supplements could never understand his plight. Why does such a healthful yet unpalatable concoction exist in this world? The two ventured out into an empty corridor. Chun, have I not treated you fairly? As soon as he halted, Lin Yue posed the question directly. This inquiry caused Chen Luo to ponder. If we exclude the times you deceived me regarding candy, meat, and pocket money, forbidding me from playing with Luoxue. Chen Luo began to enumerate, each point causing Lin Yue to squirm with discomfort. Previously, he had been solely focused on safeguarding his precious little cabbage from harm, oblivious to his own faults. Now, as Chen Luo recounted his grievances, he felt like a brute. Stop. Ahem. Chun, you and Luoxue have been childhood friends. You must understand her feelings, right? Lin Yue interjected hastily, coughing slightly from his urgency. Noticing this, Chen Luo instinctively tightened his grip on the soda tub. It was unavoidable. He had been ensnared by this old rascal too many times. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a goblet from the realm of his lordship, pouring half a glass of soda and extending it to Lin Yue. Would you care for a sip? Observing his reluctance, Lin Yue nearly burst into laughter. This lad had not changed one bit, which brought him a considerable sense of ease. He felt entirely at ease in trusting Lin Luoxue to someone as familiar as Chen Luo. You may keep it for yourself. With that decisive motion, Lin Yue was left fuming, his beard bristling in indignation. Chen, let me speak plainly. Do you desire a wife or not? My time is limited, and I hope you will take good care of Luoxue. She has endured too much hardship. I do not ask that you treat her like a precious gem, but at the very least, do not let her suffer unduly. I implore you to heed my request. Chapter 40. Inheriting my beautiful granddaughter? Kicked into the wall by my own father. Unable to extract myself. Lin Yue swayed as he bowed deeply to Chen Luo, his demeanor earnest and nearly pleading. Luoxue has grown up with me. I will naturally take good care of her. Even if you do not say so, I will look after her. Chen Luo casually sipped his cold drink, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Yet, deep within, he genuinely felt this way and was resolute. For the sake of Lin Luoxue, that precious warm egg, he was willing to ensure her a life free of worries. Then I can rest easy, truly rest easy. Lin Yue began to express his relief, only to be interrupted by a fierce cough. Blood splattered onto his palm, an alarming and gruesome sight. If your health is poor, do not push yourself. If you were to perish here, Luoxue would be devastated. Chen Luo frowned slightly, producing half a cup of nutritional liquid and offering it to him. This nutritional concoction was not only nourishing, but also capable of healing. Aside from its less than pleasant taste, it possessed no flaws. Lin Yue, without hesitation, accepted the cup and downed it in one go. The viscous texture made him grimace. What is this? Are you trying to harm this old man so you can inherit my beautiful granddaughter? What a splendid notion of inheriting beauty. Chen Luo's lips twitched before he turned to leave, disinclined to engage further with this old rascal. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to land a couple of punches on this old fool, truly. Hey, you little brat, am I feeling better? How come I feel so invigorated? Lin Yue exclaimed in astonishment, clenching his fist. The sensation of long-lost strength nearly brought him to tears. Overcome with excitement, he promptly discarded his cane, eager to test his mobility. However, no sooner had he released the cane than he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The nutritional liquid can only restore your stamina and treat some minor ailments. For your chronic afflictions, it is of no use. You should stick to your cane. Chen Luo remarked, turning back to observe Lin Yue sprawled on the floor in a rather undignified manner. Without waiting for the old man to express his anger, he swiftly made his escape, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are esteemed virtues, but such principles do not apply to Lin Yue. This old coot is rather mischievous. You little rascal, at least give me a hand. Lin Yue fumed, puffing up in indignation. Meanwhile, around the corner, Lin Luoxue covered her mouth in surprise, tears streaming down her cheeks, not from sorrow, but from overwhelming joy. She had eavesdropped on the entire conversation and learned of the nutritional liquid's effects. While it could not cure her grandfather's ailments entirely, it could provide temporary relief. This was one of the best pieces of news she had heard in years. The other was that Chen Luo was a prodigious talent. Su Yan stood silently beside her, offering a tissue to wipe away her tears. Sister Yan, will Luo Gu be retaliated against by Lu Chong for offending him today? After all, his father is the commander of the defense team, holding considerable power and status. A formidable golden lord. Lin Luoxue inquired anxiously, her thoughts primarily occupied with Chen Luo. Today, he had performed an act of heroism, saving her, and had even produced a treasure to aid her grandfather. This has led her to be increasingly concerned about Chen Luo, especially since this incident was instigated by her. If Chen Luo were to be harmed because of this matter, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. How could someone possess such a stunning visage? How could they have such a flawless physique? How could one attain all this at the tender age of 17? Had she not been endowed with these attributes, this predicament would never have arisen. Rest assured, your brother Luo will find a resolution. Su Yan provided no further explanation, primarily because she was at a loss for words. She certainly could not claim that her brother Luo was an extraordinary prodigy who who had ascended to the rank of a golden-level lord merely days after entering the trials. Would Lin Luo believe such a statement? Unless witnessed firsthand, no one would be inclined to accept it. At the commander's mansion, upon entering, they were met with the sight of a pig-headed figure nestled in his wife's embrace. A man and a woman were locked in a heartfelt embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Who the hell are you? Get away from my wife." Lu Chang heard his father's voice, just as he looked up in surprise, eager to report the incident. He was met with the soul of a size 42 shoe approaching him. In an instant, a formidable force propelled him away. His only uninjured feature, his nose, was shattered. Lu's wife was momentarily stunned by this scene. By the time she regained her composure, Lu Chang was already embedded in the wall, unable to extricate himself. "Xiangzi, Lu Gang, are you insane? What have you done to my son? He has been attacked, and you strike him again. My poor child." Lu's wife cried as she rushed forward, attempting to pry Lu Chang from the wall. Fortunately, Lu Chang came from a distinguished lineage, having feasted on the flesh of monsters since childhood. Although he had yet to become a lord, his physique far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Lu Gang had shown restraint in his kick, which spared Lu Chang from immediate death. "My son Lu Chang, who is the swine that dared to assault him? Step forward. Do they not know that I, Lu Gang, am his father? I shall see who in the Linjiang base city dares to disrespect me." Lu Gang cursed while enduring the murderous glare of his wife, deflecting the blame. The couple worked together, cautiously extracting Lu Chang from the wall and administering top-tier healing medicine. Before long, Lu Chang regained consciousness. The moment he moved, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, as if he had been crushed beneath a 100-ton weight. "Am I truly this injured? Father, you must avenge me. That Chen Luo is not human at all. He stole my girlfriend, assaulted me, and even forced me to kneel and bow. When I invoked your name, he claimed you were no better than the maggots in a cesspool. Look at my teeth, I've lost every single one." He slapped me repeatedly. Lu Chang wept, snot and tears streaming down his face as he embellished the tale. Lu Gang and his wife could easily discern that their son was not being entirely truthful. However, with their son in such a state, they cared little for the veracity of his claims. Their son was now incapacitated, and they had no desire to dwell on right or wrong. "That wretched scoundrel dared to lay hands on my son. Xiangzi, do not fret. I will ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. I shall capture that fiend and that vile woman, allowing you to exact your retribution." Outside the city, an unexpected situation has arisen. "I have arranged for a private plane, shortly. You should pack your belongings and leave Linjiang City to seek refuge at your grandfather's house. Take the opportunity to recuperate. When your father visits you, he will certainly bring that boy and that woman." Lu Gang's promise was resolute. He refrained from disclosing the beast tied to the mother and son, believing that the fewer people who knew, the better, especially considering his wife as penchant for gossip. No sooner had he spoken than he feared she might confide in her friends. Before long, news would spread like wildfire, and soon everyone in Linjiang Bay City would be aware. "I won't leave. I want to see Chen Luo kneeling before me, begging for mercy. And I want to witness Lin Luo's regret." Lu Chang's heart brimmed with hatred. Consumed by a thirst for vengeance, he disregarded everything else, resolutely insisting on staying behind, despite Lu Gang's attempts to persuade him. Reluctantly, Lu Gang had to send his bewildered wife away first. Chapter 41. The Beast Tide approaches, the monarch-level Beast King. The Flying Feather White Tiger. It was time to depart for Kyoto to prepare for the outer battlefield. Su Yan, clad in a black dress and wearing frameless glasses, cradled a tablet in her arms, exuding an air of maturity and competence. At the tender age of 18, she projected an aura of gravitas and poise. "No hurry. We can purchase train tickets. We will arrive in Kyoto in about 2 days. By the way, do you really have to dress like that?" Chen Luo lay on the sofa, feigning lifelessness, all the while casting a peculiar glance at Su Yan. Her attire reminded him of a term, the capable secretary. One might think he harbored some peculiar proclivities. Su Yan adjusted her frameless glasses and replied, "My sister said dressing this way makes me appear more capable." Chen Luo was rendered speechless. His curiosity about Su Yan's sister piqued. That girl must be quite the strategist. There is nothing much to prepare. We just need to buy train tickets and leave tomorrow. Chen Luo decided to wait another day for Lu Chang's revenge. If this matter was not resolved thoroughly, what would become of Lin Luo and her grandson once he and Su Yan departed? All right. Su Yan did not question him and efficiently began operating her tablet. To reach the outer battlefield, they would first need to go to Kyoto. Strictly speaking, after the trial concluded, all those who passed and officially became lords were required to report to Kyoto. This was for the sake of accounting and assigning teams. The outer battlefield was no place for leisurely exploration. Its perils far surpassed those of 1,000 source realms. Solo endeavors would lead to swift demise. Hence team operations were standard. "Wait, I can't purchase tickets to Kyoto." Su Yan's voice was tinged with uncertainty. "Not just for Kyoto. Tickets to other destinations are also unavailable. All sales have ceased. Flights too, completely halted." She stared at her tablet, bewildered. Chen Luo was taken aback, acutely sensing something amiss. What could have caused such an abrupt cessation of services? Their eyes met, and they both recognized the gravity of the situation. Unless a major incident had occurred, such a complete suspension was unfathomable. It was akin to sealing off the city. Contact your grandfather. We appear to be in grave trouble. Chen Luo sat up, his demeanor unusually serious. The closure of a base city could only signify a matter of great significance. This world is not as secure as one might believe. He needed to prepare for any eventuality. Su Yan retrieved her phone and exited the room, her expression graver than before, almost somber. My grandfather informed me that the Lord of Linjiang Base City has reported a gathering of beast hordes outside the city, suspected to be the presence of a king-level beast. Reinforcements of king-level lords have already been dispatched, and he has urged us to exercise utmost caution. Beast hordes? Chen Luo sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. If there was anything he relished, it was undoubtedly the prospect of facing overwhelming adversaries. The greater the number of foes, the more the insectoids. Hordes of beasts are splendid. They are my favorite. Come, let us seek out the city lord. As a member of Linjiang Base City, we must contribute our efforts at this critical juncture. Excited, Chen Luo seized Su Yan and dashed outside. The outer battlefield was perilously dangerous. Even with the covert protection of the elders, safety was not guaranteed. One must be formidable in their own right. He had previously considered seeking out a way to acquire additional energy points. Now it seemed, energy points were presenting themselves on a silver platter. My grandfather cautioned us against intervening. The gathering of beast hordes may involve a king-level beast, which is beyond our capacity to confront, Su Yan implored helplessly. In response, Chen Luo hoisted her up and sprinted towards the city lord's residence. Passers-by paused, casting bewildered glances at them, causing Su Yan's face to flush with embarrassment, wishing to sink into the ground. How could one be subjected to such mortification? Yiming Gorge. On either side of the gorge stand two towering mountains, resembling wings, thus named. This is the sole terrestrial passage in and out of Linjiang City. Once a broad gorge, it is now overrun by swarms of monsters. The painstakingly laid railway has been utterly destroyed. As far as the eye could see, the gorge was teeming with creatures. The mountains on both sides were crowded with avian monstrosities, their sheer numbers sending chills down one's spine. Roar. The roar pierced the heavens. The authority embedded in the sound compelled the surrounding monsters to bow their heads in submission. A scene of subservience unfolded. My brethren, it is time to avenge ourselves against the human bipedal beasts. They have preyed upon my kin, feasting upon my kind, and taking pride in hunting us down. Today, we shall proclaim that we, the beast clan, shall never be enslaved. Roar. A winged white tiger soared through the air. Its 3-meter height and length did not make it particularly remarkable among the monsters, yet the regal aura surrounding it commanded the submission of all nearby creatures. A king-level beast. The winged white tiger. Upon hearing its words, the surrounding monsters erupted in a chorus of roars. The sound reverberated through the skies, piercing even Linjiang City with clarity. In the next moment, tens of thousands of monsters surged toward Linjiang Base City, their blood-red eyes brimming with a thirst for flesh and carnage. They had yet to attain sentience, still adhering to their primal instincts, acting upon the directives of their king. This instills in them a profound fearlessness towards death, driven solely by the determination to tear apart their adversaries. Such is one of the most terrifying aspects of the beast tide. Within the city of Linjiang Base, the thunderous roar startled the populace. The astute began to hasten homeward, while the less discerning lingered on the streets, engaging in idle speculation. Some had already brandished their smartphones, eager to share their fervor online, wholly oblivious to the impending calamity. Shadows ascended from the city, all without exception, golden-tier lords. This scene further affirmed the suspicions of the wise, while the less perceptive sensed an unsettling anomaly. Meanwhile, a few individuals, after posting on social media, had begun live streaming. It seemed there was no need to visit the Lord's mansion. Let us head outside the city and see what transpires. Chen Luo and Su Yan exchanged glances. And in the next moment, both soared into the air, transforming into streaks of light amidst the astonished gazes of those nearby. Those two children are golden-tier lords? Exclaimed one. Wow, everyone look. Zhubo just brushed past two golden-tier lords. Quick, give Zhubo a like. The movement of the golden-tier lords raised questions. What could be happening outside the city? Why worry? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall ones to bear the brunt. It wouldn't crush us. Those two look familiar. They seem to be students from the first high school. I saw them at the school gate the day before yesterday. I think one is called Su Yan and the other Chen Luo. The girl is quite the beauty. The school flower. Impossible. Students from the first high school as golden-tier lords? Two of them? This is utterly absurd. If true, I, Wang Zijing, would wash my hair upside down. Chapter 42. The domain unfolds. All have been lured to the hook. The beast tide surged with ferocity. Even with prior preparations and defenses in place, resisting proved exceedingly arduous. It was only upon the commencement of battle that they discovered a multitude of golden-tier monsters among the beast tide, while the remainder were silver-tier. Golden creatures roamed freely. Silver ones were scarcely regarded, and bronze-tier lacked the qualification to even mingle. In contrast, the defensive forces boasted few silver lords, many of whom were ordinary individuals expelled from the Lord Source realm. They relied solely on firearms to muster any semblance of combat capability. Gunfire erupted continuously, with the acrid scent of smoke and blood permeating the air. The thunderous roars of beasts never ceased. Despite being well-prepared and exerting all their resources, the battlefield remained overwhelmingly one-sided. "Lord, this cannot continue," the principal, Li, implored. "Shall we retreat? Evacuate the populace to safety and abandon Linjiang base?" His words elicited nods of agreement from several Golden Lords. They had yet to engage, but the situation was abundantly clear to them. They could not withstand the onslaught. To act recklessly might lead to exhaustion, resulting in a grim fate at the hands of the monsters. They possessed only a handful of golden tier kin, each one extraordinarily precious. There was no reason to squander them pointlessly. Song Wenhua, with a somber expression, discerned their thoughts with clarity. He cast a cold glance around, and none dared meet his gaze. "Each base city has been forged from the blood and bones of our ancestors, invaluable beyond measure. We still possess the strength to fight, and reinforcements are en route. How can we simply retreat? Even if we cannot hold our ground, we must strive to do so. I shall forge a formidable defense across my domain. Your sole duty is to guard it with unwavering resolve. Defend with every ounce of your strength. Those who dare to conceal their prowess shall be deemed traitors of humanity." As the words echoed, Song Wenhua stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear above the battlefield. Amidst the excited exclamations of the defense team, a platinum-hued orb materialized in his hand, the core of the Lord. "Unleash the domain." With the command issued, the suspended core rapidly ascended. In the next moment, an expansive illusion of territory manifested, melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Towering walls rose to great heights, effectively repelling the monstrous onslaught. Soaring arrow towers released a barrage of arrows, each strike felling a beast. The fortress loomed like a slumbering giant, emanating an aura of terrifying majesty. Before the fortress stood impeccably arranged legions of kin, each formation comprised of 100 warriors, totaling a remarkable 12 formations. At the forefront was the Royal Griffin, boasting platinum tier strength. As the territory unfolded, the arrow towers and walls sprang into action, staunchly halting the advancing tide of beasts. The platinum tier lord's powers manifested, revealing the domain. Was he mad to unveil the domain here? Was he not afraid of the Beast King's intervention? Should the core of the Lord shatter, his fate would be sealed. President Li and the others cursed under their breaths. Initially, they had contemplated retreating amidst the chaos, but now they had no choice but to press forward with determination. The advantage of a Platinum Lord's domain is the ability to utilize the structures within the territory for combat, such as the arrow towers and walls. However, the cost was equally apparent. With the manifestation of the domain, the core would also become exposed. This was not the Lord's source realm. Should the core shatter here, not only would he lose his lordship, but he would also face utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Song Wenhua, fully aware that a king-tier beast lurked within the horde, dared to unfold the domain and reveal the core. Was this not madness? Do not hesitate, everyone. Charge. Lu Gang, seasoned in military matters, took the lead. With a wave of his hand, a massive vortex materialized beside him. A colossal spiked mace emerged from the swirling chaos, followed by towering hill giants, one after another. Within mere moments, over a dozen hill giants appeared. Were these the hill giants of golden 8th tier quality? Indeed, all of Lu's giants had attained golden tier. Their strength was undeniable. Now, allow me to contribute. President Li tapped his cane, summoning a similar vortex beside him. Enormous 8-eyed giant spiders crawled forth. Observing this, several other golden tier lords also began to summon their kin. Though golden lords cannot manifest their domains, they can call forth their kin to join the fray. With a cadre of golden lords, over 200 golden tier kin were summoned into battle. Their arrival turned the tide of battle, even beginning to push the enemy back. The hill giants swung their maces, reducing the surrounding monsters to mere pulp, while the 8-eyed giant spiders spat webs, ensnaring any beast that came into contact, swiftly converting them into a pool of blood. The royal griffins formed an orderly line, their wings stirring the air and conjuring a whirlwind that ensnared and shattered the surrounding monstrosities. The situation appeared exceedingly promising. The defenders had even begun to cheer, buoyed by the hope of imminent victory. When Chen Luo and Su Yan arrived, they were greeted by this spectacle. The manifestation of the domain? What audacity Lord Song possesses! He has forged a formidable barrier with his very life. The well-informed Su Yan, with a mere glance, comprehended the circumstances, exclaiming in astonishment. Though she had encountered many formidable beings, the fearless resolve of Song Wenhua still warranted her admiration. Do you think it can withstand the onslaught? Chen Luo refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to quietly observe the battlefield. The insectoid race was indeed warlike, capable of nurturing strength through combat. Yet it could not afford mindless aggression. To recklessly charge towards a beast king of royal caliber was not valorous, but rather foolish. In the presence of a royal, even a multitude of golden tier warriors could scarcely make a dent, excluding that fool Snake-Ida. Su Yan adjusted her glasses and shook her head without hesitation. Difficult. Although Lord Song's domain, coupled with Principal Li and their kin, has temporarily held back the beast tide, the royal beast king has yet to intervene. Once it does, the defenses will crumble in an instant. Chen Luo nodded noncommittally. As one delves deeper into the hierarchy, the disparities become starkly evident. Silver and gold tier warriors could leverage numbers and qualifications to achieve extraordinary results in combat, yet at the royal level, sheer quantity and prowess mattered little. 100,000 platinum tier warriors could not hope to match a single royal tier entity. Why do you think the Beast King has refrained from direct engagement? With but a single strike, it could obliterate the defenses, could it not? Chen Luo's inquiry momentarily stunned Su Yan, prompting her to ponder deeply. Indeed, it was clear that a mere flick of its wrist could dismantle the defenses. With an intelligence on par with that of an adult human, the Beast King must surely be aware of this. So why the hesitation? Does a cat understand the nature of its play? Sometimes. Watching prey struggle in its final throes is far more entertaining than a swift kill. This Beast King certainly had a knack for the game. Chen Luo's realization struck Su Yan like a bolt from the blue. She too came to the same conclusion. The Beast King, capable of swift victory, chose not to act, indicating only one possibility. It was indeed toying with its prey, relishing the spectacle of their desperate struggle. No sooner had Chen Luo articulated this than a fearsome roar echoed from the distance. In the next moment, thousands of golden tier monsters leaped forth from the beast horde, joining the fray. The tide of battle shifted once more. See, I told you this creature was adept at playing. Chapter 43, The Beast Tide? The insect tide revealed. Astonishing all, it had summoned only golden tier monsters, intentionally withholding the platinum tier. Golden tier creatures do not plunge one into despair, they merely prompt the populace to evacuate. However, the presence of platinum tier foes would be markedly different. It would take but a few to compel the Lord to order an immediate evacuation. The Beast King had deftly grasped the psyche of the Lord, instilling a false sense of security that they could endure until reinforcements arrived, unaware that they were merely pawns in a game of cat and mouse. Evidently, our Lord of the City has been thoroughly ensnared. Chen Luo's words enlightened Su Yan, and her expression grew profoundly grave. If Chen Luo's assertions held true, then the Beast King was likely well prepared. Their reinforcements might not arrive in time. What should we do now? Should we take action? At this moment, the battlefield had devolved into a one-sided affair. Conventional weaponry posed no threat to the golden tier monsters, relying solely on the few golden tier lords and their kin. Particularly, Song Wenju's kin, the royal griffins of platinum strength, barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, no matter how formidable the royal griffins, they could not unleash their full might, needing to remain vigilant against the Beast King's assault. This resulted in staggering casualties along the front lines. It was merely a matter of time before they were breached. We must act, otherwise, what are we here for? That brood intends to toy with us, playing a game of cat and mouse, and will certainly not attack recklessly. This is our opportunity. Chen Luo smirked lightly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he dashed towards the city wall. Observing this, Su Yan hurriedly followed suit. Together, they plunged into the chaos of the battlefield. Although tumultuous, the number of those who could soar amidst the skies was scant. Thus, their emergence captivated the attention of all present. Such youthful golden tier lords. Who are they? With the assistance of 2 more golden tier lords, we shall surely prevail. Futile. There are too many of those beasts. Unless we overpower them, a couple of golden lords cannot turn the tide. Fools. Why utter such defeatist sentiments? Even if we do not win this battle, we must fight on. Behind us lie the hopes of countless families. The members of the defense team engaged in fervent discussions, their despair momentarily alleviated. Dozens of golden tier lords exchanged glances, especially Principal Li, who recognized Chen Luo and Su Yan, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. He stared, perplexed, at the duo, questioning whether this was merely an illusion conjured by the monsters. How could he see Su Yan and that gullible young man? Who are these two? Lu Gang exclaimed boisterously. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Luo raised his hand. In the next instant, a towering portal of light materialized. A throng of shadow manises surged forth from the gateway, fearlessly launching themselves at the wave of beasts. Following closely behind were the resounding cicadas, their wings vibrating furiously. Almost tangible sound waves erupted, clearing the vicinity of silver tier monsters. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets in astonishment. Before they could even count the number of these kin, they heard a series of piercing sounds. Next, teams of piercing snakes ascended the city walls, their spines shooting forth like a relentless machine gun, transforming all visible monsters into a sieve. Nearby, members of the defense team glanced at their conventional weapons, then back at the piercing snakes, instantaneously feeling their own weaponry was inadequate. What in the world are these creatures? Over 3,000 golden tier kin? How is that even possible? Who are you, young brother? You seem oddly familiar. You remind me of my future son-in-law. The complexities of romantic entanglements often lead to absurd propositions. I perceive a celestial bond between you and my son. Would you be interested in meeting him? Lu Gang, what a despicable creature you are to utter such words. Several esteemed golden tier lords cast disdainful glances at Lu Gang, retreating a few paces to distance themselves from him. They had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. The familiar name caught the attention of Chen Luo and Su Yan, who turned to observe Lu Gang scratching his head in an endearingly clueless manner, devoid of the unreasonable demeanor characteristic of Lu Chong. A silent exchange of glances between the two revealed their shared suspicions. Either Liu Gang was an exceptional actor, or Liu Chang was not his biological son. Let us refocus our attention on the battlefield, for the conflict has only just commenced. Chen Luo spoke calmly, dismissing the others' remarks. They were merely cunning old foxes, unworthy of deep engagement. Despite the tension, Principal Li felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He recognized this individual as the one who summoned the divine angel, the impoverished lad. Yet he was puzzled. Shouldn't Chen Luo and Su Yin be undergoing trials in the Lord Source realm? Even if they had emerged prematurely, it would typically be due to the shattering of a core, not this. Why had they returned early, now as Golden Tier Lords? Hadn't this lad contracted the wretched insectoid creatures? Principal Li's thoughts were clouded, while Chen Luo remained unfazed. Their initial transaction had been somewhat unpleasant, yet mutually agreed upon. As long as Principal Li did not provoke him, Chen Luo had no inclination to engage with him. Rather than waste time on trivial matters, he preferred to slay more monsters and convert them into energy points. At that moment, the battlefield erupted with the presence of over 3,000 golden tier insectoids, turning the tide decisively. The shadowy mantises sliced through the ranks of monsters, cleaving them in half with ease. The resounding buzz of cicadas drowned out the roars of the beasts. The stinging serpent took over the defensive duties atop the city walls, raining down bone spikes like a torrential downpour, obliterating swathes of monsters. Gigantic mandibles of worker ants scuttled stealthily to pilfer the carcasses of the fallen. Under the vigilant protection of the shadowy mantises and the stinging serpent, the worker ants suffered minimal casualties even amid such a fierce battlefield. Observing this scene from the heavens, Song Wenjue felt a significant relief wash over him, glancing appreciatively at Chen Luo and Su Yin with admiration and awe. It was already a rare phenomenon for a golden tier lord to command 1,000 loyal subordinates of equivalent strength. Chen Luo, appearing youthful, boasted over 3,000 golden tier vassals. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have deemed it implausible. A thunderous roar, imbued with authority, erupted, igniting chaos among the beast horde. Countless golden tier monsters surged forth from the rear, recklessly charging towards the city walls, scattering everything in their path. How could this be? The expressions of Song Wenjue and several golden lords shifted dramatically. They had received intelligence indicating that the golden tier monsters numbered only in the thousands. Why had a horde of over 10,000 suddenly emerged? This creature is toying with us. Royal Griffins, unleash your full assault. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Wenjue promptly issued his command. Nearly 100 platinum tier Royal Griffins emitted a resounding cry. As their wings unfurled, a colossal whirlwind emerged, attempting to hinder the sudden onslaught of over 10,000 gold tier monsters. Should they fail to impede this charge, the defensive line would undoubtedly collapse. Under normal circumstances, monsters acted independently, allowing the Lord to orchestrate their demise. However, during a beast tide, it was the lords who found themselves ensnared. This is one of the many terrifying aspects of a beast tide. Chapter 44, The Explosive Feast of the Cicadas, a one-man stand against the beast tide. The enraged beast king. The royal griffins let out a deafening cry. As they flapped their wings, a tempest was unleashed. Invisible blades of wind swiftly cleaved through hundreds of gold tier monsters. Is this the might of the platinum tier? It is indeed akin to a natural disaster. Su Yin exclaimed in hushed awe. Chen Luo scrutinized the royal griffins, a faint blue luminescence flickering in his eyes. Familial clan, Royal Griffin. Lord, Song Wenjue. Strength, Platinum Tier 3. Potential, Platinum Tier 8. Skills, Storm Tornado, Hurricane, Wind Blade, Claw Blade. Required for evolution, a trace of wind essence to upgrade to Platinum Tier 4 Royal Griffin. Roar. Just as Chen Luo finished examining the Royal Griffin's attributes, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. An invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing everyone to gasp for breath, struggling to inhale. The familiars appeared tormented. Their movements stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, the monsters slaughtered numerous familiars. The ordinary members of the defense squad were utterly incapacitated. Blood streaming from every orifice under the weight of this pressure. Life was extinguished. Damn it. This beast is truly toying with us. Song Wenjue's face turned ashen with fury. The Beast King chose not to strike earlier or later, but rather at the moment when the Royal Griffins exerted their full strength. Moreover, it was merely a warning through sheer pressure. This was clearly an attempt to force him to cease, watching as the gold tier monsters tore through those below. Lord Song, focus on defending against that Beast King. We shall handle the matters below. Chen Luo's words momentarily stunned Song Wenjue and the other gold tier lords. Upon regaining their composure, the former gritted his teeth and reluctantly commanded the Royal Griffins to stand down. The only viable course of action was to await the support of the King tier lords. Until then, the priority was to ensure the defensive line did not shatter. But facing tens of thousands of gold tier monsters, with a numerical disparity of dozens of times, how could they possibly hold? The Beast King sought not only to kill, but to instill despair. The gold tier lords understood this truth. How could they withstand such a force? Principal Li exchanged glances with a few familiar faces, nodding in tacit agreement. The situation was dire. Finding an opportunity to flee was the wisest strategy. As the gold tier griffins ceased their assault, the oppressive pressure receded like a receding tide. Just moments ago, That overwhelming force had resulted in the deaths of over a dozen gold-tier familiars, including 5 shadow mantises. Yet, Chen Luo felt no sorrow. Instead, he was invigorated. Just imagine the energy points that could be amassed from so many monsters. It would surely amount to at least several million. The disparity in numbers rendered the battlefield overwhelmingly one-sided. The monsters relentlessly advanced, now looming beneath the city walls. Without hesitation, Su Yin, mounted on her unicorn, summoned a radiant light from her palm. The myriad of glimmering sparks merged into the air, enveloping the cicadas. In the next moment, the sound of cicadas erupted with tremendous force. The sound waves took on a tangible form, pushing back the advancing golden-tier monsters by several steps. Cicadas, self-destruct, Chen Luo commanded. The cicadas ceased their chirping and dove downward. Those around him stared in disbelief, their eyes widening. Even Principal Li and others, who were preparing to retreat with their kin, stood frozen in shock. What did they just hear? Self-detonation? Golden-tier kin defending themselves? Hundreds of them. When did golden-tier kin become so expendable? Luo, are you certain? You want them to self-destruct? The situation isn't dire enough for that. Su Yin implored, fearing he might act impulsively and make a regrettable decision. These were hundreds of golden-tier 8th grade kin. Sacrificing them so easily would break anyone's heart. Their sacrifice had to hold significance. Chen Luo offered no further explanation. His gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle below. At that moment, the cicadas fell like meteors into the horde of beasts. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the cicadas emanated a blinding white light. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a shockwave that swept across the battlefield. The self-detonation of the cicadas cleared a vast expanse. In an instant, dozens of golden-tier monsters were obliterated. This was merely the explosion of a single cicada. The subsequent 100 cicadas descended like a meteor shower upon the beast horde. Explosions erupted in rapid succession. After nearly a minute, the cacophony of blasts subsided. The battlefield had been cleared of a substantial area. This wave had decimated more than 2/3 of the beast tide. Among the primary targets, only just over 2,000 golden-tier monsters remained. The rest had perished in the cicada self-detonations. The explosive power of the golden-tier 8th grade kin was extraordinary. What on earth is this? Missiles? Principal Li gazed in astonishment at the scene. His words prompted nods of agreement from other golden lords. The power indeed rivaled that of missiles, perhaps even surpassed them. After all, missiles can be intercepted if they fail to hit their target. A few hundred sacrificed for a victory. The cicada's sacrifice would not be in vain. Shadow Mantis, Stinger Serpent, continue the assault, leave none behind. Chen Luo commanded with a stern expression. Yet, it was akin to incurring heavy losses. This wave was exhilarating, yet the sorrow was palpable. Had the circumstances not been so pressing, he would never have ordered so many cicadas to self-destruct. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The beast tide lay in disarray. Those who survived were injured from the blasts. The remaining golden-tier monsters were no match for the insect swarm. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. The battlefield had once again turned overwhelmingly in their favor, a reversal that left everyone somewhat numb. Or rather, they had been stunned into a state of shock. Who, exactly, is Chen Luo? Possessing such formidable golden powers, it is astounding enough. Yet he sacrifices hundreds of golden familiars without a flicker of hesitation. With sheer will, he eradicates the terrifying beast tide. Should this news circulate, it would be met with disbelief. The roar of the beast king echoes ominously, growing nearer. This time, its voice is laden with unmistakable fury, clearly taken aback by the outcome. What was meant to be a mere game of cat and mouse has turned, with the cat being outmaneuvered by its prey. This infuriates the feline. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Song Wenjua's expression shifts dramatically as he shouts in anger. Without needing further instruction, Principal Li and the others, already prepared, hastily gather their familiars and flee. Chen Luo, too, gestures gravely for the insectoid beings to withdraw. The king-level threat is far beyond his current capacity to confront. The oppressive aura from the king-level beast approaches rapidly, causing Su Yin's face to blanch in terror. The primal instinct to fear grips her, making her tremble uncontrollably. Calculating the time, the king lord should be arriving soon, right? Chen Luo steadies her, attempting to distract her from the encroaching dread. Su Yin nods weakly. The king level can traverse the void. By my calculations, it should be arriving shortly. Just as Chen Luo and Su Yin finish their exchange, a shadow materializes above the battlefield. Over 3 meters in length, it boasts a pair of wings. Its size may be modest, yet it exudes an ineffable authority. The monsters below raise their voices in a chorus of reverence, recognizing the king-level beast king, the flying feather white tiger. What brings the flying feather white tiger here? Su Yin's eyes widen, her face a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, clearly aware of the creature's origins. Chen Luo, lacking time for inquiries, turns his attention to the majestic beast. Creature, flying feather white tiger. Power, king level 1. Qualification, king level 5. Skills, rending claws, essence of gold. Robust physique. Upon reaching the king level, one can comprehend the essence of power. With a murderous inclination towards gold, the flying feather white tiger can grasp the essence of gold. It stirs the beast tide once more, engaging in the game of cat and mouse. Surely not a benevolent creature. As Chen Luo scrutinizes the flying feather white tiger, it, too, gazes down upon him. Within its large, beastly eyes, astonishment and anger intermingle, but curiosity prevails. How can a mere golden bipedal being withstand the onslaught of the beast tide? This biped is extraordinary. As the tension thickens between the man and the beast, Song Wenjua erupts, "You vile creature, die!" His familiars echo his fury, charging towards the flying feather white tiger. The royal griffin stirs up a tempest, reminiscent of a natural disaster, obliterating everything in its path. Whether silver or golden, all monsters are torn asunder by the furious winds. Yet, the flying feather white tiger, with its jaws agape, astonishingly speaks. Before the crowd can digest this revelation, it raises a forepaw. A mere gesture, yet it effortlessly suppresses the cataclysmic whirlwind. 5 streaks of white claws shot forth, decimating over half of the approaching kin. The residual force of the claws struck the city wall, causing it to collapse entirely. The majesty of the sovereign was unmistakably displayed at this moment. Is this the might of a monarch? How formidable! So powerful that it seems insurmountable. Lu Gang's countenance turned ashen, and the other golden lords mirrored his dismay. They had initially believed that with their strength, even if they could not prevail, they could escape, suffering perhaps the loss of only a couple of kin. Yet, witnessing the prowess of the soaring feathered white tiger, they realized how ludicrous that notion truly was. Merely raising its paw and bringing it down had sufficed to slay 40 or 50 platinum kin. The golden and silver ranks could barely withstand the aftershocks. Even the steadfast city wall was obliterated. Should the soaring feathered white tiger wish to eliminate them, it might not even need to lift a paw. It would be akin to crushing an ant. How could they possibly flee? The claw of the soaring feathered white tiger not only rent the city wall asunder and annihilated the majority of Song Wenjua's kin, but it also shattered their resolve. What to do now? There was nothing they could do. Su Yin edged closer to Chen Luo, nervously tugging at his sleeve. Although she understood that Chen Luo could not withstand the soaring feathered white tiger either, inexplicably, being by his side brought her a measure of calm. After all, Chen Luo had conjured miracles time and again. He had ascended to the status of a golden lord in just 7 days, garnered 1,000,000 points in the Lord's Source Realm trial, and single-handedly vanquished a terrifying beast tide. Any of these feats, if recounted, would be met with disbelief. What now? Chill it, and remember to add chili oil, Chen Luo replied, ruffling her hair and smiling with his eyes squinted. Su Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. At such a critical moment, he dared to jest? Yet, witnessing Chen Luo's nonchalance, her anxieties inexplicably eased. His composure suggested that there was still a glimmer of hope. It was only natural that they could not contend with such a foe, as it was not their battle to engage. Those equipped to handle it were already on their way, were they not? As Chen Luo finished speaking, ripples began to undulate through the air, reminiscent of waves rising on a tranquil lake. In the next instant, a vortex materialized, its depths shrouded in darkness. Alas, despite their haste, they had arrived a tad too late. A soft sigh echoed through the air. Emerging from the unknown whirlpool was a tall woman. Dressed in a blood-red gown and adorned with lettered stockings, her alluring figure compelling Chen Luo to steal a few more glances. He had not anticipated that the reinforcements would arrive in the form of such a youthful woman. Her ascension to the rank of monarch at such a tender age was a testament to her prodigious talent. Roar! The soaring feathered white tiger retreated, letting out a roar tinged with human-like trepidation. Sister Wan? It was indeed Sister Wan. As a third-tier monarch lord, she would undoubtedly be able to confront the soaring feathered white tiger. Recognizing the newcomer, Su Yin excitedly shook Chen Luo's arm. Hearing the commotion, Ruan Xiong lowered her head and spotted the pair. Observing the intimacy between Su Yin and Chen Luo, curiosity flickered in her mind, prompting her to regard Chen Luo with a few more glances before her gaze shifted back to the soaring feathered white tiger. In this place, a feathered white tiger unexpectedly appears, suggesting that the beast tide was no accident, but rather a deliberate act by certain individuals. Alas, I have arrived, and all shall come to an end. With these words, Ruan Xiong conjures a swirling portal behind her, towering dozens of meters high, revealing a verdant realm within. In the next moment, a colossal arm, entwined with vine-like tendrils, emerges from the portal, followed by a massive body stepping forth. A faint blue luminescence flickers in Chen Luo's eyes. Faction, Withered Wood Giant. Lord, Ruan Xiong. Strength, King level 3. Potential, King level 7. Skills, Essence of Wood, Vine Binding, Vitality Surge. Evolution requirement. A strand of essence of wood can evolve into King level 8 Withered Tree Guardian. King level 7 potential. Chen Luo cannot help but gaze intently at the Withered Wood Giant, for it is the highest potential faction he has encountered thus far. Its strength, King level 3, is astonishingly formidable. Withered Wood Giant, Wooden Hammer. Ruan Xiong, without hesitation, issues the command to attack. The giantess' vine-like hand rises, transforming into the shape of a massive hammer and descends with force upon the feathered white tiger. The wooden hammer, imbued with overwhelming pressure, cleaves through the air. The feathered white tiger roars in fury, raising its claws in a futile attempt to defend itself. Yet, in a mere exchange, it plummets to the ground like a shooting star. The disparity between King level 1 and King level 3 is as vast as the abyss. Bind it with vines, alive. Wan Xiong's expression remains devoid of emotion, as frigid as a glacier. Dozens of vines extend from the withered wood giant, ensnaring the feathered white tiger like a mighty serpent. The battle is swift, and its conclusion even swifter. Even the powerful feathered white tiger cannot withstand a single blow. Sister Wan is truly remarkable. At just 30 years of age, she has already attained the status of King Level 3 Lord. No wonder her grandfather constantly speaks of her with such pride. Su Yan cannot help but feel a pang of admiration. It is enough to quell any envy within her heart. Chen Luo steals a few more glances at Wan Xiong. Indeed, becoming a King Level 3 Lord at the age of 30 is an extraordinary feat in the annals of Lord history. Chapter 46. The youngster is quite the player. Astonishing the King Lord. Little Yin, it was said that you were not studying in the capital. I thought it was merely a rumor until I unexpectedly encountered you here. Wan Xiong steps forward, warmly greeting Su Yan. Yet, as soon as she speaks, a realization dawns upon her. Wait, by the timeline. You should be undergoing trials in the Lord Source realm. Why are you here? Wan Xiong gazes at Su Yan with a mix of confusion and surprise. According to the timeline, this girl should not be present here. Why is Su Yan here? Moreover, how is she able to traverse the air? Isn't that a skill exclusive to Golden Lords? The more she ponders, the more astonished Wan Xiong becomes, her heart brimming with questions. I have signed a subordinate contract with Luo, making me his subordinate lord. His situation is rather unique. He left the trial early, and I followed him out. Su Yan hesitated for a considerable time, offering a vague explanation before shifting the topic. Sister Wan, why has the Feiyu White Tiger appeared here? She genuinely struggled to articulate her thoughts. The events surrounding Chen Luo were simply too astonishing. Even if she were to disclose them to Wan Xiong, the latter might not believe her. Who knew how long it would take to clarify everything afterward? Wan Xiong scrutinized Chen Luo with curiosity, inwardly nodding in approval. At such a young age, he had become a golden lord, commanding numerous followers of considerable strength. His talent was undeniably remarkable, which explains Su Yan's allegiance to him. Was the Feiyu White Tiger truly that special? Chen Luo commanded the insectoid troops to tidy the battlefield, ensuring not a single monster was left behind. He then turned to voice his lingering question. Su Yan had previously mentioned the Feiyu White Tiger, appearing quite astonished. Now, Wan Xiong exhibited a similar demeanor. Clearly, the origins of the Feiyu White Tiger were far from ordinary. Su Yan exchanged glances with Wan Xiong. The former nodded, allowing the latter to elaborate. The Feiyu White Tiger is not an ordinary creature. It hails from the extraterrestrial demon race. Though she did not elaborate further, Chen Luo grasped the essence of her words. It was one of the pinnacle races, the demon race. The Feiyu White Tiger was evidently an enemy sent by the demons to invade. Becoming a golden lord at such a young age and garnering Xiao Yan's admiration, you're quite impressive. Treat her well. This girl is endearingly obedient. However, your tastes, Wan Xiong remarked. Glancing at Su Yan's form-fitting skirt paired with rimless glasses, her expression somewhat complex. After a pause, she finally managed to say, it's quite nice, indeed tasteful. Had Chen Luo been a greasy middle-aged man, she would have scolded him as a deviant. Secretaries, these youngsters certainly know how to play. Su Yan, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head, her toes curling in frustration. Had she known better, she would not have impulsively donned such an outfit. It was all Wang Chushue's fault for suggesting that men adored this style. She had truly believed Wang Chushue's misguided advice. I think it looks quite good too. This outfit is evidently very practical. It's very competent. I like it, Chen Luo said, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. As long as he held no shame. The shame did not belong to him. Upon hearing his words, both Su Yan and Wan Xiong fell into silence. The latter's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. The generational gap was indeed vast. Wan Xiong cleared her throat twice, turning her gaze to the visibly relieved Song Wenhua. Mayor Song has performed excellently. The Alliance will commend you for your efforts. She then looked at the other Golden Lords. I will report to the Alliance and advocate for your merits. Defending against the beast tide and resolutely safeguarding a base city's safety is a significant accomplishment. Song Wenhua, Principal Li, and others felt a surge of excitement. Their previous despondency dissipating as they expressed their gratitude profusely. Chen Luo, your contributions are substantial. I will personally commend you to the Lord Alliance. Is there anything you desire? Feel free to tell me, and I shall make the request on your behalf, Wan Xiong said, her tone imbued with admiration as she regarded Chen Luo. Su Yan leaned closer and whispered, Sister Wan is one of the 12 stewards of the Lord Alliance, holding considerable power. With her assistance in the application process, as long as the requests are not excessively demanding, approval should be attainable. The Lord's Alliance? Chen Luo furrowed his brows, sifting through his memories. He uncovered information regarding the Lord's Alliance. This is an official organization, independent of any nation, solely belonging to the human race. Each country has its own branch. Its primary authority is to oversee and coordinate the Lords, while also managing numerous otherworldly secret realms. Understanding what the Lord's Alliance entails, Chen Luo began to contemplate what rewards he desired. This battle had cost him dearly. Not a single cicada remained from the hundreds he had, and he lost around 40 to 50 shadow mantises and stinging serpents. Although he amassed the corpses of tens of thousands of monsters, it is only logical to seize the benefits presented to him. This is the reward he rightfully deserves. Yet, determining what he wanted posed a significant dilemma. Ruanxiong gently reminded him, "You may take your time to consider. There is no need to rush. No need to ponder further. I require elemental star stones. And the more fragmented star stones, the better." No sooner had she finished speaking than Chen Luo made his decision. Currently, he lacked any pressing needs. The only thing he sought was monster flesh and blood to convert into energy points. However, the fewer who knew about the insect race, the better. Compared to foreign races, the human heart is the most perilous of all. With the imminent journey to the outer battlefield, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity for enhancement. If he could not elevate his own capabilities, he would focus on advancing Su Yan's unicorn. The unicorn serves as a commendable auxiliary. You need not go to such lengths. This is a rare opportunity that should not be squandered on me. Su Yan's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as she covered her mouth, nearly on the verge of crying. What a precious opportunity this was. Chen Luo might even secure a platinum-level vassal. Yet, he chose to request fragmented star stones for summoning a unicorn. Elemental star stones, and as many fragmented star stones as possible. Is that your final decision? Ruanxiong's lips curled into a smile, her gaze toward Chen Luo growing increasingly approving. From Su Yan's reaction, she discerned that these two items were intended for Su Yan. To forego such a splendid opportunity and instead request rewards for Su Yan was a testament to her wise choice in a lord. It was not a waste. Whether early or late, enhancement was inevitable. Elevating now would afford them greater assurance in the upcoming outer battlefield. Chen Luo regarded Su Yan with a puzzled expression. "Why are you crying so? It is getting late. I must first attend to my report. The remaining battlefield matters are in your capable hands. I will relay your requests and strive to secure as many fragmented star stones as possible for you." After imparting her instructions, Ruanxiong manifested a black hole behind her. As her figure vanished into it, the black hole dissipated, as though it had never existed. This is the ability possessed by a monarch lord, traversing the void, to tear through space for transit. It is no wonder only those of royal caliber can wield such power. Chen Luo pondered thoughtfully as he gazed at the spot where Ruanxiong had disappeared. "Chen Luo, my brother." A cordial call jolted Chen Luo from his reverie. "Brother Chen Luo, do you have time to share a drink with me? I'll treat you to some fine wine." Lu Gang grinned, his expression brimming with flattery. A towering figure, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, displayed an expression that left Chen Luo feeling quite unsettled. Particularly, the words uttered by Lu Gang instilled in him a sense of foreboding. "How is this any different from your uncle taking you to see goldfish?" Chen Luo felt a tightening in his core, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Forget the drinks, just manage your son. Otherwise, next time, I won't merely give him a beating, I'll put an end to him." After delivering his warning, Chen Luo turned on his heel with Su Yan and departed. "Cherish life. Keep a distance from brawny brutes. My son." Lu Gang was taken aback, his eyes wide. Alongside his astonishment was a sense of relief, mixed with a growing frustration. Why did I provoke such an extraordinary individual? Who would dare to provoke someone of such stature, treated with such reverence by the steward? If he dares to challenge the Golden Lord today, he will surely defecate on the head of the monarch lord tomorrow. This troublesome fellow won't learn his lesson unless he receives a proper thrashing. The more he contemplated, the more dread filled him. Lu Gang hastily unbuckled his 7 wolves belt and rushed home. If he didn't deal with this 7 wolves today, he might as well take on the surname Lu Chong in the future. Below, the battlefield had nearly concluded its course. The few remaining monsters had succumbed to the relentless pursuit of the insectoid species. Over 1,000 diligent giant-jawed worker ants worked in perfect harmony, transporting the carcasses. To streamline the process, Chen Luo opened a spatial gate adjacent to the battlefield, significantly enhancing the efficiency of collection. "Do you require my assistance, young friend Chen Luo?" Song Wenhua alighted beside him, inquiring warmly. He held great esteem for this rising star. The swift resolution of the beast tide owed much to Chen Luo's efforts. It could be said that Chen Luo single-handedly brought an end to the onslaught. Therefore, he bore no ill will towards Chen Luo's endeavor to transport the monster corpses. They rightfully belonged to him. "There's no need to trouble Lord Song. My kin are sufficient," Chen Luo replied, appreciating the man who dared to forge a defense with his territory. Song Wenhua was indeed a person worth befriending. "Very well, then I shall take my leave. There are matters in the city that require my attention, and I must report my findings. Should you need anything, feel free to visit the Lord's residence. If it is within my power, I shall assist you wholeheartedly." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Wenhua conjured the Lord's core in his palm, and, in the next moment, soared away. The other Golden Lords, witnessing this, approached to extend their greetings. Such a prodigious talent was one they could not afford to offend. The consequences would be dire. "Chen Luo, Su Yan, you both performed admirably. Your teacher is quite pleased with you." Once most had departed, Principal Li stepped forward, unfazed by the earlier tension. He then cautiously probed further. At this moment, he felt both bewildered and regretful. Bewildered because, initially, when Chen Luo had forsaken the platinum qualification of the Holy Angel, he had received reports that Chen Luo had contracted with the silver qualified insectoid. How was it now that the silver-qualified insects possessed golden-level prowess? Could it be that the hidden scroll pavilion had misjudged the insectoid's qualifications? Regret is, had I known that Chen Luo possessed such extraordinary destiny and talent, I would never have considered antagonizing him. While platinum-level familiars are indeed rare, it is unwise to cultivate enmity with such a prodigy for the sake of a mere familiar. Principal Li chuckled lightly, remarking on my youth. Forgetting matters at my age would be quite disastrous. Chen Luo responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. A single statement rendering Principal Li's strained smile frozen on his face. Nevertheless, Principal Li could rest assured that as long as Li Hao did not provoke me, I would have no time to engage with him. Yet, one must remember that actions are observed by the heavens. It is difficult to dissuade a stubborn spirit. If he chooses to provoke me, he should not expect me to show any respect to Principal Li. Upon uttering these words, Principal Li's expression darkened completely, a blatant threat. I will take care of Howard. He spat through gritted teeth as he turned to leave. Initially, he had anticipated that Chen Luo would regard his status with some deference and allow matters to flow smoothly. However, he did not expect Chen Luo to be so resolute. This nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Yet, regardless of his anger, he could only swallow it down. His strongest familiar, the eight-eyed giant spider, was merely of the golden third tier, and there were only a handful of them. How could he possibly confront Chen Luo's insect army? Furthermore, with Chen Luo's close association with Su Yan, he dared not provoke him any further. Although he was unaware of Su Yan's true identity, her familiarity with Steward Wan hinted at her formidable standing, certainly not someone the Li family could afford to offend. Once my Howard completes his trials in the Lord Source realm and secures an esteemed ranking, it remains to be seen who will take precedence. He shall surely avenge today's grievances. Are you truly letting him go? That doesn't seem to align with your character. Su Yan remarked in astonishment as she gazed at Chen Luo, as if seeing him for the first time. According to her understanding of Chen Luo, while he may not be vengeful in the conventional sense, he certainly harbors grudges. Principal Li and Li Hao had publicly seized his summoned familiar, thus establishing enmity. Now that he had the opportunity for retribution, why was Chen Luo so composed? What more could be desired from a transaction of goods? In this age of law and order, as long as they do not provoke me, I have no inclination to engage with them. Chen Luo revealed a smile laden with meaning. Given Li Hao's nature, being the eldest son, Li's second, and himself the third, he would not simply endure humiliation. Even with Principal Li's warning, Li Hao is not one to retreat. When he strikes again, it will be entirely justified, lawful, and above reproach. Do you genuinely believe this? Su Yan queried, her large, expressive eyes filled with confusion. Did she misinterpret his intentions? Chen Luo maintained a stoic expression as he reached out, flicking his fingers with an effortless motion that nearly brought tears to Su Yan's eyes, skills honed through practice with her. You said you wouldn't flick my forehead. It truly makes one dull. Su Yan pouted, accusing Chen Luo of his misdeeds. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow in nonchalance. Did I? I seem to recall never making such a promise. Su Yan paused, taken aback. She sought to produce evidence, but sadly realized that Chen Luo had indeed never made such a commitment. Everything is her own volition. Chen Luo, you have deceived me again. Amid their playful banter, the battlefield's monstrous corpses had been nearly cleared away. All had been cast into the mother nest's transformation pool, decomposed into energy points. Silver crystal cores and golden primordial cores piled up like mountains, countless in number. Chen Luo eagerly began to examine the energy points. Chapter 48, The Swarm's Great Mobilization. Ruler Lord Sister, the rules of the extraterrestrial battlefield? Energy points, 28,730,000. Even though he had anticipated this, upon seeing the energy points, Chen Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was still after a portion of the monsters had been obliterated into mincemeat by the cicadas. The energy points had still reached 28 million, nearing 30 million. Utilizing war to sustain war. This was the innate talent of the insect race. Chen Luo could not help but exclaim. Sacrificing several hundred insects had yielded such an abundance of energy points. If all were to hatch into golden 8th tier insects, it would be enough to produce over 9,000. Coupled with the remaining 3,000 insect warriors, his insect army had reached a terrifying total of over 12,000. Not only could he claim invincibility among his peers, but even 100 golden lords combined would hardly stand a chance against him. He ordered the hatching of 5,000 shadow mantises, 3,000 stinging serpents, and 1,000 cicadas without hesitation. No matter how many energy points he accrued, if left unused, they would be wasted. They must be transformed into combat power. The mother nest received the command and began to swiftly produce larvae, hatching insect warriors. Chen Luo felt the continuous surge of energy flowing through his body. This was the energy gained from hatching the insects, returning in kind. Under the enhancement of his talent for infinite evolution, he could distinctly sense his body growing stronger at a rapid pace. It even gave him the sensation that he could easily crush 10 bulls with a single slap. Moreover, he was certain that this was not merely an illusion brought on by a sudden surge in power. At this rate, I fear I might become a humanoid beast. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. The talent of infinite evolution seemed quite ordinary, but in his hands, it transformed into a divine gift. with just over 10,000 insects now. What would happen when it reached 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million, perhaps surpassing 100 million? What unimaginable heights of strength could that vast reservoir of energy elevate his body to? At that point, traversing the void with his flesh and shattering stars with a single punch would not merely be a dream. Why do you seem so distracted? What are you thinking about? Su Yin inquired curiously, leaning closer to Chen Luo. Her strikingly contrasting big eyes blinked at him. I was pondering whether I should purchase some toiletries, as well as bed linens. The extraterrestrial battlefield likely does not provide such amenities. He refrained from disclosing the matter of the swarm's great mobilization to Su Yin. One must remain low-key in life, quietly amass wealth, and then astonish everyone. No need. The extraterrestrial battlefield is a unique realm, constructed by the formidable powers of various races through grand might, somewhat akin to a Lord's source realm. There, you can release your territory at will, and retract it just as freely. Su Yin did not hold back, sharing all she knew, primarily to elucidate the fundamental information about the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chen Luo nodded silently, committing all this knowledge to memory. Such information could very well prove to be life-saving when the moment arises. The battlefield beyond the realm is fraught with peril. Even sovereign lords are not immune to the possibility of falling. He does not believe that the 18,000 golden insect tribes can navigate this treacherous terrain with ease. By the way, procure some storable provisions to take along, and large barrels of ice-cold soda. Purchase 1,000 bottles at the very least. This sentiment was met with fervent agreement from Su Yin. Only those who have tasted nutrient solutions can comprehend the significance of such a request. Once the last few monster corpses were dragged into the territory, Chen Luo and Su Yin did not linger. They soared away from the site. The atmosphere here was overwhelmingly pungent, a noxious blend of stench and blood that left one feeling lightheaded with just a single breath. Not long after their departure, several ethereal shadows emerged from the depths of the earth, gazing menacingly towards the direction of Linjiang Bay City, their obsidian eyes filled with fury and disbelief. After nurturing it for decades, it was captured so easily? What a failure! It could have effortlessly breached the defenses, infiltrated Linjiang City, and obliterated our foes to fulfill our objectives. Yet it squandered time and ended up ensnared. What shall we do now? Must we wait another decade? We no longer possess the young of the flying feather white tiger. We must wait just a while longer. Currently, there exists a human sovereign lord in Linjiang Bay City. Her power is formidable, and we cannot contend with her. Once she departs, we shall devise a plan to strike. We will annihilate this place and resurrect the avatar of my king. Once the shadows concluded their discussion, they sank back into the earth, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed at all. I have successfully applied for the star fragment stones you desired, a total of 100 pieces, with attributes of your choosing. Elemental star stones are exceedingly rare, and the Lord's Alliance possesses very few. Originally, your achievements did not warrant such a reward, but my sister advocated on your behalf, and they have agreed to grant you one. Once the items arrive in the capital, you may collect them from the Lord's Alliance. Do remember to express your gratitude to my sister. She went out of her way to assist you in obtaining this favor. Ruan Xiong winked playfully, unabashed in her quest for recognition. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to a sovereign lord, but rather appeared as a spirited young girl. Chen Luo expressed his polite gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ruan. Sovereign lords are addressed as lord out of respect. Ruan's sister is the best. Su Yin nestled against Ruan Xiong, nuzzling her two plump pet rabbits. This scene made Chen Luo's eyelids twitch in astonishment. Truly, a sovereign lord possesses a grand and magnanimous spirit. Little girl, stop fidgeting. It tickles, Ruan Xiong remarked, feeling Chen Luo's gaze upon her, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily pushed away the overly affectionate Su Yin. Her physique had always been a source of insecurity. Being too well endowed could hinder her combat abilities. Su Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. Ruan's sister, you remain so outwardly strong yet inwardly delicate, easily flustered, not at all like a sovereign lord. If Song Wenhua and the others were to witness Ruan Xiong's current blushing demeanor, they would surely be left agape. After all, she is a sovereign lord. In all of the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed among the entire human race, there are scarcely more than 100 such beings. In the eyes of the world, sovereign lords are akin to celestial beings. How could a celestial being ever blush? How could they ever feel shy? You little rascal, cease your antics, or I shall tickle you mercilessly. Ruan Xiong menacingly threatened, causing Su Yin to hide directly behind Chen Luo, peeking out timidly to stick out her tongue in provocation. Ruan Xiong rolled her eyes at her, her demeanor swiftly turning serious. Though I am unaware of why you did not participate in the Lord's Source trial, I must still impress upon you the importance of adhering to military orders once you enter the outer battlefield. The orders are paramount. You must abide by them without deviation. Wherever you are commanded to station, you shall remain there without wandering. Military orders are never issued without reason. Once given, they are for your protection. Heed the orders, and you shall not suffer. Disregard them, and you may find yourself in peril. Chapter 49. Is the insect tribe increasing in number? Is this reasonable? Su Shuahua has already transformed into Chen Luo's shape. While the outer battlefield is fraught with danger, there is no need for excessive concern. The areas where the lords are stationed are determined by strength, Golden level beings occupy golden level stations, confronting foes of the same caliber. Only in rare circumstances might you encounter platinum level enemies, but rest assured, king level foes will not appear. The outer battlefield is no child's play. Do not act impulsively. Survival is key for a future, and this truth is immutable. Chen Luo and Su Yin nodded in understanding, obediently absorbing her words and mentally noting the key points. Ruan Xiong elaborated on numerous critical aspects of the outer battlefield, many of which were unknown to Su Yin. She explained the delineation of defensive lines, the specific enemies they would face, the characteristics and danger levels of various factions, and most importantly, the merits of military achievements. In the outer battlefield, slaying enemies would yield military merit, which could be exchanged for various rewards without limit. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Lin Luoxue, Chen Luo took Su Yin, who had returned to her normal attire, to seek out Ruan Xiong. Upon seeing Su Yan's outfit, Ruan Xiong chuckled, shaking her head. It's quite normal for young people to have a sense of style. There's no need to hide it. That outfit from yesterday was also rather delightful. Su Yin, embarrassed by her comment, lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Chen Luo, however, looked at Ruan Xiong with surprise, realizing she was quite the seasoned veteran in such matters. Realizing her slip, Ruan Xiong cleared her throat, redirecting the conversation. Upon hearing about the serious matters at hand, both Chen Luo and Su Yin became solemn. They were eager to experience the sensation of traversing the void. With one hand on either side of Ruan Xiong's collar, they declared, "We are ready, let us proceed." As Ruan Xiong spoke, a pitch-black vortex appeared before them. In the next moment, the three were engulfed by the swirling darkness. Upon entering the vortex, rather than the anticipated blackness, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. Surrounding them were vibrant entities interlinked like cells, exuding both beauty and danger. Ruan Xiong meticulously instructed, "Hold tightly to me, or you will be swept away by the spatial turbulence. Do not attempt to touch anything. All that exists here is connected to unknown realms. Once you venture beyond, no one will be able to find you." Both Chen Luo and Su Yin comprehended the gravity of the situation. They clutched Ruan Xiong's garment tightly, following her through the experience of traversing the void. In this boundless expanse, the concept of time ceased to exist. Upon emerging, Su Yin leaned against the wall, retching, while Chen Luo fared slightly better, though his complexion had paled. "Your physical constitution is quite impressive. You have managed to withstand the tumultuous currents of the void." Su Yin appreciatively patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Not bad. Little Yinner is fortunate." Chen Luo, bewildered, thought, "What on earth? My physique is commendable. And Su Yin is fortunate? Is this woman perpetually driving me mad with her words?" It felt as though the wheels of her rhetoric had already rolled over his face. Truly a seasoned provocateur. Ahead lay the grand edifice of the Lord's Alliance. "I have already made the necessary arrangements. You may simply proceed to collect your belongings. This is your identification token, which you will require for the retrieval. I shall take my leave now. Dear brother, do remember to take good care of little Yinner." Ruan Xiong playfully winked at Chen Luo, and like a shadow, she vanished into the void once more. With the identification token in hand, Chen Luo, accompanied by the pale-faced Su Yin, entered the Lord's Alliance building. There were no cliché doubts or condescension to be found. The moment he produced the identification token, a servant respectfully guided them to retrieve their items. 100 shards of starstone and a singular elemental starstone awaited them. Even as they departed the Lord's Alliance, Su Yin was still engulfed in a dreamlike haze. Yet the weighty bag in her arms assured her that this was no mere illusion. 100 shards of starstone equated to 100 unicorns. She had never envisioned a day when she would possess such a multitude of blessed kin. After the initial euphoria, curiosity struck her, prompting her to inquire, "What is the purpose of the elemental starstone? The shards can summon unicorns, but what can the elemental starstone do?" Chen Luo must have had a specific reason for acquiring it. Chen Luo refrained from providing a direct explanation. The notion that it could aid in the evolution of their kin was simply too extraordinary. Should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intent, he might find himself in grave peril. However, it was only the spiritual entities that could enter. The physical forms were barred from passage. The requirement to enter the territory indicated that the matter was far from simple. The two found a place to stay, secured the door, and sent their spiritual forms into the sea of consciousness, merging with the core of the Lord. Within the domain of the Lord's core, Chen Luo and Su Yan's spiritual forms materialized. Upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by an overwhelming sight. A vast horde of insectoid warriors stretching beyond the horizon. "How could there be so many?" Su Yin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Yet the sight remained unchanged, a seemingly endless army of insects. This number had multiplied several-fold since her last recollection. Did she not recall that during the Lingjiang defense battle, Chen Luo had lost nearly 1,000 insect warriors? How could it be that after one battle, not only had the insectoids suffered no losses, but their ranks had swelled? Was it not absurd that they seemed to increase with every conflict? It was merely a matter of hatching more insectoids to replenish their forces. A preparation for the battles beyond their realm, nothing to be alarmed about. "And what of your horse, Little White?" Chen Luo redirected the conversation, unwilling to squander more time on this matter. He was eager to venture to the battlefield beyond their world. There, the true rise of the insectoids awaited. His decision to assist the unicorns in their evolution and summon more of them stemmed from their exceptional support abilities, which could significantly enhance the combat prowess of the insect warriors. The battlefield was ever-changing. Even the slightest improvement could alter the tide of battle. To maximize their strength, they must harness every available power. Thus, it was only natural for him to demand the fragmented star stone and the elemental star stone as rewards. Xiaobai, being a unicorn, was certainly not a mere horse. Su Yan, infuriated, rolled her eyes and summoned the unicorn Xiaobai, responding to her master's call. Xiaobai darted over in a flash. Within less than a minute, she arrived at their side, affectionately nudging Su Yan with her horn. Chen Luo produced the elemental star stone and tossed it to Xiaobai. The unicorn's expression reflected a blend of confusion and humanity. She glanced at the resplendent, multicolored elemental star stone, then at Chen Luo, doubting whether she had misheard. When had unicorns ever consumed stones? What a peculiar stereotype. Xiaobai, filled with indignation, was about to seek assistance from her master, but Su Yan spoke first. Xiaobai, dear, classmate Luo means you no harm. If he suggests you consume this, it must be beneficial. Do eat it, please. Gently stroking her horn, Su Yan offered soothing words. Xiaobai's fury transformed into numbness. Her master had completely taken on the guise of Chen Luo. Not only did she refuse to speak on her behalf, but she was also assisting Chen Luo in her potential demise. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiaobai swallowed the palm-sized elemental star stone. Ultimately, she bore the weight of it all herself. Chapter 50. The Evolution of the Affiliated Clan? The Unrest of the Demon Clan. Once the elemental star stone was consumed, Xiaobai, under the watchful gaze of both, was enveloped in a layer of white light. What is this? Su Yan observed Xiaobai with a mix of curiosity and concern. Although she trusted that Chen Luo meant her no harm, the uncertainty of the situation still weighed heavily on her mind. Chen Luo stroked his chin and stated, evolution. Before Su Yan could inquire further, Xiaobai, cloaked in white light, let out a resounding cry towards the heavens. In the next moment, wings over a meter in length sprouted from her body. As the radiance faded, her evolved form was revealed. Affiliated clan, Sacred Unicorn. Contract Lord, Su Yan, Primary Lord. Chen Luo. Talent, Golden Grade 7. Strength, Bronze Grade 8. Skills, Fire Element Control, Red Unicorn. Holy Light Healing, White Unicorn. Wind Element Control, Blue Unicorn. Wood Element Control, Green Unicorn. Evolution Requirements, 10 Spirits of Elements. 1 Sacred Moonstone, 1 Wisp of Sacred Essence, can evolve into a Platinum Grade 1 Sacred Unicorn. After perusing the unicorn's panel, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The current unicorn would serve as an even more selfless and effective assistant. How had Xiaobai grown wings? Was she not akin to a celestial steed now? Su Yan was both astonished and bewildered, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of numbness yet predominantly joy. Having consumed the elemental star stone, the unicorn had undergone evolution and sprouted wings. After all, she was, in essence, a horse. Chen Luo remarked, somewhat exasperated. Isn't a unicorn just a horse? She was not. She is a unicorn. Su Yan retorted, glaring in annoyance before asking. How did you know that the elemental star stone could aid in Xiaobai's evolution? The notion of affiliated clans evolving was entirely foreign to her. It was not due to her ignorance. Rather, since the inception of the Lord Era, no affiliated clan had ever undergone evolution. From the moment they were summoned, the innate grade of the affiliated clans was already predetermined. This elucidates why so many lords yearn for high-talented clans. The news of Chen Luo's ability to aid the clan's evolution will undoubtedly render him a coveted target among various factions. No lord could resist such temptation. Chen Luo, with a dismissive remark, swiftly shifted the conversation. Let us hasten to summon the unicorn and ascertain whether the summoning condition remains the star shard. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing great treasures often invites peril. This wisdom is not lost on him. Even though Su Yan is his subordinate lord, with her life and death under his dominion, he would refrain from divulging the secret of his golden finger. Su Yan is indeed trustworthy. Yet the world is rife with soul-searching abilities. Under such scrutiny, no secret can remain concealed. If I choose not to speak, it is of no consequence. Su Yan made a playful face, sticking out her tongue, as she soared towards the summoning platform on her winged steed. Her exuberant cheers resembled that of a playful monkey, making it somewhat difficult for Chen Luo to gaze upon her. Should Su Yan's admirers witness her in such a state, they might very well retreat into despair. Who would dare believe that the esteemed campus belle, granddaughter of a grand elder from the Dragon Kingdom, possesses such an endearing side? Shaking his head to dispel further musings, Chen Luo turned his attention to the insectoid warriors. With a mere thought, he issued commands through the insectoid mind network. Over 10,000 warriors converged in an instant, forming a precise formation. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust that assailed Chen Luo was momentarily daunting. Yet, following that fleeting fear, excitement surged within him. Now, this is a true insectoid legion. More than 12,000 golden-tier insectoid warriors will serve as his greatest assurance. Wow, Luo, come quickly and see. I've summoned only winged unicorns. They are so adorable, and their wings are so soft. If I could pluck them for bedding, it it would surely be delightful. The sacred unicorns? Pluck their feathers for bedding? How could such frigid words escape those 30-degree lips? Chen Luo could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this her true nature emerging, or have I led her astray? Whatever happened to the gentle and wise Su Yen of yore? A glance at the current Su Yen would make even the dogs shake their heads. In the elder's office, the atmosphere was oppressive and grave. It was utterly ludicrous to discover that there were spies right beneath our noses. The Grand Elder spoke with calm authority, yet all understood the depths of his fury. The expressions of the other elders mirrored his somber demeanor. Upon detecting the presence of a ghoul, they commenced a thorough investigation, ultimately unearthing the traitor. However, the fact that the ghoul had targeted Chen Luo indicated that the Ghost Clan had received intelligence. The very information they sought to conceal had been exposed. It is evident that the Ghost Clan would stop at nothing to eliminate Chen Luo, with events having unfolded. Further words would bear no fruit. What we must now deliberate is how to address this predicament, as Chen Luo is poised to enter the outer battlefield. Should he become exposed, he would face relentless assaults from various forces. If possible, I would suggest that you speak with the lad and advise him to refrain from venturing into the outer battlefield for the time being, proposed the second elder, garnering agreement from several others. Until now, Chen Luo's information had remained undisclosed. However, the information regarding Chen Luo has now been exposed. Should the Ghost Clan decide to share this information with the other races, Chen Luo would undoubtedly become the target of all the hunters. Recently, intelligence has surfaced indicating that the Demon Clan is particularly active on the outer battlefield, suggesting they may be planning something. The appearance of the flying feather white tiger in Lingjiang is likely no coincidence. The Demon Clan is certainly scheming something. This timing for Chen Luo to venture into the outer battlefield is far from ideal. The report from Elder 6 has further intensified the gravity of the atmosphere. The Ghost Clan is not done yet, and now the Demon Clan is causing trouble. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. The choice does not rest with me, nor with any of you. The path must be walked by oneself, and the direction must also be determined by oneself. That young man is more headstrong than you can imagine. Upon hearing these words, several elders fell silent. Understanding the Grand Elder's implication, they refrained from further discussion. The Grand Elder's hands-off approach must be rooted in reason. We shall inform the Lord Alliance of the Demon Clan's unusual movements, urging them to enhance their oversight of the outer battlefield. If necessary, we may also lend our assistance. After speaking, the Grand Elder turned to Elder 6, Old 6. I ask you to visit the Lingjiang base city. The flying feather white tiger's choice to stir a beast tied there cannot be mere happenstance. Elder 6 nodded in understanding. Among the various, the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan are particularly cunning. Lingjiang is merely a small base city. There must be a reason for the flying feather white tiger to attack there. Otherwise, why not assault other base cities? There are not so many coincidences in this world. Rather, there is often meticulous planning behind events. Everyone, the Grand Elder warned, I have a foreboding that great trouble is approaching. Prepare yourselves in advance. His words deepened the somber atmosphere, and the elders wore serious expressions. They all knew that the Grand Elder's kin had a knack for divination. This premonition could not possibly be unfounded. Chapter 51, Journey to the Outer Battlefield, Two Young Golden Lords? Astonishing all. The following day, at the military headquarters. Accessing the outer battlefield requires passing through a specialized teleportation device, which is under strict military supervision. All lords entering the outer battlefield must adhere to military protocols. The device is stationed here for the convenience of tracking lord information. Is this truly the military headquarters? The security is incredibly tight, Su Yen remarked, observing the guard stationed every 5 paces and sentries every 10. Surely, not even a mosquito could enter. Just as her words fell, a gunshot rang out. With the enhanced vision of the 2 young golden lords, they could clearly see a fly on the ground. Truly, not even a single fly could infiltrate. Please pardon the strict measures. This is a military facility, and we must maintain vigilant defenses to prevent any beings from other races from infiltrating in various ways. Are you both heading to the outer battlefield? The leader of the patrol scratched his head, apologetically inquiring of the two. Chen Luo and Su Yen exchanged understanding nods, also grasping the rationale behind shooting at flies. The diversity of is vast, and it is not inconceivable that some might disguise themselves as flies or insects. Please proceed to the front for identity verification. If this is your first visit, your identity information must be recorded, instructed the patrol leader, gesturing towards the hall ahead. After enthusiastically directing the way, he led his team away. Following verification of their identities, Chen Luo and Su Yen entered the building one after the other. Observing their departing figures, the patrolling soldiers were somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the trial in the Lord's Source Realm still over half a month away? Where did these two emerge from? The captain, with a stoic expression, moved forward, declaring, during the mission, maintain focus. Should a single fly dare to enter, all will endure an additional 3 hours of training. The once curious team members, upon hearing this, promptly resumed their patrol with utmost obedience, daring only to steal glances at the two newcomers. Clearly youthful and exhibiting signs of being first-timers, they attracted the soldiers' scrutiny. However, every lord, upon completing their trial in the Lord's Source Realm, was required to register here before proceeding to the extraterritorial battlefield for training. Subsequently, every 3 years, they were obligated to engage in combat on the extraterritorial battlefield for a month. During their leisure, they could also venture forth voluntarily to earn military merits and exchange them for resources. The current trial in the Lord's Source realm had yet to conclude. From where, then, had these two newcomers appeared? In the spacious hall, a diverse crowd of several hundred people gathered, yet an unusual calm enveloped the bustling assembly. Were they military merit hunters? Su Yan leaned closer to Chen Luo, saying, I have heard my grandfather speak of them. A group that constantly enters and exits the extraterritorial battlefield, earning military merits and acquiring resources for cultivation. Upon hearing her explanation, Chen Luo nodded in understanding. Becoming a lord was an endeavor that demanded substantial financial investment. Just the silver crystal cores and golden origin cores required for territory promotion were exorbitantly priced. Without the strength to hunt them oneself, one had no choice but to purchase them. The cost of a single silver crystal core was a sum that ordinary families could scarcely fathom, and the golden origin cores were even more exorbitant, often requiring hundreds of them. The materials needed to summon vassals were an insatiable abyss, forever unfillable. In this world, those born with a silver spoon were ultimately a rare breed. For those lacking wealth and power, seeking resources for cultivation through military merits on the extraterritorial battlefield was the most viable option. Military merit hunters were seasoned warriors, bonded by loyalty, and remarkably trustworthy. Are you two newcomers? Would you like to team up with us? Our captain is a silver tier lord and can ensure your safety. The sudden voice interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. Turning, they found a robust man standing not far away, gazing at them with eager anticipation. A silver tier lord? Chen Luo pondered. Wasn't the extraterritorial battlefield divided by strength? Could lords of different tiers truly form a team? Su Yan furrowed her brows, directly voicing her doubts. According to the information provided by Wan Xiong, the extraterritorial battlefield had strict classifications. Lords of varying tiers were assigned distinct battlefields. If they couldn't even be allocated to the same battlefield, how could they team up? The robust man's gaze flickered, stammering as he struggled to articulate an explanation. At this moment, not only Chen Luo but even Su Yan sensed something amiss. Her eyes grew sharp, warily scrutinizing the man, suspecting that he harbored ill intentions. Just then, a woman clad in a work dress approached. Are you two newcomers? This individual is a notorious swindler, particularly adept at deceiving newcomers. It is best to disregard him. My name is Lady, and I am responsible for identity verification. It appears that the information for both of you has yet to be entered. Please follow me. Upon seeing Lady, the burly man immediately fled. Much like a mouse encountering a cat, Chen Luo paid him no mind. The two followed Lady to the front desk, where they swiftly completed their information. Mr. Chen Luo and Ms. Su Yan from the Jiangbei base city. A golden lord, you say? Lady abruptly halted as she was inputting the data. Rubbing her eyes and confirming the information, she looked at the two with a hint of exasperation. The system will allocate teammates and tasks based on your capabilities. Please ensure all information is filled out truthfully. She suspected they were embellishing their prowess for appearance's sake. Each year, numerous individuals of this sort emerge, claiming to be of higher rank, only to be assigned to perilous locations, often meeting untimely ends. Such is the reality. Would you like me to demonstrate? Chen Luo exchanged a glance with Su Yan. In the next moment, Su Yan floated gracefully into the air. A golden lord, soaring through the skies. This spectacle caused the onlookers in the hall to widen their eyes in astonishment. Good heavens! Am I hallucinating? I just saw a young girl flying. Incredible. She is a golden lord at such a tender age, while I'm still a mere bronze lord. The disparity is infuriating. Su Ergo, did you just attempt to deceive a golden lord? From this day forth, you shall be known as the bravest man among us. Su Ergo, the burly man, forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than laughter. Regret washed over him. Who could explain to him how these two youngsters could possibly be golden lords? Were they merely playing the part of fools to ensnare others? The once hushed hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers. Each gaze cast toward Chen Luo, and Su Yan now laced with astonishment and reverence. These two young individuals were, in fact, golden lords. Esteemed golden lords. This bracelet serves as your identity certification. It will also record your kill count to assess your military merits. If lost, it cannot be replaced. Therefore, please safeguard it diligently. Lady respectfully presented the two bracelets. They were entirely white, resembling jade yet bearing the appearance of plastic, and emanated a gentle warmth against the wrist. Before the two could examine them further, a resounding voice echoed through the hall. The portal to the outer battlefield is about to open. All participants, please prepare yourselves. The system will open the teleportation gate according to your strengths, transporting you to your designated locations. The military orders have been transmitted to your bracelets. Please check them promptly. Wishing you all great fortune in battle. Chapter 52. The demon army approaches, the great war begins. The voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated, and was soon followed by beams of light illuminating the space. Among the hundreds of lights, the majority were bronze in color, with a few silver, and two golden beams enveloping none other than Chen Luo and Su Yan. As the beams vanished, so too did the individuals within them. In an instant, The bustling hall was left with Lady alone. It was then that she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. 18 years old, the Golden Lord. Entering information for the first time. My heavens, could it be that they have only recently ascended to lordship? But didn't the trials of the Lord's source realm remain unfinished? Lady observed the information of the two individuals, her astonishment rendering her mouth agape enough to swallow an egg. Had she not taken charge herself, she would never have believed such prodigies existed. An 18-year-old Golden Lord. This was beyond the realm of myth. The outer battlefield is an isolated expanse. As Chen Luo and Su Yan opened their eyes, they found themselves surrounded by a vast grassland, accompanied by a dozen others. The fragrance of fresh grass in the air confirmed to them that this was no mere illusion. They were indeed in a great prairie. Mission: defend the Bermuda grassland. Preventing the incursion of foreign entities. Completion grants a military merit of 10,000. Upon comprehending the military orders displayed on the luminous screen, Chen Luo did not hesitate. He raised his hand to summon the core of his lordship. As the golden light flickered, the ethereal silhouette of his territory materialized in the air, solidifying upon touching the ground. Domain unfold. The first principle of the outer battlefield states that the sooner one establishes their territory, the safer it becomes. Danger lurks everywhere. Even seemingly secure locations harbor unknown threats. Many lords have met their demise without having established their territories, falling victim to the foreign entities. The domain unfurled. A symphony of sounds resonated continuously. Accompanying this were the projections of various territories, reflecting in the air and solidifying upon descent. One territory linked to another, separated by a luminous barrier. The walls of each territory interlocked, forming an impenetrable defense line. Is this the defense line? Chen Luo observed all of this, contemplating deeply, and realized it mirrored what Song Wenhua had done in the Yinmen Gorge, using territories and walls to forge a formidable defense. It was a similar endeavor, both relying on physical strength to confront foes. The Bermuda grassland's defense line was the third tier. Should the foreign entities reach this point, it would indicate that the preceding two lines had already crumbled. Your task is to hold the line, even in death. Not a single foreign entity must be allowed to cross. A commanding male voice resonated from the bracelet. The authoritative tone caused Chen Luo to frown slightly. He was here to engage the enemy in battle, to cultivate the insectoid legion through conflict, not to serve as a mere pawn. While the military order itself was inconsequential, he found the man's attitude rather displeasing. What on earth had transpired? They had directly contacted the third line of defense. Su Yan's expression turned grave, an ominous feeling settling within her. Prior to their arrival, she had specifically researched the situation. The defense was divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier being the strongest and the 6th the weakest. Under normal circumstances, communications would not be made directly to the lords of the subsequent defenses. Yet, they had directly reached out to the 3rd tier. It was evident that the higher-ups perceived the first 2 lines of defense as unstable, fearing that the enemy might breach the 3rd tier. Otherwise, they would not have specifically contacted them. But what sort of adversary could advance to the 3rd line of defense? In contrast to her concerns, Chen Luo remained calm. When soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water flows, let the earth be their cover. No matter the foe, should they arrive, they shall be vanquished. Roar. It seemed the insectoid warriors sensed his mood, and they began to screech in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. The other golden lords were so frightened that they believed the enemy had breached their defenses. Tension hung in the air as they remained on high alert, yet after an interminable wait, not a trace of the enemy was to be seen. Time slipped away swiftly, and Chen Luo stood atop the city wall, his expression somewhat numb. Wasn't he the battlefield beyond the realm supposed to be rife with conflict? Why had they not encountered a single foreign foe? With that thought, he tilted his head back and took several deep gulps of liquor. The drink burned as it coursed down his throat, inflicting a sharp pain. How agonizing it was. He felt he had been deceived. Surely, the absence of war was a blessing? If the enemy truly reached this point, it would indicate their formidable strength, suggesting that the preceding defenses had crumbled and that the 3rd line would surely fall as well. Su Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. While others shunned the notion of war, Chen Luo was an anomaly among them. He not only feared it not, but also yearned for it. Only through experience could one ascertain the strength of their defenses. Suddenly, Chen Luo straightened, his voice tinged with excitement. His words tightened Su Yan's chest with anxiety. She turned to see a vast cloud of dust rising in the distance, as if some colossal beast were hastening toward their defenses. Could it be that they had truly breached the 3rd line? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it only been half a day? Had the first 2 lines failed to withstand even that duration? What manner of creature had overcome their defenses? The 1st and 2nd lines had fallen to the demon race, while the rear lines were yet to be fully established. The 3rd line was their last bastion. Everyone must heed the call to defend it at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing themselves to drag the enemy down with them. From the bracelet, a man's frantic voice echoed. In stark contrast to his previous authoritative tone, this time, panic seeped through his words. Chen Luo keenly grasped the crucial information. The demon race. He recalled that the feathered white tiger belonged to that very faction, didn't he? Yes, it was indeed the demon race, and one from the upper echelon at that. They were coming. How was there so many of them? Raising his eyes, he beheld a dense throng of demons charging forth. The demons bore resemblance to monsters, or rather, monsters could be classified as demons. Wolves, lions, elephants, earth dragons, and flying birds. There were so many that one could scarcely count them. Indeed, there were multitudes, and all were of golden rank. No wonder the previous defenses had crumbled. Faced with such dire circumstances, a smile involuntarily crept upon Chen Luo's lips. One he could not suppress. The sheer number of golden-level demons was astounding. If transformed into energy points, how many swarm warriors could be unleashed? Come forth, face the enemy. As his command resonated, the swarm legion emerged behind him. Over 12,000 golden-level swarm warriors materialized. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the demons, their might was undeniably superior. Cicadas self-destruct. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo issued the order for self-detonation. War was imminent, and there was no time for hesitation. To waver was to invite defeat. The sound of buzzing filled the air as over 1,000 cicadas transformed into streaks of light, diving toward the encroaching demon army. As they closed in, their bodies emitted a radiant glow. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds erupted in a cacophony, one after another. In a mere encounter, over 1,000 cicadas met their demise, yet the spoils of victory were equally substantial. The corpses of the demon race lay piled high outside the city. The shadow mantis engaged them in close combat, while the spiked serpents provided fire support. Chen Luo issued his commands with unwavering decisiveness. The shadow mantises, having awaited this moment, surged forth from their territory, eagerly clashing with the demon horde. The spiked serpents ascended the city walls, coiling their bodies and incessantly unleashing bone spikes. Thousands of spiked serpents attacked in unison, their projectiles raining down like droplets, transforming the demons into pincushions. Chapter 53, Impulsiveness? To annihilate the enemy is the finest form of defense. Do not act rashly, Su Yan urged Chen Luo, her voice laced with urgency. Our orders are to hold the line. We can utilize the city walls for defense without engaging directly. It was absurd to approach warfare in such a manner. As the defending party, they were not merely to forsake their defense, but to initiate an offensive. The sacrifice of 1,000 golden 8th-tier cicadas at the outset was indeed impactful, taking out 3,000 to 4,000 demons. Yet, her heart bled at the cost. Each cicada lost was a cherished kin, especially those of golden 8th-tier prowess. She feared that Chen Luo would unflinchingly continue to sacrifice them all. Defense? Had he ever heard the notion that the best defense is a good offense? If I eliminate them all, there will be no need to guard the city. Chen Luo remarked, ruffling Su Yan's soft hair with a sunny smile, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, upon hearing his words, a wave of despair washed over her. How could one equate the complete annihilation of the enemy with the absence of the need to defend the city? Chen Luo, undeterred by her concerns, had already ordered the giant jaw ants to begin transporting the demon corpses. This disparity in numbers is insurmountable. Su Yan lamented, her heart racing with dread. Even though the shadow mantises were of golden 8th-tier strength, facing such overwhelming numbers, their losses were merely a matter of time. Watching her comrades being torn apart by the demons on the battlefield nearly brought her to tears. In less than 10 minutes, several hundred shadow mantises had perished. If this continued, their total annihilation would become inevitable. She could not fathom why the typically astute Chen Luo was acting with such recklessness. In the face of overwhelming odds, defense was the wisest course of action. The disparity is indeed vast, Chen Luo chuckled softly. However, once the battle concludes, we shall see just how much that gap narrows. At that moment, the giant jaw ants had already transported the demon corpses to the transformation pool, instantly netting over 10,000 energy points. All were devoted to hatching golden 8th-tier shadow mantises. The newly acquired energy points dwindled rapidly as dozens of larvae emerged from the mother nest. Within 2 minutes, they broke free from their cocoons, transforming into mighty shadow mantises. Without the need for commands, they unfurled their wings and soared toward the battlefield. Though the addition of a few dozen shadow mantises did not create significant waves in the fray, it startled Su Yan. She glanced at the shadow mantises and then turned her gaze back toward their territory, only to witness waves of shadow mantises flying in. The giant jaw ants scurried below, burdened with the demon corpses, while the shadow mantises ascended above, carrying the giant jaw ants aloft. This scene of eerie harmony confirmed Su Yan's suspicions. With trembling hands, she clutched the hem of Chen Luo's garment. Did you not just dispatch all the shadow mantises? Or perhaps these shadow mantises are newly hatched? If her conjecture were true, everything would suddenly make sense. No wonder Chen Luo was so combative. No wonder the number of insectoid warriors had not diminished, but rather increased following the battle at Yanmen. At that time, she had sensed that the insectoid numbers were multiplying. The reality before her now proved that it was not merely an illusion. The insectoids indeed grew in number through conflict. They thrived on warfare. You ought to assist the unicorns. Helping them evolve and summoning over 100 was not merely for their sustenance. This was precisely the moment for them to showcase their capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan refrained from further inquiries. With a mere thought, 119 winged unicorns approached from afar. Mounting the little white unicorn, Su Yan directed her palm towards the battlefield below, amplify. A luminous glow coalesced in her palm. In the next moment, it transformed into specks of light, cascading onto the shadow mantises engaged in battle. As the light was absorbed, the combat prowess of the shadow mantises surged instantaneously. Their twin blades resembled the scythes of death. With each swing, they claimed the lives of one or several foes. The number of demon creatures was formidable, yet their strength generally ranged from gold rank 5 to 6. Faced with shadow mantises of gold rank 8, even overwhelming numbers would not guarantee success. Over 100 demon creatures could only exchange for a single exhausted shadow mantis. As Su Yin began to amplify their strength, the unicorns sprang into action. Those capable of healing tended to the wounded, while others amplified their allies. And some focused on control. Notably, the flame unicorn ignited the bone spurs with fire. Already laced with venom, the bone spurs now bore the added might of flames. The ratio of deaths to hatching had now reached equilibrium. What remained was a gradual attrition. It remained uncertain how many demon creatures had arrived this time. She hoped they would not disappoint her. In stark contrast to Chen Luo's side, the other dozen or so lords fared poorly. Even though Chen Luo drew the majority of the demon creatures' attention, those that remained were still beyond their capacity to handle. By all that is holy, why are there so many demon creatures? Trolls, block the city gates, block the gates. Who could come to their rescue? I have just become a golden lord. I still have ample time ahead of me, and I do not wish to perish. Despairing wails and furious curses erupted from the lips of the lords. Yet, all they received in return was a frenzied onslaught of demon creatures. Blood seemed to invigorate the demons, driving them into a wild frenzy as they lunged at enemies, tearing them apart before fixating on their next target. In the face of such overwhelming numbers and power, within less than half an hour, Chen Luo heard a thunderous crash followed by a scream. Soon after, the light barrier on the right dissipated. This signified that the nearby lord had perished. The frenzied demon creatures, now devoid of a target, redirected their aggression towards Chen Luo's territory. So soon, a lord has fallen? Are you jesting with me? Chen Luo could not help but mutter a few sarcastic remarks. Despite the complaints, he was well aware that the lord was not to blame. Given the sheer number and strength of the enemies, with the majority being golden tier lords and their followers barely numbering 3 or 4 golden level minions, holding out for half an hour was already a testament to the fortifications of the city walls. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity to confront the full might of a hostile army head-on, nor could they sustain their forces through prolonged conflict, allowing their ranks to swell. The hatching of 20 golden tier 8-stage cicadas was a testament to his resolve. As he observed the advancing demon clan, Chen Luo promptly issued commands to the mother nest. At such a crucial juncture, the battle had just begun to tilt in their favor. The number of demon warriors slaying insect soldiers had only just begun to lag behind the rate of hatching. Should new adversaries join the fray, any slight advantage might be swiftly erased. Thus, he resolved to obliterate the encroaching demon clan with a decisive strike. The 20 cicadas soared overhead, their passage punctuated by the sound of rushing wind. Chen Luo pointed at the gathering demons and commanded, self-destruct. The newly emerged cicadas, still fresh from their chrysalis, did not hesitate. They zeroed in on their targets and dove downwards, their speed creating a resounding whoosh. Cloaked in radiant white light, they plunged into the enemy ranks, illuminating the battlefield with a blinding flash. The deafening explosion reverberated across the field. Hundreds of demons, charging in from the side, were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Blood sprayed forth, saturating the ground in a gruesome display. Yet, Chen Luo found the carnage somewhat regrettable. The thorough destruction would complicate the collection of resources. Many had been utterly pulverized, a stark reminder that such biological missiles should not be deployed lightly, save for dire circumstances. He winced at the sight of the scattered remains, lamenting the loss of at least 100,000 energy points. A thunderous roar shook the very heavens. The once fierce assault of the demons seemed to falter, as if receiving some unseen command, and they retreated in a swift, tidal wave. This unexpected retreat left Chen Luo momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he could only stomp his feet in frustration. How can I survive without you? He had never anticipated that these demons would so readily abandon the fray. In stark contrast to Chen Luo's ire, Su Yin appeared relieved. Her expression twitched at his words, and she realized that perhaps only he would harbor such anger at the retreat of the demon clan. It seemed that the higher-ups had finally grasped the situation, dispatching reinforcements to re-establish the 2 frontline defenses. As Su Yin landed beside Chen Luo, she gently explained, if you truly wish to engage in battle, you could request a transfer to the front lines. We are currently stationed at the 3rd defensive line, which does not put us in direct contact with the fiercest fighting. Our esteemed human leaders have delineated several independent zones connecting our star domain to the outer battlefield. We are presently situated within the Golden Space's 3rd defensive line. In a strict sense, this place cannot be deemed an extraterritorial battlefield. Rather, several spaces resemble a protective layer, serving as a buffer and a means of tempering. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with understanding, as his earlier doubts found resolution. No wonder there had been no enemies for half a day. It turns out they had not truly entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Chen Luo couldn't suppress his anticipation. How could one access the extraterritorial battlefield? Were there specific conditions? While inquiring, he gestured for the giant mandible ants to leave the city and collect the corpses of the demon race. Although the demons had retreated, they left behind a plethora of bodies, which would undoubtedly yield a significant number of energy points for him. One could even assert that this bounty would be his greatest yet. Unfortunately, the demons had fled too swiftly, had they all remained. He could scarcely imagine the energy points he could have amassed. Su Yan's expression turned serious. Military merit. In the extraterritorial battlefield, military merit reigns supreme. Here, beyond strength, the quantity of military merit is paramount. Upon reaching 100,000 military merits, one may apply to be sent to the front lines of the extraterritorial battlefield. The front lines are fraught with peril, yet the speed of acquiring military merit and spoils is incomparable to that of the rear. The extraterritorial battlefield has always been a realm where danger and opportunity coexist, which constitutes its greatest allure. I should have 35 million military merits now, right? That should suffice. Shouldn't it? Chen Luo checked his bracelet, and upon seeing the number of military merits, he was momentarily taken aback. The calculation of military merit is quite straightforward. The stronger the enemies slain, the higher the military merit earned. A first-tier bronze enemy yields 100 military merits, while a 10th tier grants 1,000. A first-tier silver enemy gives 1,001, and a 10th tier offers 2,000. A first-tier gold enemy provides 2,001, while a 10th tier awards 3,000. 35 million military merits indicate that he had defeated at least 10,000 demons of golden strength. An impressive feat. How much? 35 million? Su Yan grasped his bracelet, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the data. After confirming she hadn't misread, she could not help but gasp, utterly astonished. 35 million military merits. How long had they been in the extraterritorial battlefield? Just how many demons had the insect race slain in that last battle? One can apply directly. Correct? He had not come to the extraterritorial battlefield for mere leisure, but to acquire more energy points and grow stronger. Waiting passively could never compare to taking the initiative. Were it not for his current limitations, he would have yearned to directly parachute into the enemy's stronghold, launching an aerial assault akin to a dragon riding upon the clouds. At that moment, relying on the insect race's ability to sustain themselves through battle, vanquishing the enemy would multiply his forces exponentially. Alas, ideals may be splendid, but reality is often stark. Aspirations remain mere aspirations. Achieving them is still a distant goal. You've applied directly? Aren't you going to consider it a bit more? That's the extraterritorial battlefield, a place whose danger is exponentially greater than here. You truly have no hesitation whatsoever? This is a realm that countless individuals shy away from, yet only Chen Luo approaches with such zeal. The greater the danger, the richer the rewards. Stay alert here, and call for me if anything arises. Chen Luo calmly uttered these words before soaring towards the mother nest. Thousands of giant mandible ants moved swiftly. The continuous stream of demon corpses was transported to the transformation pool, where 4,000 giant mandible worker ants were to be hatched. As Chen Luo landed, he promptly issued commands to the mother nest. With the constraints of resources now lifted, an increase in the number of giant mandible worker ants was highly desirable. The greater their numbers, the swifter the transportation of the corpses would be, leading to an accelerated accumulation of energy points. In response to his orders, numerous larvae swiftly emerged from the mother nest, curling their bodies until, moments later, the giant mandible worker ants broke free from their cocoons. The hatching process unfolded with the efficiency of an assembly line. However, as Chen Luo observed, something felt amiss. One mother nest was proving insufficient. The day's battle underscored this predicament. If an additional mother nest were established, both sides could simultaneously convert energy points and hatch insectoid warriors. This would effectively double the support he could garner, and correspondingly increase both the enemy casualties and the energy points acquired. Especially now, with the giant mandible worker ants numbering 5,000, a single mother nest transformation pool was inadequate. As the true battle commenced, they would be left queuing before the transformation pool. A new mother nest needed to be summoned, perhaps 2 more, in case they would be required in the future. Chen Luo resolved to act and approached the summoning platform. To summon an insectoid queen, the requirements were 1 Lord Core or Monster Nucleus, and 10 tons of flesh and blood. In the past, he would not have even glanced at such conditions. Yet, times had changed. He now possessed an abundance of nuclei and flesh. Summon 4 insectoid queens. Chen Luo placed 4 still-warm golden nuclei upon the platform. In the next instant, a brilliant white light erupted from the summoning table. Within this radiant glow, 4 robust insect forms materialized. Simultaneously, the corpses of several demons, carried by the giant mandible worker ants, transformed into beams of light and fell directly into the luminescent figures on the summoning table. After absorbing the flesh and blood, the 4 hefty insect forms gradually solidified, and the brilliance swiftly dimmed. Chapter 55. The qualification for the outer battlefield, the arrival of the demon warriors. As the light completely faded, the 4 plump insectoid queens revealed themselves. Their pale, jelly-like bodies were not only non-threatening, but rather endearing, resembling jelly in their appearance, evoking a desire to squeeze them. Unable to resist, Chen Luo gently pinched the soft flesh of the insectoid queens, instructing, "Lift them and follow me." In this form, the insectoid queens were akin to being immobilized. This time, he intended for the 4 insectoid queens to remain closer to the city wall. As the territory expanded, the journey for the giant mandible worker ants would grow increasingly lengthy. However, they could not be positioned too near the city wall, lest they become endangered should the wall be breached. Over 100 newly hatched giant mandible worker ants collaborated to lift the 4 insectoid queens, following Chen Luo as he sought a suitable location. At that moment, the territory had transformed into a barren expanse, the ground blanketed with mycelium. The insectoid creatures moved across this fungal carpet with remarkable speed, nearly doubling their pace. After a brief journey, Chen Luo selected a location that was neither too far nor too close to the city wall, effectively having the distance. Once the giant mandible worker ants had dispersed the insectoid queens, Chen Luo commanded, "Unfold the mother nest form." It signifies that they will remain in this form, stationed in this location. Thus, he approaches with utmost caution. The 4 insectoid queens receive their orders, becoming enveloped in a radiant white light. In the blink of an eye, the luminescence dissipates, revealing 4 pinkish-white grotesque worms, transformed into grotesque nests adorned with grotesque growths and menacing mandibles. The charm of their previous form has vanished, replaced by a terrifying visage. The fierce aura belonging to the insectoids assails the senses. The 4 nests operate at full capacity, sufficiently compensating for the losses sustained at the front lines. Chen Luo nods in satisfaction. Concurrently, he utilizes the insectoid neural network to redirect the giant mandible ants transporting the corpses of the demonkin. All bodies are to be brought here for transformation. Soon, a line of giant mandible ants scurries in, dragging the corpses. They orderly divide into 4 rows, skillfully placing the bodies into the transformation pools. The energy points of the 4 nests begin to rise rapidly. The quantitative change triggers a qualitative transformation. With 5 nests simultaneously transforming, and each equipped with 1,000 giant mandible ants, the speed of energy point conversion is indeed exhilarating. Observing the swiftly escalating energy points, Chen Luo feels a surge of joy. The previous displeasure from the demonkin's retreat has completely dissipated. Just then, while Chen Luo was absorbed in watching the growth of energy points, his bracelet suddenly vibrated. Before he could press anything, a light screen projected from the bracelet. "Esteemed Golden Lord Chen Luo, your military achievements have surpassed 100,000, qualifying you for entry into the extraterritorial battlefield. You may forego your current military task and proceed through the portal to the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield is perilous. Please take care. From the Lord's Alliance. Respectfully." Below the text, there were instructions for reaching the portal and important notes regarding the extraterritorial battlefield. Upon reviewing, Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, the Lord's Alliance leaves no detail unattended, even specifying the location of public restrooms in the extraterritorial battlefield. Remarkably professional. The extraterritorial battlefield, domain of the demon kin. Under the boundless starry sky, an endless host of demon warriors streams into the 4 portals. The azure portal representing bronze, the white portal representing silver, the yellow portal representing gold, and the golden portal representing platinum. These 4 passages connect to 4 defensive spaces within the human star domain. They have breached the 3rd layer of defense, thwarted by a formidable lord, suffering significant losses. In the starry sky, a colossal serpent, coiling like a planet, opens its serpentine eyes. Within its green vertical pupils flickers a bloodthirsty light. As the serpent's tongue flicks out, it releases a noxious green mist. Anything that comes into contact with the mist is annihilated and dissolved. A powerful human lord? How many demon kin have been lost? The sound of claws scraping against glass escapes from the serpent's maw. An intangible pressure causes the small leopard-like demon kin, who has come to report, to kneel and tremble in fear, dreading that the next moment the poisonous mist might descend upon it. The starry sky serpent kin are renowned among the demon kin for their strength and insatiable bloodlust. Once they engage in slaughter, they spare no thought for their own kin. This battle has resulted in a loss of 30,000, with approximately 15,000 demon warriors perishing at the 3rd layer of defense. The leopard-like demon kin gulps nervously, its voice quavering as it reports the situation. Upon receiving the report, the serpent Jalish's forked tongue flicked with increased agitation. Its colossal form rose, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression, slaughtering 15,000 of the golden demon race. How intriguing. Just as I was feeling bored, feasting upon a human prodigy will surely whet my appetite. Jalish's words sent a wave of trepidation among the surrounding demon kin, who hastily gathered around to dissuade it. "Esteemed young master, the grand scheme of our ancestors is imminent. Your presence here is of utmost importance, and you must not depart lightly. Young master, the ancestors' plans take precedence. If the ancestors were to learn of your dereliction of duty, they would undoubtedly erupt with fury. This plan is far too crucial to permit even the slightest misstep. I implore you to reconsider." Hundreds of platinum-tier demons knelt in earnest supplication, wholly disregarding the fact that Jalisha was their inferior. How maddeningly noisy. Silence yourselves, or perish. Jalisha roared, releasing a plume of dark green toxic mist. The noxious fumes swiftly permeated the air. Before the platinum-tier demons could react, they inhaled the deadly vapors. In that instant, their massive forms dissolved into a viscous liquid. The golden 10th tier Jalasha required merely wisps of toxin to eradicate those of platinum strength, even as they remained passive and unresponsive. Yet, the might of the celestial serpent instilled a paralyzing dread among the surrounding demon kin, silencing any further attempts at persuasion. I will soon achieve platinum strength myself, and yet I have yet to set foot in the golden realm of humanity. How fortuitous to encounter a human prodigy at this moment, a golden lord no less. It would be a lamentable oversight not to pay a visit, Jalasha mused. Furthermore, eliminating a human prodigy would surely inflict some anguish upon their kind. With a cold, sweeping gaze over the demons, Jalasha's icy serpent eyes instilled fear that rendered them all mute, their heads nodding in terrified acquiescence. The sheer power of the celestial serpent left them breathless and hopeless. The human lord marked by Jalasha was destined to meet a gruesome end. Renowned for its cruelty among celestial serpents, Jalasha reveled in tormenting its prey, savoring their agony and despair as a delicacy. As it vanished into the Golden Passage, Chapter 56, the Insectoid Legion, close to 20,000. Equality among all under the sea of insects. Energy points, 33,801,000. After reviewing the energy points of the mother nest, Chen Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Over 30 million energy points. This was despite the majority of demon corpses being reduced to mere fragments, rendering them impossible to collect. This was merely the first battle in the outer battlefield, and he had not yet truly stepped into it. How exhilarating would it be to fully immerse himself in the outer battlefield? Perhaps it would be exhilarating enough to cause even the most mundane of creatures to soar. He commanded the hatching of 7,000 shadow mantises of golden 8th tier strength, 3,000 piercing serpents, and 1,000 singing cicadas without reserving many energy points. In the next moment, the 5 insectoid mother nests sprang into action. Swarms of larvae emerged from the nests, forming cocoons for incubation. Within less than 2 minutes, the cocoons ruptured, and the formidable shadow mantises emerged triumphantly from their chrysalis. A multitude of shadow mantises swiftly emerged, each possessing the formidable power of the golden 8th tier. Should an onlooker witness this spectacle, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Which clan could so effortlessly produce beings of such caliber? Born with the strength of the golden 8th tier? Only the insectoid race could achieve such a feat. 5 mother nests were simultaneously hatching, their speed multiplied several times over. In less than an hour, a staggering 11,000 insectoids had been birthed. Coupled with the 8,000 remaining from previous battles, his insectoid legion now approached an impressive total of 20,000. Gazing upon the dense and boundless swarm of insects, Chen Luo felt a surge of pride. This was the foundation of his dominance. Warning! Warning! A golden 10th tier starry serpent has breached the golden space. All lords are urged to fortify their defenses. The starry serpent is immensely powerful. All lords must proceed with caution. A golden 10th tier starry serpent? The alarm from his wristband caused Chen Luo to furrow his brow. Before he could contemplate further, he heard Su Yan's panicked voice from afar. Luo, did you hear the alarm? It's the starry serpent. A golden 10th tier starry serpent. One of the most fearsome beasts of the demon race. Their lineage is supreme, reveling in the slaughter of living beings. They are replete with venom, and a golden 10th tier starry serpent can effortlessly poison a platinum level warrior. In a state of alarm, Su Yan rode her steed, Little White, and from a distance, she saw a dark mass looming ahead. As she drew nearer, clarity dawned upon her. That inky expanse was an endless legion of insect warriors. Her anxiousness was abruptly replaced by sheer bewilderment. What in the world had she just witnessed? How had Chen Luo amassed such a vast army of insectoids, each exuding such terrifying energy? Even if she surmised that the insectoids thrived through combat, she could not have anticipated the horror of it all. Was this indeed a case of combat nurturing combat? It appeared more akin to treating the enemy as mere fodder for relentless hatching. The demon race's starry serpent? She recalled having encountered information about them in her studies. They were indeed a noble faction within the demon race. Why then would such an illustrious entity appear in the golden space? Chen Luo stroked his chin, a sharp intuition stirring within him that something was amiss. Considering the prior encounter with the feathers of the white tiger, why was it always demons at play? With so many races in existence, why did trouble consistently arise from the demons? The coincidences were too numerous to be mere happenstance. His grandfather had once said that the starry serpent was a premier entity among the demons, wielding significant influence, akin to royalty among humans. They ought to be at the forefront of battle. Why, then, were they appearing in this locale? Su Yan was drawn into contemplation by this conundrum. Until now, she had not sensed any anomaly, but Chen Luo's remarks shed light on the underlying strangeness. Warning! The first line of defense has been breached. Warning! The starry serpent is advancing towards the second line of defense. Please expedite preparations. The wristband emitted a series of urgent alarms, each more frantic than the last. Chen Luo and Su Yan exchanged grave glances, their expressions solemn. From the moment the starry serpent was detected to the breach of the first line of defense, merely a few minutes had elapsed. The first line of defense was manned by over 100 golden lords. Yet they could not withstand the onslaught for even a few minutes. The formidable might of the starry serpent was evident. An urgent alert sounded. The second line of defense has been breached. Lords of the third line, prepare immediately and resist with all your strength. Reinforcements are en route. Hold the line. Another frantic alarm echoed, accompanied by anxious voices. The sudden invasion of the starry serpent had caught everyone off guard. It was incomprehensible. Why would the illustrious starry serpent, a royal among demons, appear in the Golden Realm? This was akin to the world's richest individual loitering on the street, slurping snail noodles. Intriguingly, it appeared to be targeting us. Chen Luo chuckled softly, having discerned the serpent's objective. In the recent battle, he had slain an excessive number of demon kin, drawing the attention of the starry serpent. What should be done? The toxic range of the starry serpent is vast and incurable. Our numerical superiority may falter in the face of its lethal venom. Su Yin expressed her concern. It was not a matter of her doubting Chen Luo or the might of the insect race, but rather the overwhelming nature of the serpent's toxic mist, capable of annihilating numerous foes with a single breath. The insect race might struggle to leverage their numerical advantage. Chen Luo found it hard to believe what he was hearing. Faltering? No matter how potent its toxic mist, it must have a limit and an eventual depletion. Perhaps it could cause widespread devastation, but whether it could secure victory could only be determined through battle. No one understood the strength of the insect race better than he did. If sheer area damage could counter the insect race, they would not be regarded as the pinnacle of species. Before the swarm, all beings are equal. A terrifying hiss echoed from afar, even from a distance. The two could see a green cloud looming, within which a massive figure, several dozen meters long, writhed. Neither dragon nor serpent. Was this the starry serpent? Wasn't it said that their size rivaled that of planets? Chen Luo queried, perplexed, while employing his eye of insight. A faint blue glow flickered in his gaze, and a holographic display materialized before him. Demon kin, Gyalisha, small form. Strength, golden tier 10. Skills, venomous body, toxic mist spit, venomous power, a thread, robust physique. Status, about to advance to platinum level, the starry serpent wields a thread of venomous power, possessing formidable strength. Upon reviewing the information, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. His attention fixated on the venomous power. Instinctively, he reached for a destruction stone tucked in his pocket, sensing the destructive force it harbored. Venomous power. Destructive power. By their very names, they bore striking similarities, both existing as mere threads. The vile barren snake, that grotesque creature, derived his destructive power from a destruction stone. Did this imply that the starry serpent concealed something akin to the destruction stone? Was it this very entity that endowed the starry serpent with its venomous might? It seems that the body has been reduced in size. For the demon race, controlling the dimensions of their physical form is not particularly difficult, especially for the illustrious starry serpent lineage, which likely possesses this ability from the moment of its birth. After Su Yin's explanation, she exclaimed in panic. It appears to be heading straight for us. Is it targeting us? What is so special about us that it has drawn the attention of the starry serpent? Chapter 57. Is 1,000 not enough? Would 20,000 suffice? The starry serpent is becoming agitated. Before Su Yin could fully comprehend the situation, the starry serpent approached the outskirts of their territory. Its emerald vertical pupils, separated by several kilometers, locked onto Chen Luo's gaze. It truly has come for us. This is quite intriguing, Chen Luo mused with a wry smile, and before he could finish his thought, he leaped into the air, soaring towards the city wall like a shooting star. By the time Su Yin realized what was happening, he had already reached the top of the wall. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. How impulsive. This is the starry serpent. Though fear gripped her heart, she followed suit, for as Chen Luo's subordinate lord, wherever he went, she would follow. You two-legged human, I sense the stench of demons upon you, hissed Gyalisha, its serpentine visage contorted in disdain. How fascinating. It seems you have not only slain many of my kin, but have also provoked a demon, a particularly foul one at that. The aroma of demons reminded it of the repugnant stench of goblin latrines. Chen Luo raised his sleeve to sniff, then relaxedly lowered it. The odor of demons has nothing to do with me, does it? As long as I smell delightful, what does it matter? He nearly believed he had been tainted by that ugly beast's neck. Indeed, dealings with demons tend to bring misfortune. You seem unperturbed by my presence, two-legged human. Are you unaware of who I am? Gyalisha was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor. It had expected fear, trepidation, or pleas for mercy from Chen Luo. Yet he exhibited none of those reactions, even daring to confront it, the young master of the Starry Serpent clan, an unparalleled genius who had not been seen in centuries. Why must you inquire of me? It is not my fault that you are so grotesque. Chen Luo replied, somewhat exasperated. Do none of you know who your parents are? Snek is like this, and so is this serpent. Is this how foreign races exchange pleasantries and make threats? As Su Yin soared upwards, she overheard Chen Luo's words and turned pale with fright. Such profane language. What if he enraged the Starry Serpent? How intriguing, two-legged human. You have successfully captured my attention, Gyalisha declared, rather amused. This human was far more entertaining than those who merely screamed for violence or begged for mercy upon encountering it. Watch your tongue, Chen Luo retorted. veins throbbing on his forehead. How had he overlooked such audacious and greasy rhetoric while reading novels in his past life? My sister? Is she here? Jayalisha instinctively glanced around. The response it received was a barrage of bone spikes blocking out the sun. You lack martial ethics, attacking from the shadows. But if you think those will defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Jalisa sneered disdainfully, exhaling a noxious mist that coalesced into a viscous, dark green vapor, swiftly dissolving the poisonous thorns. The miasma, still swirling, began to obliterate everything it enveloped. Walls, grass, stones, indeed, even the shimmering barrier between territories was consumed. With the barrier gone, several domains came into view. And Chen Luo and Su Yin beheld the scene clearly, yet saw nothing of substance. The Golden Lords, upon hearing of the imminent arrival of the Celestial Serpent, had taken refuge within their abodes, now cowering and trembling in fear, devoid of any desire to resist. The overwhelming might of the Celestial Serpent instilled a profound sense of despair within them. An intriguing bipedal creature, with 100 golden 8th tier kin at your command, I concede. You are indeed formidable. Yet, you pale in comparison to my strength. Should you kneel and beg for mercy, I could take you as my pet. I am a gracious master. By my side, you shall suffer no harm nor deceit. Jalisa lowered her head, her serpentine visage twisted with arrogance. What are mere humans? Even with 100 golden 8th tier kin, what difference does it make? Bring forth a few hundred more, and I shall remain unperturbed. The terrifying pressure emanating from her was palpable, sending shivers through the lords sheltered within their homes, clutching their kin while on the verge of weeping. Was the Golden Realm not meant to be a sanctuary? Why, upon their very entrance, were they beset by the monstrous army? Having narrowly escaped one peril, how could the Celestial Serpent now appear? Despair flooded their hearts. They were utterly incapable of combat. Even the barrier of light could be dissolved. The Celestial Serpent surpassed all descriptions found in textbooks. I extend the same proposition to you. Swear fealty to me as your master, and become my steed, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, this place shall become your grave. Nay, not even your bones shall remain. Chen Luo met Jalisa's gaze unflinchingly. In this moment, he possessed the audacity to oppose her, bolstered by the confidence drawn from the insectoid legion. Foolish biped, you shall perish. Jalisa's patience wore thin, particularly at Chen Luo's suggestion of servitude, igniting her fury. Her grotesque maw gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom, alongside globs of viscous poison that cascaded forth like a machine gun, hurtling towards Chen Luo. The repugnant liquid exuded a foul stench that reached Chen Luo and Su Yin from a considerable distance, an odor rivaling that of the most grotesque creature. We must retreat. This toxin is corrosive and must not be touched. Su Yin covered her mouth and nose, attempting to pull Chen Luo back. This was not the time for bravado. Yet, when she tugged, she found him immovable. Before she could further persuade him, a chorus of cicadas erupted from behind. Over 1,000 cicadas sang in unison, their sound waves solidifying into a tangible force that repelled the toxic mist and scattered the venom. Can sound waves be wielded in such a manner? Su Yin was left astounded. Jalisa too was taken aback, her slit pupils widening in disbelief as she beheld the undeniable reality before her. Its proud venom and toxic mist were effortlessly dispersed by sound waves. Over 1,000 8th-tier golden beings. Who exactly are you? With such formidable strength. Why is this Golden Lord not on the battlefield beyond the domain, but instead stationed in this place? Is this still the third defensive line? Do you truly believe that your legion of 8th-tier golden subordinates can triumph over me? You Navi bipeds, how foolish you are. Jalisha nearly erupted in profanity. It had anticipated Chen Luo would be strong, yet it was utterly unprepared for such overwhelming might. The presence of over 1,000 8th-tier subordinates was astonishing. Even it, in the face of so many 8th-tier golden beings, would find the battle arduous. Not enough, you say? Why not say so sooner? If 1,000 is insufficient, would 5,000 suffice? If 5,000 is inadequate, would 10,000 do? If 10,000 falls short, how about 20,000? With each utterance from Chen Luo, swathes of shadow mantises took to the sky. The stinging serpent ascended the city wall, poised to attack. In mere moments, nearly 20,000 insect warriors had revealed themselves, their sheer numbers overwhelming Jalisha's sight. Gazing upon this dense throng of 8th-tier golden subordinates, it fell silent. If I were to agree to become your mount now, would there still be room for negotiation? It is not out of fear. Rather, I relish the thought of being a steed, especially under the ride of a bipedal human. A grimace more grotesque than tears surfaced on Jalisha's serpentine visage. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 58, Filial Piety? Even beasts would shake their heads. Have you come to your senses now? Where were you all this while? When I offered you grace, you rejected it. Now you regret it. It is too late. This is what you call being ungrateful. Chen Luo cast a disdainful glance at it, and waved his hand, unleashing the shadow mantises that surged forth. The stinging serpent unleashed its venomous spikes, enveloping the heavens. The chorus of cicadas crescendoed, coalescing into tangible sound waves. Circular sound waves expanded from small to large, each ring succeeding the last. Bone spikes blotted out the sun, and swarming shadow mantises emerged. Sound waves capable of dispelling venom and mist. Jalisha felt tears welling up. How can I possibly fight? Its most cherished venom was rendered utterly useless. The sheer number of foes was staggering. Should it charge headfirst? It would merely shatter its own skull. Do not be so arrogant, bipeds. I, a proud young leader of the Celestial Serpent clan, have ascended to the 10th tier in 30 short years. Even if your subordinates outnumber me, though I may not be able to defeat you, I can certainly flee. Jalasha spat those words fiercely before turning tail, without a shred of hesitation. There was no time to waste. If it lingered, it would surely be torn to shreds. Is it fleeing now? Su Yin pointed at the retreating figure of the Celestial Serpent, stammering as she looked towards Chen Luo. Her mind felt as though it were about to short-circuit. Was it not said that the Celestial Serpent was terrifyingly powerful? Why did it run away without a fight? This was not what the textbooks had described. The lords hiding within their abodes, awaiting their fate, also caught wind of the commotion outside. One by one, they peeked out to discern the situation. What they beheld was an endless horde of insect creatures relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Celestial Serpent. In that moment, everyone fell silent. A few even rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were seeing things. How could it be that the Celestial Serpent of the demon tribe finds itself in such a dismal state? And what of the dense throng of creatures? Are they the kin of someone? Whose kin could possibly be so numerous? Or has there been a civil strife within the demon clan? The Golden Lords peered in astonishment, their minds reeling as their worldview was shattered and then reshaped anew. For the first time, they began to question the accuracy of their textbooks. Could they possibly escape? The cicadas not only possess the ability to self-destruct and emit powerful sound waves, but their speed is equally unmatched. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, over 1,000 cicadas surged forward with astonishing speed, transforming into fleeting shadows that sliced through the air, generating a cacophony of piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, these cicadas reached the front of the Celestial Serpent. Their multifaceted eyes fixed on the terrified creature, the cicadas unleashed their chorus, manifesting into tangible sound waves once more. The combined sonic assault of over 1,000 cicadas was immensely formidable. Even the Celestial Serpent, at the 10th rank of the Golden class, could not withstand such an onslaught. In a mere encounter, it was grievously injured by the sound waves, its massive form collapsing helplessly towards the ground. Blood gushed forth like a torrential rain, pouring down in torrents. A mournful wail echoed through the skies. How much better it would have been had it accepted the offer to be a mount. Yet, it had the audacity to refuse. Chen Luo shook his head, casting a wistful glance at the beleaguered Celestial Serpent. Although he could fly and ride the Shadow Mantis, a man must make an entrance with style, especially a man of great power. Presence is of utmost importance. Riding upon a Celestial Serpent would be far more impressive than simply flying in. Alas, this serpent was too prideful to accept. He was not one to chase after it, for there were plenty willing to take its place. Tearing it apart would be laborious given its massive size, and the effort required to collect its essence into energy points seemed rather unworthy. Chen Luo sighed as the Shadow Mantises surged forward. Their blades wove together to form a colossal net, enveloping the Celestial Serpent entirely. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, quickly staining its vast body a deep crimson. The anguished roars reverberated across the heavens. Jalasha, in a frantic struggle, twisted its body in an attempt to shake off the encroaching Shadow Mantises. Yet, no matter how it writhed, the mantises deftly evaded its movements. Attempts to use toxic mist and venom were thwarted by the ever-watchful cicadas. As the relentless pain enveloped its body, despair washed over it like a tidal wave. After all, it was merely a serpent born a mere 30 years ago. Jalasha could not contain its cries any longer. I was wrong. Spare me. I shall never dare again. If you let me go, I will serve you as a mount. I possess many treasures to offer you. My mother is the most beautiful serpent of our clan. I will bring her to you. Please, spare my life. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. What had they just heard? Truly a devoted offspring, demonstrating a remarkable degree of filial piety. Chen Luo could not help but applaud. I had thought you merely foolish, but it seems you would go so far as to betray your own parents to save your own skin. I have truly underestimated you. The act of patricide and matricide is one that even the novels he read in his previous life dared not depict. Despite having lived 2 lives and being well-versed in the ways of the world, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Such mastery of malice. Even the most vile creatures would bow before this being, reverently acknowledging their forebears. The existence of such a repugnant individual, born of parents, is a profound tragedy. Su Yin cast a disdainful glance at the starry sky serpent before turning away, as if merely gazing upon it would sully her vision. It was utterly revolting. In the name of survival, it was willing to commit such heinous acts. If it could kill its own parents today, tomorrow it would not hesitate to annihilate its kin. And the day after, it might even seek to obliterate the cosmos. Such a scourge must not be allowed to persist. You understand nothing. We are the starry sky serpents, with thousands born in a single brood. I am but one among them, having scarcely seen them, and I merely wish to survive. What fault is there in that? If you 2-legged beasts dare to slay me and disrupt the plans of our esteemed ancestors, you shall surely meet a fate worse than death. Jalasha roared in anger, venting its fury. No matter how resilient its form, it had become grievously wounded from the unrelenting onslaught. In but a brief moment, neatly severed pieces of flesh lay strewn across the ground. Its struggles and cries gradually diminished until, At last, it lay still, motionless. The emerald vertical pupils had transformed into dull gray orbs. The golden 10th tier scion of the Starry Sky Serpent clan had perished. It was only when the massive jaws of the worker ants began to transport the dismembered remains, clearing the battlefield and concluding the grim task, that the hidden golden lords dared to emerge. They gazed upon the scene with incredulous eyes. The sheer number of insectoid creatures was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Nearly 20,000, perhaps? Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have dared to believe that a lord could possess such a multitude of kin, each one of golden caliber. May I have the honor of an introduction? I am Qiao Biluo, just turned 28, and I can even perform a backflip. Would you care to visit my room tonight? Brother, what kin do you possess? Such formidable strength. That was a golden 10th tier Starry Sky Serpent, a royal among fiends, and you dispatched it with such ease. Truly impressive. Fortunately, you intervened. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Could you spare a moment for a green bubble? Once we're outside, I'll treat you to some drinks and songs, and we can share a bit of camaraderie. Dozens of golden lords gathered, showering him with flattery. Once, they had scorned sycophants, but now they were eager to learn the art of flattery, especially the nuances of praise. To grasp such a powerful ally would secure their fortunes for life. Chapter 59, The Attention of the Lord Alliance, a mythical level windfall. The golden lords who had approached were brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, Chen Luo had little inclination to engage with them, offering only perfunctory responses before departing. Instead of wasting time in idle chatter, he resolved to seek out the source of the venom that empowered the Starry Sky Serpent. He had a premonition that whether it was the destruction stone or the object imbued with toxic power, it would prove immensely beneficial to him in the future. I apologize, esteemed guests, but my lord has some urgent matters to attend to. We sincerely appreciate your goodwill. Su Yin smiled graciously in her thanks before turning to follow Chen Luo's figure, leaving the golden lords exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Although their expressions were grim, none dared to voice their grievances, for the imposing presence of the insectoid race loomed nearby, a clear indication of their formidable nature. They were acutely aware that any complaints, any whispered slanders, would bring the sharp blades of these creatures crashing down upon them without hesitation. In the outer battlefield, amidst the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, a fortress stood resolutely. Surrounding the fortress were numerous territories, patrolled by throngs of loyal kin, their defense impenetrably tight. Within the fortress, shadows flitted about, illuminated by a plethora of sci-fi virtual screens, each representing the status of a distant battlefield. Before the luminous screen of the golden space, a young man clad in a suit squatted in despair. What misfortune have I encountered? Just as I assumed the role of Golden Commander, I am besieged by the demon army, with both the first and second defenses breached in quick succession. Just when the demons finally retreated, a starry serpent appeared, leading to the demise of all the lords stationed at the first and second lines. What sins have I, Li Tsong, committed? What a grievous fate. Li Tsong wept as if his heart were boiling over. His colleagues cast sympathetic glances in his direction. It must be said, this man was indeed beset by an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Encountering a century-unseen demon army, just as he took up his command, was already dire. But to then face a starry serpent only compounded his woes. The golden space had suffered significant losses, and the very fabric of their defenses was at risk of being breached, potentially allowing the serpent to invade the human realm, a crime of unimaginable proportions. Alas, it seemed that Li Tsong's tenure as Golden Commander was doomed to an early conclusion. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the life signs of the starry serpent have vanished." Indeed, they had disappeared from the third defensive layer. How could that be? Over 100 golden lords at the first line had barely managed to delay it, and the second line had held for mere minutes. How could the scant dozen at the third layer have thwarted the serpent? It was not merely a matter of halting its advance. They had slain the serpent. Had it merely fled, they would still detect its life signs. But its complete disappearance indicated its demise. Was there a lord among the defenders capable of slaying a golden 10th tier starry serpent? With a sense of urgency, he sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized the screen, confirming the total absence of the serpent's life signs. Tears of relief streamed down his face. This was the release of pent-up anxiety. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of descending the stairs. Without waiting for the elevator, he would have plunged straight down. Golden Commander Li Tsong, did your subordinates truly slay a starry serpent? A voice of astonishment echoed through the speakers. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened, their eyes fixated on their screens, not daring to exhibit even a hint of distraction. Indeed, Commander-in-Chief, under my astute leadership, we have vanquished one golden 10th tier starry serpent that breached the golden space. Li Tsong immediately rose to greet the newcomer, proudly displaying the data on the screen. Starry Sky Serpent, no signs of life. The bold characters gleamed brightly enough to dazzle the eyes. His proclamation elicited discreet smirks from those around him. How audacious of him to claim such credit. Did this situation involve Li Tsong in the slightest? Since the Starry Sky Serpent breached the first line of defense, he had been on his knees lamenting the cruelty of fate, weeping like a boiling kettle. How could he dare utter such words? Oh, your illustrious leader? The chief commander, Lu Wanru, regarded Li Tsong with an icy gaze. Her questioning tone sent a shiver down his spine, causing his previously puffed-up chest to deflate considerably. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, "Indeed, it is my esteemed leader. Otherwise, they would not have succeeded in slaying the starry sky serpent. Of course, this also incorporates your guidance, Commander Lu, and the assistance of all present. This achievement belongs to everyone." Li Tsong astutely distributed the credit among his peers, seeking their support. No one was foolish enough to accept such accolades. Perhaps only Li Tsong was naive, as the monitoring room surveilled the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. Such a crucial location could hardly lack oversight. It was likely that every reaction Li Tsong exhibited during the incident was recorded in vivid detail. To still dare to claim credit at this moment was sheer folly. Splendid. I shall report to the Lord Alliance and commend you." Lu Wanru coldly chuckled, before turning her attention to the real-time monitoring of the golden space. Among the dozens of golden lords, she spotted a familiar name. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she turned and departed, leaving behind a gleeful Li Tsong, who fancied that he was on the cusp of promotion and prosperity, destined to marry a fair and wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of life. The other monitoring personnel regarded him with the incredulity reserved for fools. Sometimes, sheer stupidity is indeed a terminal affliction. Upon exiting the monitoring room, Lu Wanru adjusted her bracelet, which revealed a virtual screen. Check the information on Su Yin and retrieve all surveillance from the golden space. Third line of defense. Connect me with the steward of the Lord Alliance. I have matters to report to the president. Is this what you seek? Chen Luo examined a palm-sized, oval, dark green stone, its texture akin to that of a pebble. A luminous screen materialized before him. Item, venomous stone. Rank, mythical, grade 1. Skill, venomous rule, a thread. Description, a stone infused with a thread of the venomous rule, exceedingly precious. Wearing it may grant insights into the venomous rule. After reviewing the information, Chen Luo confirmed it. This was precisely what he had been searching for, the very object that endowed the starry sky serpent with its venomous power, the venomous stone. Imbued with a thread of rule power. Have you been searching for this all along? What is it? A jade stone? Su Yin inquired curiously, leaning closer. The dark green venomous stone appeared both perilous and alluring, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it. Had it not been for the information introduction, Chen Luo would never have imagined that this stone, as splendid as jade, concealed a thread of lethal poison within. Grasping the toxic stone tightly, he thought to himself, this is indeed a remarkable find. With his other hand, he clenched the stone of destruction in his pocket. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts when a sudden realization struck him. He meticulously revisited the few lines of the introduction. It appears I have discerned the purpose of this item. Chapter 60. The mutated stinging serpent, the mutated shadow mantis. How could you, with your thick brows and large eyes, possibly ensnare me? Without waiting for Su Yin to inquire further, Chen Luo dashed towards the mother nest. She, noticing his urgency, hastily followed suit. Their pace was swift, and in mere minutes, they arrived beside the mother nest, a lith. Breathing heavily, Su Yin curiously asked, "What has transpired? How do we utilize this? Is this stone particularly special?" In response, Chen Luo tossed the toxic stone into the mother nest, leaving her bewildered. What reason could there be to hurl a stone into the nest? Could it be that the mother nest also possessed an appreciation for beauty and was fond of exquisite objects? Before her mind could conjure an answer, a dark green shadow enveloped the mother nest. The fleshy nodules upon it swelled and contracted, as if they were breathing. Before their very eyes, a plume of dark green mist wafted from the nest. Is this the venom of the starry sky serpent? How could this be possible? What exactly is this stone? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Having recently witnessed the formidable power of the starry sky serpent's venom, she could readily identify this mist. Yet, she could not fathom why a stone could prompt the mother nest to exude such venom, for the venom of the starry sky serpent was unique, irreplicable, and devoid of an antidote. How did Chen Luo ascertain the extraordinary nature of this stone? Her small mind was filled with questions, nearly overwhelming her. The stone may appear ordinary, yet it harbored a strand of poisonous law within. Chen Luo then elaborated briefly, disregarding Su Yan's eyes, which were as wide as saucers, and turned his attention to the condition of the mother nest. Kin Alith. Special form, mutated insectoid mother nest, no power. Contracted Lord, Chen Luo. Qualifications. Status. Absorbing a strand of poisonous law, the hatched stinging serpent's toxicity is augmented by 30-fold. Chen Luo overlooked the preceding information and focused on the final note. Absorbing a strand of poisonous law, the stinging serpent's toxicity has increased 30-fold. It has succeeded. I have triumphed. Chen Luo's grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. No one understood the might of the insectoid race better than he did. The stinging serpent, already inherently venomous, now possessed a toxicity amplified 30 times. Its efficacy would surely rival that of the starry sky serpent's venom. Most importantly, the stinging serpents could number many and fight in unison. A barrage of poisonous bone spikes. How many could withstand such an onslaught? Now, the stinging serpents, upon striking their foes, would ensure a swift demise through their lethal venom. Undoubtedly, they were invincible among their rank. What do you mean by I have triumphed? Su Yan, still in shock, was startled by Chen Luo's exclamation. Before she could pose another question, Chen Luo had already pivoted and sprinted towards another mother nest. Simultaneously, he commanded Alith. Hatch a golden 8th-tier stinger serpent. He was now eager to utilize the destruction stone. His previous conjectures had proven correct. Both the destruction stone and the venom stone were merely vessels for the laws, their effects serving to aid the user in comprehending these laws. Demons could wield them, as could the Fae, humans, and even the queen of the insect race. As long as one was a sentient being, they could make use of them. Alith's mutation further corroborated his hypothesis. Moreover, it appeared that the laws could only manifest effectively in conjunction with the abilities of the affiliated race. For instance, the shadow mantis, the cicada, and the giant mandible ant, all of which lacked toxic capabilities, were unaffected by the absorption of the law of poison by the mother nest. However, the law of destruction was an entirely different matter. This particular element had a far broader applicability. Chen Luo, accompanied by Su Yan, swiftly arrived at another mother nest. Following the same procedure, he tossed the destruction stone into the nest. A crimson glow enveloped the entire structure. The already fearsome mother nest appeared even more terrifying, exuding an aura capable of annihilating anything in its vicinity. Su Yan, frightened, instinctively sought refuge behind Chen Luo. Ignoring her small gesture, he examined the information regarding the mother nest. Description: absorbing a fragment of the law of destruction, the shadow mantis gains the power of annihilation, multiplying its attack tenfold and incorporating an irreversible destruction effect. The thought of a tetanus blade flickered through Chen Luo's mind before he regained his composure. The outcome aligned perfectly with his expectations. This enhancement was extraordinarily significant for the insect race. A tenfold increase in attack power, coupled with an unhealable effect, was overwhelmingly powerful. Hatch a golden 8th-tier shadow mantis, he commanded, and a larva emerged from the mother nest, cocooning itself. Simultaneously, through the insect race's neural network, he summoned the enhanced stinger serpent. A streak of dark green lightning approached swiftly, arriving before the two in the blink of an eye. This stinger serpent Su Yan peered out, assessing it with admiration. What a natural hue. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the vibrant green was striking. The former stinger serpent had been brown, reminiscent of a rattlesnake, whereas the current one was entirely emerald, even its forked tongue gleaming green. Its form remained unchanged, yet the coloration was remarkably vivid. Toxic stinger. Chen Luo pointed at a stone nearby, which had been transported by the giant mandible ant, issuing his command. In the next moment, the stinger serpent coiled its body, opening its mouth to release tendrils of toxic mist. Following that, 3 emerald bone spines were ejected, slicing through the air with a resonant hum. They accurately struck the stone, which melted away in an instant under their gaze. Indeed, it was melting. Was this the effect of a 30-fold increase in toxicity? The venom was potent enough to corrode stone. Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was merely the toxin of a single stinger serpent. Imagine hundreds, thousands, or even millions of them unleashing their venom simultaneously. The impact would be far greater than simple addition. While achieving such numbers might be a daunting task for other races, it was a trivial endeavor for the insect race. The energy points have been aligned, and the 5 paramount races are in disarray. Behold, the shadow mantis has undergone a transformation, now resplendent in crimson. It appears to have gained considerable strength. Is that blood upon its blade? Su Yan's exclamation drew Chen Luo's attention, revealing the altered shadow mantis. Its physique had significantly bulked up, adorned in a vibrant red, etched with intricate patterns. The blade seemed to be tainted with blood. Yet Chen Luo discerned that it was merely the manifestation of annihilative power. Strike, commanded Chen Luo, pointing towards a large boulder that had been moved into position. Obeying the directive, the shadow mantis transformed into a blur. When it reappeared, it was behind the boulder, which remained utterly undisturbed. Just as Su Yan was about to inquire, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The boulder shattered, sending dust swirling around. The enhancements in speed and strength were indeed remarkable. As Chen Luo offered his praise, he heard another incredulous gasp from Su Yan. Once the dust settled, a magnificent statue was unveiled. The figure was exquisitely carved, standing with its hands clasped behind its back, radiating an aura of commanding presence. It was none other than Chen Luo himself. In that moment, a serene silence enveloped the atmosphere. Su Yan and the surrounding insectoid creatures regarded the transformed shadow mantis with astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected depth of its capabilities. What an astonishing level of precision! Chen Luo exclaimed in admiration. The shadow mantis's ability to sculpt the statue in an instant revealed an unparalleled mastery over its blade. Upon hearing this praise, the mutated stinger snake appeared utterly bewildered. It seemed to question why the shadow mantis excelled so remarkably among all the aberrant beings. Chapter 61. The Grand Elder's Boastfulness? Such formidable prowess. At the headquarters of the Lord Alliance, located within a star domain comprised of 5 vast territories, each corresponding to the 5 lords of the great nations. Within the territory of the Dragon Nation, bustling streets thrived with activity, resembling a vibrant metropolis rather than a mere dominion. At the pinnacle of the tallest building, the Lord of the Dragon Nation, Luo Haodong, sat in the main seat, facing the Grand Elder of the Council. I appreciate your personal visit. May I inquire about the matter at hand? His demeanor was exceedingly humble as he served tea with the respect befitting a junior. The tea was of exceptional quality. Yet the gravity of the situation soon overshadowed any enjoyment of it. After sipping the tea, the Grand Elder spoke with insinuation, leaving Luo Haodong perplexed. Could it be that the trials of the Lord Source Realm harbored some concealed secrets? Nodding in response, the Grand Elder continued, this year, a lord from Amelia, with a divine myth-level lineage, achieved a score of 500,000 during the trials. Upon hearing this, Luo Haodong's brow furrowed. He took several sips from his teacup. The relationship between Amelia and the Dragon Nation had long been fraught with discord, making this news far from favorable. However, he added, yet, I must mention that we in the Dragon Nation have a prodigious youth who, after just 7 days in the Lord Source Realm, amassed a staggering score of 660,000. And thus, he ascended to the esteemed rank of Golden Lord, now engaged on the battlefield beyond the realm. No sooner had the Grand Elder uttered these words than the tea that Luo Haodong had just sipped spewed forth. 7 days, 660,000 points. Promoted to Golden Lord, and already on the outer battlefield? Had anyone else made such a claim, he would have slapped them without hesitation. Such boastfulness is utterly ridiculous. However, since it was the Grand Elder who spoke, the veracity of the matter was beyond question. You sought me out to emphasize the protection of that child, did you not? Rest assured, I shall arrange for capable individuals to covertly safeguard him, ensuring he encounters not a hint of danger. Luo Haodong promptly assured, his tone gravely serious, as if he were vowing an oath of military duty. Yet, confusion washed over Luo Haodong once more. Did you not request that I find someone to discreetly protect that child? Then why come here to say all this? But such thoughts remained unvoiced in his mind. The Grand Elder continued to shake his head. He has his own path to tread, and we cannot interfere. We merely need to assist him in repelling formidable adversaries. I share this with you only to inform you that Chen Luo, that young lad, is my granddaughter's husband. He and my granddaughter Su Yin have forged a subordinate contract, and now my granddaughter is also a Golden Lord. Luo Haodong. So this long journey and all these words were merely to boast. If it were possible, he would truly desire to deliver a punch to that old trickster's face. This old man is insufferably arrogant. You came here solely to convey this. How truly congratulatory. The last 2 words were spoken through gritted teeth, for he had never encountered such shamelessness. Of course not. I am not so superficial, the old man retorted. The primary reason for my visit is that some time ago, we captured a king-level feathered white tiger outside Linjiang City. This beast incited a wave of monstrous creatures, tens of thousands of silver and golden tier monsters. Fortunately, my grandson-in-law was able to turn the tide and avert disaster, single-handedly stalling the beast's tide until reinforcements arrived. With every word the Grand Elder spoke, Luo Haodong's expression darkened further. This old man was undoubtedly here to flaunt his accomplishments. Pretending he had not heard the latter part, he simply inquired, Feathered white tiger? Why did such a creature suddenly appear? I had thought that the great cleansing had left no remnants. The Grand Elder, unfazed by the lack of response, chuckled. No matter how much refuse is cleared, new refuse will inevitably arise. The demon race has been quite active of late. They may be plotting something significant. So you must be prepared. If necessary, we elders shall lend our aid. The tea is delightful. Next time I will bring my grandson-in-law to savor it. By then, he should be a platinum lord, right? TSK, how swiftly the youth ascend to their ranks nowadays. It hardly seems fair. The Grand Elder mused, and with that, his figure vanished from the seat. Luo Haodong clenched his fists. Bah, that old trickster, such a show-off. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door was thrust open with a bang, startling him. He feared the Grand Elder had returned, overhearing his sentiments. Yet, the figure that entered was not the Grand Elder, but Lu Wanru, her expression grave. Upon encountering her, Luo Haodong let out a long sigh of relief, easing his tension. He raised his teacup and pretended to sip. What brings Commander Lu here? Has something transpired on the battlefield beyond our realm? Surely, it shouldn't warrant your personal report. Lu Wanru's expression remained impassive. The starry snake of the Golden 10th Order has invaded the golden space. Splutter. The tea he had just sipped was forcefully expelled. The starry snake? Luo Haodong sprang to his feet, his demeanor grave as never before. Have we managed to fend it off? Immediately dispatch reinforcements to fortify the entrance to the golden space. We must not allow that creature to breach our defenses. Harboring no illusions about repelling the starry snake, he prepared for the inevitable breach of the golden space. This was no ordinary foe. The starry snake was among the foremost races of the demon clan, venomous, immensely powerful, and wielding the strength of the Golden 10th Order. Even hundreds of golden lords would likely falter before it. The starry snake had been slain at the 3rd defensive line. Among those stationed there was an individual of particular significance, one I believe you should be made aware of. Additionally, the person the Li family has infiltrated is attempting to claim credit for this achievement. Lu Wanru was pleased with his reaction, unfurling a dossier with measured calm. Upon receiving the file, Luo Haodong swiftly opened it. A familiar name caused him to pause. Su Yin and that prodigy had already ascended to the rank of Golden Lord. The prodigy was named Chen Luo. At a glance, he spotted Chen Luo's name on the list. Goodness, he managed to vanquish even the Golden 10th Order starry snake. It was no wonder that old rascal boasted so brazenly. To commend him is an understatement. This Chen Luo possesses formidable strength. Luo Haodong couldn't help but grin broadly. The emergence of such a prodigy among humanity is a blessing. To have such a talent arise within the Dragon Kingdom is a tremendous fortune. As for that infiltrator from the Li family, let them come and retrieve their own. Do they think our Lord Alliance is a mere doorway for their entry? Furthermore, grant Chen Luo and Su Yin an additional 200,000 military merits, a just reward for their defense of the third line. As for the other lords, each shall receive 20,000 military merits. Lu Wanru's eyes flickered momentarily, and she silently nodded as she departed, committing Chen Luo's name to memory. To be favored so by Luo Haodong, and to be associated with the granddaughter of the Grand Elder speaks volumes of Chen Luo's extraordinary background. Chapter 62. Journey to the Battlefield Beyond. Where did this news originate? The Demon Clan's stronghold? The Golden Space, a portal located behind the 5th defensive line, connects to the battlefield beyond and the territories of humanity. 5 defensive lines serve to protect this portal. It is stated that validation via a bracelet, costing 100,000 military merits, is required to access the battlefield beyond. No wonder the requirement for entering the battlefield beyond is set at 100,000 military merits. It is, in fact, a prerequisite for activating the portal. This is astonishingly not complimentary. After reviewing the conditions for activating the portal, Su Yin couldn't help but voice her discontent. The battlefield beyond is fraught with peril, a venture meant to safeguard humanity's territory, and yet the portal incurs a fee. To put it bluntly, what difference does it make if one must pay to march towards certain death? The inception of this condition was undoubtedly designed to deter those impetuous souls who aspire to transform a mere bicycle into a motorcycle. Just how perilous is the battlefield beyond our realm? While it is true that a fortunate few may seize an opportunity and survive, they are but an infinitesimal minority. The portal, demanding a staggering 100,000 military merits, effectively curtails the impulsive decisions of such individuals. As Chen Luo spoke, he raised his bracelet for scanning. The portal consisted of 2 immense cylinders, their material unknown, resembling silver, yet akin to a certain type of iron. Upon presenting his bracelet, 2 beams of light immediately descended from the cylinders, sweeping over the bracelet to verify his identity. However, despite the rationale, 100,000 military merits per passage seems rather exorbitant. Su Yin pursed her lips, extending her hand to scan her bracelet as well. Moments later, the light dissipated, and peculiar patterns illuminated the cylinders. In the center, a swirling light emerged. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances. Are you scared? Su Yin resolutely shook her head. Not scared. Then let go of my hand. You're hurting me, Chen Luo remarked, causing Su Yan's cheeks to flush crimson. Flustered, she released his arm with an exasperated roll of her eyes and stepped into the portal. Hey, it was you who hurt me. And yet you're taking it out on me? How unreasonable. Chen Luo followed, bemused. Upon entering the portal, they encountered neither bizarre phenomena nor the ethereal beauty of traversing the void. Instead, they felt a fleeting sensation before their eyes opened to a vast expanse of starlit sky. The sensation of weightlessness caught them off guard. Domain, activate. The golden core of the Lord floated above. A domain spanning thousands of meters descended from thin air. Standing upon this territory, Chen Luo and Su Yin began to acclimate. Above the starry river lay the battlefield beyond their realm. Is this truly the battlefield beyond? Why is there no one around? Where have we been transported to? Su Yin furrowed her brow, activating her bracelet to consult the map. I may not know where we are, but I sense trouble ahead. Chen Luo gazed toward the distant, radiant river of stars, where ominous shadows surged forth. He felt no anxiety or fear, only exhilaration and excitement. Indeed, it was the battlefield beyond. They had scarcely arrived when they found themselves targeted by the enemy. By the heavens, how did we end up at the boundary of the demon tribe? Is this portal cursed? Run, Chen Luo, run. Even the composed Su Yin could not suppress her exclamation. Chen Luo, hearing her, became even more exhilarated. The border is splendid, and the demon tribe is even better. The more numerous they are, the more thrilling it becomes. You contact the command center and inquire about the situation. I will hold them off for now. With that, Chen Luo soared into the air, pursued by a horde of insectoid warriors. Above the stars lay the hunting grounds of the insect tribe. How could this be? The portal should have transported them directly to the human front lines, not to the boundary of the demon tribe. Su Yin hastily contacted their superiors through her bracelet, simultaneously devising an escape plan. Chen Luo was incredibly strong, capable of effortlessly tearing apart golden-tiered star snakes. Yet this was the boundary of the demon tribe. It is improbable that only the golden-tiered demon race exists. Surely there are also the platinum tier and even the monarch tier entities. Despite the formidable strength of Chen Luo and the insect race, they find themselves unable to reverse the outcome of the battle through sheer numbers in the face of absolute power disparity. Presently, she has no time to ponder the reasons for her transportation to this location. Resolving the pressing issues at hand is of utmost importance. In the cosmos above, the insect race and the demon race have already clashed. Silver tier and golden tier adversaries are manageable, yet fortunately, there are no platinum tier foes. Chen Luo surveyed her surroundings and exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. The presence of enemies signifies energy, and energy equates to the potential to unleash the insect army. Naturally, he felt elated. However, he remained level-headed. Should he encounter an opponent beyond his capabilities, he would harbor no hesitation. This is not born of cowardice, but rather a deep respect for the powerful. At times, pride holds great significance. At others, it matters not at all. A roar erupted from the leading demon, its voice laden with rage and sorrow. It could not fathom why the human lord would appear in this realm. Had the human race discerned the plans of their ancestors? Several demon entities, hearing the roar, turned tail and fled to deliver the news. The enemy was formidable, and they were woefully outmatched. Over 1,000 demons were slaughtered by the insect race in mere minutes. Blood rained down from above, adding a macabre hue to the breathtaking expanse of the cosmos. The gargantuan mandible ants flapped their wings, transporting the fallen from the battlefield. Observing the fleeing demons, Chen Luo gestured, and several streaks of light shot forth from behind him. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to the fleeing demons. In their terrified gaze, the cicadas emitted a sonic wave, causing them to bleed from their orifices, rendering them lifeless. It is easy to wait for the rabbit, but one must be wary that what arrives may not be a rabbit, but rather a charging rhinoceros. Though it is regrettable, Chen Luo understood that in such times, survival trumps all else. Recklessly provoking the formidable demons is unwise. He ordered 3,000 insect warriors to remain vigilant, safeguarding the mandible ants as they collected the corpses. Before he could inquire, Su Yin spoke up. The command center has sealed that teleportation portal. It appears that an alien race has used a special divine ability to interfere with the portal's coordinates. We are unable to receive assistance at present and must first proceed to the defensive line at the outer battlefield. As she spoke, Su Yin activated the map on her bracelet, indicating the coordinates. We currently stand at the very edge of the demon race's border. There are no strong defenders here, but platinum-tier entities are certainly present. Given our speed, it will take us at least half a month to reach the nearest human defensive line. Along the way, we must traverse several demon encampments, fraught with peril. Any misstep could result in our being torn to shreds by the demons. Chapter 63, The Demon Army Pursues. Stirring the Ancestors. This location houses an abandoned human defensive line, which should have minimal demon presence. We can circumvent it and likely evade most of the demon race. Su Yin pointed at the star map, outlining the most prudent defensive route. Her decisive demeanor compelled Chen Luo to regard her with newfound respect. Indeed, a woman who dedicates herself to her work is the most beautiful of all, although Su Yin often let her imagination run wild. Appearing abstract and akin to a walking encyclopedia of questions, it merely signified her encounters with that which she did not comprehend. At her core, Su Yin remained an exceptional scholar, demonstrating remarkable prowess when she applied herself. Thus, I shall heed your suggestion and commence from this point. The target territory is vast. I will summon only 100 shadow mantises for stealthy protection. When we encounter the demon clan, the shadow mantises can engage in covert assassination, minimizing any commotion. Without hesitation, Chen Luo adopted her idea and added his own thoughts. The shadow mantises are unparalleled assassins, particularly adept in dimly lit environments. They are the reapers of the night, capable of claiming lives with a mere flick of their blades. Your foresight is commendable. Su Yin nodded in agreement, devoid of any fear of death. Her heart filled only with trust in Chen Luo. Regardless of the urgency of complaints or the presence of fear, such sentiments resolve nothing. Although the task at hand seems insurmountable, has not Chen Luo accomplished feats that defy belief? He conquered the Lord Source realm in 7 days, amassing an extraordinary 660,000 points, etching his name in the annals of lordly history. He ascended to the rank of Golden Lord within 10 days, commanding a legion of thousands of 8th-tier Golden Kin. Personally invited by the Grand Elder, he concluded the trials of the Lord Source realm prematurely. Moreover, he single-handedly repelled a terrifying beast tide, slaying tens of thousands of monsters and sustaining until reinforcements arrived. Each of these achievements is beyond the wildest dreams of others. Yet Chen Luo has realized them all. Exchanging a glance with Su Yin, they waited for the giant-jawed ants to finish transporting the corpses. Without pausing to tally their gains or hatch new insect warriors, they hastily concealed their territory, leaving behind 100 shadow mantises to follow discreetly, and departed from the site. After all, they were in the domain of the demon clan, where enemies could arrive at any moment. Especially since a battle had recently transpired, it was unlikely the demon clan would remain oblivious. Shortly after their departure, a throng of demons surged forth, led by a white tiger adorned with dual blades and clad in battle armor, standing upright on its hind legs. Those accursed bipedal beasts. How dare they directly invade our borders? Such audacity, the white tiger leader exclaimed. They cannot have gone far. Pursue them. Dispatch messages to all nearby encampments to remain vigilant and ensure that these 2 bipedal beings are captured. Gripping its dual blades tightly, the platinum-tier, 2nd-level aura emanated from the white tiger, causing the surrounding demons to lower their heads in deference. Upon receiving the orders, they immediately sprang into action, spreading out like a tide in search of the intruders. What brings the bipedal beasts here? Have the plans of our ancestors been exposed? The white tiger leader's gaze flickered as it tightened its grip on the blades. After a moment's hesitation, it chose not to report this incident. Should the higher-ups learn of this, they would undoubtedly blame it for incompetence, leading to severe repercussions. Furthermore, the two human lords were no match for its prowess. There was no need to report and invite trouble upon itself. In the Demon Star domain, on the Ancestral Star, within the Hall of 10,000 Demons. In the opulent hall, numerous statues of formidable demons stand tall, each commemorating the extraordinary contributions made by their kin. Only those who have rendered exceptional service to their clan are deemed worthy to enter the Hall of 10,000 Demons, where they are venerated and honored by their people. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall is fraught with tension and heaviness. Several elder demons wear grim expressions, having just received news that the young master of the Celestial Serpent clan, Jayalisha, stationed at the entrance of the Golden Realm, has ventured inside and has not emerged since, presumably having perished. The venom of the Celestial Serpent is a crucial element of our strategy. Before her departure, I had repeatedly cautioned Jayalisha to remain vigilant and not stray. She was to perish there if necessary, yet the unforeseen has transpired. The clan as patriarch, Mules, flicked his tongue, his voice raspy and unpleasant. His explanation did not garner agreement. Rather, it deepened the gravity of the situation. The process is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. Regardless of whether Jayalisha lives or dies, a new Celestial Serpent must assume her position outside the Golden Realm. The success of our plan hinges on the Celestial Serpent. The elder of the feathered White Tiger clan spoke in a somber tone. His words were met with nods of affirmation from the other elders. The fate of Jayalisha is of little concern. The continuity of our plan is paramount. I shall reassign members of the Celestial Serpent clan as needed, and if necessary, I will personally intervene. There shall be no disruption to our plans. You need not worry. Mule's declaration alleviated some of the oppressive atmosphere. With the issue at hand resolved, their attention shifted to Jayalisha, more specifically, to the human lord responsible for her demise. As the young master of the Celestial Serpent clan, Jayalisha had attained the formidable Golden 10 tier at a tender age. Coupled with her venom, she should have been an invincible presence among her peers. Although the Golden Realm is populated with numerous Golden Lords, they are predominantly of lower tiers, with the truly powerful residing in the battlefields beyond. Such beings would not be found in this domain. So, at whose hands did Jayalisha meet her end? The human realms possess several unique spatial characteristics, and even their own inhabitants are bound by the rules of these spaces. To enter the Golden Realm, one must possess Golden tier strength. Any deviation from this standard is unacceptable. As a Golden 10 tier and a Celestial Serpent, what could possibly impede Jayalisha within the Golden Realm? Could she have breached 5 defensive lines and traversed a portal into the human territories? Yet, such an occurrence would surely elicit some form of disturbance. Moreover, Jayalisha would not be foolish enough to directly invade human domains. The humans boast numerous king-level lords, and even a platinum lord could easily subdue her. As long as Jayalisha exercised caution, she would never recklessly storm into the heart of the human stronghold, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, there remains but one possibility. She must have perished. Furthermore, it is highly likely that her demise occurred within the Golden Realm. I have received intelligence from the Ghost Clan regarding a prodigy among the humans. In the trials of the Lord Source Realm, a certain Chen Luo amassed an astonishing 660,000 points in just 7 days. The Ghost Clan attempted to employ their concealed agents for an assassination, but their efforts proved futile. By unfortunate coincidence, this Chen Luo is a Golden Lord, and it is highly probable that Jayalisha fell by his hand. Merce flicked his serpent-like tongue, his vertical pupils brimming with murderous intent. The other ancestors, upon hearing his words, likewise revealed their own malice. The human race must never give rise to dragons. Such a reality is utterly intolerable. This creature, known as Chen Luo, a mere bipedal beast of humanity, must be extinguished in his cradle. Chapter 64. The tide turns. The guerrilla plan. Will the Dragon Kingdom mobilize its entire might against the Demon Clan? Energy points, 123,000. As Chen Luo traversed the cosmos, he took a moment to assess his gains. After a brief calculation, he issued a command to the Mother Nest to hatch 300 golden 8th Order Shadow Mantises and 124 stinging serpents. Both the stinging serpents and the shadow mantises had undergone enhancements, yet the latter now excelled in assassination. Given the current circumstances, the latter's utility far surpassed that of the former. When confronting foes, the quieter their approach, the more advantageous it would be. Conversely, the greater the noise they made, the more likely they would attract the enemy's attention. Should 2 platinum-level powerhouses arrive, he might have to retreat immediately. Upon receiving the command, the Mother Nest commenced the rapid incubation of the shadow mantises and stinging serpents. One by one, the Golden 8th Order insectoid warriors emerged from their cocoons, alleviating some of the tension within him. The insect race would forever remain his greatest source of confidence. According to the timeline, they would reach the abandoned human encampment in 2 days. This location would undoubtedly be guarded by demons. Their numbers may be few, but utmost caution was imperative. Su Yin scrutinized the star map, her small face reflecting utmost seriousness. I rather hope for a larger number. As long as there are no demons of golden strength or above, even a greater quantity would merely serve as nourishment. Just as Chen Luo finished speaking, his expression suddenly darkened. The cicadas I left behind have self-destructed. Prior to their withdrawal, he had left several cicadas along the route. The insect race's neural network allowed him to share their perspectives. The cicadas could self-destruct, serving both as scouts and explosive devices against enemies, essentially self-destructing biological cameras. However, the recent explosion of all his cicadas indicated that the enemy had indeed arrived. Through the shared vision, he beheld a dense throng of demons, particularly the leading white tiger. Merely through the shared vision, he could sense the oppressive aura emanating from the white tiger. It was undoubtedly a platinum level, if not greater, demon. Su Yan furrowed her brow. They discovered us so swiftly? It stands to reason. After all, this is the demon's defensive line. Are there many enemies? Chen Luo did not conceal the truth. Many, exceedingly numerous, possibly around 100,000, with the leader being a white tiger of at least platinum strength. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's heart sank. 100,000 demons, led by a creature of platinum strength. Were it anyone else, they might have succumbed to despair. Even with her extensive experience in adversity, a sense of hopelessness began to creep in. Suddenly, Chen Luo halted, his expression peculiar, a slight curve gracing his lips. The demon had surely contacted the surrounding defenses. Sneaking past was no longer an option. Yet, it appeared that the demons were searching separately rather than gathering together. Su Yan gazed at him in confusion, unable to fathom the relevance of his observations at this moment. Even without gathering together, their numbers are still immense. The front lines are entirely under martial law, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Both the path ahead and the retreat are obstructed, leaving only a path to demise. How could Chen Luo still manage to smile? Have you thought of a solution? Su Yan inquired, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Beyond this possibility, she could conceive of no alternative, particularly as Chen Luo was not one to falter easily under psychological strain. They separated to search, with each team comprising several thousand demon creatures, some perhaps exceeding 10,000. These were entities of silver and gold strength, relying on the assassination prowess of the shadow mantis, the lethal venomous spines of the piercing serpent, and the self-destructive chaos wrought by the cicadas. In a remarkably brief span, they could eliminate thousands of these demon squads. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Yan's eyes widened, her demeanor transforming as if awakening from a dream, swiftly followed by exhilaration and enthusiasm. Are you suggesting we divide and conquer? They remain oblivious to the fact that the insect race thrives through battle. We merely need to methodically consume their forces and gradually expand our victories, potentially annihilating these hundreds of thousands of demon creatures. Chen Luo had previously contemplated a resolution to this predicament. Fleeing was merely a last resort, especially as they stood at the boundary of the demon race. Besieged by a multitude of demons, attempting to escape through them would be akin to scaling the heavens. Upon witnessing those demons dispersing to search, a plan had sparked in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of demons, bolstered by platinum leaders, might seem formidable and fearsome. Yet, several thousand silver and gold demons are merely a feast awaiting consumption. With the insect race unleashing its full might, annihilation could be achieved in mere minutes. Once the battlefield is cleared, their remains could be transformed into energy points to spawn new insect warriors. As their numbers swelled, the platinum demons would not be beyond reach. If 10 or 20,000 were insufficient, then let it be 100 or 200,000. A multitude of ants can vanquish an elephant, if there are enough. Even the platinum demons could be confronted. Should this course of action be pursued, selecting targets carefully is paramount. Given the proximity of several squads, time would not permit lengthy engagements. I propose leaving behind some clues to lure them toward the abandoned human encampment. The first to arrive will surely be a squad. After dispatching them, we can retreat and set more clues to guide the other squads to follow. Su Yan gestured toward the star map, diving into analysis and refining Chen Luo's strategy. They exchanged a glance, a shared smile illuminating their faces. This time, the tides of fate had reversed, their roles interchanged. Who is the hunter and who is the prey remains uncertain. In Long Kingdom, the Elder Council convened. What did you say? The teleportation portal malfunctioned, sending Chen Luo and Su Yan to the demon boundary? Repeat that. The Grand Elder slammed his palm on the table, his face ablaze with rare fury. The other elders mirrored his outrage. They had been deliberating on how to assist Chen Luo in fending off those alien adversaries when Luo Haodong rushed in with the news of Chen Luo and Su Yan's teleportation to the demon boundary. After all their efforts, had they merely protected nothing? With them now at the demon boundary, what chance did Chen Luo and Su Yan have of survival? They were likely to be torn to shreds by the demon army. Luo Haodong's expression was equally grim. The portal to the golden space had been manipulated by the alien race using their unique supernatural abilities, altering the transmission coordinates. We have only just learned of this. We have now pinpointed the locations of Chen Luo and Su Yan, situated at the very edge of the demon clan's border. There are no particularly formidable demons in that vicinity, as they have already devised ways to evade capture. However, due to the fact that this area is on the periphery. We find ourselves at a loss. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Grand Elder's commanding gesture. Solutions are crafted by human ingenuity. While you are preoccupied with concerns of accountability, have you contemplated potential strategies? Our Council of Elders hereby issues the highest decree within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. All Platinum and Monarch Lords must unite. Even if it means storming the Demon Clan stronghold, we shall retrieve our people. Luo Haodong gasped sharply, his eyes wide as saucers. He had anticipated that Chen Luo and Su Yin would hold significance, but he never fathomed it would warrant a national effort to confront the demon race directly. Moreover, it was evident that this sentiment was not solely that of the Grand Elder. The other elders were in agreement. The weight of Chen Luo and Su Yan's importance exceeded his expectations. Chapter 65. A surge of forces again, the bountiful fruits of guerrilla warfare. Are the demons being driven to desperation? Across the resplendent starry river, thousands of demons spread out in search of their quarry. They were exceedingly cautious, keeping close proximity to one another. The enemy had demonstrated the capability to annihilate a squad of 1,000 demons, clearly indicating formidable strength. Should they disperse, they risked being ambushed by their foes. From a distance, upon the rubble, Chen Luo observed these vigilant demons, a smile unfurling upon his lips. Caution is commendable, yet alas, it remains insufficient. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy mantis emerged behind the throng of demons. Before they could react, a flash of steel severed through the air. They did not even have the chance to scream or call for help, nor did they catch a glimpse of their assailant, as they were severed from their heads in an instant. The waiting jaws of the giant-jawed worker ants surged forth immediately. Having executed this, Chen Luo and Su Yin turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. Time and again, the assassination prowess of the shadowy mantis left one in awe. It was nothing short of artistry. As Su Yin marveled, she activated the star map. This marks the third squad we have encountered in 5 days. According to the intelligence you previously gathered, there is another squad of over 10,000 nearby. Should we avoid them, or since the initiation of their guerrilla strategy? 5 days had elapsed. During this span, leveraging the assassination capabilities of the shadowy mantis, they had decimated 3 demon squads, each comprising at least 3,000 demons. The majority were of silver strength, with a smaller fraction possessing golden prowess, primarily of the 2nd or 3rd tier. When faced with an 8th tier golden demon, enhanced by the destruction stone, the shadowy mantis encountered no resistance whatsoever. Additionally, given the nature of their ambush tactics, they often concluded the battle in a single encounter. A squad exceeding 10,000? Chen Luo stroked his chin, his consciousness delving into the core of his dominion, examining the energy points of the mother nest. Simultaneously, he sought to gauge the situation before deciding which type of insectoid warriors would be most fitting for the endeavor. Energy points, 15,711,000. A smile could not help but curve at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth, an expression he could hardly suppress. Indeed, the insect race flourishes through warfare. After merely 3 waves of hunting, the energy points had soared to over 15 million. If they continued to hunt a few more waves, how immense could the energy points potentially become? Over 100 million was not out of the question. He planned to hatch 4,000 golden 8th tier shadow mantises, 417 thorn snakes, and 1,000 cicadas. After a brief calculation, he made his decision. Based on the current situation, the shadow mantis proved to be the most effective. It could silently approach the enemy and deliver a lethal strike. The cicada's utility was self-evident. They served as biological missiles and could also act as surveillance cameras. In contrast, the thorn snakes had little room for contribution. Thus, he allocated the majority of his energy points to hatching shadow mantises, scarcely birthing any thorn snakes. The mother nest, having received the command, commenced its labor with fervor. One by one, insect warriors were birthed. Chen Luo quietly tallied the numbers and discovered that the insect race had grown to over 25,000. Each was a golden 8th tier, with many having undergone enhancements. A squad exceeding 10,000 in number could certainly consume. His next target was clear. Given the current capabilities of the insect race, they could easily overwhelm this squad of over 10,000. The term consume here did not imply a fair fight, but rather a swift conclusion to the battle without causing excessive commotion, allowing ample time for the giant-jawed ants to transport the corpses. Eliminating this squad of over 10,000 would undoubtedly alert the demon race. They would undoubtedly band together, complicating any further actions on their part. Su Yin rationally analyzed the pros and cons. Although they had successfully consumed 3 smaller squads consecutively, their numbers paled in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of demons. This was precisely why the demons had remained oblivious to the anomalies. However, a squad of over 10,000 was a different matter. Should they consume them? Even the most dim-witted of demons would sense something amiss, prompting them to regroup, thus thwarting their plans. If the demons banded together, how could they possibly search for them? They would then be able to easily evade their pursuit and proceed to the next demon stronghold for the hunt. After all, this was ultimately the domain of the demons. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Yin experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, if these demons were to unite, they would be incapable of searching for them. Conversely, if they did not unite, they would be picked off one by one. Regardless of the outcome, it was advantageous for them. Thus, they resolved to lure them to the asteroid belt, a location filled with floating debris that could obscure visibility, facilitating the assassination efforts of the shadow mantises. Given the enemy's numbers, it would be impossible to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. They needed to ensure that the demons could not escape directly, providing opportunities for a second and even a third strike. Su Yin pointed towards the asteroid belt, enhancing her suggestion. The two exchanged a knowing glance, saying nothing. Yet both understood and set their course for the asteroid belt, leaving two cicadas behind, smeared with demon blood, feigning a state of severe injury. Not long after their departure, the plan was set in motion. A horde of demonkind, drawn by the scent of blood, converged upon the scene. Here it is, the stench of carnage is overwhelming. Damn those two-legged beasts. How could they so ruthlessly slaughter our kin and leave no remains? There are two wounded foes here, likely the remnants of that human-s retinue, evidently abandoned in a state of grievous injury. Their blood still radiates warmth. Those two human beasts cannot have fled far. Let us pursue. The demons cursed vehemently, and the leading figures brandished their weapons, aiming to strike at the cicadas. Yet, before their attacks could land, the two cicadas erupted in a brilliant white light. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, obliterating hundreds of nearby demons into mere dust. The golden tier cicadas had self-destructed with extraordinary force. Damn those human beasts. Pursue. We shall rend them to pieces. The demons, filled with shock and fury, bellowed as they charged towards the scent of blood. The recent explosion left them trembling. Had they been closer, they surely would have perished. Over 10,000 demons surged forward in a dark tide. Soon, they found themselves at the fragmented star belt, a realm littered with floating debris. The stones varied in size, some as small as a palm, others towering beyond sight. Those two human beasts must be hiding among the rubble. We shall enter, slay them, and present our triumph to the commander. Whether driven by vengeance or the allure of glory, they hesitated not to plunge into the fragmented star belt, though recently outmaneuvered. They believed that Chen Luo could not possibly have many cicadas left to self-destruct. With their overwhelming numbers, what could those human beasts possibly use to contend against them? Before the demon army, any enemy would be crushed. The advantage lies with us. Chapter 66. By quantity? Are you certain? Can 1,000 cicadas obliterate a platinum demon? Deep within the fragmented star belt, Chen Luo and Su Yin sat side by side upon a stone, quietly observing the approaching demons. Each stone was adorned with one or two shadow mantises lying in ambush. The stinging serpents coiled in the rear, their bodies low to the ground, tongues flicking as they detected the scent of the demons. Awaiting Chen Luo's command, they were poised to spring into action. Lining the outermost layer were rows of cicadas. Their purpose clear, to sever any escape routes for the demons, extinguishing their chances of survival. When facing an enemy, mercy is a luxury we cannot afford. It's nearly time. If we allow them to draw closer, they may discover our presence, Su Yin whispered. After all, there were over 10,000 demons. Despite their meticulous preparations, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Engaging directly was the wisest course of action. Let us wait a moment longer, until they behold us. Our aim is to annihilate them completely. Allowing even one to escape would signify failure. As Chen Luo spoke, the demons finally caught sight of them. Instantly, they surged forward like famished wolves spotting a tender lamb. Each one charged recklessly toward the two, their roars and howls echoing ominously, the palpable bloodlust causing Su Yin to feel a wave of suffocation. Many of the demons, fluent in the human tongue, taunted Chen Luo and Su Yin as they rushed forth, their jeers mingling with the chaos. Humans, you dare to trespass upon our demon territory. Today, having fallen into our hands, you shall meet your end. Do not waste words with these bipedal creatures, with over 13,000 demons. Each one of us could drown them in a mere spit. Exercise caution, let us not forget our fallen brethren. 3,000 may be 3,000, but we boast a formidable number of over 13,000 demons. 3,000 is but a trifling fraction. These mere humans, still in their developmental stages, instill no fear in us. Upon overhearing their discussions, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. Are they comparing numbers? Excellent, this game pleases me. 13,000 demons, is it? Very well. I shall not be unfair. I will summon 20,000 of my kin to engage with you. As Chen Luo's words echoed, the lurking shadow mantises instantly launched their assault. With deft movements of their dual blades, demons were either decapitated or cleaved in two. Blood stained the surrounding stones crimson. Meanwhile, the venomous serpents reared up, unleashing their dark green spines with remarkable speed and precision, striking true against the demons. In the instant the poisonous spines made contact, the demons succumbed to lifelessness. Even the silver-hued demons were reduced to mere crimson ichor. Chen Luo felt a pang of regret. These were precious energy points. Yet, this battle demanded swift resolution. He did not hinder the serpents, merely instructing them to unleash their standard bone spines. Enhanced 30-fold, the toxins were terrifying. These demons stood no chance of withstanding them. Monsters. They are truly monsters. They are all of golden rank, at least at the 6th tier. So fearsome, we must flee. Are you foolish? We are the monsters here. Why do you scream in panic? I deem you the fool, hesitating instead of running. The sudden turn of events sent the demons scattering in terror. The clamor of disputes and wails rose and fell like a chilling symphony. Chen Luo squinted, savoring the moment. Indeed, war is the symphony of the insect race. I can sense their exhilaration and their thirst for slaughter. The warrior spirit of the insect race is etched into their very genes, an indelible mark, connected to the insect race's hive mind. He experiences each hunt vicariously, not as a perverse enjoyment, but as an opportunity to immerse himself in the state of battle, to learn the combat techniques of the insects. This is a crucial aspect of the insect race's hive mind. With each conflict, his battle experience escalates at a terrifying pace, coupled with the energy gained from nurturing the insects during their hatching and their infinite evolution. He now possesses the confidence to crush a silver-tier demon with a single punch, relying solely on his physical prowess, without the need for a second strike. Time is slipping away. If the battle is not resolved swiftly, there will be little time left to tidy the battlefield. Su Yan glanced at the time displayed on her bracelet, softly reminding Chen Luo. Based on their estimates, the enemy would detect their presence within half an hour and arrive shortly thereafter. If it is the Platinum Demon, its speed will undoubtedly be greater, necessitating at least a 5-minute head start. With 25 minutes remaining, they must allocate at least 15 minutes to gather the bodies. Thus, they have less than 10 minutes left for the battle. It also signifies that they must conclude the battle, clear the battlefield, and depart within 10 minutes. Otherwise, they risk being apprehended by the Platinum Demon clan. Chen Luo nodded, declaring, "Leave no one behind." With the command issued, the Insectoid Legion roared fiercely, launching into a more frenzied assault, even resorting to trading their own injuries for kills. The insectoids possess nutrient fluid, as long as they do not perish. Even the gravest wounds can be swiftly healed. This is yet another terrifying aspect of the insectoid race. Seeing no escape, many of the demons knelt in surrender. But what awaited them was still the merciless blade of the insectoids. The battle raged on for over 5 minutes, until the last demon fell to the shadow mantis, signifying the conclusion of the conflict. The insectoids suffered 137 casualties and 750 injuries. Not a single one of the 13,000 demons survived. They did not even resort to using the cicada of disruption, relying solely on the shadow mantis and piercing serpents. In less than 10 minutes, they annihilated every last demon. Chen Luo wasted no time, promptly opening a passage for the giant mandible worker ants to transport the bodies. With over 10,000 demons, their strengths varied, but their sheer number was substantial. Converting them into energy points would yield a remarkable return. Chen Luo pondered, stroking his chin. Do you believe it will be those demons who pursue us first? The demon leader of platinum strength was the most likely candidate. The more powerful the demon, the stronger its physique, and correspondingly, the faster its speed. The answer to this question was glaringly obvious. It was undoubtedly the demon leader. The physical prowess of the demons is their greatest weapon. An increase in strength would exponentially enhance their physical attributes. The first to arrive would certainly be the demon leader of platinum rank. Do you think 1,000 cicadas detonating simultaneously could kill a platinum level? This question left Su Yan in a state of silence, or rather, in bewilderment. What? Could 1,000 cicadas detonating simultaneously kill a platinum level? The more Chen Luo contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. I believe we should attempt it. Even if unsuccessful, we could ascertain a rough estimate of its resilience to explosions. As long as the numbers are sufficient, we can surely bring it down. If we could eliminate it outright, the remaining demons would pose no threat. Su Yan was taken aback, followed swiftly by a sense of helplessness and numbness. Those were all 8th-tier golden kin. Across the globe, perhaps only Chen Luo would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice them, merely to gauge the enemy's resistance to explosions, who would willingly contemplate self-detonation to perish alongside their adversary. Chapter 67. Ambush the Platinum Demon. A bold gamble with 5,000 cicadas ready to explode. Forget it, the cost is too great. Su Yan's attempts to persuade him did not sway Chen Luo in the slightest. Instead, it only fortified his resolve. Sacrificing 1,000 cicadas to test the strength of the platinum level was indeed a steep price. However, should they succeed, the rewards would be monumental. If he could consume all these tens of thousands of demons, his insectoid race would swell in numbers to a truly formidable extent. Moreover, each warrior of the insect race possesses the formidable strength of the 8th tier of gold. They are valiant and unafraid of death. Most importantly, I require a platinum core. Chen Luo offered no further explanation, yet his stance was clear. The insect queen's ascension to platinum rank hinges on one crucial material, the platinum core. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a solitary platinum demon. Should we vanquish this creature and obtain its core, the insect queen could ascend to platinum qualification. Consequently, all the insect offspring that would emerge would possess platinum strength. I will document the enemy's injuries to estimate the number of cicadas required. But I need you to relay the enemy's condition to me. Seeing that her persuasion had failed, Su Yan ceased her attempts and instead assisted him in analysis. Although she felt this course of action was unnecessary, she chose to place her faith in Chen Luo, trusting in this individual who had consistently created miracles, and was indeed a miracle himself. Chen Luo affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to redden with embarrassment, yet she was unable to suppress her delight. You have worked hard. He held great confidence in Su Yan's abilities. This woman was not only academically gifted, but also possessed an unwavering pursuit of perfection. Whether it was planning or analysis, she executed her tasks with meticulous precision, down to the very second. His experiences in recent events had only deepened this understanding. The giant-jawed worker ants moved swiftly, completing the transportation of the corpses in under 15 minutes. With no time to examine their haul, Chen Luo and Su Yan promptly departed. They could sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching from a distance. Clearly, it was the platinum-ranked demon leader. Barely 3 minutes after their departure, the white tiger, wielding dual blades, charged into the debris field. Wherever it passed, even the largest of rubble was cleaved in twain by its curved knives. Upon entering the debris field, the surroundings were drenched in a crimson hue. As it inhaled the nearly palpable scent of blood, the tiger's heart sank further, its claws tightening around the blades, veins bulging ominously. Damn those human bipedal creatures. How dare you? How dare you? Its furious roar echoed far and wide. The nearby demons, sensing the commotion, recoiled in fear, trembling. Chen Luo exchanged glances with Su Yan, the former smiling faintly. This smile, gracing Chen Luo's handsome visage, was captivating. However, it sent a chill down Su Yan's spine. The next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated from behind. Following this was a wave of force akin to a hurricane, powerful enough to make Su Yan struggle to maintain her footing. They didn't perish in the blast? What a pity. Both arms were fractured. The left leg was nearly severed, armor lay in ruins, and his body was peppered with shards of debris, suggesting severe injuries. Chen Luo methodically recounted what he had observed. 1,000 cicadas had failed to destroy the platinum demon, yet he had achieved the desired outcome. The possibility of gold overcoming platinum was not entirely absent. As long as the latter sustained injuries, there remained hope for defeat. The only remaining factor was the number of cicadas available. With both arms fractured, the left leg injured, armor destroyed, and various other wounds, Su Yan muttered to herself while quickly calculating. Before long, her expression suddenly brightened. The inflicted wound on the creature amounted to 31%. And under the current circumstances, considering various variables, it would take precisely 4,715 cicadas to obliterate it. This estimation is based on its present injuries. An action must be taken within 8 hours. Beyond this time frame, recalculations would be necessary. Having learned from a previous miscalculation, it would undoubtedly exercise heightened caution. And this figure represents the minimum required to forcibly breach its defenses and trigger a self-detonation. Su Yan spoke with unwavering confidence. Her calculations so precise they extended to the single digit. In her recent computations, she had accounted for every conceivable possibility. The ability to use 1,000 cicadas to inflict 31% damage on the white tiger was significantly due to its lack of preparedness. Had it anticipated the attack and protected its vital areas, the damage would surely have been lessened. Taking into account the white tiger's regeneration rate, she drew this conclusion. For 1,715 energy points, 17,301,000. After reviewing the balance of energy points, Chen Luo did not hesitate. Hatch 4,715 8th-tier golden cicadas. Trust is paramount. Once the estimation was entrusted to Su Yan, he chose to believe in the result. The 5 nests, upon receiving the command, commenced the incubation of cicadas. This endeavor was a high-stakes gamble. A victory would elevate the insect race to the platinum realm, while a loss would mean the sacrifice of over 5,000 cicadas, provoking the platinum demon race's white tiger to retaliate with unyielding ferocity. It could even lead to a state of alert among the entire demon race, drawing the attention of monarch-level demon warriors in pursuit. Should that occur, a dead end would await them. Su Yan understood this principle as well, which is why she meticulously recalculated to ensure no errors were made. The distance to the target location was neither too far nor too close, precisely within reach for the platinum-level white tiger to pursue, while other demon races would be unable to catch up. Chen Luo made his decision, and Su Yan had no objections. The two turned and sprinted back toward the abandoned human outpost. Winning this gamble would yield everything. Losing would incur severe losses. It might even cost them their lives. Yet, there was no need for concern. Let us not forget that apart from cicadas, we also possess shadow mantises and thorn serpents to deliver the finishing blow. The white tiger would undoubtedly meet its demise upon arrival. Chen Luo offered a few words of reassurance. This was not merely comforting rhetoric, but a statement of fact. Enduring the self-detonation of over 4,000 cicadas would leave the platinum-level white tiger, even if it survived, gravely injured and incapacitated. By that point, he would still have ample energy points to continue hatching cicadas for further bombardment. Or he could send the 20,000-strong 8th-tier insect warriors he commanded to deliver the final strike. In its prime, a platinum-level white tiger might possess formidable strength, sufficient to withstand over 20,000 insects. However, a wounded one would be utterly incapable of fending them off. Thus, this high-stakes gamble was destined from the outset to yield a specific outcome. Should the platinum-level white tiger dare to approach, it would be met with an unrelenting barrage of attacks, until its vitality was entirely extinguished. No additional finishing blows would be necessary. The self-detonation of 4,715 cicadas would suffice. Data may not be infallible, but it is never deceitful. Please trust in my calculations. Su Yan's small face was grave and earnest, prompting Chen Luo to affectionately ruffle her hair. Instantly, her expression softened, her previous seriousness replaced by a blush. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't have formulated this plan, she remarked. However, nothing is absolute. One cannot predict unforeseen events. Thus, preparing for every eventuality is never a futile endeavor. Chapter 68. Discontent with the Demon Race, a nation's war against them? Annihilate the Platinum White Tiger Commander. In the outer battlefield, where the human and demon races converge, it took merely 10 hours from the Elder Council's issuance of orders to the Lord's mobilization. In this brief span, over 30,000 Platinum Lords gathered, along with more than 20 Monarch Lords. The Golden Lords surged to a staggering count of over 100,000. With an unceasing influx of lords en route, the profound depth of the Dragon Kingdom was unmistakably revealed at this moment. Such a ruckus naturally alarmed the demon race and caught the attention of the other 4 great nations. In no time, they dispatched envoys to inquire about the unfolding events. What prompted this apparent intent for mutual destruction with the demon race? In response to the inquiries from the 4 great nations, the Grand Elders simply stated, I find the demon race distasteful and intend to strike them. Do you have any objections? His words, laden with a palpable sense of aggression, rendered the 4 nations speechless. Though they felt a surge of indignation, the source of such remarks was none other than the Grand Elder, leaving them at a loss for how to express their fury. They could only mutter a few curses, too intimidated to voice any dissent. Meanwhile, the demon race was utterly taken aback. Had these bipedal creatures gone mad? What was the meaning of summoning so many? Did they not cherish harmony above all? As news traveled through layers of reports, it soon reached the ears of the numerous demon ancestors in the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Observing the news, the expressions of the dozens of demon ancestors grew increasingly somber. Damn it, our plans must have been leaked. Otherwise, why would the humans react so vehemently? They lamented. What now? We are but one step away from executing our plan. What shall we do? We shall fight. If they dare to strike, what is there for us to fear? The humans have a saying, when the arrow is on the string, it must be released. That is our predicament. The sky-soaring turtle ancestor craned its neck, quietly observing the flying feather white tiger ancestor, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he forget? There was indeed a turtle present, and a formidable one at that, one whose strength he could not rival. With such unanimous agreement, the decision was made to mobilize the army and prepare for a full-scale defense. It was a rare moment of consensus among the dozens of ancestors. Soon, orders were dispatched to the various demon tribes. Waves of demons were sent to the outer human battlefield. Although the number of human lords was few, they commanded a multitude of powerful subordinates, each possessing formidable strength. If the demons wished to engage in battle with the humans, they would require 10 times the manpower. Otherwise, the battlefield situation would be far from optimistic. If necessary, they might even need to seek assistance from other peak clans. This underscores the fundamental reason why the human race, despite its frailty, stands among the pinnacle of races. Unbeknownst to Chen Luo and Su Yan, events in the outer battlefield were unfolding rapidly. At this moment, they were positioning the cicadas at the abandoned human outpost. The demon had learned a lesson before and would undoubtedly be wary. Yet, it could not possibly anticipate that they had so many cicadas in reserve. By allocating them in this manner, the explosive power could be significantly amplified, ensuring it would be capable of obliterating the creature. Su Yan deactivated the distribution map on her bracelet, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. She had calculated it hundreds of times. There would be no unforeseen mishaps. As long as that demon dared to set foot here, its demise was assured. Stereotypes can be fatal for demons, Chen Luo mused, shaking his head. Just as Su Yan had suggested, the white tiger might be cautious. However, it would not be frightened enough to refrain from entering. In the eyes of the demon race, a human lord could muster no more than 1,000 or 1,800 followers. This notion had become an entrenched stereotype. The white tiger would never suspect that nearly 5,000 cicadas awaited it here. Time was of the essence. It should be arriving soon. Exchanging glances with Su Yan, Chen Luo took flight, racing outward. After traversing over 2,000 kilometers, they finally halted. Their concern was not that the white tiger would detect them, but rather the potential aftermath of the explosion. The simultaneous detonation of so many golden 8th-tier cicadas would unleash a force that even data could scarcely quantify. Not long after, Chen Luo connected to the cicada's vision and beheld the white tiger. It walked upright, its left leg maimed, and its arms twisted unnaturally. Though its armor was tattered, it still stood over 4 meters tall. The curved blade in its claw glimmered menacingly. The white tiger paused momentarily before the abandoned outpost, seemingly hesitating. Yet, the next moment, it limped inside. Upon entering, before it could thoroughly survey its surroundings, a streak of light shot in from the distance, piercing directly into its forehead. The humans are launching a large-scale invasion, making me take demon soldiers to the front lines for support? Those damned bipeds. The white tiger raged. Once I tear apart these 2 human lords, I'll go to the front and annihilate them without mercy. A feeble race like this has no right to stand alongside my demon kin at the pinnacle of existence. The white tiger muttered furiously, forgetting even to scrutinize its surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Luo translated its words through his bracelet. After reading, he and Su Yin fell into silence. What does it mean by a large-scale human assault? What has transpired? Su Yin inquired, astonished. In response, Chen Luo shrugged. Everything seemed fine when we arrived. Who could have predicted a full-scale war would break out now? Yet, this development bore good tidings. If the White Tiger station at the edge of the defense had received orders, it was certain that other locations were experiencing the same. Chen Luo offered a few reassuring words, lightening Su Yan's mood slightly. This reasoning held true. Yet, she remained puzzled as to how everything had escalated into a full-blown conflict. Now at their designated location, Chen Luo's words were interrupted by a deafening roar from afar. Following closely was a visible shockwave, shattering everything in its path. The force of the shockwave allowed one to envision the cataclysmic power at the epicenter of the explosion. Do not worry, we are undoubtedly safe here. As Su Yin spoke, the residual echoes gradually faded in the vicinity ahead, allowing her to finally ease the tension that had gripped her heart. Her calculations had been accurate, and thus the calculations regarding the epicenter of the explosion should also hold true. Our military contributions had surged by 870,000, likely due to the impact on a demon army. However, I had just witnessed a sudden increase of 30,000 in military merit, presumably the reward for slaying that white tiger. After Chen Luo assessed the data on the bracelet, he speculated on the explosion's aftermath, arriving at a conclusion. The two wasted no time and rose to head towards the ambush site. Upon their arrival, they were met with devastation. The once mighty abandoned garrison had been reduced to mere particles, utterly obliterated. For hundreds of kilometers in every direction, not even a shard of stone could be seen. The corpses are over there. Su Yin pointed towards the indistinct remnants drifting in the distance. The demons' physical prowess was formidable, particularly that of the platinum demons. Despite enduring such a tremendous explosion, their forms had not been pulverized to dust. Instead, they were scattered about, dark and unrecognizable. I need to locate its platinum core, Chen Luo declared resolutely. He unleashed 10,000 shadow mantises to stealthily monitor the surroundings while dispatching the giant-jawed worker ants to scour the area. It wasn't long before they discovered the platinum core, nestled within the skull of the white tiger. Its dull pupils still reflected a lingering shock and terror. Chapter 69. Are we surrounded by demons? No, the demons are surrounded by us. With this platinum core in hand, the remaining prize was 100 tons of platinum flesh. Flesh was manageable. If necessary, it could be exchanged for military merit. Chen Luo secured the platinum crystal core, a smirk gracing his lips. Now, it's time for the hunt. The hundreds of thousands of demons could not be allowed to go to waste. With the platinum white tiger no longer an obstacle, the remaining demons posed no threat. All could be converted into sustenance for the insectoid race. Eliminating these demons would lead to an epic increase in the ranks of the insectoid legion. There was even the possibility of slaying 2 more platinum demons on the way, which might directly yield the 100 tons of flesh they sought. Su Yin narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting, with the right timing, location, and support, to let this opportunity slip would be to defy fate? Chen Luo crossed his arms, gazing into the distance at the ever-approaching dark line. The recent explosion had drawn all the demons towards them, saving him the trouble of seeking them out. Su Yin, too, noticed the horde of demons drawing near, densely packed and seemingly endless, encircling them completely. Hey, you two-legged creatures of the human race, listen well. You are surrounded. Surrender now. Isn't it you who stirred up all this commotion? Where has the white tiger leader vanished to? You would do well to surrender and reveal the whereabouts of your leader, or we shall tear you apart. We boast an army of over 110,000 demons. Do humans not often say that those who recognize the situation are wise? Speak of what has transpired, and we may spare your lives. Enough with the idle chatter. The white tiger leader is a platinum tier 3. How could these mere humans possibly harm it? They must have ensnared the leader with some cunning scheme. Capture them, and we shall interrogate them thoroughly. I observe that this female bipedal creature possesses delicate, tender flesh, undoubtedly suitable for exquisite sashimi. When it comes to culinary pursuits, I yield to none but your esteemed taste true clan. The demon kin encroached ever closer, articulating in their clumsy human tongue. The accent they spoke with nearly awakened something formidable within Chen Luo. 111,000 demons? Very well, the greater the multitude, the more I relish it. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and a spatial portal, towering at 3 meters 3, materialized beside him, an entrance to his domain. In the next moment, a swarm of shadowy mantises surged forth through the portal, followed closely by venomous serpents. Simultaneously, Chen Luo commanded the mother nest to incubate all remaining energy points into cicadas. After the previous batch of cicadas had hatched, the scattered energy points could still yield over 1,200 additional cicadas. The purpose of hatching these cicadas was not for self-detonation. Rather, they themselves possessed the formidable strength of Golden Grade 8 and excelled in sonic attacks, moving with remarkable speed. Even unenhanced, they constituted a powerful fighting force. With the orders dispatched, the 5 mother nests commenced their operations with utmost fervor. One by one, the cicadas emerged from their shells, racing towards the portal and into the battlefield. The demon army, upon witnessing the multitude of insectoids, was left in a state of bewilderment. How could their numbers appear to surpass those outside? The horrifying aura emanating from the insectoids instilled a fresh wave of dread among the demons. The confidence they had displayed when surrounding Chen Luo and Su Yan had evaporated entirely. Chen Luo clapped his hands once more, and over 1,200 cicadas transformed into fleeting shadows, soaring above the demons' heads and encircling them completely. Allow me to introduce the cicadas, Golden Grade 8, Masters of Self-Detonation. I hereby declare that you are now surrounded. The demons, momentarily dazed, soon descended into chaos. What had they just heard? Golden Grade 8, Masters of Self-Detonation? Self-detonation? What kind of devastation would that entail? Would it not obliterate them into mere fragments? A turtle-like demon stepped forward, mustering courage to extend its neck and speak. However, before it could finish its sentence, a flash of white light pierced the air. Its head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. The hunt had commenced. Chen Luo beamed benevolently. No sooner had he spoken than the concealed shadow mantises revealed themselves, their dual blades dancing through the air, each strike claiming the lives of several demons. The serpents also reared up, unleashing a barrage of bony spines. In midair, these projectiles converged into a darkened curtain of rain. As they descended, they struck true, each spine claiming a demon's life. The relentless volley continued, with new barges rising even before the previous ones had fallen. The sudden turn of events shattered the demons' resolve. In that moment, they forgot that their numbers vastly outnumbered the insectoids, even neglecting to mount a defense. The demons in the rear instinctively sought to flee, only to be met by the ominous chorus of cicadas. As the substantial sound waves reverberated, they caused blood to flow from the orifices of the creatures. Life ceased to exist. In that moment, anguished cries and roars echoed incessantly. Many of the demon race fell to their knees in supplication. Yet, what awaited them was still the merciless blade of the insect tribe. I never claimed I would take prisoners. Chen Luo raised a finger and shook it, pronouncing their death sentence. This was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Whether the demon race resisted or not did not alter the outcome. Although the insect tribe was outnumbered, each member was a formidable elite of the golden 8th tier. The insect tribe excelled in overcoming numerical disadvantages, and they were not inept at engaging in battles where they were outnumbered. Their breeding conditions were simply too easy, resulting in infrequent encounters where they faced fewer foes. The acrid scent of blood, the incessant flow of fresh crimson, and the chorus of lamentations painted a brutal scene that compelled Su Yan to shut her eyes. She was not naive enough to utter the words of clemency. Had it not been for Chen Luo's formidable strength, would these demons have spared them? Clearly not. They would have torn them to shreds, transforming them into mere morsels. She was kind-hearted yet understood that showing mercy to an enemy was tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Kindness was not synonymous with naivety, a truth she grasped profoundly. The slaughter persisted for over an hour, culminating in the execution of the last few hundred terrified demons, who had ceased all resistance. This marked the declaration of victory, 26,000 against 111,000. The casualties were merely in the thousands, with 3,000 injured, while the enemy was entirely annihilated. No survivors left. The giant mandible ants were now at work. Chen Luo opened the spatial portal once more, and the giant mandible ants flapped their wings, emerging in an orderly queue. As soon as they exited, they made a beeline for the nearest demon corpses. Each giant mandible ant lined up in an orderly fashion, gradually forming a closed loop. The ants on the left flew out, while those on the right returned with the demon bodies. The scene was unexpectedly harmonious and instinctively synchronized. How much energy would these numerous demons contribute? Observing this spectacle, Chen Luo could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his lips. This gamble, laden with certainty, yielded far greater rewards than he had anticipated. Sacrificing over 6,000 insects in exchange for such bountiful results was an unparalleled profit. Chapter 70. The Slaughter of the Demon Race. Over 100,000, 5,000 insects exploded, the purpose of the demons. Over 10,000 giant mandible ants tirelessly transported the corpses for 3 continuous hours until they had brought every last one into the transformation pool. Chen Luo rubbed his hands in anticipation as he opened the energy point interface. Energy points, 145 million. Hiss. Even though he had expected this, Chen Luo still inhaled sharply. This harvest surpassed the total of all energy points he had previously acquired combined. These energy points were sufficient for him to hatch 50,000 golden 8th tier insects. He could hatch 30,000 shadow mantises, 15,000 stinging serpents, and 5,000 chirping cicadas, all requiring the golden 8th tier. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo issued the hatching command. The 5 mother nests began to operate swiftly. Larvae crawled out, spun their cocoons, and then broke free from them. The energy points began to dwindle at a visible rate. What would the harvest yield? With a face full of anticipation, Su Yan leaned forward to inquire. She understood that the insect race could sustain itself through warfare. Yet she was unaware of the extent to which this could be achieved. With so many corpses of the demon race, surely they could cultivate around 20,000 insect warriors? Just the mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through her. That would be an astonishing force of 20,000 8th tier golden warriors. And this was merely the bounty from a single battle. If they engaged in several such campaigns, how formidable would the number of insect warriors become? Precisely enough to hatch 50,000 8th-tier golden insects. Chen Luo smiled kindly, his tone gentle. However, his words struck Su Yin like thunder. How many? 50,000. Su Yin jumped up as if she had stepped on a cat's tail, her entire being electrified. This was a staggering number of 8th-tier golden warriors, more than double her expectations. Do not make a fuss. This is merely a minor scene. You will grow accustomed to it with experience. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. If this was a minor scene, then what could be considered a major one? Uncertain of what transpired at the border, he was nonetheless confident that this was their opportunity, a chance to stir the tides from the rear, inflicting profound suffering upon the demon race. Rubbing his chin, Chen Luo shifted the topic back to business. Su Yin gazed at him with a mixture of suspicion and concern. You cannot be serious about pushing through recklessly, can you? What if we encounter a powerful demon warrior by chance? Although a multitude of demon elites had rushed to the front lines, there would undoubtedly be formidable guardians left behind. After all, the peak races that the demon race had to guard against were not limited to humanity alone. Aside from the demon race, both the divine and mechanical races were eyeing the demon race covetously. Under such circumstances, it was entirely possible to encounter a powerful demon warrior. I gathered from the White Tiger's words that the Elder Council must have deployed numerous strong warriors. The defenses along the demon border are primarily aimed at us, and the demon monarchs stationed along this border have surely gone to the front line. Even if some remain, they would most likely be at the platinum level. If we can slay one platinum warrior, we can certainly take down a second, Chen Luo asserted confidently. With the addition of these 50,000 troops, the size of his insect army would approach 80,000, each a valiant 8th-tier golden warrior. In such numbers, encountering a platinum-level warrior would not daunt him, provided the opponent was not of exceptionally high rank. More importantly, he aimed to seize this opportunity to acquire energy points. If another platinum demon were to appear, there was a chance to enable the insect queen to evolve once more. In that case, the insect nest would be capable of directly hatching platinum-level insect warriors. Ascending to platinum status would grant him and his insect race a significant presence on the battlefield beyond their realm. Since you have made your decision, let us advance. Su Yin pointed to the coordinates of the nearest demon encampment on the star map. At full speed, we shall reach it in half a day. It is a medium-sized outpost, likely guarded by several thousand demons. Exchanging a glance, Su Yin unleashed an enhancement to increase their flight speed. In the next moment, the two transformed into streaks of light, heading straight for the demon encampment. Within the core territory of the Lord, 5 nests incessantly churn out Zerg warriors, their numbers swelling at a visibly rapid pace. What was once a formation of 10,000 soldiers has now burgeoned into nearly 8 full regiments. At the Jiangjiang Bay City, outside the city walls, in the Yinming Gorge, the aftermath of the great battle still lingers over a week later, the acrid scent of congealed blood pervading the air. The Yinming Gorge has been entirely sealed off, with no humans or beasts permitted to approach. Elder Lu stepped forth from the void, stroking his beard as he scrutinized his surroundings. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. Why had there been no discoveries after so many days? Could it be that his senses had deceived him? Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. With the Dragon Kingdom embroiled in full-scale war against the demonic tribes, he had no time to squander here. Shaking his head, Elder Lu turned and stepped into the inky blackness of the cave entrance, his figure and presence vanishing completely from sight. This allowed the clusters of black mist concealed beneath the ground to relax. Tong Tian and his companions had executed their plan remarkably well, effectively using the onset of war to restrain the pinnacle of human power. Such an opportunity was rare. If missed, it might never present itself again. Yet, as they mused, they had spent over a millennium amassing enough strength to break through the ceiling enchantments, and should this endeavor fail, they would not have another chance. The words of the larger black mist rendered the others silent, sealed for over 1,000 years. The relentless torment and solitude gnawed at their very essence, instilling within them an indescribable yearning for freedom and an immense appreciation for this hard-won opportunity. We have waited for a millennium. We cannot afford to wait another. The king's avatar teetered on the brink of collapse. They must awaken it to absorb the blood essence and solidify its demonic form. Should the king's avatar shatter, the main body would inevitably suffer backlash, and at that moment, the hypocritical divine beings and the profit-driven mechanical race would strike against their kind without hesitation. My friends, we have no alternative. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Yet no dissent arose from the black mist. Several wisps of mist delved deeper into the earth. There, coiled within a narrow space, lay a colossal black dragon, over 100 meters long, marred by scars, appearing both lifeless and slumbering. Supreme Demon King Sorensha, we are your devout followers, here to offer all our power in exchange for the awakening of your avatar. The demon race is in peril. We beseech you to awaken swiftly. Accompanied by fervent prayers, several wisps of black mist merged into the dragon's form. Before long, the black dragon abruptly opened its eyes. The crimson hue of its pupils starkly contrasted its obsidian scales, endowing it with an aura of sinister majesty. Sorensha's immense tail lashed out, causing tremors deep within the earth. The ceiling enchantments shattered with a single blow. As its enormous wings unfurled, the ground quaked relentlessly, the vibrations palpable even in the Jiangjiang city. With a thunderous crash, Sorensha erupted from the earth, its wings blotting out the sun. An exhilarating roar escaped its maw, relishing the long-awaited freedom and the crisp air. After the furious roar, a dark passageway emerged ahead. The sixth elder, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped out of the passage with a beaming smile. After all these years, it seems your demon clan has only developed muscle, neglecting intellect. You believe whatever I say without question. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuang Tu, the sixth elder of the Dragon Kingdom's council. Sorensa's dragon eyes widened in bewilderment. It took a moment for realization to dawn upon it that it had been tricked, and it let out a furious roar to the heavens. You old fool, how dare you deceive this king? You shall pay dearly for this. Chapter 71. The Demon Clan seeks aid from the demon and mechanical clans. 200 million energy points, a different era, on the battlefield beyond the realm. The boundary between the human and demon clans was fortified by interconnected territories, forming a robust defense line. Above these territories, countless vast domains materialized, each representing a sovereign lord. The immense power displayed by the Dragon Kingdom left the four great nations observing from the shadows in awe. The divine, mechanical, and demonic clans were equally astounded by the depth of the Dragon Kingdom's resources. In such a brief span, they had mobilized such formidable forces. As adversaries, the demon clan felt utterly numb in the face of this display. The oppressive aura emanating from those numerous territories left them gasping for breath. The somber atmosphere ignited the bloodlust within the demon clan. Within the frontline fortress of the demon clan, dozens of elder ancestors wore grave expressions. What the hell? Have these bipedal creatures truly lost their minds? Even if they are aware of our plans, must they react with such intensity? Have we annihilated the universe? Why must they treat us this way? Having just counted, they noted nearly 30 sovereign lords, all seasoned monarchs. The presence radiating from many of the territories was enough to instill fear in their hearts. What to do now? Several elders felt the urge to curse aloud. They utterly failed to comprehend the madness of the human Dragon Kingdom, which had conjured such a grand display. Certainly, the Dragon Kingdom would not wish for this. Yet their attitude seemed excessively hostile, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against the demons. Just as the atmosphere thickened and the demon elders found themselves at a loss, a beam of light shot from the distance, piercing into the forehead of the starry sky serpent ancestor. It was a message from the former ancestors. Their king's avatar had awakened. Now we have no way out, it declared calmly. Yet, upon hearing this, the demon lords were anything but calm. Although they appeared to have a similar number of monarch-level figures as the humans were lords, possessing their own kin. The sheer number of lords could not be compared to that of the demon clan. With over 30 lords, they could muster more than 100 monarch kin. In contrast, the demons had only 40 or so. How could they possibly fight? If necessary, we shall negotiate with the mechanical clan. As long as the benefits are substantial, they will surely agree to assist. The Starry Sky Serpent ancestors' proposal garnered unanimous support from the other demon elders. This was their only viable option now. At the human encampment, within the territory of the Grand Elder, nearly 30 sovereign lords had gathered. Any one of these lords would be enough to instill fear in the hearts of any foreign race. At this moment, all the sovereign lords, including the Grand Elder, gazed with immense anticipation, even with a hint of supplication, at the elderly elf manipulating the celestial disk. The individuals they sought were still alive. A transformation from great misfortune to great fortune, this occurrence might indeed be their chance. However, the celestial disk also indicated that he was to face a calamity. Should he fail to overcome it, his life would be in peril. The likelihood of failure loomed as high as 80%. The aged elven archmage set aside the celestial disk and solemnly conveyed the outcome. Upon hearing the initial statements, the sovereign lords exhaled in relief. For the considerable sacrifices they had made could not be in vain. Yet, upon hearing the latter words, their previously eased hearts tightened once more. An 80% chance that Chen Luo and Su Yan might not survive the impending calamity. The Grand Elder's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze, his fingers whitening from the grip. After a prolonged silence, he finally released his hold, inadvertently shedding a few strands of hair, yet remained oblivious. Merely nodding, as long as they are alive. The old man had faith in those two youths, especially in that lad Chen Luo, who had consistently achieved what others dared not even imagine. This time, they would surely turn adversity into safety. After the Grand Elder spoke, his expression suddenly turned grave. The immediate priority was the impending war with the demon race. I have discovered that the portal to the golden space has been tampered with by the demons. Just now, the sixth elder sent a message indicating that outside Linjiang City, there was a severely injured demon, suspected to be the avatar of the demon king Sorensa. Its strength had diminished to almost nothing, and after considerable effort, the sixth elder had captured it and was bringing it in. Regardless of whether the demon's objective was this avatar of the demon king, they had provoked us. And they had kicked a steel plate. Let those foreign races and those with ulterior motives witness that our Dragon Kingdom still possesses might and can still fight. The Grand Elder waved his staff, his tone resolutely firm. The lords in the room, upon hearing these words, displayed expressions of steely resolve. It was true that the Dragon Kingdom had been in decline in recent years, experiencing a lapse in prosperity. Yet, the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom remained. A slumbering tiger is still a tiger. Only 30,000. Is that not too few? And they are all mere silvers, with hardly any gold in sight. Chen Luo stood upon the starlit expanse, arms crossed, gazing down at the demons with a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's lips nearly twitched in disbelief. What did he mean by only 30,000? Only Chen Luo could utter such words. At that moment, the demons also noticed Chen Luo and Su Yan. After a moment of dazed confusion, they charged forth with frenzied roars, resembling mindless beasts. In their bloodshot eyes burned a fierce desire for slaughter and excitement. Although few in number and indeed weaker, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and a spatial tunnel unfurled behind him. One by one, shadow mantis shrimp surged forth. The aura of the 8th tier gold rank descended upon the demons like a mountain. The frenzied demons abruptly halted in their tracks. Those who could not stop in time collided with the demons ahead, tumbling in disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, these demons turned tail and fled. Their speed surpassed that when they had charged at Chen Luo and Su Yan, now more than doubled. What had once been a hunt had transformed into a desperate escape. No one had informed them that the humanoid beings of the human race could possess such numerous and formidable kin. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, remarking on their swift reaction. However, if they managed to escape, it would be quite the embarrassment for him. Without the need for him to issue commands, the shadow mantises surged forth, swiftly closing in on the fleeing demon clan. With blades in hand, they commenced their grim harvest of the demons' lives. Su Yuan frowned slightly at this scene but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Over the course of 5 days, this same scenario had unfolded 4 times already, and with this occurrence, it marked the 5th. The largest group of demons numbered over 60,000, while the smaller ones were approximately 30,000. Most of them belonged to the Silver Demon clan, with few golden demons present, clearly having been dispatched to the front lines. Throughout their journey, they had deliberately traversed the demon encampments, leaving devastation in their wake, akin to famished wolves breaking into a sheepfold. Before long, they had annihilated the entire demon presence. The giant-jawed worker ants lined up to commence their transport duties. Calculating the distance, if they pressed on at full speed, they would reach the frontline battlefield in less than 5 days. However, the closer they got to the front line, the greater the likelihood of encountering formidable foes. Turning her gaze, Su Yuan noticed Chen Luo staring intently into the distance. She followed his gaze and beheld a shadow hurtling towards them, propelled by a wave of energy. Even from afar, she could hear a furious roar. It seemed they need not wait until reaching the front line. They had already encountered a powerful adversary. This was undoubtedly a platinum-tier demon of at least 3rd rank. Yet, Chen Luo remained unperturbed, even finding amusement in the situation. While platinum demons were indeed powerful, this one was even stronger than the previous white tiger they had faced. But that had been 5 days ago, although they had primarily hunted silver demons during this time. The sheer number, nearly 200,000, had granted the mother nest almost 200 million energy points. Chapter 72, commanding the insectoid forces to encircle the platinum black bear. Preparing for the evolution of the insectoid queen, hatching 20,000 cicadas, 40,000 shadow mantises, and 7,000 stinging serpents. Chen Luo issued orders to the 5 mother nests and simultaneously gestured to summon all insectoid warriors. This time, he refrained from using cicadas for bombardment. As the evolution of the mother nest required flesh, the cicadas' attacks left little in the way of blood and meat. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not deploy the cicadas again. He also wished to observe how the platinum demon would fare against 80,000 fearless and valiant insectoid warriors. If it could withstand such odds, it would be of little consequence, for he had nearly 60,000 more insectoids in the hatching process. It was time to deliver a jolt of shock from the insectoid ranks. Roar! The roar reverberated throughout the universe, causing the very stars to tremble. The shadow eventually reached the 2 individuals, revealing a colossal black bear towering at least 40 meters high. Its bare face bore an ancient scar, reminiscent of a centipede resting upon it, lending it an air of both ferocity and dread. Demon Clan, Black Bear. Strength, Platinum 4th rank, lightly wounded. Skills, Roar. Sturdy physique, incredible strength, control of lightning, beginner. Status, recently healed from a major battle, abruptly awakened to find kin slaughtered, plunged into a state of extreme rage. Now devoid of rationality. Upon seeing the name of the black bear, Chen Luo couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Truly, it was a law-abiding bear. However, it was the last statement that caught his attention. Devoid of rationality. At this moment, the black bear was acting purely on instinct, completely bereft of thought. This was unfortunate news for him. A creature in such a frenzy would attack recklessly. Conversely, it was also a stroke of good fortune. Injured and lacking reason, it would be considerably easier to manage. They would spread out and encircle it, with the shadow mantis distracting it in waves, while the stinging serpents launched their venomous strikes from a distance, aiming for its eyes, ears, and limbs. This was Chen Luo's first true experience commanding a battle with the insect race against a platinum tier 4 demon race opponent. He felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. The insects, upon receiving their orders, immediately sprang into action. The shadow mantises surged forth in squads of 1,000, charging towards the approaching black bear in succession. They adhered to Chen Luo's command: distract the black bear. The stinging serpents slithered, forming a vast encirclement. Once the bear entered the trap, they would close in completely. Venomous stingers shot forth, targeting the bear's limbs, ears, and eyes. As the black bear charged into the encirclement, it became preoccupied by the relentless waves of shadow mantises. Coming to a halt and wildly swinging its massive paws, attempting to swat away these persistent nuisances, the Platinum Tier 4 demon was led in circles by the shadow mantises, enduring wave after wave of venomous attacks. With each hit, the bear emitted furious roars, attempting to retaliate against the stinging serpents, only to be drawn back into distraction by the shadow mantises. Something seemed off about this black bear. It appeared to lack any semblance of rationality. Was it merely foolish? Suyin also sensed the anomaly, her expression turning peculiar. Was this truly a Platinum Tier 4 demon? Why did it give her the impression of being somewhat dim-witted? Now in a state of delirium, it was devoid of reason. Upon hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Suyin nodded in understanding. You intend to incapacitate its eyes, ears, and limbs, and then slowly kill it? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Why not just let the insects swarm in and tear it to shreds? Her tone held a hint of reluctance, yet her words left Chen Luo bewildered. What was she suggesting? Allowing the insects to rush in and shred it to pieces? Wasn't that even more brutal? What's wrong with granting it a swift end? He pondered aloud, sensing Su Yan's curious gaze upon him. Ah, swift end indeed. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words in response. Reflecting on it, there was a certain logic to her perspective. Choosing not to speak further, he redirected his attention to the battlefield. He had mentally prepared himself for a fierce struggle, yet the reality unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. At that moment, one of the black bear's eyes had been shot out, and its ear was bubbling with a dark green substance. Clearly, it had succumbed to a lethal poison, rendering it deaf. Its limbs were punctured by a multitude of venomous spines, resembling a hedgehog in appearance. The once resounding and furious roars had diminished into feeble whimpers, akin to pitiful wails. With another agonizing roar, its left foreleg buckled backward, causing it to lose balance and topple to the left. Deliver it a swift end, targeting its vital spots. Chen Luo clapped his hands, issuing another command. The shadow mantises surged forth, their twin blades relentlessly striking at the bear's neck and heart. The venomous serpents did not cease their assault, each precisely aimed dart evading the mantises and finding its mark on the bear's vital areas. In the blink of an eye, the bear was engulfed by the mantises, akin to a lifeless creature swarmed by flies. However, the shadow mantises were not mere flies, nor was the bear an ordinary beast. The bear thrashed violently, its paws rising and falling, crushing several unsuspecting mantises in its fury. Strike down the struggles. No sooner had Chen Luo spoken than the bear's paw fell lifelessly, no longer able to rise. It was not a lack of strength, but rather the shadow mantises had severed its tendons. The excruciating pain caused it to writhe incessantly, and gradually, its breath began to weaken. 10 minutes later, it ceased its struggles entirely, life extinguished. A bounty of 40,000 military merits appeared, confirming its demise. Observing the accumulation of merits, Chen Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, this was a fortunate windfall. Had the bear retained its wits instead of succumbing to madness, it would have posed a formidable challenge. With so many golden 8th tier insect warriors at his disposal, he harbored no certainty of victory. A direct confrontation would have been arduous for the bear, perhaps even insurmountable. Yet, should the bear have possessed intelligence, it could have fled. A platinum 4th tier beast. Once it escapes, no amount of golden 8th tier insects would suffice to capture it, resulting in the futile sacrifice of countless insect warriors without gain. Is this truly how it ends? Did we really kill it? A platinum 4th tier beast. To lose over 2,000 shadow mantises for the death of a single platinum 4th tier creature? What did the sacrifice of so many cicadas amount to? Su Yin blinked in bewilderment, beginning to question her existence. Even though she had anticipated victory, witnessing the outcome left her in disbelief. After all, it was a platinum 4th tier beast. How could it perish so easily? What then of the calculations she had made? Sacrificing 5,000 to 6,000 cicadas to slay that platinum 3rd tier white tiger? Was she simply lacking in perception? Chen Luo raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and smoothly withdrew, leaving Su Yin to clutch her forehead, teary-eyed and staring at him in disbelief. Do not overthink it. This black bear's madness and lack of reason are entirely different from that of the white tiger. Offering a word of comfort, Chen Luo commanded the mother nest to cease all hatching. Following evolution, any subsequent hatching would yield platinum 1st tier insect warriors, who would still hatch golden 8th tier ones. However, in this lengthy duration, the mother nest had already birthed over 20,000 insects, consuming a significant amount of energy points. Energy points, 143 million. Fortunately, there were still over half of the 30,000 demon corpses left uncollected. Once I convert them, I should be able to acquire a substantial amount of energy points, ideally to enhance the combat power of the platinum tier. Domain, activate. Chen Luo immediately unleashed his domain. directing the giant-jawed worker ants to transport the black bear carcass beside the nest of Eliza. Chapter 73, New Species, Octopus Kingworm. Has the fungal carpet evolved to platinum level? Chen Luo brought the black bear directly to Eliza's maw, without even extracting the platinum core. The evolution of the insect queen to platinum tier requires 100 tons of platinum flesh and a platinum core. This black bear undoubtedly possesses 100 tons and harbors a platinum core within. It is the perfect choice for the insect queen's evolution. The immense power of the black bear rendered the nest remarkably diminutive. Yet, in the next moment, Eliza's fearsome mandibles opened, and an invisible force lifted the black bear, causing its form to shrink until it was entirely drawn into her maw. Is this possible? Suyin watched in astonishment. Under their gaze, the nest was enveloped in a resplendent platinum light. Within the radiance, the nest expanded rapidly until it reached a height of 6 meters, finally ceasing its growth. The fungal carpet emitted a soft glow, and each demon corpse carried by the giant-jawed worker ants transformed into shimmering streams of light, vanishing into the nearby nest. The giant-jawed worker ants stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Where did the enormous demon corpses go? This is... Chen Luo raised his brows in surprise, a blue luminescence flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, the information panel of the nest materialized before him. Affiliated clan, Eliza. Special form, insect nest, no combat power. Contracted lord, Chen Luo. Race, insect queen. Talent, platinum tier. Skills, giant-jawed worker ant hatching, nest form usable. Blade mantis hatching, nest form usable. Stinger snake hatching, nest form usable. Octopus kingworm hatching, nest form usable. Evolution requirements, 2 platinum cores. 1,000 tons of platinum flesh can evolve into a platinum tier insect queen. Has it evolved? This thing can still evolve. Suyin pointed at the colossal insect nest, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg. She was aware that Chen Luo possessed the ability to assist clans in evolving. But the insect race was already so formidable, and it could still evolve? How could the other clans possibly compete? With the talent of platinum tier, the nest connected to the fungal carpet. The changes in the carpet were undoubtedly due to the nest's evolution. Fungal carpet. Description: a subsidiary of the nest, upon reaching platinum, can absorb all flesh energy from the carpet, converting it into energy points to be fed into the nest. After reading the description of the fungal carpet, Chen Luo's eyebrows nearly danced with excitement. This was indeed another unexpected delight. The fungal carpet could directly convert flesh into energy points. Henceforth, collecting energy points would become exceedingly effortless. The colossal mandibles of the giant-jawed ant are solely required to transport the flesh to the fungal blanket, which will directly transmute it into energy points to be delivered to the mother nest. In pivotal battles, every fleeting moment is of utmost importance. With his internal queries resolved, Chen Luo directed his gaze towards the newly emerged Zerg species, the octopus king bug. Commanding the hatching of 1,000 platinum tier octopus king bugs, Chen Luo issued the order, and 500 larvae emerged from the mother nest. At this moment, he realized that upon reaching the platinum stage, the mother nest could simultaneously incubate 500 Zerg, no longer limited to the previous 100. The larvae swarmed in dense clusters, sending shivers down the spine of any observer. However, Chen Luo and Su Yin remained unfazed, finding the sight rather endearing. Under their watchful eyes, the larvae curled into cocoons, each standing over half a meter tall, prompting both to step back and create space for their hatching. What kind of Zerg is being incubated? How is it different from before? After waiting for more than 2 minutes, the cocoon still showed no signs of breaking open, leading Su Yin to inquire. The only response was the faint sound of cracking. Turning their heads, they beheld the half-meter-tall white cocoons, all of which began to split open. Above their large heads were pairs of pale blue compound eyes, exuding a sense of tranquility and serenity. Is this the octopus king bug? A glimmer passed through Chen Luo's eyes as the panel of the octopus king bug materialized before him. Affiliated species, octopus king bug. Race, Zerg. Tier, platinum level. Strength, platinum level. Abilities, psychic assault, enormous physique, mental source, hyperspeed traversal. As Chen Luo examined the panel of the octopus king bug, a wealth of information flooded his mind, including specifics about the 8 king bugs. Upon absorbing this knowledge, he understood the role of the octopus king bug. In this world, there exist sorcerers, wielding magic divided into 9 elemental categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, chaos, and spirit. The octopus king bug serves as a sorcerer of the psychic element. It possesses the ability to cast psychic magic and can enlarge its body. Utilizing the cavities within its form, it aids in transporting Zerg warriors. Each octopus king bug can carry 10,000 Zerg warriors, and with the skill of hyperspeed traversal, it enables swift arrival of Zerg warriors to the battlefield. The notion that the Zerg also has sorcerers astonished Chen Luo, leading to a sense of admiration. Truly, the Zerg exhibit remarkable versatility. Sorcerers? Are they indeed sorcerers? What attribute do they possess? Hearing his words, Su Yin burst with excitement. Magic can only be learned by specific races, a talent innate to them. The divine race wields light magic. Demons command dark magic. The ghost race harnesses psychic magic, and the mechanical race manipulates chaotic magic. Magic is immensely powerful, a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Psychic attribute. Just as the fungal blanket evolved, it transmuted all corpses into energy points. Energy points, 157 million. After estimating the numbers in his mind, Chen Luo commanded, hatch 30,000 eight-legged king worms, 10,000 shadow mantises, 5,000 stinging serpents, and 5,000 chirping cicadas. Although the combat capability of the eight-legged king worms had yet to be tested, he held a firm belief in the meticulous selection of the insect race. The fact that the eight-legged king worms could only be unlocked at the platinum level indicated their formidable nature. Hatching them would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. Moreover, the current insect legion comprised shadow mantises for assassination, stinging serpents for group attacks, chirping cicadas for self-detonation, and giant mandibles ants for gathering resources. With the addition of Su Yin and her little unicorns, they had sufficient support. What remained lacking were warriors for direct combat and mages capable of wide-area destruction. The emergence of the eight-legged king worms perfectly compensated for the deficiency in magical prowess. He pondered when he might acquire suitable insect warriors for frontal assaults. Shadow mantises, primarily assassins, would naturally have diminished capabilities in direct combat as their strength increased, leading to inevitable sacrifices. Chen Luo stroked his chin, gazing at the colossal mother nest. From what he understood, each evolution of the insect queen unlocked new insect troops. He wondered if the next evolution would unveil new soldier types. With 2 platinum cores and 1,000 tons of platinum flesh, accomplishing this was not beyond his reach. Chapter 74. Is there something? Speak to my 14,000 insect legions. After hatching these insect warriors, the number of the insect legion surged to an astonishing 14,000. They had barely been in the outer battlefield for less than half a month, yet their numbers had more than doubled. Indeed, the outer battlefield was the paradise for the insect race. Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim. The combative nature of the insects paired with the ceaseless conflict of the outer battlefield rendered descriptions of heaven and paradise inadequate. Calculating the time. The trials of the Lord's origin realm were nearing their conclusion, weren't they? Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo turned to Su Yin, the humanoid timekeeper and calendar. He nodded in satisfaction, pleased to have discovered yet another ingenious use for Su Yin. What shall we do next? Shall we continue advancing into the battlefield of the demon and human front? Su Yin, unaware of his intentions, illuminated the star map to inquire about their destination. A well-planned route would yield maximum efficiency. And next? Chen Luo chuckled softly. Naturally, we shall push through. With 14,000 insects at his command, 5,000 of which were at the platinum first stage, fear was an alien concept. What is there to fear? If there is anything to discuss, bring it forth to my 14,000 insect legions. Pushing through directly? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, her lips twitched. It was indeed reminiscent of something Chen Luo would say. No one else would dare speak in such a manner along the borders of alien races. Not only did Chen Luo say it, but he was also prepared to act on it. Although she felt compelled to dissuade him, the sight of the densely packed insect warriors silenced her objections. Instead, she earnestly began to plot the route. Since Chen Luo wished to advance forcefully, the shortest path could only be one. The direct line between 2 points is the shortest. They would pass through 3 demon encampments, which likely had no formidable demon races stationed. Even the silver-tier demons were unlikely to be many. I have received news that the front lines between humans and demons have erupted into full-scale war, with both sides sustaining considerable losses. It is anticipated that all demon forces will be dispatched to the front line as cannon fodder. Su Yin manipulated the star map while relaying the latest information to Chen Luo. Upon receiving this news, Chen Luo felt no surprise whatsoever. The state of the front line is of little consequence. What matters is whether he can find a way to benefit from the chaos. Military merit is secondary. The primary goal is to harvest the essence of life. The battlefield will surely be strewn with the fallen demons. If all of that energy could be collected, it would be a remarkable boon. Let us proceed to the front line to offer our support. By the way, who named this front line between humans and demons? It seems rather profound, does it not? He is certain that it was Su Yin who came up with it. After all, how could one expect anything grand from someone who named a unicorn Little White? If the front line between humans and demons is not referred to as such, what else could it possibly be called? Su Yin rolled her eyes and mounted the shadow mantis, her palms glowing with white light, enveloping the creature in a protective field. In an instant, the enhanced shadow mantis transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. On the outer battlefield, amidst the clamor of the demon army surging forward like a horde of frenzied beasts, the human encampments formed imposing walls, interconnected as if to withstand the onslaught. Various kin stood atop the walls, launching attacks that claimed the lives of dozens of demons with each strike. The air was thick with the stench of blood, overpowering all other scents. The sounds of wails, roars, and furious cries echoed ceaselessly. From above, the scene resembled a meat grinder, mercilessly claiming the lives of those ensnared within its grasp. Observing the brutal battlefield below, several ancient demon elders felt a pang of anguish. Although the demon warriors were numerous, the humans were merciless. Each human might command thousands of kin, and the weakest among them were golden lords, far surpassing the demons in elite prowess. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre, as they unleashed the flying feather-white tiger, summoning a tide of beasts to relentlessly assault the Golden Realm while secretly altering the coordinates of the spatial gates. The demons were indeed going to great lengths to rescue the avatar of their king, Silensa. Yet, tragically, they had chosen the wrong adversary. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall face retribution, regardless of distance. The elder intoned coldly, leaving no room for the demon elders to respond. With a decisive wave of his staff, the long-awaited king lords summoned their kin, a throng that numbered in the hundreds. The sight of this caused the demon elders to feel a shiver run down their spines, nearly compelling them to flee. However, recalling the costly measures they had undertaken to secure their backup, their initial trepidation faded, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Did they truly believe that such a mere assembly of king-level kin would ensure victory? How foolish. You two-legged creatures, an incomplete species in the process of evolution. Today, let us show you what true despair feels like. The starry serpent ancestor flicked its tongue in impatience. What are you waiting for? We did not summon you merely to witness a spectacle. As the words fell, a rolling black mist appeared in the distance. Crimson thunder writhed within the ominous cloud, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. The demon clan? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Only the Demon King possesses the power of destruction. Before he could scrutinize further, a barrage of luminous projectiles surged forth from afar. The palm-sized orbs, though diminutive, possessed formidable might. Merely detonating beside the royal kin sent them staggering back several meters. The weaker ones sustained injuries on the spot. Fiery projectiles? The Mechanical Clan. The Grand Elder gripped his staff tightly, his tone imbued with the chill of millennia. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom boasts a profound heritage. However, while it may contend with the Beast Clan alone, the addition of the Demon and Mechanical clans could prove overwhelming. The alliance of these three apex races might be beyond the Dragon Kingdom's endurance. While the strength of royal-class warriors suffices, the ranks below Platinum fall woefully short. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has suffered from a severe lack of mid to low-tier combatants. This is precisely why they hold Chen Luo in such high regard. The fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom over millennia have culminated in this unparalleled prodigy. He must not be allowed to perish. When did the Demon and Mechanical clans ally with the Beast clan? Observing the gathering of 40 to 50 royal strongmen from the Demon and Mechanical clans, now aligned with the Beast clan, the Grand Elder's expression remained placid, though the veins on the back of his hand betrayed his unease. This battle would be arduous. The royal lords bore solemn expressions, prepared for a fight to the death. What nonsense is this? You were the ones to attack our Beast clan first. Do you truly believe us to be an easy target? Charge. Let us eliminate these underdeveloped bipedal creatures. The tortoise ancestor roared, retracting its limbs into its shell and beginning to spin rapidly. It surged towards the human encampment with the terrifying might of a descending mountain, revealing its second-tier royal strength. Behind it, the beast, demon, and entirely unknown metallic mechanical clans followed suit, hurtling toward the human stronghold. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to devastate the human race. Chapter 75, The Retreating Battlefield. The power of the insectoid race turns the tide. When Chen Luo and Su Yan arrived, they beheld this scene. The two sides were embroiled in fierce combat. Below, the battlefield was populated by platinum-level warriors and those beneath that rank. The three clans were jointly assaulting the Dragon Kingdom, and the numerical advantage they initially held had now evaporated. Above, the royal-class battlefield unfolded. The good news was that the Dragon Kingdom's deep-rooted legacy allowed it to hold its ground, even against the royal-class warriors of the three clans, albeit precariously. A decisive victor would not emerge in the short term. However, the lower battlefield could not be sustained much longer. The towering wall, constructed from numerous territories, now stood riddled with wounds. Continual deaths among the kin occurred, with several lords being torn apart. The scales of victory had already shifted toward the coalition of the three clans. I wondered why I hadn't seen a single Beast clan member on the way. It seems they all flocked here. Well, this way we can fight without reservation. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together, the core of the lord materializing in his palm. Domain. Activate. The greatest advantage of the battlefield beyond the realm is that one can manifest their domain without the need to attain platinum rank, coupled with the evolved mycelial blanket. As long as there are enemies perishing within the territory, the blanket can directly convert the fallen foes into energy points. The cicadas initiate a bombardment, followed closely by the shadow mantises, with the stinger serpents providing cover, and the octopod king worms launching a mental assault, all targeting platinum-ranked adversaries. Chen Luo issues a series of commands, met with the resounding roars of the Zerg. Cicadas, fueled by the spirit of sacrifice, transform into streaks of light, hurtling towards the battlefield below. The shadow mantises ascend in a disciplined formation, tightly trailing the cicadas. A dark curtain of bone spikes descends upon the enemies below. The octopod king worms hover in the air, their intertwining tentacles releasing a silver energy sphere that hurtles directly towards the platinum stronghold of the allied forces. Boom, boom. The self-detonation of platinum-tier cicadas proves to be more than twice as potent as that of the golden 8th tier. In just a single surge, they obliterate a significant portion of the enemy forces. Alas, the sheer number of foes necessitates such sacrifices, for without prior destruction, the forces below would falter. Chen Luo shakes his head in dismay. Each of those enemies is a potential energy point. The explosive sounds resonating from the battlefield draw everyone's attention. Upon witnessing the densely packed swarm of over 100,000 Zerg warriors, they stand in astonishment. Were it not for the sight of Chen Luo and Su Yan, they might have believed that a new race had joined the fray. The elders in the air instantly recognized the two. This impudent lad has not disappointed us. The Grand Elder beams with delight, exclaiming how in such a short span of time, he has amassed such a multitude of kin, many of whom are platinum first tier, impressive indeed. Other sovereign lords, unfamiliar with Chen Luo, express their relief at the Grand Elder's words. Their significant efforts to restrain the demon race have not been in vain. Chen Luo has indeed lived up to their expectations. Standing among the lords, Ruan Xiong gazes intently at Su Yin and Chen Luo, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No wonder this young brother was chosen by little Yin. With the addition of over 100,000 Zerg to the battlefield, the tide shifts dramatically. No matter how fiercely the allied forces resist, they are met with unfeeling slaughter. The platinum strongmen, under the precise targeting of the octopod king worms, find themselves either dead or immobilized, while the remaining gold and silver ranks prove utterly inferior to the Zerg. The scales of victory had once tilted in favor of the allied forces, yet now they find themselves on the receiving end of a massacre. What is this? Where do so many come from? And with such formidable strength? How should I know? You demon race originally claimed to only target the dragon kingdom of the human race. How come so many unknown enemies have emerged? This is a different price. Remember to settle the bill later. The clamor among the allied forces grows louder, but it does nothing to halt the Zerg's relentless slaughter. A flurry of white blades cuts through, beheading all foes in their path. The rain of bone spikes continues to descend, rendering the struck enemies lifeless, even without the use of potent toxins. The ordinary bone spikes unleashed by the platinum tier stinger serpents are formidable in their own right. All platinum-ranked enemies are thoroughly restrained by the octopod king worms. Some formidable platinum adversaries proved impervious to the onslaught of the octopus king worms. However, the ethereal nature of mental magic rendered it elusive and difficult to defend against. Coupled with the overwhelming numbers of the octopus king worms, all platinum enemies on the battlefield were thoroughly restrained. Who are these individuals? Wait, aren't those the two who were seen in the hall that day? Were they not golden lords? How is it that they can contend with platinum foes? Is that truly the crux of the matter? The real question lies in the sheer number of their minions. Surely it exceeds 100,000. Some recognized Chen Luo and Su Yin as the individuals they had encountered previously in the hall, yet this only deepened their curiosity. Just days ago, they were merely golden lords, and now they are capable of battling platinum enemies? Moreover, these terrifying minions are not only numerous, but also immensely powerful. How has this transformation taken place? Stunned, they momentarily forgot to offer support, merely gazing vacantly as the insect race decimated the coalition of 3 clans. Above, in the king-level battle, the ancestors of the 3 clans beheld the grim outcome below, nearly fainting with rage. Just moments ago, they had been in a position of dominance, having breached the city walls. How had the tides turned so swiftly, leaving them in disarray? Who is this newly emerged humanoid, and what manner of creatures accompany him? The ancestors were perplexed, yearning to intervene in the fray below, yet the kings of the dragon kingdom fought with fervor, leaving no opportunity for them to engage. They could only watch helplessly as their kin were slaughtered. Energy points, 120 million. Energy points, 140 million. Energy points, 170 million. Every so often, Chen Luo would check the energy points of the mother nest, each glance yielding immense delight. The rapidly increasing energy points felt almost dreamlike. The upgraded mycelium, in conjunction with the giant mandible ants, produced astonishing results, especially on such a grand battlefield. The energy points soared like a rocket, a thrilling experience. He ordered the hatching of 50,000 shadow mantises and 30,000 octopus king worms. The remaining energy points were allocated evenly between hatching stinging snakes and chirping cicadas. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo issued commands to the mother nest, disregarding calculations regarding how many insect warriors could be birthed from the energy points, as it was unnecessary. Just as he finished his calculations, the energy points surged once more. He directly commanded the mother nest to commence the hatching of insect warriors. The giant mandible ants and the mycelium had already amassed the required energy points. As long as the battle raged on, the energy points would prove limitless. Whether foe or ally, any death would be converted into energy points for the mother nest, facilitating the hatching of new insect warriors. This truly exemplifies the essence of the insect race, illustrating what it means to sustain war through war. Chapter 76. The demonic and mechanical races retreat, the enchanting race compromises. Just like that, they fled? Where has their valor gone? With all 5 mother nests operating at full capacity, insect warriors emerged, each possessing the strength of a first-tier platinum. Newly emerged from their cocoons, They raced directly towards the battlefield, in a fierce struggle for survival against their foes. The already lopsided situation had devolved into a massacre with the relentless surge of the insectoid horde. Despite the coalition of the three races' armies, they found themselves utterly incapable of halting the slaughter wrought by the insectoids. The human lords watched in stunned disbelief as their once fanciful dreams of single-handedly resisting alien invaders crumbled before their eyes. They had once entertained the notion that they could fend off the otherworldly adversaries alone, but upon ascending to lordship, that delusion faded. For they recognized the impossibility of such a feat no matter how powerful a lord might be. Their retinue could not exceed a mere few thousand. How could they withstand an entire alien race? Yet, the scene unfolding before them was radically reshaping their worldview. There indeed existed individuals capable of standing against the alien forces, altering the dynamics of the battlefield. Astonishingly, it was not merely a singular alien enemy, but a coalition of three. On this night, they could once again dare to dream. What a curse! How could they confront this? One of the demon lords gazed upon the dire situation below, his heart bleeding for the exceptional demons who were meeting such a grim fate. The expressions of the other demon lords, already grotesque, twisted further in dismay. Had it not been agreed that three races would contend against one? They were not even meant to engage all of humanity, only the Dragon Kingdom. How had it escalated to this? Though the mechanical lords remained silent, the patterns on their mechs had already turned crimson. They were seething with anger. Had they foreseen such an outcome, no amount of promises from the demon race would have swayed them to join this doomed endeavor. Do not panic. As long as we can, enough. You wretched coward. You merely wish for our kin to perish. The words of the ancient tortoise elder were abruptly cut off, drowned out by the furious rebuke of a demon lord. Before the tortoise elder could react, the demon lords collectively retreated, opting to disengage from the battle. Enjoy your own folly. We shall not accompany you. The command rang across the battlefield. Those demons, paralyzed by fear, turned on their heels, wishing fervently for wings to sprout from their backs, imagining how much swifter they could flee. The demon lords surveyed the scattered remnants of their forces, their hearts chilled. They had arrived with over 10,000 demons, yet in such a brief span, fewer than 3,000 remained. The losses were catastrophic. With a profound gaze, the demon lords locked eyes with Chen Luo below. In a bold gesture, Chen Luo raised his hand, extending a middle finger, an unmistakable sign of derision. The fury of the demon lords surged, igniting a desire to leap down and rend him asunder. Yet, the piercing gazes of the elders warned them that any rash move would be met with a relentless counterattack from the human lords, possibly leading to their own demise on the battlefield. You shall not revel in your victory for long. Humph. We shall take our leave. The leading demon lord glared at Chen Luo in frustration before ushering his kin away, departing from the fray, devoid of the infernal monarch's assistance. The battlefield of sovereigns became unbalanced in an instant. The scales of victory had undeniably tilted in favor of the human race. The few mechanical sovereigns exchanged glances, their decision already made within the confines of data transmission. In the next moment, they collectively withdrew from the fray, turning their backs amidst the incredulous gazes of the demon ancestors. Before their departure, they coldly remarked, "Do remember the remuneration." The emotionless mechanical voice plunged the demon ancestors' hearts into despair. Ah, you iron clumps. Who would have imagined that you would emulate demons, retreating in the face of adversity, and still demanding payment? How utterly revolting. The demon ancestors were nearly driven to spew blood in their fury. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battlefield had irrevocably shifted. Without the support of the mechanical and demonic factions, the 30-odd demon ancestors stood no chance against the human race. Faced with the encroachment of over 100 sovereign kin, the demon ancestors wore expressions of despair and began to retreat hastily. The turtle ancestor, retracting his neck, pondered aloud, "If I were to claim this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? This is merely the doing of the demon race. They have sown discord among us, leading to this predicament. We, the demon race, yearn for peace." Without hesitation, several demon ancestors promptly shifted all blame onto the demon race. Better a dead comrade than a dead ally. If they did not absolve themselves of responsibility, they feared they might perish here today. The elder smiled benignly. "Are you not going to save your demon king's avatar?" This statement caused the demon ancestors' expressions to shift dramatically. The avatar of the demon king was intrinsically linked to the strength of the demon king himself. If it were to fall, the demon king would suffer as well. And news of such a defeat would surely incite a massive offensive from other races. Even if the demon race could withstand the assault, the losses would be catastrophic. Let us propose a condition. As long as you surrender my king's avatar, we, the demon race, are willing to negotiate any terms. They declared. Should you refuse, we, the demon race, are prepared to fight to the bitter end. Do not forget, we possess other sovereigns on different fronts yet to join the fray. In a true battle for survival, the outcome remains uncertain. The starry sky serpent ancestor coiled its body, its voice hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable madness. The other demon ancestors were similarly stirred, their crimson eyes fixated on the elder, exuding a palpable intent for a life-or-death struggle. In the face of their fervent gazes, the elder remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "We understand your urgency, but do not rush. Peace talks are not out of the question, and we can provide the Demon King's avatar. However, some price must be paid. Of course, you may refuse. But bear in mind, before any mutual destruction occurs, you and that Demon King's avatar will surely be the first to meet your demise. And have you forgotten? Our human race is not solely comprised of the Dragon Kingdom. The Elder's words extinguished the flickering hope within the demon ancestors. Indeed, while they still retained some strength, the human race was no less formidable. The demon ancestors exchanged glances, each nodding in despair. The situation was dire. They found themselves with no options left. What had once seemed an almost certain victory had now turned into a precarious predicament. They never anticipated such an inexplicable defeat. A single individual managed to alter the entire course of the battle. Who would believe such a tale? With the demon ancestors' concession, this conflict approached its conclusion. Is this truly the end? Witnessing the swift retreat of the demon race, Chen Luo felt somewhat bewildered. Surely, it should have been a fight to the bitter end. Why did they choose to flee instead? Where has their ferocity gone? If this continued, they would have annihilated the demon race entirely. Under similar circumstances, who would not flee? Suyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 77. The insect army numbers nearly 300,000. An unclaimed secret realm? A genius with a mythic level lineage? Energy points, 540,660,000. After reviewing the energy from the mother nest, Chen Luo's mood brightened considerably. This was not the entirety of the energy points. A significant portion had already been expended. Over 40,000 platinum tier insect warriors had been hatched, directly expanding the insect army's numbers to over 180,000. Adding these surplus energy points, the insect army would soon approach 300,000. Furthermore, every subsequently hatched insect would be of the platinum tier. Regrettably, this battle yielded few platinum cores, only 3. Otherwise, it would have been truly lucrative. He pondered the purpose behind their collection of corpses. In this day and age, are corpses truly so coveted? Chen Luo felt a sense of helplessness. The scarcity of platinum cores did not indicate a lack of platinum-level adversaries slain. On the contrary, the 8-legged king insect had been targeting platinum-level foes. While it may not have killed over 1,000, certainly 800 or 900 had perished. Yet, inexplicably, upon the death of those platinum enemies, they would carry their corpses away, leaving the giant mandible ants unable to make their way through. They could only watch helplessly as the enemies fled with the bodies. The 3 cores they obtained were within their territory, where the enemies had not managed to escape with the corpses before being absorbed by the mycelial blanket. I have heard that the ghost race possesses a secret technique capable of transforming corpses into puppets, retaining much of their former strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's puzzlement was resolved. The mystery is unraveled. Indeed, corpses are in high demand. If the ghost race possesses such a technique, does that not render them invincible? The ability to convert corpses into puppets, with those puppets retaining much of their prior strength, would mean the ghost race need only gather corpses and seclude themselves for a millennium or so. They could amass an army of puppets and become utterly invincible. Chen Luo's inquiry plunged Su Yan into silence. Indeed, if that were the case, would the ghost race not be invincible? However, the ghost race's secret techniques are immensely taxing and come with significant limitations. They can only transform platinum tier corpses into puppets. Thus, one would observe that the enemies carry away only platinum tier corpses. The silver and gold tier bodies bear no necessity for conversion into puppets. Only platinum tier corpses hold value for such transformation. Furthermore, the process is exceedingly time-consuming. Should you ever have the opportunity to venture into the ghost race's star domain, you will find it devoid of even the slightest glimmer of light. On one hand, the ghost clan revels in darkness, despising the light. On the other hand, their utilization of this secret method has drained the essence of their star domain, leaving it devoid of even the faintest glimmer. The Grand Elder traversed the void, materializing before the 2 individuals, simultaneously elucidating their perplexities. Thus, it was revealed. Chen Luo and Su Yan nodded in understanding. Splendid, they had acquired new knowledge. Such a plethora of platinum tier vassals was indeed unparalleled in the world. Consequently, I, in my old age, can entrust this matter to you. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. As he gazed at Chen Luo, his contentment only grew. Truly, this child was a divine blessing bestowed upon their dragon kingdom. Matters? What matters? Chen Luo leaned back slightly, regarding the Grand Elder with a peculiar gaze. Why did he sense that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives? Based on his past experiences with games and novels, whenever someone uttered such words, it was unequivocally a harbinger of danger. Extremely perilous. He could tell that this lad was astute, not easily deceived. Yet, there was no alternative. Apart from Chen Luo, no one else was more fitting for the task. Speak plainly, we are comrades, no need for formality. Chen Luo promptly straightened himself, a broad smile adorning his face. Just as those words left his lips, he felt a hand resting on his back, gripping the flesh of his waist and twisting in spirals. Yet, it caused him no discomfort. How amusing. Did they truly believe that infinite evolution was without consequence? With nearly 200,000 units of energy reinvested, his physical prowess was now approaching platinum tier. The grip was too gentle. It was suggested to keep nails intact for a more effective hold. Such a remark nearly broke her composure. Su Yan, undeterred, employed both hands to twist, but to no avail. Chen Luo remained grinning, which led her to question her existence. Did those online claim that pinching the soft flesh of the waist was the most effective? Why, then, did it fail against Chen Luo? You little rascal. You've taken to calling me brother now, the Grand Elder chided with a laugh, before his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. You should be aware that our blue star harbors numerous secret realms, correct? Within these realms lie vast resources, guarded by formidable monsters. Some secret realms impose special restrictions. We have recently discovered a realm that permits only Golden Lords to enter. Other nations have also taken notice of this realm. Your task is simple: enter the secret realm, acquire its core, and secure control of this realm for the Dragon Kingdom. Within the realm, you must contend not only with the monsters, but also guard against the individuals from other nations. Among them is this year's most exceptional prodigy from America, whose initial vassal is of mythical caliber. I believe there is no one more suited for this endeavor than you, my dear Chen Luo. The preceding events had not stirred any particular feelings within Chen Luo until that last statement. A prodigy with a mythical initial vassal? Moreover, it seemed from the Grand Elder's tone that this prodigy had already ascended to the rank of Golden Lord. Chen Luo licked his lips, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. Is the mythically gifted clan more formidable, or the platinum-tiered insect race? He eagerly anticipates an encounter with such exceptional beings. Very well. I shall proceed, but the benefits are imperative. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together, his intentions unmistakable. As a capitalist, he could not afford to work for free. Rest assured, you will be thoroughly satisfied. The Grand Elder, somewhat irked, turned his gaze to Su Yan. Little Yan, you need not go. The secret realm is set to open in a few days, coinciding with the return of that girl, Initial Snow, from her trials in the Lord Source realm. This will also serve to enhance your knowledge, enabling you to assist this troublesome lad more effectively. Su Yan bit her lip in contemplation. Upon seeing Chen Luo nod, she reluctantly acquiesced. This attitude infuriated the Grand Elder, who huffed in frustration. The little cabbage he had painstakingly nurtured was now becoming someone else's. Fortunately, he still had another little cabbage. With that thought, the Grand Elder's spirits lifted considerably. Our team is currently assessing the condition of the teleportation portal. Do not approach or utilize it until safety is confirmed. Chapter 78. The upcoming encounter with angels and Li Hao. Times have changed. In the Lord Source realm, amidst a desert of swirling yellow sands, the roar of monstrous beasts shattered the stillness. Dozens of colossal creatures charged towards the distant city walls, each no less than Bronze Tier 9, with 2 having attained Silver Tier 1. Their power was truly terrifying. Divine Judgment. The hymn of the sanctuary resonated as blazing swords of light descended. One strike cleaved through the sands, slaying several of the beasts. Elena, accompanied by 3 holy angels, surged forth to engage the creatures below. Li Hao, perched atop a griffin, couldn't help but grin ear to ear. Elena had reached Bronze Tier 9, while the other 3 angels were no weaker than Bronze Tier 6. Their platinum-tiered potential granted them the prowess to battle beyond their rank. A few more Silver Tier 1 beasts would not intimidate me. It was fortunate to have encountered that impoverished fellow, Chen Luo. Otherwise, I would never have had the privilege of commanding such powerful holy angels. As thoughts of Chen Luo crossed his mind, Li Hao's expression darkened. He had not forgotten the insult hurled at him before entering the Lord Source realm, when Chen Luo dared to call him and Elena a dog and a whore. In his entire life, he had never been insulted in such a manner. This grudge lingered in his heart. You must endure the trials of the Lord Source realm and become a lord, so that I may ensure your demise in the outer realms. On an island, 2 colossal dragons, each over 6 meters long, soared above the treetops, causing the creatures below to tremble in fear. Don't run. If you do, I'll unleash fire upon you and scorch your monkey behinds, shouted Wang Chuxue, riding atop the neck of one of the dragons. Her arms crossed in indignation as she glared at the fleeing monkey creatures. She simply could not fathom why they were so terrified. Did she, Wang Chuxue, appear so fearsome? Hearing her voice, the monkeys below scampered even faster, nearly in tears. Damn it. She's riding 2 dragons and demanding fruit. Who would believe she's not here to eat us? Regardless, those mischievous monkeys would never believe it, even if I were to perish. Who would chase after 2 mere fruits atop a colossal dragon for over half an hour? Absurd. Alas, it must be the scorching sun here that has darkened my fair complexion. Otherwise, with such beauty, why would the little monkeys be frightened? Wang Chuxue, with her exquisitely delicate face still adorned with a hint of baby fat, muttered to herself in discontent. Beyond this reasoning, she could not fathom any other explanation. Her charm was undeniable, and though the 2 dragons were somewhat large, they were merely infants not long since hatched. The monkeys had no justifiable reason to be afraid. Well, since they refused to yield, I shall take matters into my own hands. Today, I must acquire those fruit slices for my facial mask. Burn, O fiery blaze. Lena, breath of death. Upon receiving the command, the 2 dragons immediately began to gather energy within their mouths. Flames erupted, igniting the forest, while a beam of darkness infused with the essence of death shot forth, parting the island like a neatly combed hairstyle. The surviving monkeys stood frozen in shock. their fruits tumbling from their grasp. Before they could hit the ground, Lena and Bern wrapped their tails around them. If they had simply handed them over, it would have saved a great deal of trouble. With the fruits now in her possession, Wang Chushua's spirits lifted considerably. Without a glance back at the bewildered monkeys, she departed with her 2 dragons, selecting fruits suitable for her facial mask. Suddenly, her little face fell as she pondered her dear sister, hoping she would endure and rise to become a lord. As long as she could withstand the trials of the Lord Source realm, she would be able to protect her sister in the ensuing battles beyond. Lena and Bern, sensing her emotions, leaned in to nuzzle her, offering a semblance of comfort. Following the conclusion of a fierce battle, half of the royal lords remained on guard, wary of the demon race taking advantage of the chaos. Chen Luo and Su Yan followed the Grand Elder, experiencing once more the exhilarating sensation of traversing the void. It felt akin to being tossed inside a high-speed washing machine. The exhilarating sensation surged through them. Upon emerging, Su Yan was left feeling utterly nauseated, while Chen Luo retched several times. Both had consumed nutritional fluids, otherwise, they would have truly questioned their existence. Young people must engage in more training. How could they falter at such minor tribulations? What would they do in the future? In no more than 7 days, that secret realm would be opening. No one could ascertain how long it would remain open, so once it began, one must enter immediately. After imparting his final instructions, the Grand Elder vanished into the void, his satisfaction palpable. Left behind, Chen Luo and Su Yan exchanged incredulous glances. It was deliberate. That old man was undoubtedly settling a personal score. Chen Luo seethed with indignation. Su Yan, rather than rebutting, nodded in agreement. Their previous journey across the void with Wan Xiong had not elicited such a response. To claim the Grand Elder had not acted with intent would be utterly implausible. The bed was quite comfortable, soft, and inviting. Su Yan lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Though her thoughts were innocent, she mused, should I visit your home, the Grand Elder would surely roll his eyes to the heavens. Lord Lin's injuries also needed tending, otherwise, he would not last much longer. Coincidentally, having accrued such a substantial amount of military merit, I plan to procure some items for Luoxua, enabling her to stand confidently alongside those affluent families when she summons her kin next year. My sister, Chen Luo's sibling, must not be treated with lesser regard than others. He vividly recalls the warmth of the egg and Luoxua's cautious demeanor. In this world, he has few relatives. Among them are his missing parents and the duo of Lin Luoxua and her grandfather. Then, there is Su Yan. Each of them is deserving of his utmost appreciation. With the exception of that old curmudgeon, Lin Yue, he must bring along extra changes of clothing. Su Yan, somewhat disheartened, repeatedly urged him before her departure. Chen Luo listened with a smile to her words. It was only after Su Yan boarded the vehicle to leave that his smile faded, replaced by an air of coldness. Another factor contributing to his demeanor was Li Hao. That scoundrel had dared to mock him previously, sealing his own fate. Chen Luo was not particularly extraordinary, but he possessed a remarkably small heart. He would repay grievances and kindness alike. He wondered how he and Elena would react upon seeing the current version of himself, the very worm they once looked down upon. A faint smile played on Chen Luo's lips as he turned to walk towards the military building. Before departing from Kyoto, he intended to exchange his military merit for some items. The distance from Kyoto to Linjiang Bay City was not great. A high-speed train would suffice, taking merely a handful of hours. Chapter 79, New Troop Type, Thunder Beasts. The Insectoid Legion approaches 350,000. All of this platinum-grade flesh can be stored here. In a spacious warehouse, Chen Luo directed the workers to stack the boxes of flesh meticulously, each box brimmed with platinum-grade meat. The insect queen requires 2 platinum cores and 1,000 tons of platinum flesh to evolve to the 2nd platinum tier. While he possessed the platinum cores, he lacked the flesh, which could only be obtained via military merit. The total expenditure for 1,000 tons of flesh amounted to 10 million military merits. Were it not for his sufficiently high military merit, he might not have been able to afford it at all. Upon completing the exchange for the flesh, he also acquired several potions to enhance physical and mental fortitude. After all transactions, his military merit dwindled to a mere 120 million, a quantity that left him with little sense of security. After expressing gratitude to the workers who transported the flesh, he found himself alone in the warehouse, surrounded solely by the towering piles of platinum flesh. He still needed to devise a way to earn more money. Renting a shabby warehouse had already cost him over 1 million, far too expensive. Chen Luo shook his head, contemplating his financial strategies, while raising his hand to open a spatial portal. The giant jaw ants emerged in droves from within. 1,000 tons of platinum-grade flesh sounded like a significant amount. Chen Luo followed closely behind, immersing his consciousness into the spatial realm. He pondered whether evolving to the 2nd platinum tier would unlock new troop types. Each evolution of the insectoid species typically unveiled new variants, yet this transition was merely from the 1st to the 2nd tier. He found himself uncertain if a new troop type would awaken. Elsie's mouth gaped open, her fangs menacingly visible. An invisible force emerged once more, drawing the entirety of the 1,000 tons of flesh into her maw. Observing this, Chen Luo also retrieved 2 platinum cores, tossing them into the mix. As the platinum flesh and platinum core were fully absorbed, a radiant white light enveloped the colossal form of Alith. With the embrace of this luminous glow, her body began to swell, reaching a height of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The already fearsome mother nest now possessed an aura that could easily frighten a child to tears. Faction, Alith. Special form, Zerg Mother Nest, powerless. Contracted Lord, Chen Luo. Race, Zerg Queen. Talent, Platinum 2nd tier. Skills, Giant Mandible Worker Ant hatching, usable in Mother Nest form. Blade Mantis hatching, usable in Mother Nest form. Stinger Serpent hatching, usable in Mother Nest form. Octopus King Bug hatching, usable in Mother Nest form. Thunder Beast hatching, usable in Mother Nest form. Evolution requirements, 200 platinum cores, 100,000 tons of platinum flesh. Can evolve into a Platinum 3rd tier Zerg Queen. Chen Luo paid no heed to the newly surfaced troops. Instead, he stared incredulously at the evolution requirements, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What on earth? Transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd tier required merely 2 platinum cores and 1,000 tons of platinum flesh. How could the leap from the 2nd to the 3rd tier demand 200 cores and 100,000 tons of platinum flesh? Was this an exponential increase? As Chen Luo marveled, a torrent of information flooded his mind. After a considerable time, he managed to sift through the details, comprehending the staggering disparity in evolutionary requirements. Upon reaching the platinum tier, every evolution of the Zerg Queen unlocks a new troop type, each possessing extraordinary capabilities. Consequently, the requirements for each evolution grow irregularly, potentially reaching over 100 million tons of platinum flesh in later stages. Fortunately, this was the Zerg. Had it been another race, the collection of such evolutionary materials would have plunged their lord into despair. Chen Luo once again felt fortunate that his faction was the Zerg. The sheer numbers and combat prowess of the Zerg ensured that gathering these resources was not a daunting task. The only challenge lay in whether there were sufficient enemies for the Zerg to vanquish. As long as enemies existed, evolving the Zerg to the king level would pose no issue. Chen Luo refrained from wasting more time on this matter. With the existence of the outer battlefield, he had no fear of failing to find enough adversaries to amass adequate evolutionary materials. He shifted his attention to the new Zerg troop type. The Thunder Beast, a massive and robust creature, commanded the power of lightning. This was the frontline troop of the Zerg. The introduction was indeed promising. Alith hatched 10 Thunder Beasts of the Platinum 2nd tier. Upon receiving the command, the mother nest immediately commenced its task. 10 exceptionally plump larvae crawled out from the mother nest, dispersing and coiling into cocoons. Under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, these cocoons rapidly expanded, reaching over 5 meters in mere moments. 5 minutes later, the cocoons were violently torn apart. Roar! The roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, akin to thunder crashing. An invisible storm surged outward, its might causing Chen Luo to widen his eyes in astonishment. Before him stood 10 creatures exceeding 8 meters in height, their limbs firmly planted on the ground, adorned with sharp horns atop their heads. Their bodies shimmered with a platinum glow, as if clad in heavy armor. Its form resembles that of a rhinoceros, yet it lacks the girth characteristic of such beasts. Instead, it appears incredibly lean, with muscles bulging across its limbs and abdomen. Its skin, akin to heavy armor, is adorned with swirling arcs of white electricity. Is this the Thunder Beast? Indeed, it is quite large. Chen Luo stroked his chin, reflecting on the Thunder Beast's physique. Standing at 8 or 9 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length, while it may not rival the more monstrous entities of the demon race, within the insectoid realm, its stature is truly unique. Particularly notable are its formidable armor and the electric arcs that envelop it. Just a glance instills the impression that nothing could impede its charge. Show me the extent of your mastery over lightning, Chen Luo commanded once more. What Chen Luo anticipated most from the Thunder Beasts, aside from their capacity for direct combat, due to their massive forms, was their command over the power of thunder. In any context, lightning is an exceedingly fearsome force. With a roar, the Thunder Beasts summoned dark clouds overhead, bolts of lightning striking the ground with relentless fury. They precisely pulverized the stones brought by the massive mandible ants, sparing the mycelium blanket and the laboring ants from harm. Their control is commendable, Chen Luo praised, calculating the remaining energy points available for hatching additional insectoid troops. He then declared, hatch 100,000 Thunder Beasts, followed by 20,000 shadow mantises, 20,000 stinging serpents, and 20,000 octopus kingworms. The remainder shall all be transformed into chirping cicadas. All must achieve Platinum Tier 2. The 5 mother nests commenced their operations with fervor. One by one, the Thunder Beasts roared into existence. The battlefield beyond the realm is a paradise that defies description. After the tumult of battle, and accounting for casualties, my insectoid legion has reached a formidable count of 180,000. Now, with an additional 160,000 Platinum Tier 2 insectoids hatched, the total has surged to 340,000, approaching 350,000. Moreover, the majority are of Platinum Tier 2. Chen Luo spread his arms wide. Unable to contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous!" He tapped his toes against the ground, feeling a tingling sensation at the crown of his head. The rapid increase in the quantity and power of his forces. Who else, aside from the insectoids, could achieve such feats? Chapter 80. The trial of the Lord's source realm concludes. And Li Hao delivers himself? In the Linjiang Bay City, the panic had scarcely settled before the beast tide was brought to an end. This left the inhabitants with an almost surreal sensation. Today marks the conclusion of the Lord's source realm trial. A moment to celebrate the emergence of a new lord and the cessation of the beast tide, without civilian casualties. The Linjiang Bay City is adorned with vibrant decorations, lanterns hanging, and auspicious characters posted everywhere. Yet, this brilliance fails to penetrate the shadows of the slums. Lin Luoxue, with her mended backpack slung over her shoulder, gazed enviously at the lively streets outside. With the trial's conclusion, the school released students early, granting them a half-day holiday. However, the merriment outside came to an abrupt halt as she turned into the alleyway of the slums, as if she had crossed into an entirely different world. I wonder how grandfather is faring. His condition has worsened in recent days. If only Brother Luo were here, I could obtain a bit more nutrient solution for Grandpa. Lin Luoxue lowered her head, burdened with thoughts as she hurried home. Meanwhile, at a high school, on the playground, a splendid array of magical symbols radiated light. As the patterns shifted, hundreds of individuals descended from the sky. Parents waiting outside rushed forward upon witnessing this, embracing their children in celebration. Successfully passing the trials of the Lord's source realm signified that these individuals had become true lords, freeing them from the drudgery of a life spent as mere laborers. Li Hao crossed his arms, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He believed he had performed admirably this time, having summoned 3 divine angels and elevated Elena's prowess to silver rank 1. Coupled with the monsters he had slain, he was confident that his name would undoubtedly appear on the leaderboard. Li Xiao, come quickly to see the leaderboard. You are ranked 11th. Indeed. Li Hao from Linjiang Bay City, a bronze rank 7 lord, with a score of 47,000. 47,000 points? I only have 700. Truly. As expected of Li Xiao. Of course, our Li Xiao has contracted with dual favored clans, one of which is a divine angel, a platinum favored clan. Such achievements are well deserved. By the way, have you seen Chen Luo? I wonder if he regrets his impulsiveness upon seeing Li Xiao's ranking. Chen Luo? I recall he contracted with a silver rank 3 insectoid, right? P.S. probably hiding somewhere, weeping with those loathsome insectoids. Laughter erupted among the crowd at these remarks. Li Hao smirked, quite pleased with the derision cast upon Chen Luo, a fortunate individual who was blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings, and who even dared to insult him directly. He wished nothing more than to see Chen Luo suffer, preferably begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Regretting his earlier insults. Wait, why is there no first place on this year's leaderboard? Indeed, the top position seemed obscured, revealing only the place of origin. Is there another base city named Linjiang? Curious voices drew everyone's attention. Li Hao also leaned closer. Upon seeing the ranking on the large screen, he was taken aback. Lord Source Realm Trial Rankings. First place, Golden Lord, score, origin, Linjiang Bay City. Second place, Wang Shushue, Silver Rank 1 Lord, score, 81,000. Origin, Kyoto Bay City. Second place, Lu Qingqing, Silver Rank 2 Lord, score. He did not bother to check the subsequent entries, fixated instead on the first place's origin. The glaring words Linjiang Bay City made him clench his fists. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. An instinct that something significant was about to transpire. With a darkened expression, Li Hao turned on his heel and left. Before departing, he instructed a few of his subordinates. Find out Chen Luo's whereabouts. Whoever locates him will receive a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. His mood was foul, and he desperately needed an outlet for his frustration. Chen Luo was the perfect target, especially with those despicable insectoids he commanded. He was eager to witness the depths of despair and anguish that Chen Luo must be experiencing as he crushed those insectoid creatures. Upon hearing Li Hao's bounty, his underlings immediately sprang into action. Before long, the entire student body was aware of the situation, fervently searching for Chen Luo, all in pursuit of the enticing reward of 100,000 dragon coins. They even scoured the girls' restroom, yet Chen Luo's presence remained elusive. It was until a clever young subordinate approached Li Hao that a breakthrough occurred. Li Xiao, he began, I recall that Chen Luo has a childhood friend, our school's belle. Lin Luoxue. It's quite probable that Chen Luo has gone to find Lin Luoxue, as they are neighbors. Li Hao cast a glance at the bright young lad and chuckled softly, lead the way. As long as we locate Chen Luo, the reward of 100,000 dragon coins is guaranteed. The clever young lad nearly leaped with excitement. Soon, a luxury vehicle departed from the school, heading straight for the impoverished district of the city. Lin Yue would typically be waiting at the door to greet her after school. Suddenly, an array of troubling thoughts flooded her mind, causing her eyes to redden with anxiety. Tears streamed down Lin Luoxue's face, her overwhelming panic rendering her speechless. The small rental apartment was modest, comprising a cramped living room, 2 tiny bedrooms, a small bathroom, and a balcony with a pot. One could traverse the entire abode in just a few strides. Upon reaching the balcony, she found Lin Yue intently focused on a chess game. Opposite him sat the one she longed for, Chen Luo, who was casually holding a large bucket of ice-cold soda, waving at her. Tears still glistened in the corners of Lin Luoxue's eyes as the three exchanged glances, the atmosphere laden with silence. Why is Xiaoxue crying? Who has wronged you? Let Grandpa take a look. Lin Yue feigned an intention to rise, using the moment to sweep all the chess pieces to the floor. After this maneuver, he couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at Chen Luo. The young were still too naive. He had dominated the chessboard for years without ever tasting defeat. What was his secret? Was it his superior chess skills? No, it was his ability to seize opportunities. Quick and ruthless, as long as he overturned the board, he could never truly lose. Stupid chess player. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, at a loss for words with the old rascal. Exasperated, he took a large swig from the bucket of soda, gulping down several mouthfuls. Upon finishing, a wave of relief washed over him. Lin Luoxue excitedly rushed towards Chen Luo, completely ignoring Lin Yue, who was struggling to rise with open arms. Witnessing his granddaughter leap into Chen Luo's embrace shattered Lin Yue's heart in that moment. Though he had not lost the chess game, he felt he had lost in life. His precious little girl had become someone else's. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of brakes disrupted the atmosphere, followed by a voice dripping with mockery. Chen Luo, I know you're up there. Don't be a coward. Your dwelling is as lowly and filthy as you and your kin. I'm here to check on you, so hurry up and come out to greet me. I trust your days in the Lord S trial have been quite thrilling? Have you wet your pants in fright from the monsters? The derisive taunts clearly reached the ears of the three. Lin Luoxue and Lin Yue's expressions instantly changed, their eyes filled with concern as they gazed at Chen Luo. Despite the insult directed at him, Chen Luo remained unfazed, still clutching a large bucket of ice-cold soda with nonchalance. How amusing. Was he truly a person prone to anger and grudges? Why bother quarreling with someone on the brink of death? Chapter 81, Severing 8 of the 7 Wolves. The man who dared to call him a dog. At the first high school, in the principal's office, Principal Li rubbed his temples in exasperation. Confronted by a mountain of paperwork, calculating the time, he mused that How should have emerged from the Lord's source realm by now. How had he ranked? The thought of it brought a glimmer of anticipation and excitement to the aged face of Principal Li. If there was anything he looked forward to, it was the future of Li Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disregarded his own dignity, employing every means possible to secure a divine angel as a patron for Li Hao. After all, Li Hao was the only legitimate grandson of the Li family branch. Beside him, the assistant quickly beamed with congratulations. Young Master Hao has not disappointed your expectations. In the trials of the Lord's source realm, he ranked 11th, with a score of 47,000. He is already among the foremost talents in our Dragon Nation. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Principal Li's previously troubled heart felt a wave of relief. The daunting stack of documents before him suddenly appeared much more agreeable. With his spirits lifted, even the most mundane matters seemed pleasing to his eyes. Did I not instruct you to fetch him? Why is he out gallivanting with that group of rascals? Principal Li frowned, his expression decidedly displeased. The initial provocation of Chen Luo had been for Li Hao's future. Even though he was aware of Chen Luo's formidable growth, he harbored little regret. Yet, he also remembered Chen Luo's words and understood Li Hao's character. However, such matters were notoriously unpredictable. What if Li Hao sought trouble with Chen Luo's friends or family? If Chen Luo were to discover this, it would spell significant trouble. Young Master Hao, the assistant's gaze wandered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his hesitation, Principal Li's frown deepened. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. Where exactly had Hao gone? Suddenly raising his voice, he startled the assistant into taking a step back. The pressure of the Golden Lord made him tremble in fear. Unable to conceal anything further, the assistant hastily divulged the entire situation. Upon finishing the assistant's account, Principal Li nearly leapt from his seat in shock. What did you just say? That little rascal has gone to stir up trouble with Chen Luo? Why did you not inform me sooner? His fury escalated to the point where he nearly spat blood, cursing vehemently. He had suspected that the little scamp was up to no good. Indeed, his worst fears had come to pass. The assistant, feeling utterly wronged, nearly broke down. Young Master Hao forbade me from telling you. I am merely a laborer caught in the middle, unable to offend either side. Enough of this nonsense. Take me to that little rascal at once. If I find him, I shall certainly break his legs. Principal Li gritted his teeth in anger. Roaring, he stormed out of the principal's office, following the assistant directly to the slums. Now, the only thing he felt grateful for was that Chen Luo had ventured to the outer battlefield. Otherwise, if Li Hao were to go there, it would be like a sheep entering the lion's den. What distinguishes this from a direct confrontation with the muzzle of a gun? The Lord's Manor. A few days prior, they successfully repelled the beast tide, although a significant number of their kin were lost. However, the rewards from the Lord's alliance were exceedingly generous, fully compensating for these losses. In recent days, Song Wenhua has been brimming with confidence, feeling an increasing sense of hope for the future. He abruptly stood up, filled with excitement. The prodigy, who single-handedly turned the tide of battle and hailed from the Linjiang Bay City, was indeed a favored figure. Now, by aligning himself with such a powerful ally. His prospects seemed even brighter. Quick, take me to meet Chen Xiaoyu. Wait a moment, let me prepare a gift. Song Wenhua hurriedly rushed off to pack a present, leaving Lu Chong in stunned silence. He never anticipated that the Lord would show such friendliness towards Chen Luo, even bordering on obsequiousness. Why would the Lord bestow gifts upon a powerless, impoverished orphan? Before Lu Chong could ponder further, a resounding slap struck the back of his head with such force that it nearly caused him a concussion. Holding the back of his head, he looked at Lu Gang with innocent eyes, on the verge of tears. What had he done this time? Why was he being hit again? He had already endured the brunt of 8 previous slaps. Another one would be too much to bear. You little rascal, when we arrive, you will kneel and bow repeatedly until Chen Xiaoyu forgives you. Otherwise, I shall pretend you were never my son. Lu Gang warned in a deep voice, his fierce gaze causing Lu Chong to tremble. His head nodded so quickly it nearly left an afterimage, fearful that a further slap awaited him. Indeed, he could not endure it any longer. How did I end up with such a troublemaking son? Ugh, truly a misfortune for the family. Lu Gang spat, growing increasingly displeased with Lu Chong. Yet, being his own flesh and blood, he dragged Lu Chong to the Lord's manor, hoping to leverage Song Wenhua's influence to resolve the conflict between Lu Chong and Chen Luo. If successful, it would bring joy to all. If not, the Golden Lord's lifespan could reach 150 years, and he considered himself still youthful. Starting anew was not out of the question. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait to meet Chen Xiaoyu. He deserves a share of the rewards from the Lord's alliance. Song Wenhua urged Lu Gang excitedly, laden with gifts. This left Lu Chong even more bewildered, questioning whether he had been struck into a stupor or hallucination. How else could he comprehend the sight of a platinum lord eagerly seeking to please a destitute orphan? Several luxury cars, filled with extravagant gifts, departed from the Lord's manor, heading towards the slums. The sight of opulent presents and the spectacle caused passers-by to murmur in curiosity about the purpose of the Lord's manor vehicles transporting such valuable items. As they followed, their astonishment grew upon realizing the destination was the impoverished district. The news spread rapidly online, and within mere minutes, it had circulated throughout much of Linjiang Bay City. Song Wenhua, the hero who thwarted the beast tide, was regarded as a guardian by the city's residents. Every action and movement draws immense attention. Upon receiving the news, those nearby hastily drove to the impoverished district, with many even live-streaming, to unlock a new wave of viewership. Who could resist the curiosity of why the esteemed city lord would venture into such a desolate area? While it is commendable to empathize with the plight of the common folk and assist the impoverished elderly, surely such items are unnecessary. Indeed, iced cola is unhealthy. Yet a sip on a summer day feels divine. Why does the world harbor such unwholesome, yet delightful indulgences? After downing a large bucket of iced cola, Chen Luo let out a satisfied burp. Rubbing his belly, he rose and descended the stairs with Lin Luoxue and her grandson. This rare opportunity called for a grand spectacle, aimed at delivering a slight shock to these people from the insect tribe. Hiding and sneaking around felt akin to traversing the night in splendid attire. Meanwhile, below, Li Hao was hoarse from cursing and began to doubt whether he had been deceived. Was Chen Luo truly residing here? Just as he contemplated confronting the informant, the dilapidated rental door creaked open, revealing 3 figures. Leading them was none other than the man he had longed to confront, Chen Luo, the very one audacious enough to insult him. Chapter 82, A Life and Death Struggle. Li Hao, you are quite bold. With a belt dipped in iodine, he prepared to strike while disinfecting. Are you deaf? Can you not hear my voice? Li Hao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. A tempest of rage and hatred bubbling within him, nearly overwhelming him. Throughout his life, he had faced humiliation only at the hands of Chen Luo. Today, it mattered not who arrived. Chen Luo must pay for his words, perhaps even with his life. What barking dog is that? Chen Luo scratched his ear, not even glancing at Li Hao. His casual dismissal nearly caused Li Hao to faint from fury. Without hesitation, Li Hao waved his hand, and a portal opened. A divine radiance poured forth from the portal, accompanied by celestial hymns echoing through the void. The holy angel, Elena, descended, with her pristine wings unfurled. Elena flew forth from the portal, followed closely by 3 similarly adorned angels. As the 4 angels emerged, their brilliance illuminated the grimy, dilapidated alley. The noxious odor in the air and the filthy surroundings made even the angels frown. Elena's gaze immediately fell upon Chen Luo not far away. Her elegant neck, already poised, seemed to rise even higher as she regarded Chen Luo with disdainful superiority. The other 3 angels, puzzled, imitated her, crossing their arms with expressions of contempt. Chen Luo regarded Elena with a hint of surprise, prompting her to preen with pride. However, she quickly recalled that Chen Luo had just insulted her. Anger surged within her, and her holy sword unsheathed slightly, poised to strike. Looking down upon Chen Luo, she regarded him as one would a mere insect. Words of mockery danced on her lips. Yet as she beheld Chen Luo's well-proportioned figure, she found herself at a loss for words. Not 2 seconds passed before she resumed her taunts. You remain as poor and weak as ever. This must be your dwelling, filthy and decrepit. No wonder you carry an unpleasant odor. It appears you have marinated in it here. I hear your kin belong to the insect tribe. Is it the insectoid that was crushed underfoot? Why not summon it for us to gaze upon? Fear not. We shall not deliberately trample your little creatures. After all, we detest getting dirty. A merciless taunt that failed to provoke Chen Luo, yet ignited fury in Lin Luoxua, whose eyes turned crimson. She glared fiercely at Elena. What angels? Merely a bunch of harlots. You wretches, who despise the poor and cherish the affluent. You utterly tarnish the light. I spit on you. She was fully aware of the events that transpired, and it was precisely that knowledge that filled her with indignation for Chen Luo. The sacred angels were initially summoned by Chen Luo as his first vassals, yet they looked down upon him, refusing to forge a contract. Though she had not directly experienced this sense of grievance, even the mere contemplation of it suffocated her. Now, these angels had the audacity to utter such words. It was absolutely revolting. Ah, the sacred angels do not stoop to quarrel with mere ants that can be crushed, Elena sneered, casting not even a glance at Lin Luoxua. Enraged, she stomped her feet, itching to rush forward and tear her hair out. Enough of this commotion, Chen Luo interjected. Extending his hand to employ his ultimate technique against little girls, the head pat. He successfully calmed Lin Luoxua down, then turned his attention to Li Hao, who stood with arms crossed in a similarly disdainful expression as the angels. Pray tell, what is your purpose for being here? Surely, you do not intend to engage in a brawl? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, pondering. If a fight were to ensue, how would he proceed? With 300,000 insectoid warriors, even the weakest among them boasted an 8th-tier golden rank. How could he possibly engage with a few silver and bronze birdmen without being accused of bullying the weak? A brawl? I am not here to spar with you. I seek to duel for life and death. Sign a death contract, and let a single battle decide our fates, with the victor bearing no responsibility. Do you dare? Upon hearing these words, Li Hao and the angels erupted in laughter, already envisioning Chen Luo's horrified expression. Meanwhile, a nearby young boy, drooling at the sight of the angels' long legs, was startled by the mention of a life and death duel. What grudge could warrant such a confrontation? It was common for lords to have friction. After all, opportunities were limited. Yet, some disputes could escalate into life and death feuds, which is why the Lord Alliance had instituted the death duel. Signing the death contract would resolve matters once and for all, regardless of whether the victor slayed the vanquished. They bore no liability. Such duels required the consent of both parties, and even to this day, they remained rare, particularly in a small city like Linjiang. It had been years since a life and death duel had occurred. Each instance was a matter of profound enmity, a fight to the bitter end. He cast a sympathetic glance toward Chen Luo. Luckily, the duel required mutual agreement. If either party declined, the duel could not proceed. Otherwise, Chen Luo would surely be doomed. A life and death duel? You and I? Are you certain? Chen Luo looked at Li Hao in surprise. He had not anticipated this boy's bravery. Are you afraid of a life and death duel? Li Hao wore a mocking expression as he produced a piece of paper from his pocket. With a swift motion, he signed his name upon it and tossed the paper directly to Chen Luo. This document was none other than the death contract. Only by signing such a life and death contract can one truly be engaged in a duel of life and death. If one lacks the courage, now is the time to kneel and beg for mercy. Li Hao deliberately provoked Chen Luo. Whether Chen Luo signed the contract or not, the grievance of his humiliation had already been avenged. If he signed, Chen Luo would undoubtedly meet his demise. After all, he possessed 4 divine angels, with Elena, the leader, being a formidable presence of silver rank 1. Her platinum rank 2 qualification allowed her to hold her ground even against adversaries of silver rank 3. If he refrained from signing, the humiliation alone would inflict great suffering upon Chen Luo. Later, in the outer battlefield, there would be ample opportunity for him to ensure Chen Luo's utter annihilation. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself with no path, but one leading to death. So brave. Does your grandfather know? Chen Luo caught the life and death contract, a grin spreading across his face. He had been contemplating how to eliminate Li Hao in a reasonable and lawful manner. Now, however, Li Hao had unwittingly facilitated that for him. How considerate of him. Thus, during the duel, he intended to unleash his entire swarm to accompany Li Hao on his final journey. Every base city had established special arenas for life and death duels. The arenas were vast, capable of accommodating millions of kin without issue. Such duels were rare, and each occurrence stirred tremendous commotion. The Lord's Alliance profited handsomely from ticket sales each year. Wait, no. Principal Li hovered in the air, rushing from a distance. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Chen Luo signing the life and death contract. In that instant, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. This was a life and death contract. Once signed, there could be no turning back. Given Chen Luo's strength, crushing Li Hao would be no different than squashing an ant. What a calamity, a life and death contract. Principal Li's grandson truly dared to sign anything. Upon arriving, Song Wenjua couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the glaring life and death contract. Lu Gang looked at the despairing Principal Li with sympathy while simultaneously delivering a scathing slap to Lu Chong, who remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. Staring wide-eyed at Chen Luo, without mercy, a fierce competition had rendered Lu Chong subdued, shrinking back like a quail, too afraid to look Chen Luo in the eye. Who could comprehend the anguish of having 8 wolves' legs broken? Lu Gang had even applied iodine to the wounds of the wolves to hasten recovery and prevent infection, claiming it would allow for simultaneous combat and disinfection. Chapter 83. The life and death duel begins. The domain unfolds. Grandfather? What brings you here? Li Hao looked at Principal Li with surprise. Before he could approach, he was met with a resounding slap. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. His front teeth knocked out. Li Hao, dazed, covered his face, bewildered by Principal Li's sudden aggression. Did he not realize the psychological trauma such a blow could inflict? You little brat. Principal Li, seething with anger, shot a fierce glare at Li Hao before turning his gaze to Chen Luo. More precisely, his gaze fell upon the life and death contract in Chen Luo's hand. A rare expression of pleading crossed his somewhat aged face. Chen Luo, this little brat means no harm. Please do not take his actions to heart. Might you consider sparing my face, and let this life and death contract be forgotten? Principal Li was on the verge of tears, truly regretting the turn of events. Why did no one intervene earlier to stop Li Hao's reckless actions? He merely assumed that Chen Luo was no longer in Linjiang Bay City, and that the danger had dissipated, which is why he did not go to welcome Li Hao, who had just emerged from the Lord Source realm. Who would have thought that such a calamity could unfold? A battle for survival had erupted. The death contract had been signed, thereby activating its effects. How could it be disregarded so easily? Fortuitously, Lord Song was present. We could venture to the arena together and perhaps hitch a ride. It has indeed been many years since the death arena in Linjiang Bay City was last utilized. The last time being during the previous incident. Chen Luo smiled warmly as he neatly folded the death contract and tucked it away. Wasn't he disdainful of the insectoid race? Didn't he believe they could be effortlessly crushed? He was eager to witness how Li Hao and Elena would obliterate the insectoids. Principal Li was rendered speechless. His face as pale as a ghost. Before he could utter another word, Li Hao rose to his feet, clutching his swollen face and glaring fiercely at Chen Luo. Rest assured, Grandpa, this battle for survival was voluntarily signed by Chen Luo. I did not coerce him. There are witnesses, so we need not fear scrutiny from above. These words caused Principal Li to gasp, nearly fainting from the shock. Was this really what he was concerned about? Do not worry, young Chen. The arena for the death battle is constructed with a special formation, capable of withstanding attacks from those beneath the monarch, and the space is quite ample. Lord Song continued. I have brought along some gifts. Let us unload them and take my vehicle directly to the Lord's Alliance branch. Naturally, Song Wenhua seized the opportunity to curry favor with Chen Luo. After all, he was the future's golden asset. Why not embrace him wholeheartedly? Chen Luo's smile widened. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Song. With a swift gesture, Song Wenhua directed his entourage to unload a cart filled with precious items into the alley. Each item was invaluable, some even being priceless. Lin Luoxue and her grandfather could only gaze in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Hao and the four angels were utterly bewildered. Is this how poverty alleviation is conducted now? The treatment is exceptional. Once the vehicles were cleared, Chen Luo joined Song Wenhua in one of the cars, heading straight to the Lord's Alliance branch within the city. Do not worry, I shall return shortly, Li Hao declared, his voice betraying a sense of urgency, as he drove off under Principal Li's dazed and desperate gaze. Although he was unclear about what had transpired, one thing was certain. Chen Luo's audacity to sign the death contract meant that his demise was inevitable. No one could save him now. As several cars exited the slums, they were already surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The crowd in front had begun live streaming, and upon spotting Lord Song's vehicle, they immediately followed in pursuit. Lu Gang clapped Principal Li on the shoulder. Your grandson is quite brave. My son was also quite courageous, though fortunately he was no match for the 7 wolves. Well, 8 of them actually. With that, he departed, taking the quail-carrying Lu Chong with him, leaving Principal Li standing in the alley, his face a mask of despair. After a moment, he hurriedly fished out his phone, trembling as he dialed a number. Li Qing from the Linjiang Bay City Li family branch. I urgently need the help of the elder patriarch. Please, I beg you, expedite the connection. It is a matter of great urgency. Linjiang Bay City, Lord's Alliance branch. Death Arena. The arena is inscribed with a special array, occupying an area not much larger than a football field. Surrounding it are tiered seating, now brimming with spectators. It is said that in this life and death battle, one of the contenders is Li Hao, the grandson of a principal, ranked 11th in the Lord Source Realm trial, with a lineage of a second-tier platinum quality holy angel. The other, known as Chen Luo, is an orphan. The holy angel, a manifestation of Li Hao's initial lineage, was unfortunately unwilling to follow him due to his impoverished circumstances and was subsequently acquired by another. This reveals a profound grudge over the initial lineage. Hence the necessity for a life and death duel. Chen Luo has lost his holy angel lineage. What creature has he contracted now? It is rumored to be a third-tier silver quality insectoid. The insectoid? That unsightly and feeble creature, known merely for its uncomplicated summoning conditions? How could Chen Luo dare to engage in a life and death battle against Li Hao with such a lineage? Perhaps he is blinded by fury. The outcome appears predetermined, devoid of intrigue. Come, gather around to witness the life and death arena, where the 11th ranked contender in the Lord Source Realm trial, possessing a second-tier platinum quality holy angel, will mercilessly annihilate the third-tier silver quality insectoid. The audience buzzes with speculation. Upon learning the details about both contenders, few retained any faith in Chen Luo's chances. What could a third-tier silver insectoid possibly offer against a second-tier platinum holy angel? Unless one has lost their senses, who would believe the insectoid could emerge victorious? Just a single step from the holy angel could extinguish countless insectoids of equal strength. The murmurs of the crowd do not perturb Chen Luo. Rather, they only serve to amplify Li Hao's smugness. You are doomed, he taunts, raising a middle finger in a mocking salute, exuding the arrogance of a foolish landowner's son. Once the life and death arena is entered, the match will not cease unless agreed upon by both parties. With preparations complete, the life and death arena is activated. The referee, brimming with excitement, announces the commencement, and the array inscribed at the arena's center bursts forth with luminescence. A near-transparent light shield envelopes the entire arena. Chen Luo and Li Hao instinctively close their eyes as a brilliant flash courses before them. Upon reopening their eyes, they find themselves in a vast expanse of pure white, devoid of all else. Is this the life and death arena? Born from the outer battlefield, structured with a special array, it indeed possesses considerable scope. Chen Luo surveys the surrounding blankness, realizing that this space could nearly encompass half of his territory. Enough of this chatter. Domain, manifest. Li Hao eagerly unleashes his domain. The 7th-tier bronze domain, with a radius of 700 meters, materializes as ethereal figures coalesce into reality, descending upon the ground. A griffin and 4 holy angels take flight in the air above, all poised for combat. The emergence of the holy angels elicits gasps and cheers from the crowd, their fervor echoing into the heavens. Concurrently, the viewership in live broadcasts surges, with several channels surpassing 100,000 viewers in mere moments. Within the confines of the life and death arena, Elena grips her holy sword tightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Luo. Let me behold your wretched and filthy insects, she sneers. Chen Luo furrows his brow momentarily before relaxing his expression. Since you wish for this, I shall oblige. Domain, manifest. As the words fell, an expansive shadow of territory manifested in the air, stretching endlessly. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 84. Realization of error? Merely fear of death. Revenge. The origin of the divine angel? The territory gradually solidified, descending towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, half of the territory had materialized, sprawling across the space. The vast expanse rendered Li Hao's bronze-tier territory appear minuscule and pitiful in comparison. Li Hao and Elena, along with their companions, were left agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. The confidence and pride they had moments ago were replaced by doubt, not of others, but of the reality before them. Had they entered a hallucination? The spectators outside were equally astounded, rendered speechless, merely gazing at the unfolding spectacle. Were they truly witnessing this? Such a colossal domain must belong to a platinum lord, surely? Chen Xiaoyu must have already acquired a subordinate lord. Otherwise, the territorial scope could not possibly be so vast. Song Wenzhuo wore a face of admiration. Beside him, Lu Gang hurriedly nodded in agreement, simultaneously urging the stunned Lu Chong to respond. They hoped that the city lord could intercede on their behalf, as Lu Chong had unwittingly offended Chen Xiaoyu in the past, and now recognized his mistake. Just as Song Wenzhuo was about to speak, his phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered. I understand. I will arrange to terminate the live broadcast immediately. Is it unnecessary to cut it off? Just relay it in Linjiang Bay City? Very well, I comprehend. Please assure the Grand Elder that I shall handle it appropriately. After ending the call, Song Wenzhuo rose hastily. Before long, the number of viewers in all live broadcast rooms plummeted, with those not hailing from Linjiang City being ejected. Although he could not fathom the significance of such an action, he complied with the Grand Elder's direct orders. Do you not wish to greet my insect legion? Come, I shall summon them to extend their greetings. Chen Luo declared with a smile, clapping his hands. In the next moment, a dark mass of insectoid troops surged behind him. Arrayed in regimented formation, countless in number, the thunder beasts stomped, arcs of electricity crackling around them. The stinging serpents coiled their bodies, flicking their tongues, their emotionless eyes fixated on the adversary. Above them, the shadow mantises flew in endless columns, stretching beyond the horizon. Atop all, the least numerous were the crying cicadas, faint sounds of their calls resonating in the air. Over 300,000 insects roared in unison, their savage, bloodthirsty aura enveloping the entire space. Even the spectators outside could sense this overwhelming presence, causing many to tremble in fear, some so frightened that they soiled themselves. For Li Hao and his kin, facing the insect horde, words were unnecessary. Li Hao knelt on the ground, trembling as he gazed at the ferocious legion that seemed to stretch into infinity, his lips quivering, unable to utter a sound. Elena, along with the angels and griffins, were similarly immobilized by dread, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of these monstrous beings. Why has the young master knelt? It's not yet the new year. There's no need for such a grand gesture, and I lack funds for a red envelope. Elena, where has your proud demeanor as a divine angel vanished to? Was it not said that the Zerg are lowly and filthy, easily crushed underfoot? Why are they now lying on the ground? Chen Luo approached Li Hao, bending down to pat his face, which was contorted with terror. Why the silence? Weren't you all eagerly anticipating a battle for survival with me? I recall you were laughing quite merrily then. Why the somberness now? Laugh. In the face of such an adversary, who could possibly find mirth? Li Hao could only wish to weep. No wonder his grandfather had insisted he don a protective garment. It was all because of this. Had he known Chen Luo was this formidable, even a fool would have known to steer clear. Chen Luo, I propose we have a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I sincerely apologize for the offenses I committed earlier. And you too, Elena and the others. Hasten to apologize to Chen Luo. Quickly, Li Hao glared at Elena and her companions with a twisted visage, his heart swirling with fear and a profound animosity. It was all the fault of those accursed divine angels. Otherwise, he would not have met such a fate. Yet, no amount of regret could change the past, now. He merely hoped for Chen Luo's mercy. He had a promising future ahead, and it could not be extinguished here. Elena paid no heed to Li Hao's vitriol. She merely stared at Chen Luo in a daze, feeling as though he were a stranger. Was this truly the same frail Chen Luo, once so pitifully impoverished? How could he have transformed so drastically in just a month? Elena parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chen Luo ignored her entirely, not even granting her a glance. He simply rose and turned his back to them. With the life and death contract signed, there was nothing further to discuss. As soon as the words left his lips, the Zerg surged forward in unison, intent on tearing their enemies to shreds. This terrifying spectacle rendered Li Hao and Elena pale with fear. Stop. Chen Luo, you are magnanimous. Spare my life. We have been classmates for 3 years. I truly see my error now. I can offer you money, a great deal of money. My family is a branch of the Li clan. We possess wealth and power. You can have whatever you desire. Fear had caused Li Hao to wet his pants, yet he was beyond shame, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Only by confronting the Zerg horde could one comprehend such dread, a terror that stemmed from the very depths of the soul. Realization of wrong. No. You do not grasp your mistake. You are merely terrified. 3 years of camaraderie? Had I been the weak one, would you have spared me? Before Li Hao and the angels could utter another word, the Zerg horde charged forth, bypassing Chen Luo and lunging directly at their foes. The disparity in numbers and strength was palpable, and in mere moments, Li Hao and his kin were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. The battle concluded. Victory belonged to Chen Luo. The judge stammered as he announced the result. To the spectators, this life and death struggle had appeared predetermined even before it commenced. No one had anticipated such an outcome. More importantly, what of Chen Luo? Why did his domain extend so vast? Having just emerged from the Lord Source realm, could it be that Chen Luo had already ascended to the rank of Platinum Lord? And what of those countless, overwhelming kin, if they were indeed Zerg? What was the Zerg that they had previously known? Hauer, principally rushed, yet he was still too late. He could only watch as the dark mass of Zerg tore Li Hao into shreds. He fell to his knees in despair. The branch of the Li family was severed. It was over. If one were to speak of excitement, there was a hint, but more so, there was tranquility. At some point, Li Hao had ceased to be someone he could not provoke. Instead, he had become something that could not even be deemed an ant. Such a young lad. His methods were quite ruthless. The elder, who had been observing from the void, stroked his beard and chuckled while shaking his head in mock reproach. He had anticipated that Chen Luo would create a grand spectacle, yet he had not expected it to be of such magnitude. With the impending treasure hunt in the secret realm, Chen Luo, as a covert weapon, could not be revealed prematurely to the nations. Thus, he had contacted Song Wenhua, ensuring that all broadcasts were exclusively viewable by the residents of Linjiang Base City. He also controlled all videos and information to guarantee that nothing would leak out. This holy angelic lineage was indeed formidable. It was likely that it originated from the same place as the former elder's lineage. If they truly hailed from a common source, then this matter was far from over. Gazing at the white light coalescing in the sky, the elder furrowed his brow. The light gradually formed a phantom. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Elena. She cast a deep glance at Chen Luo below, then looked towards the elder, her eyes filled with both vigilance and disdain. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the void. The elder tightened his grip on his staff. These holy angels indeed came from heaven. The essence of this angel was remarkably strong. Even her residual soul could perceive the elder's presence. Creatures from heaven bore grudges, and with Chen Luo having humiliated them thus, trouble was bound to ensue. Yet, why had they chosen Chen Luo as their host without signing a contract? These holy angels were not mere ordinary lineages, or rather, they were not lineages at all. They were manifestations of beings from that realm known as heaven. More precisely, they were avatars controlled by a fragment of their soul. This meant that the angels Chen Luo had slain were merely avatars. Their true forms remained in heaven, gazing down upon this world. The elder's expression grew serious, perplexed beyond measure. Chapter 85, Unclaimed Secret Realm? A mythical first-order purple-gold behemoth. It must be obtained. Just like that, they were slain? In that moment, he finally grasped Lu Gang's good intentions and felt immense gratitude toward the 8-7 wolves. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly been him who perished up there. Brother Luo, will there be any repercussions for killing people like this? Lin Luoxue approached Chen Luo, offering a large bucket of ice-cold soda. Her worried inquiry lifted Chen Luo's spirits. Having just taken a few sips of the refreshing drink, to have someone care and to have cold soda flowing down his throat was indeed a joyous affair. Since the life and death contract had been signed and the arena of life and death had commenced, casualties could not be pursued for accountability. The little girl still needed to read more books, unlike my granddaughter, who was well-versed and could assist Chen with anything. Before Chen Luo could respond, the elder's voice echoed from afar, filled with an air of smugness and deliberate comparison. Lin Luoxue glared at the old man, her teeth grinding in frustration. Was that remark intended to diminish her standing in Chen Luo's eyes? This wretched old fellow was truly insidious. The fact that the Grand Elder had personally come to the Linjiang Bay City was quite extraordinary. If he were to make such a commotion and remain oblivious, that would indeed be suspicious. The Grand Elder? Both Lin Luoxue and the accompanying Song Wenju stared in bewilderment. Was this the same Grand Elder they knew? The highest-ranking member of the Elder Council? If so, what could possibly bring him to this place? Moreover, his familiarity with Chen Luo was apparent. Yet, the Grand Elder of the Council. It was a privilege beyond measure to even encounter him, let alone know him personally. In the Dragon Kingdom, the old man was hardly a rarity. How is it? Now that your concerns are resolved, is your mood any brighter? He stroked his beard and smiled kindly. Although he had many questions for Chen Luo, this was not the appropriate time for inquiries. Furthermore, he doubted that Chen Luo possessed the answers. Otherwise, today's events would not have transpired as they did. Finishing his drink left him feeling quite refreshed. You should indulge in a couple of bottles yourself when you have the chance. Chen Luo did not decline. Now that matters had been settled, there was no need to squander time. One must look forward. Dwelling on the past would only lead to stagnation. You little rascal. I have shielded you from the old geezers of the Li family, or else they would have charged in long ago, the Grand Elder huffed, his nostrils flaring in irritation. This insolent youth merely spoke empty words without offering him a share. It was absurd, considering he was concerned about heavenly matters while also assisting in fending off the Li family elders. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow non-committally. If you do not leave, I can always take the express train myself. His remark about the Grand Elder's lackluster skills at traversing the void was particularly infuriating, even surpassing Wan Xiong's abilities. Before the Grand Elder could retort, Chen Luo turned to Lin Luoxue, reaching out to give her a gentle pat on the head. I left a bank card in your room. The password is your birthday. There are also some enhancement potions exchanged with military merit. Take them in moderation to bolster your physique and mental strength. After imparting his advice, Chen Luo approached the Grand Elder. Under Lin Luoxue's reluctant gaze, the two stepped into the emerging black hole. Their figures vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Chen Xiaoyu is truly an extraordinary individual. After a long pause, Song Wenju struggled to find the right words of praise, ultimately settling for a conventional remark. It was not that Chen Luo had failed to impress. Rather, he was so exceptional that words fell short. As a golden lord with hundreds of thousands of loyal subjects, each exuding an aura not inferior to that of the 8th rank in gold, over half of them radiated the presence of platinum level. Being the only platinum lord present, Song Wenju felt this keenly. Now, with the Grand Elder himself coming to meet him, the shock Chen Luo instilled was beyond articulation. Brother Luo, Lin Luoxue clenched her fists, recalling the Grand Elder's words. With tears shimmering in her eyes, her gaze became resolute, and her small hand formed a fist. She, Lin Luoxue, would never be inferior to Su Yan. In the opulent Romanesque palace of Amelia, Florida, Asher, you ought to comprehend the significance of this matter. Why are you still slumbering? You possess the mythic lineage of the purple gold behemoth. Can you not aspire to something greater? Each day is consumed with eating and sleeping, even in slumber. Could you refrain from donning those tattered sponge square shorts? Is it too much to ask for a sense of aesthetics? Look at me. A muscular man deserves to wear pink. Asher lazily opened his eyes, glancing at the pink starfish shorts worn by the burly man across from him, falling into a contemplative silence. Once, he believed he was the only talent in Florida, flaunting a unique sense of style, far ahead of the rest. But now, he has come to understand that true aesthetic excellence belonged to his good friend, Reels. Stop pretending to be silent with those dead fish eyes. It's not amusing at all. Reels cleared his throat, adjusted his shorts, and retrieved his tablet, his expression turning serious. The information has been transmitted to me. A masterless secret realm has emerged in the Bermuda Triangle, a region notorious for its magnetic instability and where no secret realms have ever appeared. Various nations have previously dispatched individuals to investigate, yet none have confirmed what lies within. The sudden emergence of a resource-rich secret realm is indeed bizarre. Upon hearing Reels's words, Asher instantly straightened his posture, shaking off his earlier lethargy, replaced by a demeanor of solemnity. The classification of secret realms ranges from low to high, categorically divided into levels. Level secret realms have only appeared 5 times since the era of lords began. Each of the 5 great nations occupies one. The abundant resources contained within are the very foundation that allows these nations to stand resilient. Now, the emergence of another masterless level secret realm could alter the equilibrium among the 5 nations. Should any one nation seize it, it would disrupt the existing balance of power. Gaining another level secret realm would enable that nation to rapidly enhance its strength, leaving the others far behind. If it were to fall into the hands of nations lacking a level secret realm, yet another top-tier nation would arise. A level masterless secret realm? Is this not a divine arrangement made just for me? I challenge the great nations. Who among them can rival me? My most formidable purple gold behemoth has already attained the strength of golden 7th tier, with the mythic 1st tier qualification. A purple gold behemoth at golden 7th tier can hold its own against opponents of platinum strength. Moreover, this secret realm only permits golden lords to enter. Who can obstruct my purple gold behemoth? The level masterless secret realm is mine for the taking. Asher ignited a cigar, his face brimming with excitement and confidence. With his prowess, entering the secret realm would be a massacre. No one could stand in his way. Chapter 86. The opening of the secret realm and the privileges of the platinum lords. In a lavish setting, the emperor, portly and exuding an air of intelligence, sat on the ground, stammering as he read from the script in his hands. Manhwa, you are the most exceptional prodigy of our foot basin chicken. Having ascended to the esteemed golden 9th tier at such a tender age, and possessing the most enigmatic and inscrutable lineage, the divine oracle has proclaimed that the emergence of this unclaimed secret realm is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon our foot basin chicken by the moonlit deity. One that we must not let slip away. Beyond a partition, Mira kneels upon the ground, wielding a katana. Even if Emilia, the prodigy blessed with a mythical lineage, attempts to obstruct me, I shall not let you down. Should I fail, I, Manhwa, am prepared to commit seppuku in the land of kimchi. This secret realm rightfully belongs to us. And as for the Dragon Kingdom, if the opportunity arises, we shall impart upon them a lesson they will not soon forget. The Prime Minister of Kimchi grows increasingly agitated as he speaks. Eventually, he slams his fist upon the table, rising to his feet. For years, the Dragon Kingdom has oppressed us, seizing our traditional culture. Now that their fortunes are waning, it is time for us to exact our revenge. The prodigy of Kimchi, a golden 9th tier lord, Yenshu, solemnly nods. Rest assured, the core of the secret realm belongs to our Kimchi nation, and I shall not spare the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. The Prime Minister of Kimchi nods in satisfaction, then makes a ruthless gesture of beheading. Seize the opportunity, and may it be swift. In Kyoto, within the fortified conference room of the military headquarters, only Chen Luo, the Grand Elder, and a holographic projection are present. This unclaimed secret realm of utmost significance will witness fierce competition, with each major nation dispatching their most elite prodigies. Most of these individuals can be disregarded, yet some warrant caution. Among them, particularly noteworthy is Asher of Emilia, whose initial lineage boasts the mythic 1st tier qualification of the Golden Beast. He represents the most gifted new generation of humanity in recent years. Reports from spies indicate that Asher's most formidable Golden Beast has ascended to the Golden 7th tier, its combat prowess rivaling that of platinum-level strength, and he commands not merely one, but several. The majority of Emilia's resources have been directed toward him, allowing him to summon nearly 100 Golden Beasts, rendering his strength formidable. The holographic projection reveals Asher's visage and details. Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Luo becomes invigorated. A mythic 1st tier qualified Golden Beast, cultivated with the utmost resources by a leading nation, achieving the status of a Golden Lord in such a brief span, and commanding 100 Golden Beasts with platinum-level combat strength. Such an individual elicits admiration from Chen Luo. Truly, this is the epitome of excellence. To achieve such accomplishments without external aid is a testament to being favored by destiny. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Luo regains his composure. Regrettably, he is but a mere observer. While 100 Golden Beasts are undeniably powerful, can they truly contend with the tide of insects? Before the onslaught of insects, all beings are rendered equal. The true threat lies not in these prodigies, but in the inherent dangers of the secret realm. This secret realm is fraught with peril. To gain dominion over it, one must acquire the realm's core. This core undoubtedly harbors the most formidable beasts for its protection. Moreover, it is riddled with numerous insidious traps. A moment's carelessness could lead to your untimely demise. Thus, remain vigilant, exercise caution, and proceed with utmost prudence. After the solemn admonition, the Grand Elders summoned the profiles of the prodigies from various nations. Peruse these documents to familiarize yourself. We have ranked them according to their threat levels. At the pinnacle of the list was undoubtedly Asher from Emilia. The second position, however, took Chen Luo by surprise. It was a prodigy from the land of pickled vegetables. Yuan Shu, Golden 9th tier Lord, Affinity, Compassionate Angel, King tier Potential, possesses a unique ability for mutual destruction. Mutual destruction? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. This ability was indeed impressive. If the insect race possessed such a power, they would be unstoppable, deities slaying deities, and Buddhas confronting Buddhas. How splendid it would be if the insect race could devour the genes of other affinities, acquiring their characteristics or skills. Imagine the combination of the purple gold behemoth's genes with the thunder beast, or the compassionate angel's mutual destruction ability with the crying cicada. How formidable would that be? Chen Luo wiped away the involuntary tears at the corners of his mouth. It was not that his own insect race was lacking, rather, the affinities of others appeared rather captivating. If only he could extract the essence and discard the dross, merging everything into the insect race, he would be invincible. Currently, the insect race could already devour various fundamental powers for enhancement. In the future, they would surely acquire the ability to absorb genes. After all, the evolution of the insect race's units was fundamentally based on this methodology. Chen Luo had a premonition that such an ability was inevitable for the insect race. Their current limitations were merely a result of insufficient strength. The existing units of the insect race were already adequate for his needs. In the Bermuda Triangle, a place once deemed a desolate abyss, military structures now stood erect as armies from various nations had been dispatched. One of their objectives was to safeguard the unclaimed secret realm, while another crucial reason was the potential emergence of exotic beasts from within. Thus, the appearance of an unclaimed secret realm elicited both anticipation and trepidation, fearing the outbreak of a beast tide, which could result in significant casualties without securing the realm. In the temporary command center of the Dragon Nation, the Grand Elder inquired, "How long until the secret realm opens?" His tone was calm, yet his grip on the staff was white-knuckled, revealing his inner tension. The contest for this unclaimed secret realm was of paramount importance to the nation's destiny, leaving no room for complacency. According to the readings, the energy of the portal to the secret realm remained stable, devoid of violent fluctuations. It was estimated that the realm would fully open in 31 minutes. The observer's report alleviated the Grand Elder's anxieties. As long as the secret realm successfully opened, there would be no risk of a beast uprising. Turning his head, he noticed Chen Luo, who was gleefully embracing a bucket of ice-cold drink, tilting his head back to indulge. This sight nearly caused the Grand Elder's beard to bristle with irritation. Still drinking? Hurry and prepare. The resources within the secret realm were exceedingly abundant, with the potential for restoration. He could treat it as a downgraded Lord Source realm. Seizing this opportunity, he should gather resources to elevate the Lord's core to Platinum tier. Don't you enjoy venturing into the outer battlefield? Once you become a Platinum Lord, you will be able to move freely there. Move freely in the outer battlefield? Chen Luo's lips curved into a smile, and his spirits soared even higher. He had previously pondered how he might operate independently on the battlefield beyond the realm. While skirmishes were frequent at the front lines, waiting idly for opportunities was far less effective than taking the initiative. It is through proactive hunting that one truly thrives. A real man must always take the initiative.